Another day passed. By the third day, everything was finally ready. AO-Fei's camera was set up, the mechanical team's manual stamping equipment was prepped, and out of the hundreds of stamped and cut copper cards, 100 had already gone through the silver plating and polishing process. Han Feng did a brief final inspection and ordered the experiment to begin. For the ID card photo model, Han Feng directly appointed AO-Fei. Chu Bing was put in charge of taking the photos and developing the negatives. He had the most experience with this, and Han Feng felt completely at ease leaving it to him. Back in that same bright optical laboratory, AO-Fei sat upright in a chair. The windows and doors were wide open to maximize the indoor lighting. On the side facing the interior, a silver-white sheet of iron was hung to act as a reflector, illuminating his entire upper body so clearly that every single hair was visible. Chu Bing secured the box camera. First, he used the ground glass to find the proper focal length, adjusted the position of the negative, and framed the shot. Once everything was perfectly aligned, he pulled out the ground glass and went into the adjacent darkroom to prepare the negative. In less than a minute, the kid came running out, carefully pinching a negative wet with chemical solution. He quickly slid it into the camera, pulled out the dark slide, and called out to AO-Fei to sit still and look at the lens. Only then did Chu Bing remove the lens cap to begin the exposure. Thanks to his previous experience, he timed the exposure perfectly. After exactly 8 seconds, about 4 breaths, Chu Bing covered the lens again, pushed the dark slide back into place, and, while the chemicals on the plate were still wet, sprinted back to the darkroom to develop it. This was the reality of the wet plate silver photography process. From preparing the negative to taking the photo and developing it, the entire sequence had to be completed while the chemical coating on the plate was still wet. Speed was of the essence. As soon as the photo was taken, AO-Fei ran to the darkroom door to wait. Chu Bing was currently developing the photo, so AO-Fei couldn't open the door without risking secondary exposure to the negative. All he could do was pace anxiously outside. Han Feng, on the other hand, was quite calm. The worst-case scenario was losing a single negative, a loss he could easily afford. Besides, he didn't have to do the work himself. The perk of being the chief was that he only had to open his mouth and give the orders. The developing process was relatively fast. Chu Bing methodically went through the steps in the darkroom. He soaked the ID card plate in the number 17 developer reagent, gave it a gentle shake, and an image immediately began to appear on the plate, gradually becoming clearer. Once the developing process was complete, he used bamboo tweezers to pull the negative out and rinsed it with clean water. After washing it 3 times, Chu Bing brought the negative out. At this point, the developing process was completely finished, and there was no longer any need to worry about light exposure. Creak! The wooden door of the darkroom opened from the inside. Chu Bing walked out holding the ID card negative. Before AO-Fei could even ask, he spoke directly to Han Feng. "Chief, take a look. I think it's pretty clear, but I just don't know how long a photo like this can last. I'm worried it won't withstand wear and tear." AO-Fei leaned in for a look. The photo was flawless. The facial features were crystal clear. But then again, it was a freshly developed photo. How could it not be clear? "Let me see." Han Feng took the copper card and examined it carefully in his hand. The framing of this ID photo was excellent, basically identical to a modern ID photo. It was a standard headshot, capturing everything from the top of the hair down to the collarbone, fitting the entire face and neck into the frame with perfect clarity. However, just as Chu Bing had pointed out, the real issue was how long this effect could be maintained. Han Feng stared at the photo for a moment before saying, "Here's what we'll do. Take 10 more photos exactly like this one. Then, we'll run a comparative experiment on wear and tear and light exposure to see how they hold up." "That's a great idea. Experiments are the most reliable way." AO-Fei agreed immediately. As a man of science, he naturally understood Han Feng's methodology. One must seek proof carefully. And how does one seek proof? Through extensive comparative experiments, of course. The two quickly got back to work. Following the exact same steps, they produced 9 identical photos. Han Feng randomly kept one, sealing it in a wooden box away from light and oxygen for preservation. The other 9 were all taken for testing. He then instructed, "Chu Bing, go call a few personal guards. Have them use linen, cotton, and silk to rub the photos. Everyone must record the number of rubs. Divide the people using these 3 materials into groups. The first group will do the friction test indoors. The second group will do the exact same friction test under strong light. The final group will use the three materials soaked in light salt water to rub the photos under strong light, simulating the wear and tear of a sunny day when clothes are soaked in sweat. Got it, no problem. Shu Bing readily agreed. I'll go find some carbide lamps to use as a strong light source, Ao Fei volunteered, finding a task for himself. Han Feng nodded in agreement. The two immediately went to make their arrangements, kicking off the comparative wear and tear experiment for the 9 photos. Logically speaking, the wet plate silver photography technique should offer the strongest preservation. Unlike the albumin paper Han Feng had created, where the image only existed on the halogenated protein coating above the paper base, the image on a silver plate penetrated directly into the entire silver-plated layer. It was a chemical photosensitive change in the silver itself, altering the structure of the entire silver layer. In other words, silver plate photos had more depth to them. Therefore, their preservation time and wear resistance would naturally be much higher than albumin paper. Han Feng watched their experiment for a bit before deciding not to stick around. Who knew how long they'd be rubbing those things? Taking advantage of the free time, he visited the chemical team's explosives workshop to see how the newly graduated researchers were doing with their training. This small explosives workshop was under a lot of pressure right now. First of all, they were engaged in highly dangerous work. A single non-standard operation or mistake could cause a catastrophic accident. They had to meet the ammunition consumption of a pure firearms army, primarily producing primers and double-base propellants. Currently, only the Institute's laboratory could prepare these in small batches. The Han tribe did not yet possess the industrial capacity to mass-produce them. Then there was the massive demand for ether. Ether was a crucial catalyst needed to synthesize double-base propellants, and it also acted as an aerosol anesthetic. If you smelled it, you'd basically pass out on the spot. Because of this, the Institute had recently applied for funding to build a dedicated ether production workshop on a particularly windy part of the island. The workshop was built like a shed, with windows and doors on all 4 sides to allow for full ventilation while still providing shade and rain protection. But even so, the workers preparing the ether only dared to enter while wearing full-face gas masks that looked like elephant trunks. These gas masks were produced internally by the Institute's rubber team. Outside of this island, they were completely unseen, supplied only in small quantities internally. Normally, people from the Institute didn't dare wander over here. The entire workshop was dedicated to making ether or synthesizing propellants, meaning the indoor ether vapor was incredibly dense. If an outsider walked in unprepared, they would likely pass out immediately from inhaling excessive anesthetic gas, and in severe cases, they could die from shock. Even with all these precautions, they frequently found waterbirds passed out around the workshop, a testament to the ether's anesthetic power. However, while the work here was dangerous, Han Feng paid them exceptionally well. Setting aside the various benefits, their base salary alone was 3 times the average income. Each worker earned over $90 silver a month. If there were no accidents for the entire month, they received additional bonuses. This incentivized the workers to be extra careful and diligent. After all, as long as they strictly followed the operational protocols and avoided accidents, they could take home more money, an offer that was absolutely thrilling to them. In addition to this, the explosives workshop also prepared the chemical solutions needed for photography, especially silver nitrate. The production volume for this was massive, as it was not only used to create photosensitive reactions on negatives, but was also a key material for chemical silver plating. Although photos and cameras hadn't yet become widespread in the Han tribe, silver-plated glass mirrors had already become highly popular. As a result, silver nitrate, the main material for silver plating, was suddenly in short supply. And that was just the current situation. If they truly rolled out photo ID cards on a massive scale, the demand for silver nitrate as a crucial photographic chemical would skyrocket even further. By then, supply would definitely fail to meet demand. Looks like we'll have to keep expanding the scale. Otherwise, talking about popularizing the civilian photography market is just unrealistic. Han Feng muttered to himself after the tour. He then went to find Ao Fei to borrow that microscope. Han Feng wanted to use the downtime while the guards were running the friction tests to study the microscope. Specifically, he wanted to see if the microscope Ao Fei built could actually reach a magnification of 1/600x. A quick test would reveal the truth. Based on Han Feng's experience from his past life, he knew that red blood cells only appeared as clear, dried persimmon shapes at around 2,000x magnification. So, To see if it could magnify that much, he just needed to look at a drop of blood. Han Feng called Ao Fei over. This kid had looked at all sorts of random things before, but he had never actually looked at blood. Chief, are you going to use the microscope to look at blood? Ao Fei asked, sounding a bit uncertain. Of course. Aren't you curious about what's inside human blood? Do you think there are things moving around in there? Han Feng teased. Hearing you say that, Chief, I'm actually a little scared, Ao Fei admitted. He didn't know why, but while he was incredibly curious, he was also afraid to look. What if his blood really was full of tiny, invisible things wriggling around? Wouldn't that be terrifying? But since Han Feng requested the experiment, he naturally had no objections. What did you use to take the photo of the mold last time? Han Feng asked. Oh, that. I made an ultra-small tube camera myself. I used a glass negative to take the picture, and then used an enlarger to blow it up onto photo paper. Oh right, I still have that mold negative. If you need it, Chief, you can take it, Ao Fei recalled. A tube camera? Han Feng asked, puzzled. That's right, it's right here in this desk drawer. Ao Fei pulled open the drawer and rummaged around, quickly pulling out an ultra-small camera. It was called a tube camera mainly because its lens was built in, with a tube at the front. Ao Fei demonstrated it for Han Feng. The lens tube fit perfectly over the microscope's eyepiece, and the focal length in the negative holder at the back was prefixed. It was a foolproof, incredibly simple operation. As long as the camera was connected and the negative was in place, all you had to do was open the light valve, the shutter, and expose the negative for a few seconds. Han Feng learned how to use it after watching just once. He then began the experiment. First, he adjusted the reflector on the base to direct outdoor sunlight through the reflector and condenser, projecting the beam directly onto the stage. Han Feng found a dust-free glass slide that had been wiped with alcohol. He used a brush to place a drop of clean water on it. Then, he grabbed a personal guard, pricked his finger with a needle to draw a drop of blood, and added the blood to the water droplet on the slide. Finally, he placed a cover slip over it. With that, a human blood specimen was complete. While the freshly drawn blood was still active, Han Feng immediately began the microscope experiment. He secured the slide on the stage. The sunlight from outside the window, continuously refracted by the reflector and condenser, finally cast its light into the drop of blood on the slide. Han Feng took a look at 500x magnification. Against a white background, he saw a dense cluster of tiny black dots swimming irregularly within a halo of light. He quickly called Ao Fei over. Ao Fei, come look. You can already see things at just 500x. Look at those little dots swimming around in the human blood, Han Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Ao Fei couldn't help but shiver. But since the chief was calling him, he couldn't refuse. He gathered his courage and took a peek. As a result, the kid stumbled backward in terror. Cold sweat rapidly beaded on his forehead, goosebumps erupted on his arms and back, and his face went pale. Han Feng was a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just some moving little dots. It's not that scary, is it?" "See, Chief, no. It's just, whenever I see densely packed things, I feel nauseous and uncomfortable. If they were dead and unmoving, it would be a little better, but if they're moving, my chest feels tight. I don't even know why," Ao Fei said, leaning against the table and taking a moment to catch his breath. Holy crap, this kid actually has trypophobia? I'll be damned. Han Feng muttered to himself, speechless. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk author's note. Recommending a friend's book, I said I'm not a god of destruction. Synopsis. In his past life, besieged by experts and betrayed by his brothers, the peerless genius fell with bitter regrets. In this life, for the sake of revenge, he rebuilds his martial path, absorbing negative energy to incarnate as the ultimate dark boss. Asterisk. Han Feng never expected that the Han tribe's top optical physics expert would actually have trypophobia, and it seemed to be quite severe at that. Given this condition, Ao Fei would probably never have the chance to use a microscope again. After all, the microorganisms seen under a microscope were almost always densely packed. How could someone with trypophobia look at them? How could they study them? Consequently, Han Feng let Ao Fei off the hook, sending him to supervise the friction tests on the ID card samples, while Han Feng continued to tinker with the microscope alone. At 500x magnification, the blood sample already clearly showed tiny black dots swimming within it. But this magnification wasn't enough. Han Feng knew that blood was composed of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. The current magnification clearly lacked the resolution to distinguish between them. So, after using the dedicated tube camera to shoot a negative, he swapped in an objective lens for a total magnification of 1000x. When the blood sample was magnified 1,000 times, the microscopic world suddenly snapped into clarity. The flat, round, biconcave shapes of the red blood cells were immediately visible. They looked very much like the dried persimmons people usually ate, round and flat. The white blood cells and platelets were uglier, resembling slugs extending numerous tentacles. However, 1000x magnification was still not enough to clearly differentiate them. Han Feng took another photo and then changed the objective lens again, this time going straight for the maximum magnification of 1600x. After the swap, looking at the microscopic scene, Han Feng was still somewhat disappointed, even though he had anticipated the result. Normally, even if a blood sample is magnified 2,000 times, it is very difficult to distinguish white blood cells from platelets. To clearly observe them, a microscope of at least 3000x is required. If one wanted to observe individual cells, or even the nucleus inside, it would take at least 5000x magnification to make it possible. But such magnifications were far too distant for the Han tribe. Even in his past life, he had never heard of a purely optical microscope reaching those levels. As for electron microscopes with tens of thousands of times magnification, who knew how many years that would take? Looks like the microscope won't be of much use for now, Han Feng thought to himself. He took one last photo of the blood sample at 1600x and then began cleaning up the equipment. He removed all the objective lenses and placed them in their boxes, washed the blood sample off the slide, packed away the tube camera, and then took the 3 negatives to find Chu Bing. He wanted Chu Bing to develop these 3 photos and enlarge them on a photo paper so he could show them to the people at the medical school and broaden their horizons. Back in the optical laboratory where the ID card samples were shot, the 3 experimental groups were still conducting their wear and tear tests. Because the friction was applied manually, many of the personal guards had long since tired out their arms. Fortunately, Han Feng had brought a large number of guards with him, allowing them to take turns and keep the experiment running continuously. Upon returning, Han Feng first handed the 3 glass negatives to Chu Bing to develop and then asked Ao Fei, who was supervising the experiment, "How far along are the 3 control groups? Roughly how many rubs have they done?" Reporting to the chief, "We've rotated people twice already. Basically, all 3 groups have exceeded 100,000 rubs." Ao Fei hurried over to report. 100,000 times? That should be about enough. Stop the test. Han Feng thought for a moment and called it off. As for whether it was truly 100,000 times, he didn't doubt it. After all, they were just rubbing a 1-inch photo, similar to rubbing a coin. With such a small target, one could easily rub it several times a second. At 3 times a second, that's 180 times a minute. That's 10,800 times an hour. This experiment was assigned yesterday. Over the course of nearly a day, 100,000 times was probably a low estimate. When Han Feng announced the end of the experiment, Ao Fei quickly brought over the 3 groups of ID cards. Not only had he sorted them for Han Feng, but he had also annotated the experimental data for each group. Finally, he handed Han Feng a magnifying glass so he could observe and compare them himself. The first group, tested in the darkroom, turned out exactly as Han Feng had expected. The photo rubbed with linen suffered the most severe wear. Some parts were completely rubbed off, though the overall color hadn't changed significantly. It was still distinctly black and white. The one rubbed with cotton fared slightly better. It showed obvious wear but was still relatively intact, and the color remained distinctly black and white. Finally, the one rubbed with silk looked exactly as it had at the start, without even any obvious signs of wear. The second group, tested under strong light with the 3 materials, yielded similar physical wear results to the first group. However, due to the intense light exposure, the photos had begun to yellow, and the images had become blurred. The boundary between black and white was no longer sharp. The third group, tested under strong light using the 3 fabrics soaked in light salt water, produced unexpected results. The damage from the linen was actually less than that from the wet cotton, while the silk still caused the least wear. Han Feng guessed this might be because the water-soaked cotton became denser, resulting in greater friction. Furthermore, compared to the second group, which was also operated under strong light, the photos in the third group, which involved salt water, were actually clearer. They suffered less yellowing, fading, and blurring than the second group. What was the logic behind this? Could salt water actually reduce light sensitivity? It was entirely possible. After all, the photo material was made of silver halides. This was likely the only explanation. However, Han Feng didn't dwell on this. Overall, the wear and tear on these ID cards was quite severe, with silk being the only exception. In other words, protecting the ID card with silk would greatly extend its lifespan. But it was completely unrealistic for the Han tribe to make a silk ID card sleeve for every single citizen. After much thought, Han Feng decided to add a copper cover to the ID card, designing it like a small, bifold booklet. If he had to compare it to something modern, it would be like a driver's license, one page on the left, one on the right, folding closed. Except, Han Feng didn't plan to add text to the front cover. Instead, he would stamp the words Han Empire Citizen ID card onto the front and press a raised space over the photo area to completely cover and protect it. This way, it would be shielded from both light and physical wear. This approach had many benefits. It would double the cost, sure, but for the Han tribe, that extra cost was less than 5 copper coins. Even including all the materials and production fees, the total cost of an ID card wouldn't exceed 1 dime. Moreover, the Han tribe would only provide the first card for free. If anyone needed a replacement later, they would have to pay for it themselves. The ID card plan was finalized. A.O. Fei and the mechanical team went back to improving their respective equipment. Han Feng, meanwhile, took his personal guard straight back to Hanyang City and notified the governors of the 8 Hanyang commanderies to prepare for a new population census and the issuance of the new ID cards. As soon as the Institute finalized the camera equipment, the census would begin. The Institute felt the immense pressure. Han Feng had issued an order. Every county in the Han tribe must have a set of this ID card production equipment. They would roll it out in the 8 Hanyang commanderies first, and once completed there, expand to the 3 grassland commanderies, Taohai Commandery, and the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. Furthermore, all equipment had to be finished before the new year. Han Feng was waiting for the census results so he could launch major initiatives in the coming year. Also preparing for major initiatives was the Qiongzhou trio. Shui Qinjiao, Shui Tu, and Yang Feng had already received Han Feng's reply. The Azuka giant eagle had brought them a large package containing all the necessary official seals and ribbons, along with 3 letters of appointment. The 3 men looked at the package, exchanged glances, and began to read. The letter was long. It started by explaining Han Feng's decision to rename Bamboo Island to Qiongzhou Island. It then detailed the authority and responsibilities of the provincial inspector and the provincial chief controller, as well as the personnel arrangements for the 6 commandery governors of Qiongzhou Island. Among them, Tai Zhan and Elder Zhu were already on Qiongzhou Island, so the trio was to arrange their postings. The remaining 4 governors had already boarded ships heading south and would take office immediately upon arrival. During the interim before their arrival, the military Simas stationed in those 4 commanderies would act as temporary administrators. The letter also contained Shui Qinjiao's appointment as inspector of Qiongzhou. Upon receiving the order, he was to immediately proceed to the former diplomatic missions base in Yashan Commandery to establish the inspector's office, draft members of the diplomatic mission to form his leadership team, and take over all civil administration of Qiongzhou. It also ordered Shoya to return to Hanyang Commandery to report on his mission. Han Feng had other arrangements for him. Yang Feng received the appointment as Grand Chief Controller of Qiongzhou. Upon receiving the order, he was to immediately proceed to Jiahai Commandery, the former stronghold of the Exine Chief, to establish the protectorate and begin organizing the military defenses and other military affairs for all 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. Jiahai Commandery was the heart of the Exine tribe's power. Although the Exine tribe had been completely dismantled by the Han tribe, their influence ran deep there. Han Feng was worried about potential unrest in Jiahai, so he specifically ordered Yang Feng to set up the military command center there to prevent rebellions. The letter explicitly highlighted this, warning Yang Feng to be especially vigilant against remnants of the Exine tribe. Shuetu's orders were to immediately lead the Hubin Guard back to Tuohei Commandery for rest and reorganization, with Shuda's Fubo Guard handling the transportation. This rest and reorganization meant exactly that: rest, training, and mandatory rotating home leave. The letter specifically instructed Shuetu to grant home leave to the Hubin Guard soldiers in batches, ensuring no more than a quarter of the unit was away at any one time. They had a year to rest, and processing 1,000 men at a time would be enough for everyone to get a turn. Additionally, the letter explicitly ordered Shuetu to hand over the 20 artillery pieces and the artillerymen they had brought to Yang Feng's protectorate. At least 8 of these cannons were to be stationed at the hidden bridge in Jiahai Commandery to lock it down. Another 8 were to be deployed at the port in Yashan Commandery, leaving the remaining 4 for Yang Feng to arrange as he saw fit. That was the entirety of the open letter. The rest consisted of the official appointment certificates for Shui Qinjiao, Yang Feng, and the others, along with private letters for them. Shui Qingyao's private letter was the longest. It primarily detailed Han Feng's arrangements for Qiongzhou Island's near-term civil administration. The immediate requirements were to launch a public trial of the former Xian tribe leadership to stabilize public sentiment, then facilitate the return of displaced civilians to their hometowns, and finally begin the first phase of comprehensive censuses: population, land, property, and local specialties. After all, how could he govern without knowing the local conditions? If he didn't even know how many citizens and how much arable land were in his jurisdiction, he couldn't manage a damn thing. Regarding the public trial and the handling of the former Xian tribe leadership, Han Feng also provided his input. The gold and silver elders absolutely had to die. They were die-hard loyalists to the Xian chief. However, before executing them, they had to be secretly interrogated to extract every last piece of information about the Xian tribe's mineral deposits. Their usefulness had to be squeezed dry first. Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng weren't of much use. The Han tribe certainly didn't need their farming experience, as Han agricultural technology completely outclassed theirs. However, these 3 definitely knew the climate of Qiongzhou Island far better than anyone from the Han tribe. Therefore, Han Feng suggested sparing them. After the public trial, Shui Qingyao was to take them and give them a sinecure in the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry at the inspector's office. They could serve as mascots and occasionally gather climate data. As for Elder Zhu, he was directly appointed as a commandery governor, the best outcome among all the elders, who told him to be pro-Han. After the 3 finished reading their respective letters, they began discussing their work. But first, naturally, came a round of mutual professional flattery. Shuetu spoke first. Congratulations to Brother Shui and Brother Yang. With your promotions to such high offices, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Not at all, not at all. The 2 replied with modest humility. Brother Tu, there's no need for this. In truth, all 3 of us know that you are the chief's most trusted man. Neither of us can compare to your seniority. The chief entrusting us with these heavy responsibilities naturally fills me with trepidation, but I know that by recalling you, the chief definitely has an even more important mission waiting for you. Shui Qingyao immediately comforted Shui Tuesday. After all, it was a fact that they had just been promoted, while Shui Tu, even if Han Feng had other plans, was being sent back. And who could say for sure what those plans were? Exactly. Brother Tu, you served as the commander-in-chief this time, leading the Grand Army to conquer Bamboo Island and expanding our Han tribe's territory by 6 commanderies. With such massive merit, the chief will naturally entrust you with heavy responsibilities. Your future achievements will absolutely not be beneath ours. Rest assured, Brother Tu. Yang Feng chimed in with flattering reassurance. In reality, how could Shui Tu not understand Han Feng's intentions? He knew his own situation perfectly well. When it came to civil administration, Shui Qingyao was clearly the better fit. If Han Feng had actually put Shui Tu in charge of civil affairs, Shui Tu himself would have objected. As for military affairs, although the Qiongzhou chief controller held immense power, it was ultimately just the supreme commander of a local garrison. There were no more battles to fight on Bamboo Island. If Han Feng had offered him the position of chief controller, Shui Tu would have definitely refused that as well. Therefore, he actually admired Han Feng and felt a sense of mutual understanding with him. Without saying a word or needing to ask, Han Feng knew that he wasn't suited for either of these roles. The chief must have arranged another mission for me. Shui Tu guessed inwardly. I just wonder what it will be. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. You 2 don't need to comfort me. I know my own situation, and I am willing to accept the chief's arrangements. Let's discuss our next steps, Shui Tu replied. I suggest we summon the commanding officers of all the guards for a meeting, read the chief's decree, and make the arrangements right there. What do you think? Shui Qingyao immediately proposed. Agreed. No problem. That's the best and fastest way. Shui Tu and Yang Feng nodded in agreement. After the 3 leaders decided to hold a meeting, They immediately dispatched messengers to summon the attendees, scheduling it for noon 2 days later at the Central Army Camp in Jiahai Commandery. This meeting included not only the commanders and saimas of the 6 guards, but also specifically summoned Shoya, Taizhun, Elder Zhu, and Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng. Xue Qingyao decided to handle everything in one fell swoop. The handover of the envoy's staff, the appointment and dismissal of officials, and the final verdicts for the Xian tribe elders would all be resolved during this meeting. The messengers moved quickly. For the 4 guards stationed near the Central Army, the messengers delivered the date and details of the meeting that very day. Inside the Central Army's prisoner of war camp, a messenger found Taizhun, who was overseeing the area, informed him of the meeting, and told him to extract Elders Mi, Do, Sheng, and Zhu and house them separately for now. Taizhun understood immediately. The chief wasn't planning to execute these 4. In fact, the chief might even assign them tasks in the future. When that time came, they might even become colleagues. With this in mind, Taizhun decided to personally bring the 4 men out. However, he didn't go into the camp himself. Instead, he waited at the camp gates and sent soldiers in to fetch them. 12 soldiers, clad in gleaming iron armor with bright steel sabers at their waists, marched with heavy steps into a small, fenced-off courtyard within the camp. This courtyard held only the elders, along with the Xian chief's sons, brothers, and uncles, all high-value prisoners. Elder Mi, Elder Do, Elder Sheng, Elder Zhu, the 4 of you can come out now, the leading banner officer called out to them in the local Bamboo Island dialect. Inside the courtyard's only shed, a group of elders was tied to pillars, their faces filled with despair. The Han tribe truly didn't dare untie them. Otherwise, Mi, Do, and Sheng would have beaten the gold and silver elders to death. Hearing the banner officer's summons, a glimmer of hope sparked in Elder Mi's eyes. He asked excitedly, "Dare I ask, brave warrior, is the Han chief releasing us?" "Ha ha ha, releasing you? Just wait to die? With your petty little schemes, you thought surrendering to the Han tribe would work? You think their bird-brained chief cares about your skills? Is the Han tribe worse at growing crops than you 3? I really don't know what you 3 were thinking. Did you choke on shit and lose your minds?" Tied up opposite them, the gold elder heard Elder Mi's question and burst into arrogant laughter. He had always been at odds with these 3. "Oh, shut up. How dare you speak so arrogantly and insult our chief?" A soldier who had followed the officer and heard the gold elder insulting Han Feng. He stepped up and delivered a fist the size of a sandbag straight into the gold elder's stomach, hitting him so hard he vomited stomach acid. But the man only let out a single scream of pain before glaring maliciously at Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng, still chuckling neurotically. Elder Mi shuddered at the man's words, his legs instantly turning to jelly. What? What did that mean? Were they not being taken out to be released, but to be beheaded? Surprised face, winky face. Elder Sheng was also terrified. As 2 soldiers untied him from behind, he hurriedly asked, What exactly are you taking us out to do? Are you going to kill us?" His voice trembled, and his goatee quivered nonstop, scattering crumbs of rice. However, the 2 soldiers untying him couldn't understand a word he said. They remained expressionless, seemingly with no intention of acknowledging him. Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng were scared out of their wits. Seeing their trembling legs and pale faces, the gold and silver elders opposite them couldn't help but laugh uproariously, reveling in their misfortune. Elder Mi quickly looked back at the banner officer at the door and asked, "Brave warrior, where exactly are you taking us?" "I don't know." The banner officer kept a cold, unsmiling face, seemingly unwilling to say a single extra word. In truth, he really didn't know. He only knew that Taizhun had brought an order from the Central Command to extract these men, and he was simply following orders. As for why, that wasn't something a mere banner officer needed to worry about. "I'm not going. I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here." While they were speaking, the 4 had been untied from the pillars. But the moment Elder Do was freed, he spun around and hugged the pillar like a koala, refusing to let go even if it killed him, terrified that he would be executed the moment he stepped outside. Seeing this, Elder Mi and Elder Sheng immediately followed suit, hugging the pillars and refusing to move. Elder Zhu was the calmest, seemingly having accepted his fate. He knew the Han tribe wouldn't care for his meager skills, so he never expected to be pardoned, let alone given an important position. Not going. That's not up to you. Pull them off and take them away," the banner officer shouted, waving his arm. A group of soldiers immediately swarmed forward, peeling the 3 men off the pillars and dragging them out. Let me go? I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. We won't go. We demand to see the Han chief. We have things to say. Attacking your Kaiwan commandery wasn't our idea. If you want to kill someone, kill those 2 gold elders. This really has nothing to do with us. The 3 men screamed as they were dragged away. However, the soldiers hauling them turned a deaf ear, acting as if they hadn't heard a thing, and dragged them straight to the courtyard gate, where Taizhan was waiting. For elders, I trust you've been well. Taizhan greeted them with a slight bow and a smile as they were brought out. Taizhan, don't look so smug. We were blind to agree to let a backstabbing wolf like you become an elder. I regret it bitterly. Elder me, disgusted by Taizhan's smiling greeting, couldn't help but curse at him. No. Brother me, calm down. Do not anger this man further, or we might not even be left with intact corpses. Elder Do hurriedly tried to persuade him from the side. I originally planned to take the 4 of you away from this place of certain death, but seeing how reluctant you are to leave. Well, never mind then. Taizhan teased, watching their reactions. What did you say? You're going to save us. Elder me stared at Taizhan in disbelief. Elder Sheng, who hadn't spoken much, was even more shameless. He immediately began praising Taizhan. Ha. I always said Elder Gold was a man of honor and loyalty, someone who clearly distinguishes right from wrong. We were coerced by that Xian chief and never had any intention of making enemies with the Han tribe. Thank you, Elder Gold, for helping us clear our names. Thank you. I cannot repay this life-saving grace. Please accept this old man's bow. Tisk, let me go. I need to bow to Elder Gold. Elder Sheng struggled against the grip of the 2 soldiers holding him. Taizhan's face twitched. These guys were truly shameless. All right, let the 4 of them go. Take the elders to wash up and change into clean clothes, then bring them to see me. Taizhan waved at the banner officer, then turned and walked away. From behind, he could hear Elder Me crying tears of joy. Old Tai, woo, thank you for saving our lives. I knew you were different from them. Woo, I wonder who was just cursing the Crimson Gold Elder as a backstabbing wolf. Elder Zhu, who had remained silent, muttered after the soldiers released him. With a flick of his wide sleeves, he followed the banner officer. Damn you, Zhu. Mind your own business. At the same time, on the Qiongzhou River, another messenger was sailing downstream on a small, single-masted sailboat. After a full day's journey, he finally arrived at the river mouth in Yashan Commandery just as it was getting dark. This was the diplomatic missions base, and there he found Shoya. Author's note. There are about 3 more chapters today. Thank you for the tips, guys. I'll make a dedicated thank you list once the updates are done. The current crowdfunding amount is 210/2000, already over 1/10 of the way there. Thank you. Under the pitch-black sky, several carbide lamps illuminated the diplomatic missions base brightly. The messenger disembarked at the pier and was quickly led by the mission staff to see Shoya. The messenger first bowed to Shoya, then presented his token and said, Chief Envoy, Sima Shui and the Commander-in-Chief summon you to the central camp for a meeting. They also instructed you to bring your envoy staff and pack your luggage. The chief has sent a letter recalling you to Hanyang Commandery. Your mission is complete. Hearing this, Shoya felt a wave of surrealism. Over 3 years had passed in a flash, and he had grown attached to this place. But his family was still in Hanyang Commandery, and now that his mission was complete, it was time to go home and see them. Gathering his emotions, Shoya asked, When do we depart? Reporting to the chief envoy, it's best if we leave right now. We'll travel by boat, which is faster and easier for carrying luggage. When you return to Hanyang, you can travel with the Hubengard. They have also been recalled by the chief, the messenger replied. Is that so? Shoya paused for a moment, then nodded and called out loudly. Man, take this messenger to get some food and rest. Messenger, please rest for a moment. Allow me to pack my luggage, and I will be right with you. Understood. The messenger didn't stand on ceremony. He had been on a boat all day eating only dry rations, so he naturally wouldn't refuse a good meal. About half an hour later, the messenger finished his meal, and Shoya emerged carrying a cloth bundle. His luggage was very simple, just a few sets of clothes, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, his official seal as an envoy, and his envoy's staff. That was everything. Shoya followed the messenger to the pier, accompanied by a crowd of mission staff who had come to see him off. A cook from the mission walked over, carrying a cloth bundle and a bamboo tube, and handed them to Shoya with tears in his eyes. Chief Envoy, you're going home now, and I don't know if we'll ever meet again in this life. I don't have anything valuable, but I made you a roast chicken, some flatbread, and this jug of wine. Take it for the road, and please don't disdain it. Others also pulled out coins, offering to pool together some travel funds for Shoya so he could buy food along the way. Some handed him freshly written letters, the ink still wet, asking him to deliver them to their families when he returned. The messengers stood silently at the bow of the boat, watching without a word. Shoya bid farewell to everyone one by one. He accepted all the food but refused the money. As a regional envoy, how could he be short on money? Han Feng paid him a very handsome salary. Brothers, though we escort a guest 1,000 miles, we must eventually part. Let us say our goodbyes here. You left your homes to come to this island with me, staying for over 3 years. Fortunately, we weathered the storms together and finally completed the mission the chief entrusted to us. I, Shoya, am endlessly grateful. I will accept the food you've given me and won't stand on ceremony with my own brothers. But I cannot accept your money. You have wives and children to feed, and my salary as an envoy is already higher than yours. How could I take your money? Rest easy, brothers. The Han army has achieved a great victory this time, and your contributions are undeniable. I imagine it won't be long before you all receive rapid promotions. If you find yourselves without a placement in the future, find a way to send me a letter. I will absolutely make proper arrangements for you. I will never let you brothers have followed me in vain. All right, let's leave it at that. I will make sure your letters reach your families. Carrying the roast chicken, Shoya bowed deeply to the crowd. The mission staff hurriedly returned the bow. Without waiting for them to rise, Shoya turned and stepped onto the boat. The sailors hung a carbide lamp on the mast, swiftly hoisted the sail, and found the right angle to catch the wind, steering the boat upstream against the current. Attendees from all directions were rapidly converging. Those nearby rode horses, while those further away took boats. Traveling day and night, they finally arrived at the Central Army camp in Jiahai Commandery just before noon, 2 days later. After a simple lunch in the barracks, everyone gathered in the main tent for the meeting. Inside the Central Army's command tent, Xue Tu, clad in fish-scale armor, sat in the primary seat of honor at the center. Xue Qingyao and Yang Feng, also in fish-scale armor, sat on either side. Below them, the commanders and saimas of the other 6 guards, dressed in mountain pattern armor, were lined up on both sides. Shoya sat at the head of the 6 commanders, as he still held the envoy's staff, the token representing the chief's authority. Although Tai Jun was an active member of the Jinwu Guard, he wore no armor, sitting near the end in plain clothes. Even further back were the 4 Xian tribe elders attending the meeting. Elders Mi, Do, Shang, and Zhu sat anxiously near the entrance. Looking at the Han military officers inside, all clad in superb armor, they shivered in fear and dared not make a sound. Ahem. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin. First, I'll outline the main agenda for this meeting, and then we'll proceed with the other arrangements. We will first read the chief's latest orders, including the civil and military administrative arrangements for Bamboo Island. Additionally, there will be personnel appointments and dismissals, and some individuals will be recalled to report back. Once we've heard all that, we'll announce the specific appointments. Sima Xue, please begin. Xue Tu coughed to get everyone's attention, briefly outlined the meeting's purpose, and then nodded to Xue Qinjiao, signaling him to start. Xue Qingyao nodded in return and pulled out the prepared letters. Naturally, there were some details he didn't need to share with the group. He only needed to cover the key points. The chief decrees. Xue Qinjiao stood up, holding the letter, and walked to the center of the tent. Facing the crowd, he spoke with a resonant, powerful voice. Instantly, the officers on both sides stood up, formed ranks in the center according to their positions, faced Xue Qinjiao, bowed their heads, cupped their hands, and shouted in unison, "Your subjects are here." The 4 Xian tribe elders at the back jumped in fright. They had never seen such a display. Seeing everyone else step to the center to bow, and catching a glare from the general in fish-scale armor at the top, combined with Tai Jun frantically winking at them, the 4 finally realized what was happening. They hurriedly mimicked Tai Jun, standing at the very back to listen to the holy decree. Seeing everyone in position, Xue Qinjiao read aloud. The chief decrees, from this day forward, Bamboo Island belongs entirely to the Han tribe and is renamed Qiongzhou Island. It shall be divided into 6 commanderies, Jiahai, Guanhai, Xianfeng, Xinhua, Yashan, and Chaoyang. The Expeditionary Army, excluding the Huban Guard, shall station 1 guard in each of the 6 commanderies. Furthermore, the Qiongzhou Inspector's Office shall be established in Yashan Commandery to oversee the civil administration of all 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. The head official shall be the inspector, supported by 8 subordinate departments: the Department of Justice, the Department of Rights and Education, and the Department of Salt and Iron. Each department shall have 1 head secretary, for deputy registrars, and 8 clerks. The Qiongzhou Protectorate shall be established in Jiahai Commandery to oversee the military defenses of all 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. The head official shall be the Grand Chief Controller of Qiongzhou, supported by 1 Deputy Chief Controller, 1 Provincial Sima, and 1 military advisor. The following are the appointments for the primary officials. Commander Shui Tu, please announce them. Only after Shui Qiongzhou finished speaking did the crowd raise their heads, every face showing astonishment. They had thought a commandery governor was already a massive position, but the chief had actually created a provincial administrative unit and appointed an inspector to oversee all 6 commanderies. This was incredibly prestigious. However, they also knew that such high-ranking positions would never fall to them. In all likelihood, they would go to the top 3 commanders present. Sure enough, exactly as they expected, Shui Tu immediately pulled out a letter of appointment and stepped forward. Huban Guard Sima Shui Qingyao stepped forward. Qiongzhou Chief Envoy Shoya stepped forward. All other unrelated personnel may be seated. Shui Qingyao and Shoya quickly stepped forward to await the reading of the appointments, while the rest of the crowd returned to their seats. The 4 Xian tribe elders listened as Tai Jun quietly translated what Shui Qiongzhou had just read. When the elders heard that the Han tribe had divided their bamboo island into 6 Han commanderies and created an official called an inspector to govern the entire island, they couldn't help but click their tongues in awe. This Han chief was incredibly ambitious. Handing over such a massive territory for someone else to govern, wasn't he afraid of a rebellion? But when they heard the list of departments under the inspector's office and the protectorate, along with their respective functions, they couldn't help but marvel. There was a reason the Han tribe was so powerful. Setting everything else aside, just this system for managing citizens, officials, and the military was incredibly comprehensive. Even without the chief present, these officials could govern the territory in perfect order. Moreover, a comprehensive management system also represented immense organizational power. With such a system, the Han tribe could mobilize all its labor and push the productivity of the entire population to its absolute limit. If a tribe like that couldn't defeat the Xian tribe, that would be truly bizarre. This Han chief is extraordinarily formidable. Just coming up with this management system proves he is an incredible figure, the elders thought simultaneously. While Tai Jun was explaining the Han tribe's new system to the 4 Xian tribe elders, the appointments issued by Han Feng were being read out at the front. Huban Guard Sima Shui Qiongzhou, having demonstrated merit in coordinating logistics, managing intelligence gathering, and assisting Shui Tu in commanding the campaign against the Xian tribe, is hereby appointed as the inspector of Qiongzhou. He is bestowed the envoy staff to shepherd Qiongzhou on behalf of the Son of Heaven, with full authority over the civil administration of the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. This appointment takes effect immediately upon issuance. The envoy staff will be dispatched by the chief at a later date. Resident Qiongzhou ambassador Shoya has successfully completed his diplomatic mission. Following this meeting, he is to return with the Huban Guard to Hanyang Commandery to await further orders. He must return his staff and report back without losing his integrity. The members of the former diplomatic mission, having shown merit in assisting Shoya, are hereby reassigned to assist Qiongzhou Inspector Shui Qiongzhou in establishing the inspector's office. They will be incorporated into the 8 departments and placed at his disposal. Shui Tu publicly read the appointment of the Qiongzhou inspector, Shoya's transfer orders, and the reassignment of the diplomatic mission members. He then handed the appointment certificate and transfer orders to the 2 men respectively. Understood. Shui Qingyao and Shoya accepted their documents and responded in unison. Immediately after, personal guards brought forward the inspector's official robes, ridged crown, official boots, and seal on a tray. Shui Qingyao accepted them one by one. From this moment on, his identity was no longer the military Sima of the Huban Guard, but the inspector of Qiongzhou. Although the physical envoy staff had not yet been issued, it had been officially announced here that he possessed the authority to command all civil officials in Qiongzhou. pending only the chief's formal decree to grant the staff. After their appointments and transfer orders were read publicly, the two returned to their seats. Qiongzhou handed his items to his personal guards to hold, while Shoya sat in his place, nodding to himself. Han Feng's decision to assign the diplomatic mission members to the 8 departments of the inspector's office was indeed an excellent arrangement. First, the mission members had been on Bamboo Island for over 3 years and were far more familiar with the local conditions than anyone else. As the 8 departments directly managing Bamboo Island, no one was more suitable. Even if personnel were transferred from the mainland, newcomers unfamiliar with Bamboo Island would struggle to be effective immediately. Furthermore, positions within the 8 departments of the inspector's office were undoubtedly high-ranking. While their grade might be lower than a commandery governor, they hadn't held any formal positions within the diplomatic mission. Being directly transferred into the inspector's office was a significant promotion, giving Shoya a way to do right by the brothers who had served with him. As for his envoy staff, the one he held was specifically granted by Han Feng for his diplomatic mission. Now that the mission was complete, he had to bring the staff back intact and return it to Han Feng. This was called not losing one's integrity, representing trustworthiness and keeping one's promises. This is the origin of the term losing integrity, which originally did not mean losing one's moral principles. The reading of appointments continued. Right after appointing the Qiongzhou inspector, Shuetu pulled out another appointment certificate and read it aloud. Hubin Guard Military Advisor Yang Feng, step forward. Your subject is here. Yang Feng immediately stepped out, bowing his head to receive his appointment. Hubin Guard Military Advisor Yang Feng, having demonstrated merit in assisting Shuetu in the campaign against the Ecchi tribe, is hereby appointed as the Grand Chief Controller of Qiongzhou. He is bestowed the ceremonial axe, with full authority over the military defenses of the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. He is to establish the Qiongzhou Protectorate in Jiahai Commandery. This appointment takes effect immediately upon issuance. The ceremonial axe will be dispatched by the chief at a later date. Shuetu read again. Understood. Yang Feng accepted the appointment certificate, and a nearby personal guard immediately presented a tray containing his official robes and seal. Yang Feng took it and handed it to his own guard. From this moment on, Yang Feng's identity was no longer a military advisor of the Hubin Guard, but the Grand Chief Controller of Qiongzhou, commanding the military affairs of 6 commanderies. The crowd below, however, was somewhat surprised. Xue Qingyao was originally the military Sima in charge of civil affairs. In terms of civil administration, his rank was already half a grade higher than Shuetu, the commander-in-chief. Making him the Qiongzhou inspector was not unexpected. Shoya had been away for over 3 years and naturally needed to return for reassignment. That made perfect sense too. But Shuetu, as the commander-in-chief of this campaign against the Ecchi tribe, hadn't been given the position of Qiongzhou Chief Controller, a powerful regional warlord role. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. For a moment, the crowd began to speculate. Given Shuetu's massive contributions, it was impossible for him not to be rewarded or promoted. So the chief must have other plans for him, right? They just wondered what position could possibly be more suitable for Shuetu than Qiongzhou Chief Controller. While the crowd below secretly guessed at Han Feng's intentions, the roles of Yang Feng and Shuetu on the platform immediately swapped. Yang Feng suddenly pulled out a transfer order and read it aloud. Hubin Guard Commander, Commander-in-Chief of the Ecchi Expedition, Shuetu, step forward. Your subject is here. Shuetu, who had just been reading appointments on the platform, now stood below, bowing his head and waiting for his orders. Hubin Guard Commander Shuetu is ordered to immediately lead all troops of the Hubin Guard to Yashan Commandery, rendezvous with the Fubo Guard Navy, and return by ship to Tuohei Commandery for rest and reorganization. The artillery unit, 20 cannons, and all associated ammunition under your command are to be entirely transferred to the Qiongzhou Protectorate for deployment. Yang Feng announced the handover of the artillery publicly. Understood. Shuetu immediately stepped forward and accepted the transfer order. This scene left the crowd even more astonished. That was it. Just hand over the cannons to the Protectorate and take the troops back for R&R, and that's it? It didn't even say await further orders. Or did the chief send a separate secret letter with other arrangements that weren't suitable for them to know? The crowd once again fell into wild speculation. However, the 2 top civil and military officials on the platform didn't have time to wait for their guessing. Once the appointments were finalized and immediately effective, They became the inspector and Grand Chief Controller of Qiongzhou, holding the civil and military power of 6 commanderies. It was time to arrange official business. Shui temporarily remained in the center seat of honor, with Yang Feng and Shui Qinjiao sitting on either side. The two exchanged a glance, and Shui Qingyao spoke first. Grand Chief Controller Yang, would you like to speak first? Inspector Shui, you should go first. Your matters are more important. Yang Feng replied politely. It's better if Grand Chief Controller Yang goes first. Your matters are simpler. You speak first, it'll be quick. Shui Qingyao deferred again. Yang Feng realized this was true. He only had a few military matters to address, while Shui Qingyao had a mountain of personnel appointments and dismissals. If he waited for Shui Qingyao to finish, who knew how long it would take? So he nodded, stopped being polite, and stepped to the front of the platform to issue his orders, not even holding a document or letter. Commanding officers of all guards, hear my orders. After this meeting, all guards are to organize their equipment and consolidate their formations. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a public trial for the war criminals. Immediately following the trial, you will lead your respective guards back to your designated garrisons to establish defenses. Understood. The commanders and saimas of the 6 guards stood up and responded in unison. At the very back, seeing so many people stand up at once, the 4 Ecchi tribe elders hurriedly tried to stand as well, but Taijin pulled them back and shook his head slightly, prompting them to sit back down. Having announced his military orders, Yang Feng returned to his seat and nodded to Shui Qingyao. Shui Qingyao acknowledged with a glance and stepped to the front again, holding a document to read. Ahem. Next, I will announce the handling of the former Ecchi tribe elders Mi, Do, Shang, and Zhu. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight. At the back, Taijin began translating in real time so the 4 could understand what Shui Qinjiao was saying. Shui Qinjiao glanced at them but didn't stop him, as this was primarily meant for those 4 to hear anyway. Ahem. Following an investigation, it has been determined that former Ecchi tribe elders Mi, Do, and Shang have shown a good attitude in admitting their faults and did not directly participate in the attack on our Han tribe's Kaiyuan commandery. They are hereby pardoned from the death penalty. Furthermore, in recognition of their active and willing cooperation, the 3 are appointed to the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry under the Qiongzhou Inspector's Office, temporarily holding the position of acting counselors. Just as Shui Qingyao finished reading this verdict and appointment, Taijin, providing real-time translation, relayed the words to the 4 men simultaneously. The 3 old men, Mi, Do, and Shang, were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The fact that the Han tribe spared them from the death penalty already felt like a monumental stroke of luck. They never imagined that not only would they be spared, but they would actually be granted official positions within the Han tribe, and in a major government office that directly managed all of Bamboo Island. This was an absolute blessing from the heavens. However, the 3 of them, completely ignorant of the Han tribe's bureaucratic system, had no idea what an acting counselor actually was. In truth, the word acting here meant provisional or temporary. It wasn't a formal position on the roster at all. The head of a department in the inspector's office was called a secretary, the deputy was a registrar, and the other 8 were just errand-running clerks. There was no such thing as a counselor. To put it bluntly, these 3 were just temporary mascots added to the roster, though they themselves didn't know it. But just being able to survive was enough to make them ecstatic. As for what kind of official an acting counselor was, they didn't really care. Thank you, Han Chief, for sparing our lives. We will definitely work hard as counselors and won't cause any trouble for the Han tribe. Elder Mi was the first to start babbling nonsense, offering endless, incoherent thanks. He rambled on for so long that even he didn't know what he was saying. Anyway, hardly anyone present could understand them, but seeing the 3 of them bowing and saluting repeatedly, it was obvious they were thrilled. Silence. Shui Qingyao shouted lightly from the platform, stopping their grandstanding. He then held up the document and continued reading. Following an investigation, it has been determined that former Ecchi tribe elder Zhu Ping has always been amicable and kind to others. He never participated in any actions against the Han tribe and has always admired the exquisite architectural skills of the Han tribe, showing loyalty to the great Han. Our Han tribe's chief is unparalleled in his benevolence and has no intention of expanding the scope of accountability for this incident. Elder Zhu is hereby pardoned and declared innocent. Furthermore, to demonstrate the broad-mindedness of our Han tribe and the friendship between the peoples of our 2 lands, Zhu Ping is specially appointed as the first governor of Jiahai Commandery, overseeing all civil administration of Jiahai Commandery under the command of Inspector Shui Qinjiao. Elder Zhu, come up and receive your appointment certificate. After Shui Qinjiao finished reading this appointment, the Han military officers showed little reaction. To quickly stabilize Bamboo Island, the Han tribe inevitably had to employ some local pro-Han factions. The chief appointing a few local Xian tribe figures as officials, or even governors, was something they had long anticipated. In fact, seeing these 4 Xian tribe elders attending the meeting with them had already mentally prepared the crowd for this. However, the 4 elders, Mi, Do, Sheng, and Zhu, sitting below reacted entirely differently. After hearing Tai Zhen's real-time translation, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Asterisk, 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 asterisk author's note. I'll write another chapter in a bit and update before 12 o'clock. Please keep crowdfunding, everyone. Thank you to all the big shots for your help. Asterisk. The 4 former Xian tribe elders stared with wide eyes, their faces masks of sheer disbelief. Logically speaking, during their previous interactions with the Han tribe, they had learned that the Han tribe possessed many territories, and the highest position of real power within them was the commandery governor. As for what an acting counselor actually did, they had no idea, so they hadn't cared too much about it. But they never in their wildest dreams imagined that the Han tribe's chief would generously bestow a governor position upon one of them. Even if it was Elder Zhu, who wasn't particularly well-liked, it didn't lessen their shock. Even Elder Zhu himself felt the same. He knew in his heart that he favored the Han tribe, not just for their exquisite architectural skills, but also for their diverse culture. Coupled with the friendly attitude the Han envoys and officials usually showed him, he knew the Han tribe had a good impression of him, so he figured he probably wouldn't have to die. But he absolutely never expected the Han tribe to arrange a governor position for him. This was vastly more powerful than his role as Elder Zhu in the Xian tribe. A governor was in charge of everything within a commandery, not just civil administration, but also holding a certain degree of military power. For such a powerful regional position to fall into his lap, how could he not be shocked? Elder Zhu, old Zhu, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and go to the front to receive your appointment certificate. While Elder Zhu was still frozen in place, Taizhen couldn't help but nudge him and remind him. Oh. Zhu Ping snapped back to reality, glanced at Taizhen, and hurriedly walked up to Shui Qinjiao to accept the certificate. Mimicking the others before him, he bowed respectfully. He didn't say anything, though. His spoken Chinese was poor, and even if he spoke, the people present probably wouldn't understand him. A personal guard stepped forward, holding a tray with the official robes, seal, and other items, and presented it to Elder Zhu. He accepted it carefully, bowed slightly once more, and then carried the tray back to his seat. Beside him, the trio of Mi, Do, and Sheng instantly turned green with envy. They stared hotly at the official robes and seal in his hands, their faces screaming, asterisk, why him? Why not me? Asterisk. Shui Qinjiao on the platform couldn't care less what those 3 thought. After reading the verdicts and appointments for the 4 elders, he pulled out another appointment certificate and began to read. Han Tribe Jinwu Guard. Taizhen, step forward. Your subject is here. Hearing his name called, Taizhen felt a surge of excitement. After over 3 years of deep cover, was his mission finally bearing fruit today? He wondered what arrangements the chief had made for him. As he thought this, his feet didn't stop moving. He quickly arrived in front of Shui Qinjiao, lowered his head, cupped his hands, and waited for his appointment. The other generals present suddenly looked at Taizhen with newfound respect. They could glean a lot just from the title Shui Qinjiao used to call him. Han Tribe Jinwu Guard, Taizhen, it only stated his unit, not his rank. This alone demonstrated the secrecy of the Jinwu Guard. Everyone knew the Han tribe had a military unit specifically responsible for protecting the chief and his family called the Jinwu Guard. But publicly, there were only a few of them. In reality, who knew how many Jinwu Guards were scattered out in the world? The terrifying part was that until they voluntarily revealed their identities, no one knew if the person standing next to them might be a Jinwu Guard. And even now, as Taizhen revealed his affiliation with the Jinwu Guard, his actual rank within the organization remained undisclosed. The secrecy of this group was truly formidable. Since receiving his orders, Taizhen has repeatedly achieved extraordinary merit, providing crucial intelligence to our Han tribe on multiple occasions. Most notably, his intelligence regarding the Xian tribe's plan to raid Kaiwan Commandery allowed our army to prepare for battle at our leisure, avoiding massive losses. During this campaign against the Xian tribe, Taijin once again contributed vital intelligence numerous times and assisted the Grand Army in inciting the Xian tribe militia to defect. This secured a massive advantage for our forces, causing the enemy to collapse without a fight, preventing unnecessary casualties, rescuing tens of thousands of innocent civilians and soldiers, and sparing the populace from the ravages of war. In recognition of his repeated extraordinary merits and his unwavering loyalty, while deep in enemy territory, he is hereby appointed as the governor of Xinhua Commandery, with full authority over all civil administration in Xinhua Commandery. This appointment takes effect immediately upon issuance. Governor Tai, receive your appointment certificate, Xue Qingyao said with a smile from the platform. By this point, Tai Zhen was already choking back sobs, unable to speak. Large tears fell pat onto the ground. Over 3 years, he had hidden his name, remained vigilant day and night, and carefully lurked within the Xian tribe, swallowing his pride to climb the ranks. He finally reached the position of a Xian tribe elder, successfully infiltrating their core leadership. But he never forgot the scene when the chief secretly met with them back then. At that time, the Han tribe was still so small, possessing only the 3 commanderies of Hanyang, Wang, and Lang. Yet the chief had already planned everything for the future, finding a way to embed them into Niu Wei's diplomatic mission. They succeeded, and Taijin succeeded. He finally realized his value and completed the mission the chief had entrusted to him. He clearly remembered the words the chief had spoken to them that day. Asterisk, you are my eyes and ears. I will use you to hear and see the secrets in every corner. Asterisk. He had done it. He had successfully transmitted so many vital secrets back to the tribe. But he truly never expected the chief to remember every single one of his contributions so clearly. Back then, he was just an ordinary blacksmith in the tribe who knew how to write a few Chinese characters. But today, the chief had directly appointed him as a governor of a commandery on Qiongzhou Island. And not just any commandery, but the one with the largest territory and the highest population. How could he not be moved? 2 streams of hot tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. Taijin excitedly accepted the heavy appointment certificate. Choking back tears, he said, "Thank you, Chief, for your trust and promotion. I, Taijin, will absolutely not fail this heavy responsibility. I will continue to work hard and properly manage the civil affairs and livelihood of Xinhua Commandery for the chief." Woo. By the end, he couldn't help but sob aloud. All right, great Governor Tai. This is the reward you deserve. The chief will never let down anyone who has earned merit, let alone someone with contributions as massive as yours. Come, take your official robes and seal as well. Xue Qingyao patted Tai Zhen on the shoulder, comforting him with deep emotion. He then took the tray holding the robes and seal from the personal guard and personally handed it to Tai Zhen. Thank you, Inspector Xue. I lost my composure. Tai Zhen wiped his tears, gathered his emotions, and said, blushing with embarrassment, "Work hard from now on. I have high hopes for you." All right, go back and sit down. Xue Qingyao patted his shoulder again, offering a few words of encouragement. Understood. Tai Zhen bowed slightly, then carried his items back to his seat. The crowd in the tent, having witnessed this entire scene, all stared with their mouths wide open in shock. Was this Tai Zhen really that incredible? So the reason the Han tribe received advance notice of the Xian tribe's attack on Kaiwan Commandery was because this man sent the message. To be honest, before Xue Qingyao announced it just now, no one had ever known the source of that intelligence. To think it was actually a Jinwu guard who had infiltrated the highest ranks of the Xian tribe. This Jinwu guard was terrifyingly competent. But even more shocked than the Han generals were the 4 Xian tribe elders. Only at this very moment did they finally understand why the coalition army formed by Modin and their Xian tribe had suffered such a crushing defeat during the Battle of Kaiyuan. Author's note, 4th chapter delivered, asking for tips. It was supposed to be a carefully planned sneak attack, but before they even reached the city walls, they found the enemy already lined up in battle formation outside the city waiting for them, armed with a massive array of highly destructive weapons prepared in advance. This, they didn't lose unjustly. Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng, who had previously thought Tai Zhen was a decent fellow, now felt a deep sense of dread toward him. This man was too terrifying. When Niu Wei first brought him back, He really was just a lowly blacksmith, acting subservient and obedient under the former Gold Elder, doing whatever he was told. Who would have thought this honest-looking kid was faking it the whole time, secretly gathering their intelligence and feeding it to the Han tribe? Sigh. The men sighed inwardly. Tai Jun was formidable, but that Han tribe chief was no pushover either, having started laying traps for them so early on. It was laughable how they had repeatedly plotted how to deal with the Han tribe, only to realize the Han tribe's eyes and ears were right beside them the whole time, leaving them with absolutely no secrets. At this point in the meeting, almost everyone present had received their assignments. The only remaining items were the appointments for the other 4 commandery governors. Xue Qingyao continued. Next, I will announce the arrangements for the remaining 4 commandery governors. Xue Qingyao paused, flipped through the documents in his hand, and went on. The governor of Xianfeng Commandery will be Niu Wei, the former merchant elder of the Xian tribe. He is currently en route. The governor of Guanhai Commandery will be Jing Yun, promoted from his position as county magistrate of Dachang County in Dongxing Commandery. He is currently en route. The governor of Yashan Commandery will be Jiang Xian, patriarch of the Yujiang clan. He is currently en route. The governor of Chaoyang Commandery will be Zhan Mao, patriarch of the Zhan clan. He is currently en route. Until these 4 arrive, the civil administration of their respective jurisdictions will be temporarily managed by the stationed military Simas. After reading all the appointments, Xue Qingyao put away his notes, clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the crowd in the tent, and spoke loudly once more. All civil officials of the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies are to remain. The rest of the military commanders may go with Grand Chief Controller Yang to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's public trial. Once Xue Qingyao finished, everyone in the large tent stood up. Xue Tu and Yang Feng exchanged bows with Xue Qinjiao, then led the group of military officers to another tent for a meeting to discuss the timing and ceremonial arrangements for tomorrow's public trial. The only people left in the tent were Tai Jun, Elder Zhu Ping, the 3 acting councilors under the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, and the acting governors of the other 4 commanderies. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him to speak, Xue Qingyao organized his thoughts and began. I kept you all here primarily to discuss the civil administration tasks for the upcoming period. Our workload is heavy. After the public trial concludes tomorrow, you must each lead the citizens of your respective jurisdictions back to their hometowns and settle them down as quickly as possible. This is especially true for Jiahai, Guanhai, and Xianfeng commanderies. The citizens of these 3 commanderies were basically all conscripted into the militia, and even their families were brought to Qingquan Valley. So the governors of these 3 commanderies must be extra careful. You must prevent any loss of life during the journey. Also, ensure the citizens bring all their property, tools, livestock, and so on. We need to put their minds at ease. Once the citizens are settled, the next step is our Han tribe's signature comprehensive census. Let me outline the order of the census work. First is the population census, age, household registration, and familial relationships between residents. This is the crucial basis for our Han tribe's labor organization. I expect you to complete this rigorously and diligently. Next is housing. Do the citizens have places to live? As I said, prioritize settling the people first. Then comes arable land. How much arable land is in your jurisdiction? What kind of land is it? Mountainous, dry land, or paddy fields? What is the area of each? Make sure your statistics are accurate. In the future, the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry will adjust local crop varieties based on the data you submit. Do not report fake numbers. Otherwise, if I catch you during the biannual inspections, your time as governor will be over. Finally, the allocation of production to individuals, that is, our tribe's household registration system. Register the households. Determine how much land each person gets based on their age, how much is taxable land, and how much is tax-exempt land. Record it all clearly. If your records are a mess, you won't be able to collect taxes later, which will delay the chief's grand plans. If the chief punishes me for that, I will punish you first. There is one more thing to note. I have a rough understanding that the terrain and economic industries of each commandery are different. We cannot force all citizens to farm. For example, in Xianfeng Commandery, the locals primarily make a living by sun-drying salt and don't farm at all. So how many households there rely on salt panning? You need to compile those statistics and report them to me. We will handle special cases accordingly. The same goes for Qiuyang Commandery. The main residents there are the Yu clan. From what the chief said, They make a living by fishing. So, how many fishermen are there, and how many farmers? Differentiate and record them so we can plan the local economic industries in advance. Xue Qingyao laid out the various census tasks for the near future. By the time he finished, Tai Zhun, the newly promoted governor of Xinhua Commandery, had already fully embraced his role. Although he hadn't officially taken office yet, he was already considering his future work. He suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Lord Inspector, our Xinhua Commandery has a large population, abundant water sources, vast plains, and fertile land. It has historically been the major agricultural region of the entire Qiongzhou Island. Now that our Han tribe has taken over, I estimate we might need a significant amount of draft oxen, farm tools, and various seeds. I hope Lord Inspector can replenish these for us as soon as possible. Another issue is that, based on our Han tribe's standard population-to-land ratio, I anticipate Xinhua Commandery might experience a surplus of arable land. Once the land is distributed according to the household registers, how should we handle the excess land? We can't just leave perfectly good farmland to go to waste, can we?" Faced with Tai Zhen's questions, Xue Qingyao was taken aback. He asked skeptically, "Are you saying the citizens of Xinhua Commandery have a higher per capita arable land area than our Han tribe citizens? How is that possible? In our Han tribe, one adult gets 20 mu of land, and children have tax-exempt land. Add it all up, and the per capita farming area for the labor force is at least 30 mu. And that's only achievable because our Han tribe has sharp farm tools, advanced technology, and widespread use of draft animals. How could the citizens of Xinhua Commandery possibly farm more area per person than us? Are their farming techniques better than ours?" Xue Qingyao looked at Tai Zhun with an expression of utter disbelief. Tai Zhun smiled bitterly and explained, "Lord Inspector, it's precisely because their farming techniques are poor. They just scatter the seeds and leave them be, unlike our intensive farming methods. That's why they can cover a larger area." "Oh, I see." Xue Qingyao suddenly understood. It turned out that per unit of area, the Xian tribe citizens spent less time than the Han tribe, which was why they could plant so much land. He thought for a moment before saying, "How about this? You go back and run the statistics first. Once you're done, report to me how much excess land you have. I'll review the overall situation and see if we can relocate some citizens from Xianfeng Commandery. We definitely cannot waste arable land. Besides, knowing the chief's temperament, he will definitely optimize the salt panning methods in Xianfeng Commandery. When that happens, it will inevitably reduce the need for salt panning households. We can just send that surplus population to Xinhua Commandery to farm." Xue Qinjiao's reasoning was sound. The salt evaporation ponds in Xianfeng Commandery were mostly naturally formed with minor artificial modifications, relying on natural ocean tides and sunlight to dry the salt. These salt ponds had low efficiency but required a massive amount of labor. It was a classic backward industry, occupying a huge workforce but producing very little. Given Han Feng's penchant for inventing and optimizing industries, if he upgraded those salt ponds so that one worker could do the work of 10, wouldn't a massive amount of labor be freed up? When the time came, those citizens who lost their salt panning jobs could be redirected to other work. Even if they didn't want to farm, they could engage in other industries, like papermaking. Qiongzhou Island had an abundance of bamboo. Wouldn't it be a shame not to make paper? Xue Qingyao's civil administration arrangements concluded quickly. Yang Feng's military arrangements were even simpler. Everyone briefly discussed the schedule for tomorrow's public trial and then hurried back to prepare. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten, the entirety of Qingchuan Valley bustled with activity. A group of able-bodied local civilians had been organized to chop wood and fetch water, delivering it to the camp's kitchens for use. The kitchen staff were all logistics soldiers from the Han army, so naturally, the food they prepared featured the distinct culinary style of the Han tribe. As a peripheral member of the Jinwu Guard, Sun Gur naturally acted as a mouthpiece. On one hand, he followed the Han tribe's orders to leak information to the local civilians. On the other, he monitored their views and attitudes toward the Han tribe. If the civilians showed any signs of unrest, he would report it immediately. Currently, Sun Gur was leading a few of his former tent mates to help out at the camp kitchen, distributing food to the local civilians. In front of the kitchen tent sat a long table. On the table was a woven bamboo basket piled high with steamed corn buns, forming a small mountain that continuously emitted a sweet, fragrant steam. The civilians waiting in line kept sniffing the air. This was something they had never eaten before, even though it was made from their own corn. "Mom, what's that food? It smells so sweet." A barefoot little girl clinging to her mother's side pointed at the mountain of buns at the front of the line, asking curiously. She couldn't help but drool. Faced with the temptation of fluffy steamed buns, she had absolutely no resistance. "Mom doesn't know either. It's something the Han tribe people made," the little girl's mother answered honestly. "Mom, I want to eat that." The little girl pressed, looking up at her mother with big, watery eyes full of expectation. You'll eat a big one. Are two enough?" "Yes. Thank you, Mom. You're the best." The line slowly moved forward until the little girl finally reached the buns. Standing on her tiptoes, she pointed at the buns on the counter and shouted to Sun Gur, "I want two." "Oh ho, you want two? Can you finish them?" Sun Gur teased the lively little girl. However, noticing that her mother was about 6 months pregnant, he stopped joking. He grabbed a large bowl, placed 4 steamed corn buns inside, and then directed them. "Here, take your buns. Over there, you can get meat porridge and pickled vegetables. Go eat over there, and don't run around. We don't have enough bowls here, so you need to wash yours after you're done so the people behind you can use them." "Thank you," the pregnant woman said with sincere gratitude. "It's what we should do. From now on, we're all people of the Han tribe. The Han tribe treats its citizens very well. I heard they have something called a maternity hospital specifically to help women give birth. Having a baby in the Han tribe is much safer than here. Far more mothers and babies survive." Sun Gur casually promoted the Han tribe's welfare benefits while looking at the pregnant woman. "Really? Will we have that here too?" The pregnant woman hadn't cared much about the Han tribe before, but hearing Sun Gur's words sparked a glimmer of hope in her heart. This wasn't her first pregnancy. Her first child was a daughter, the little girl beside her. Her second child died less than a month after birth, and now she was pregnant with her third. But even so, this woman could be considered very lucky. At the very least, she had survived her first 2 deliveries without complications. Still, losing her second child had left her heartbroken for a long time. After carrying a child for 10 months, how could she not be attached? Now, hearing that the Han tribe actually had safe methods to help women give birth, with much higher survival rates for both mother and child, she naturally began to hope to join the Han tribe. Who wouldn't want themselves and their child to be safe and sound? There definitely will be. And even if there isn't right away, you can talk to the local officials, and they'll find a way to solve it. The Han tribe's officials are people who actually get things done, because if they don't, the chief will punish them. Sun Gur continued to promote the Han tribe to the pregnant woman while handing out buns to the people behind her. The others who had just received their buns stood nearby, listening intently. The Xian tribe was completely gone now, and from now on, they were all people of the Han tribe. But they knew absolutely nothing about what kind of tribe the Han tribe was. So far, all they had seen was that the Han tribe was incredibly good at fighting. The pregnant woman nodded happily, thanked Sun Gur again, and then led her eldest daughter to the porridge stall to eat meat porridge. The dried meat the Han army brought with them certainly wasn't enough to feed this many people, but they had captured a massive amount of meat. Large quantities of dried meat, grain, and numerous livestock had been confiscated from the homes of the elders slated for execution, and the Xian chief's estate held even more. They took all the captured dried meat, chopped it up, and boiled it into porridge for the civilians. They also culled the older or poorer quality livestock from the confiscated herds to make dishes for both the civilians and the army. Since they were being generous with someone else's property, the Han tribe didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. As for the future, once a large-scale fishing industry was established, the ocean alone could meet the meat demands of the Han tribe's hundreds of thousands of people, even if they didn't start any livestock breeding projects. Being so poor that you had to eat seafood every day to survive, it wasn't entirely impossible. At the same time, while the local civilians were eating breakfast, the Han soldiers, who had eaten much earlier, began setting up the venue. The location chosen for the public trial was the site in Qiongzhou Valley where the Xian chief usually held sacrifices. It was a flat area halfway up the mountain, massive enough to easily accommodate tens of thousands of people in formation. However, the choice of this venue was undeniably ironic. The place the Xian tribe used for sacrifices had now become the site of their destruction. The soldiers quickly erected a high platform, placed a row of chairs and desks on it, and set up a row of large oxhide drums on either side. The 20 cannons brought by the Huban Guard were also lined up in 2 rows on either side of the venue. The prisoners had already been escorted to the site, just waiting for their crimes to be announced before facing the executioner's blade. By the time the sun peeked over the valley, The civilians over there had mostly finished their breakfast, and people began guiding them to gather here. Where are they taking us? Someone in the crowd of civilians asked anxiously. I heard they're holding some kind of big meeting. I don't know what it is, but it seems the Han tribe's chief is going to announce something, explained a young man who understood a bit of Chinese. Oh, then when can we go home? We've been here for days, and I don't even know how my house is doing. Sigh. It should be soon. I think they're going to let us go home after this meeting. Yesterday evening, didn't the Han tribe people tell us to pack our things? I figured, if we weren't going home, why would they tell us to pack? That's true. I hope we can go back today. I don't know what life will be like from now on. I saw those Han tribe people beat people really hard. Sigh, didn't the Han tribe people say they would treat us differently? I heard it was the Grand Chief and his clan who attacked the Han tribe first, so the Han tribe came here for revenge. Apparently, the Grand Chief's people killed a lot of Han tribe people back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far just for revenge, right? The group of civilians chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the prepared venue. In the massive space, the original sacrificial altar had been dismantled and replaced by a wooden platform. On the platform sat a row of chairs and desks, flanked by a row of large oxhide drums. Han soldiers in iron armor, holding steel halberds, stood on both sides, their long lines extending all the way down to the open ground below. On either side of the open ground below the platform sat 10 thick, heavy iron tubes. At a glance, they looked incredibly heavy, weighing at least 1,000 caddies each. The civilians had no idea what they were, assuming the Han tribe was just showing off some fancy tricks, or perhaps they were special ceremonial objects. They waited another 15 minutes until all 30 to 40,000 men, women, and children had gathered in the venue. Then, the horns blew and the drums beat on the platform. The entire opening ceremony was conducted with great pomp and imposing grandeur. After a round of drumming, 3 generals wearing fish-scale armor and red capes stepped to the front of the platform and shouted loudly. Of course, the people below couldn't hear what they were shouting. They were too far away, and there were no speakers or megaphones. But it didn't matter. The Han tribe had the black technology of human interpreters. The soldiers lined up on both sides of the venue began to relay the generals' speeches one by one, translating them into the local dialect. The public trial and execution of the Ecchi tribe war criminals begins now. Asterisk author's note. 2 more chapters today, currently writing. Begging for tips. Asterisk. Elders and fellow villagers, I am Xue Qingyao, appointed by the chief as the inspector of Qiongzhou, and the one who will govern all of Bamboo Island in the future. I believe many of you are wondering why our Han tribe mobilized an army to attack Bamboo Island. But that's fine. Today, I will stand here and tell you the truth. Our Han and Ecchi tribes originally had a friendly, cooperative relationship. We did not infringe upon each other, and we traded what we had for what we lacked. This was supposed to be beneficial for the people of both sides. However, your Grand Chief insisted on forcefully seizing our various technologies. He coveted our sailboats and our carts. When our Han tribe refused to give them, he openly allied with forces on the steppe to pillage our cities. Just earlier this year, before the snow and ice on the steppe had even fully melted, your Grand Chief and several elders drafted 2,000 able-bodied men from your clans. Clad in bamboo armor and armed with spears and arrows, they formed an army and crossed the hidden bridge. Under the guise of trading on the steppe, they delivered massive quantities of arrows, bronze spears, bamboo armor, shields, and even siege ladders to a nomadic leader named Modu. Together, they formed a coalition army of 60,000 men to pillage our Han tribe's Kaiwan city on the steppe. Thanks to our Han tribe's solid defenses, we managed to survive the disaster, hold the city, and repel the coalition forces of your Grand Chief and the Steppes Mountain. But even so, our Han tribe still suffered over 1,000 military and civilian casualties in that battle. This war was instigated first by your damned Grand Chief. And our Han tribe, in order to seek justice for our fallen soldiers and civilians, traveled thousands of miles across the sea to fight this battle. Our Han tribe does not glorify war, but that does not mean we lack the ability to protect our people. If any force dares to infringe upon the interests of our Han tribe, no matter where they hide, even to the ends of the earth, our grand army will absolutely annihilate them. Xue Qingyao shouted out the speech he had prepared in his head. The line of marker soldiers below relayed his words in the local dialect to the civilians. Only then did these people fully understand the reason behind the Han tribe's invasion. and they couldn't help but curse the ecchi-in-chief for being a scumbag. Just as Xue Qingyao finished speaking, Xue Tu beside him raised his arm high and shouted, "Those who offend the mighty Han, no matter how far, shall be punished." This single phrase sent ripples through the crowd. As soon as Xue Tu shouted it, the more than 10,000 Han soldiers below, their morale already surging, raised their fists and roared the slogan in unison. "Those who offend the mighty Han, no matter how far, shall be punished." The deafening roar shook the valley. The civilians were awestruck by the terrifying aura, while some of the younger men felt a yearning stir within them upon hearing Xue Qingyao's words and witnessing this shocking scene. The Han tribe did not glorify war, yet they were the most formidable fighters. Anyone who dared to infringe upon their interests, even if they hid at the ends of the earth, would be ruthlessly crushed by the elite Han army. What a domineering and bold declaration. It made them long to join their ranks. In the next moment, the general on the high platform waved his hand. The 10,000 soldiers, whose morale was peaking as they shouted the slogan, instantly fell silent. This scene further astonished the civilians, proving just how strict the discipline of this army was. Immediately after, Xue Qingyao shouted loudly once more, "The Great War has ended, and all criminals have been captured. The public trial and execution begin. Bring up the prisoners." Soldiers who had been waiting on the stairs flanking the platform dragged the prisoners up. The first to be brought up was the corpse of the ecchi-in-chief. However, his head had been sewn back onto his body by the Han tribe, just so they could publicly chop it off again. Brought up alongside the corpse were the ecchi-in-chief's relatives. This included his elders, mostly uncles and the like. His father had died long ago, so naturally, they couldn't dig him out of his grave. Then came his cousins, his blood brothers, their wives, their children, grandchildren, granddaughters-in-law, and great-grandchildren. His entire extended family of nearly 300 people was dragged here and forced to kneel in rows on the platform. At this moment, the ecchi-in-chief's direct relatives were either wailing loudly, soiling themselves in terror, kowtowing and begging for mercy, or cursing furiously. However, Xue Qingyao ignored them completely. He pulled a document from his robes and began to read with solemn formality. Following an investigation, Ecchi-in Rao, chief of the Ecchi-in tribe, coveting the abundant resources and superior equipment of our Han tribe, harbored malicious intent. Treacherous and audacious, he actively violated the mutual agreement between the Han and Ecchi-in, colluding with steppe warlords to act as jackals and wolves. He attacked our Han tribe's Kaiyuan commandery, murdered over 1,000 of our great Han soldiers and civilians, and intercepted our salt merchant caravans. His crimes are monstrous and unforgivable. The verdict is as follows. The primary culprit, Ecchi-in tribe chief Ecchi-in Rao, is sentenced to dismemberment by 5 horses, his corpse to be exposed for 3 days as a warning to the world. His entire extended family, totaling 273 people, shall be executed. Fire the cannons. Execute the sentence. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. At Xue Qingyao's command, the fuses of the 20 cannons resting quietly below the platform were lit one by one. The deafening roars echoed one after another, shocking both the prisoners on the platform and the civilians below. However, these were only used as a salute, so naturally, they weren't loaded with cannonballs. They only contained a small amount of gunpowder plugged with wooden boards, lit just to make a loud noise. After the 20 cannon blasts, the Ecchi-in chief's corpse was carried down from the platform. Soldiers who had prepared in advance brought over 5 warhorses and tied ropes to the corpse's head and 4 limbs. Then, several soldiers mounted the horses and cracked their whips. In the next instant, the ropes pulled taut, and the Ecchi-in chief's corpse was instantly torn into 5 pieces. The head separated from the body first. After all, it had only been sewn on and wasn't secure to begin with. The limbs, having been dead for 3 days, had already begun to decay and were easily ripped off, taking chunks of the torso with them. In the venue, the civilians in the front rows saw everything clearly and almost vomited in disgust. Some fell to the ground in terror, while those with children hurriedly covered their eyes. The civilians gasped in horror, and the prisoners on the platform were paralyzed with inexplicable dread. They feared that in the next moment, they too would be torn to pieces in the same manner. The soldiers quickly gathered the pieces of the Ecchi-in chief's corpse, brought them to the 6 pillars on the high platform, and used short spears to nail the 5 large chunks of flesh to the wood. They had said his corpse would be exposed for 3 days, so he would be hung there to dry in the wind. The Han tribe would absolutely not allow anyone to collect his body. But then again, once the Exian chief's entire family was executed, there probably wouldn't be anyone left to collect his body anyway. After nailing up the Exian chief's corpse, his family members were dragged to the edge of the platform and forced to kneel, facing the tens of thousands of civilians below. Some of the prisoners had gone mad with fear, some had fainted directly, and others struggled violently. But the next second, the moment Xue Qingyao shouted the word execute, the soldiers standing behind them raised their steel sabers in unison and swung down with all their might. Puffed, chestfuls of hot blood sprayed into the sky like fountains. 50 heads rolled to the ground, dyeing the high platform red with blood, as a row of headless corpses collapsed simultaneously. Then came the next batch. Swing the blade, change the people. Swing the blade, change the people. It took 6 batches to execute the Exian chief's family of over 200 people. The civilians below were stunned silent. Bamboo Island had been at peace for a long time. Many had grown up without ever seeing what war looked like, let alone seeing so many dead people at once. Yet the Han tribe had executed so many in a single breath. The Han tribe is too ruthless. They didn't leave a single seedling of the chief's family alive. An elderly civilian couldn't help but mutter quietly. Yeah, didn't they say the Han chief dislikes killing? What did those little children do wrong? Why did they have to kill them too? Hearing the old man's complaint, a woman nearby also began to whisper. At this moment, a young man suddenly looked at them and couldn't help but retort. If you put it that way, then what did the Han tribe do wrong? Why did the Grand Chief send people to attack their city and kill over 1,000 of them? Did those people deserve to die? How many have been killed here? If they don't kill enough to settle the score, how can they answer to the dead of the Han tribe? Put yourselves in their shoes. If you were from the Han tribe, living a good life in your city, and someone suddenly came to steal your things and kill your family, wouldn't you slaughter their entire family to avenge your loved ones? The young man's rebuttal instantly left the surrounding crowd speechless. They felt his words made sense, but seeing the Grand Chief's entire family wiped out with their own eyes was still somewhat hard to bear. However, the Han tribe didn't care about that. Today's public trial and execution weren't just about executing war criminals. They were also about building momentum for the Han tribe and establishing authority for Han officials like Xue Qingyao and Yang Feng. It was to let the local civilians know that they held absolute power over life and death. On the high platform, the 200 headless corpses were carried down and thrown into a pre-dug mass grave. Their heads, meanwhile, were piled up on the spot to form a jingguan, a pyramid of skulls. Next, the gold and silver elders were dragged up. Xue Qingyao once again read out their crimes, acting as accomplices, aiding the wicked, and so on, and finally sentenced them to beheading. Executed alongside them were their direct relatives, their brothers, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Their collateral relatives, such as cousins, were all condemned to lifelong slavery, had their big toes publicly chopped off, and their heads shaved. The direct relatives of the 2 gold elders totaled over 400 people. The cannons below the platform fired another volley, giving them plenty of pomp, and then the executions began. This chopping lasted for a full 15 minutes. Executing nearly 500 people, batch by batch, took quite a bit of time. Finally, it was the turn of Elder Qi's family. Elder Qi himself had been killed long ago during the landing battle, but his family was still alive. They were brought over, dragged onto the platform, and bled out one by one. Once everyone who needed to be killed was dead, the Han tribe had sufficiently established its dominance. Next, it was time to soothe the public sentiment. Xue Qingyao ordered the corpses to be dragged away and buried in the pit. Then, he ran back to the high platform and publicly announced the pardons and appointments of the 5 Exian tribe elders: Mi, Do, Sheng, Zhu, and Shang. This was to prove that the Han tribe didn't just kill everyone. Look, didn't we spare so many elders? Not only did we not kill them, but we even gave them official positions. Author's note. One more chapter before 12 o'clock. Old Yu is working his liver off, begging for tips. In the Qingquan Valley of Jiahai Commandery, the Han army was executing people with fervor. They hadn't killed this many people throughout the entire war, but this time, they chopped to their heart's content. At the exact same time, the situation in the 8 Hanyang commanderies was the complete opposite. The citizens here were joyfully preparing for the holidays. After all, spring was just around the corner, and once spring arrived, the busy farming season would begin, leaving no time for celebrations. Therefore, the Han tribe's New Year was set in winter, though it wasn't called the New Year, but rather the Zhengdan Festival. The Zhengdan Festival was scheduled for the first day of the 14th month every year, which was the beginning of the last month of winter. After this festival, temperatures would basically start to rise. The ice and snow would melt within a month, and the temperature would reach a level where crops could sprout. After the Zhengdan Festival, the citizens would also start feeding their draft oxen concentrated feed, repairing farm tools, sharpening plowshares, selecting seed grain, and, additionally, bringing out their cured bacon to feast on like crazy. Eating good food symbolized eating well to have the strength to work, ensuring a healthy body for the coming year, which in turn would lead to a bountiful harvest, and so on. With 10 days left until the Jindan Festival, the citizens were busy preparing holiday goods. Some went to the city to buy new window paper to replace the old ones at home. Those who were better off bought glass directly, especially newlywed couples, who were more willing to purchase this emerging product. The silver-plated glass mirrors produced by the Institute were also hot-selling holiday items, along with bottled white liquor, which citizens usually hesitated to buy, but were now flying off the shelves. Crowds of citizens strolled through the city streets. Some lined up in front of blacksmith shops to custom-order kitchen knives, while others bought cloth or meat. There were even people selling ducks brought all the way from Liang Commandery to Hanyang Commandery. People were doing all sorts of things. But on this very day, a notice began to be broadcast simultaneously across all the cities in the 8 Hanyang Commanderies. The chief was going to make ID cards for the citizens. All adults were required to bring their household registers to their local government offices to process their ID cards. What kind of operation was this? What exactly was an ID card? Why did they have to rush to get this done right before the holidays? In truth, Han Feng had no other choice. The Institute's equipment had just been finished. If they waited until after the holidays, the citizens would be busy visiting relatives or preparing for spring plowing. And if they waited until spring, everyone would be busy farming. Who would have the time to get an ID card? So, after a little thought, Han Feng decided to just do it now. Getting an ID card meant getting a free photo taken, so they could just treat it as a New Year's gift to the citizens. Additionally, it was a perfect opportunity to promote photography. The photo studio jointly run by Chu Bing and the Han tribe government was scheduled to officially open on the Zhengdan Festival. Using the ID card process was a great way to drum up business. Currently, there were only 4 such photo studios in the entire Han tribe, one in Hanyang City, one in Riyang City, and one each in the capitals of Luoyang Commandery and Weishan Commandery. The photographic equipment for all 4 shops was provided by the official institute. The storefronts were selected and rented with the help of Chu Bing's parents and his fiancée's family. As for the cost of the equipment, it would eventually be deducted from the operating profits. After all, the government wasn't going to give it away for free. They needed research funding too. They had to make a living. In Hanyang City, next to the water well at the entrance of every alley, stood a notice board, a wooden board with a sloped roof used for posting official announcements. Right now, a minor official carrying a pot of paste was sticking up a new notice, surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers. All residents of the Han tribe aged 14 and above, including 14, regardless of gender, please bring your household register to your local government office before the Zhengdan Festival to process your identity certificate. The first issuance is free. Requirements: dress neatly. Those with noble titles must wear their corresponding accessories. Photos will be taken at the government office. A schoolboy on holiday squeezed into the crowd, reading the notice word for word to the people around him. After finishing, he looked at the official posting the notice and asked in confusion, "Big brother, what's an ID card? And what does taking a photo mean?" "Huh." The official chuckled and teased, "Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with you. Didn't you see it says only adults 14 and older need to apply? You're not even an adult yet. So hurry home and eat your dinner." "TCH, I was just asking. Is that not allowed?" The boy retorted defiantly. "Fine, I can tell you. This ID card is a supplement to the household register. The household register keeps the whole family together, right? But this ID card is one per person, and it includes a photo, putting everyone's picture on it. You can think of it as a portrait. It's a technology that can quickly draw a portrait without needing a person to paint it. It's a new technology our institute came up with recently. Let me tell you a secret. That thing is amazing. They just put a little box in front of you for a few breaths, and it instantly captures your image. The photo that comes out looks exactly like what you see in a mirror, super clear. Go on, hurry up. You'll definitely regret it if you don't go. Remember to wash yourselves clean, put on nice clothes, and comb your hair nicely. After all, once this photo is taken, you can keep it for a lifetime. The official hyped up the photography technology with an air of mystery. Really? Is it that amazing? Have you seen it with your own eyes? The little boy pressed, still skeptical. If there was such an amazing new technology, why hadn't they mentioned it at school? Hey, what's the matter? You don't believe me? Let me tell you, not only have I seen the chief take photos with my own eyes, but I've even had one taken of myself. Here. Let me show you my ID card. Look at this. Is this me or not? As an internal staff member of the government office, the official naturally had his ID processed internally as soon as the new equipment arrived. Since someone doubted him, he pulled it out on the spot. In fact, all these officials running around posting notices carried their newly minted ID cards specifically to promote them to the citizens. This particular guy was just being playful, bantering with the neighborhood folks. He pulled his ID card out of his robe. It was a rectangular object, about the size of a bank card, but it was a bifold booklet with a hinge on one side and a clasp on the other. The front cover had the words Han Empire Citizen ID card stamped into it with a steel die, surrounded by a cloud pattern and a graphic of the character Han. Unclasping it revealed the contents. On the left side were his name, gender, date of birth, noble title, and place of origin, with a string of numbers forming his ID number at the very bottom. But none of that was the most important part. The most important part was the black and white headshot on the right side. The photo was so detailed that every hair was visible. It truly looked exactly like an image reflected in a glass mirror, just in black and white. And it looked exactly like the official himself. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Wow, is this a photo? That's amazing. Can minors get their photos taken? I want one too. Seeing the photo on the ID card, the little boy immediately asked in excitement. Asterisk author's note. Daily 10K words completed. My liver is still okay. Should be able to continue tomorrow. Begging for tips. Asterisk. Can minors get their photos taken? I want one too. Seeing the photo on the ID card, the little boy in the crowd immediately grabbed the official and started asking questions. It was just too novel. In this day and age, let alone a photograph, even a painted portrait that looked this realistic was impossible to find. Moreover, the fact that the photograph could be kept forever gave it a completely different meaning. It had immense commemorative value. If you want to take a photo, of course you can, but you have to pay for it yourself. The government office only takes photos for ID cards, so they won't take one for someone in your situation. However, there's a photo studio in Hanyang City that's supposedly officially opening on the Zhengdan Festival. If you want a photo, you can have your parents take you there then, the official explained, taking the opportunity to promote the photo studio. As soon as the official finished speaking, the boy squeezed out of the crowd and ran off. He was going home to tell his parents to get their ID cards, and he planned to tag along to see exactly what this photography was all about. The boy sprinted all the way home. Before he even reached the door, he started shouting, "Dad, Mom, the government office is making ID cards, and they're taking free photos. Hurry up and go." Entering the courtyard, the boy saw his father chopping wood. The stack of firewood was already piled almost as high as the eaves. For the remaining month of winter, their heating and cooking would rely entirely on this pile of wood. His mother was currently feeding the livestock. The family was relatively well off. They had a litter of rabbits, 4 fat pigs, and over a dozen free-range red-tailed black-feathered chickens. Hearing their son's shouts, the couple looked at him in surprise. The boy's father asked first, "What ID card?" "It's almost the Zhengdan Festival. Why are they suddenly making ID cards? What is that thing for?" The people at the government office said an ID card is like a household register, except it's for individuals, not the whole family together. They said it's mandatory and has to be done before the Zhengdan Festival. The boy quickly explained. "Oh, I see. Does it cost money?" the lady of the house asked her son while feeding the pigs. No. They said the first time you get it, it's free. If you need to get it again later, you have to pay. But the official said you have to dress nicely and look sharp because they're going to take a photo. "Oh right, Dad, Mom, can you take me with you? I want to see what taking a photo looks like too." The boy explained, pleading expectantly. "You're not going. You stay here and behave. If your mother and I both go, and you go too, who's going to watch your 2 little sisters?" His father immediately refused. "No, I want to go. I'll just bring my sisters with me, okay?" the boy stubbornly begged. After some discussion, Figuring that the holidays were approaching and they needed to go out and buy things anyway, the couple agreed to the boys' pleas and took all 3 children out. The man carried the household register, the woman carried the money, and they planned to get their ID cards at the government office first before the whole family went shopping. However, when the family of 5 arrived at the Civil Affairs Hall of the government office, they found that a long line had already formed for the ID cards. At a glance, there were at least 20 people ahead of them. Fortunately, the government office had provided plenty of chairs, as well as coal stoves and hot water to keep the citizens warm. The man assessed the situation in the hall, then took the household register to line up himself, telling his wife to take the 3 children to sit and rest on the chairs. But the boy couldn't sit still. He curiously looked around the hall, squeezed his way to the side of the ID card line, and caught sight of the legendary photography process. Behind the service counter sat a clerk. He checked the applicant's information against the household register, filled out a form, and handed over 2 copper cards, instructing the person to go to the adjacent room for the photo and engraving. The boy immediately followed out of curiosity. The room, shielded by a padded cotton curtain, was the legendary photography studio. This room also had a service counter, staffed by 2 workers. One was responsible for picking out movable type and stamping the steel text onto the ID cards, while the other was the photographer, solely responsible for taking pictures. When the man from earlier entered, he explained his purpose and handed over the form and the 2 copper cards. The process began immediately. The clerk handling the steel stamps started typesetting, while the photographer looked at the form, then at the man in front of him, and frowned. Didn't the notice say that those with noble titles must tie their hair and wear a crown? Why did you just come with a hairband? My kid didn't tell me that. I'm just a carpenter. Even though I have a title, I don't usually wear a crown while working for convenience. Look, should I go back, put it on, and come back? The man applying for the ID card asked in surprise. He truly didn't know he had to wear a crown. After all, he didn't understand what photography was. In the past, when processing documents or similar things, they only needed to record text. Who cared how you dressed? Sigh, that's just holding things up. Hey, what's the name of the new intern? When Sean, the other clerk picking out the type, chimed in. Oh, when Sean, come out and help this man get sorted. Find a crown for him to wear. Coming. A moment later, a 14 or 15-year-old boy emerged from the back room. He glanced at the man, led him to a half-length mirror to the side, redid his hair, tied it up, found an appropriate crown for him, and secured it with a hairpin. Then, he led the man to sit in the chair opposite the photographer and gave him instructions. Sit straight, sit upright. Don't tilt your head up, tuck your chin in a little. Yes, look at the box opposite you. Hold that pose and don't move. Good, hold it, it'll just be a moment. The intern, when Sean, acted as a temporary photography assistant. While instructing the applicant on how to adjust his posture, he also adjusted the reflector board nearby. Meanwhile, the photographer had already started focusing and framing the shot using the glass plate. When Sean walked over to the photographer, who nodded and handed the silver-plated negative to him, the boy lifted another curtain and entered the back room. The back room was dark, with no lamps lit. After entering, when Sean opened a wooden door to finally enter the actual darkroom, another photographer, who had been waiting inside, immediately began applying the photosensitive chemical solution to the negative. He then placed the wet negative into a lightproof box and handed it back to Wen-Shan. Wen-Shan grabbed the lightproof box and ran. Since wet plate silver photography had to be completed before the chemical solution dried, speed was essential. However, as he stepped out of the darkroom into the back room and lifted the curtain, he collided head-on with a little boy and fell flat on his rear. Wen-Shan was startled. He quickly checked the lightproof box. Thankfully, it hadn't popped open. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing the little boy with one hand while hurriedly handing the negative to the photographer with the other. You kid, who let you run in here? This area is off limits, hear me? Go back and find your parents, or I'll have you locked up and deny you dinner. TCH, it's just taking a photo. You won't even let me look? Stingy, the little boy pouted. You little brat, trying to steal our trade secrets, huh? Wen-Shan teased upon hearing his words. Wen-Shan, it's ready. Hurry, get it to the darkroom. While Wen-Shan was bickering with the kid, the photographer had finished the exposure. Wen-Shan didn't reply. He immediately took the negative and rushed into the back room. The little boy tried to sneak in after him, but the photographer grabbed him and pulled him back. Hey, whose kid is this? I already told you can't go in there. Why are you still trying to squeeze in? Why can't I go in? I just want to look. I won't touch anything. the little boy argued. It's not about whether you touch anything. You absolutely cannot open that door. It can't be exposed to light in there, do you understand? If you open the door and the light from outside gets in, the photo is ruined. Got it. That's why you can't go in, the photographer scolded, holding the boy by the scruff of his neck, terrified he would make another run for it. Oh, then I won't go in. Can I just watch from here? Hearing that the room was sensitive to light, the boy rolled his eyes and started negotiating. Hey, you kid. If you watch from here, where are your parents? Don't they care about you? The photographer asked, amused. My dad is getting an ID card too. He's right outside and will be coming in soon. I'll just watch for a little bit. Fine, fine. But you have to stand here and not move. You can't touch anything, and you can't lift that curtain. Otherwise, I'm locking you in the dark room, no negotiations. Hear me? The boy nodded obediently. Although he promised not to touch anything, his eyes darted everywhere, craning his neck to carefully examine the wooden box used for taking photos. Unfortunately, from where he stood, he couldn't figure out anything. Just then, when Sean, who had gone into the back room, emerged again holding the negative. This time, however, he walked much more leisurely. Clearly, the photo had been developed, so there was no need to rush anymore. Author's note, 3 more chapters today. When Sean walked out holding the developed negative, the negative in his hand was still dripping wet. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the boy still standing there and immediately asked, Why haven't you left yet, kid? Do you really want to go into the dark room? As he spoke, he handed the negative to the photographer. The boy ignored him and immediately leaned over the service counter to look at the freshly developed photo. At a glance, it was indeed exactly like the ID photo the official had shown earlier, except this one was still a work in progress. Although it had the photo, there was no text on it yet. Wow, it's so clear. How exactly is this made? The boy couldn't help but exclaim. You really are trying to steal our secrets, aren't you? You've exposed yourself, when Sean continued to tease the kid. The photographer didn't say anything. He took the photo, glanced at it to confirm the quality was good, wiped the moisture off with a towel, and handed it to his colleague responsible for stamping the text. That clerk had already secured the movable type onto the stamping press. He placed the negative into a pre-made slot, grabbed the lever of the press above, and pushed down hard. With a clack, the personal information section of the ID card was complete. Finally, he took a cover plate and connected the 2 copper pieces with a hinge. The latest version of the ID card was finished. The man getting the ID card had already taken off the crown himself. He came over to receive his ID card, and when he saw his own likeness captured on this piece of copper, his astonishment was no less than the little boy's. Little brother, what kind of technology is this? Is it something new our tribe came up with? Besides the government office, is there anywhere else I can get this done? The carpenter immediately asked. It's called photography, or taking a photo. It's a way to capture the image of a person or object onto a medium. Civilians can get it done too. A new photo studio just opened in Hanyang City, right at the storefront on the 1st floor of the relay station. If you want to know more, you can go there and ask, the photographer quickly explained. He had already sent Winshan to adjust the posture of the next person in line. All right, thank you, thank you. The carpenter examined his photo, finding it more and more miraculous the longer he looked. After thanking them, he hurried out. Being an artisan by trade naturally made him incredibly curious about this new technology. As soon as he left the government office, he headed straight for the relay station, wanting to learn the details of this new technology, its principles, and its applications. Meanwhile, inside the government office's photography room, the little boy still refused to leave. Even though the adults ignored him, he was perfectly happy just watching. After all, just from the adults' conversation, he had already learned a bit about photography and where the photo studio in Hanyang City was located. Not long after, the boy's parents and 2 younger sisters walked in. The boy immediately ran over and transformed into a self-appointed photography assistant, giving his father step-by-step instructions on how to adjust his posture. His father frowned and asked, Who did you learn all this from? I don't need anyone to teach me. I just watched and learned. It's no big deal, he said, rolling his eyes at Winshan. The 3 staff members in the photography room couldn't help but laugh. This kid was truly amusing. After the family finished making their ID cards one by one, the parents also carefully examined their cards. Photography was simply too miraculous for people who had never seen it before. To think there was a way to record images in this world. If the Han tribe hadn't been conducting science education for several years, people would probably be pointing at the camera and shouting about miracles. Dad, Mom, I want to take a photo too. There's a place to take photos over at the relay station. Let's go take a look. As soon as the family walked out of the civil affairs hall, the little boy started pestering his parents again. Well, all right. Let's go take a look first. Your mother needs to buy things over there anyway. But let's get one thing straight. If taking a photo is too expensive, we're not doing it. I just took a look. This ID card photo uses copper and silver, and it's made so exquisitely. It definitely won't be cheap. Sigh. Our family probably can't afford it. The boy's father sighed, instantly making his son unhappy. However, the boy didn't dare argue. Even if they couldn't afford it, just going to look was better than nothing, right? If they really couldn't afford it, he would just wait until he made his own money to get one taken. But when the family turned onto the street where the relay station was, they found that the photo studio, adorned with a large red flower on its signboard, was already packed with people inside and out. Many adults and children were gathered around watching. Just as the family was about to step forward, they heard a loud voice shouting from within the crowd. Don't push. Stop pushing. Everyone step back. We're going to move the items out onto the street so everyone can get a good look, all right? Our shop is small and really can't fit this many people. Please, everyone, make some room. In the next moment, the citizens consciously stepped back out of the shop. They watched as the manager and the clerks carried several tables out and set them up on the side of the street. In front of the tables, they erected a row of wooden boards. Hanging on the boards were black and white photos framed behind glass. There were also book-style photo albums and standalone desktop photos, the kind that were framed and could be stood up on a desk. These were all ideas provided by Han Feng: desktop frames, book-style albums, and wall hangings. Basically, these were the main ways physical photos were displayed. Then there were the unframed, bare photos, which people could use however they pleased. But what attracted people even more than the formats were the publicly displayed photos themselves, the subjects and scenes depicted in them. These were all the photos Han Feng had taken of his own family, now contributed as display samples. Wow, look, it's the chief and his two wives. Hey, who is this pretty lady? Why is she taking a photo with the chief? Honey, look, isn't this one of Binbin and that kid Chu Bing? When did he take this photo? He looks quite handsome. A neighbor of Chu Bing's family suddenly spotted the photo Chu Bing and Ao Fei had taken at the Lake Island Institute. The background even featured the institute's pavilion. Didn't you know? That kid is a personal guard for the chief now. With the chief taking so many photos, how could he not get one? That makes sense. Manager, can you take photos like this? Why does it look different from the ones on the ID cards? What material are these photos made of? They look even clearer than the ID cards. Someone in the crowd asked the boss about the details. Neighbors, elders, and fellow villagers, please quiet down. Allow me to introduce our shop's photography techniques and our prices. If you have any questions afterward, you can ask me then. Although we haven't officially opened today, we are accepting pre-orders. If any of you want to take a photo, you can get a ticket from me now, and we'll officially start serving customers on the Jindan Festival. How does that sound? The manager's shouting finally grabbed everyone's attention. He asked the onlookers to step back a bit, then walked to the front of the wooden boards. Stopping in front of the group photo of the photography trio, he introduced them to the crowd. Everyone, please look. This group photo of 3 people features the inventors of photography. The one in the middle is named Ao Fei. He is the team leader of the optical laboratory at our Han Tribe Institute. This camera was invented by Ao Fei, and he was the first to propose the idea of photography, though he hadn't been able to succeed for a long time. Later, Chu Bing joined him. Look, he's the young man in armor on the left side of the photo. He is now a personal guard for our chief. Once, when the chief sent him to the institute on an errand, he came into contact with this project. Chu Bing and Ao Fei are schoolmates and martial brothers. Both are brilliant young men. Hearing that his senior brother Ao Fei was working on a camera, Chu Bing stayed to help develop the photos. However, Chu Bing didn't know much about it either, so he went to consult Wen Nong, the team leader of the institute's chemistry laboratory, to learn chemistry. Finally, they created the metal photos capable of retaining images. This Wen Nong is the person on the right side of the photo. Together, these 3 brought us photography, which is why they are known as the 3 heroes of photography. The fact that everyone in our Han tribe has the fortune to take photos and preserve their images as mementos is all thanks to these 3 young men. Author's note: 2 more chapters today, asking for tips. So photography was invented by these 3. They look so young. These 3 are amazing. I wonder if they're married yet. If they are, I wonder if they'd mind taking another wife. Photo studio manager: The boss's face darkened. This photo studio was opened by Chu Bing, and he, the manager, was from Chu Bing's fiancé's family, the Zhang clan. In other words, Chu Bing was their family's future son-in-law. And now someone was trying to matchmake Chu Bing right in front of him? Are you kidding me? So, these photos haven't been around for very long. Yeah, didn't he say it happened after Chu Bing became the chief's personal guard? Chu Bing has only been a guard for a few months, so this thing must have been invented this autumn at the earliest, right? The melon-eating masses surrounding them began discussing again. Manager, how much does it actually cost to take a photo? Hurry up and tell us, someone urged. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me finish my introduction. The manager clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and continued. When photography was first invented, photos could only be taken on silver plates or silver-plated copper plates. And the size of the photos wasn't very big, just like the ones on your ID cards. While those photos last a long time, their size is too restricted. You can only take single-person portraits, and the cost is too high, making it unsuitable for widespread civilian use. It was only after Chu Bing showed the photos to the chief that the chief improved it into a new type of photography, which is the kind of photo you see here. These are taken using special photo paper. Since it's ultimately paper, the cost is much cheaper, and we can print much larger sizes. Our photo studio currently specializes in these paper-based photos. Compared to silver plate photos, paper-based photos are fragile and sensitive to moisture, but their image quality is clearer and more lifelike than the silver plates. You can see this for yourselves by comparing them to your ID cards. Of course, if you're really wealthy, don't mind the cost, and absolutely insist on a silver plate photo, we can take those too. But our main business is paper-based photos. The manager first explained the invention and subsequent improvement of photography, as well as the shop's main services. He paused for a moment before continuing. Next, let me introduce the specific services our photo studio offers. Please look over here. These are wall-hanging photos. We can make them in any size, all on paper basis. Generally, they are categorized by the number of people. First are the single-person photos. Single-person photos are divided into portraits, like this one, from the top of the head to the chest, similar to an ID photo, but we can enlarge or shrink it. You can have whatever size you want. Then there are half-body shots. Everyone, look here, like this one, showing the entire upper body. Finally, there are full-body standing shots like this. The photo studio manager pointed to a set of 3 photos of Han Feng as he introduced them, then moved on to the prices. For photos like this, taking a single negative costs 1 dime. Look, a negative is this thing, a small glass plate. As long as you have this, you can duplicate the photo endlessly. You can print as many as you want, provided the negative isn't damaged. And not only can it be duplicated, but it can also be enlarged or shrunk. Look at this large photo. It was enlarged from this tiny negative. See how clear it is. What I just mentioned is the price for taking 1 negative. Then, depending on how many copies you want printed and what size, the price is determined by your choices. Generally, for a 6-inch photo like this, our price is 8 copper coins per print, not including framing. A 12-inch one like this is 2 dimes. Usually, this is the largest size we offer. Anything bigger requires a special custom order, and the price will exceed $1. The manager casually pointed at the displayed photos to explain the sizes and their corresponding prices. The 12-inch photo was about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, roughly the size of 2 full-size keyboards put together, slightly larger than an 8K sheet of paper. It was currently the largest photo paper available and the maximum limit of the enlarger. Hanging a photo of this size on the wall felt similar to hanging a framed certificate, making it perfect for family portraits. The photo studio manager introduced it exactly as such. Besides individual portraits, we also offer couple photos and husband and wife photos. Like this one, a photo of 2 people together. The manager pointed to a photo of Han Feng and Xiao Dai. We also have parent-child photos, like this one with parents and their child. And we have photos of the whole family together. This is called a family portrait, and it's one of our shop's highly recommended services. The cost of taking it is the same as a single-person photo. It only requires 1 negative. Then, you decide how many copies you want to enlarge. In short, you pay the price of 1 negative, and the whole family gets to be in the picture. It's economical and highly commemorative. When you grow old, or when your children grow up and look at the photo again, won't it be incredibly meaningful? You'll even be able to hold the photo and tell your grandchildren stories about what their father was like when he was little. Wait a minute, manager. Is this real, or are you tricking us? Can these photos really last that long? Someone immediately interrupted, suspecting the manager was exaggerating. Of course they can. Oh, right, I forgot to mention earlier. These paper-based photos are afraid of water, moisture, intense sunlight, and air oxidation. I don't really understand what oxidation is either, but that's what the chief said. So, if you want the photo to last longer, the best way is to do what you see here. Frame it with a wooden frame and glass, and hang it on an indoor wall. This isolates it from moisture and prevents direct sunlight. I wouldn't dare promise too much, but it will definitely last 100 or 200 years without a problem. At most, the paper might yellow a bit compared to now, but the people in the photo will look pretty much the same. Also, I must remind you, this is what the chief said. After all, photography has only been around for a few months. No one has actually kept one for hundreds of years, right? So I can't guarantee it absolutely, but I definitely believe the chief. Furthermore, even if the photo gets old and the image blurs in the future, as long as you still have the original negative, that little glass plate I showed you earlier, bring it to me, and I can instantly print you an identical new photo. The photo studio manager directly used Han Feng as a shield. This left the citizens with nothing to say. You could doubt anyone, but you couldn't doubt the chief, right? Moreover, Han Feng's personal prestige was absolute. He had never broken a promise. Plus, looking at his track record of inventions, which one wasn't incredibly practical technology? So, with Han Feng personally endorsing it, naturally, no one doubted the manager's words. Manager, how much does it cost to frame a photo? Also, your framing definitely isn't cheap. If we don't frame it, is there any other way to make the photo last longer? Someone in the crowd asked again. Framing naturally costs extra, and it depends on the size and the type of wood. For this standard wood, 6 inches and under is generally 4 dimes. That includes labor and the cost of the glass. A 12-inch one is $1. We use redwood for this. If you want a different type of wood, we can discuss the price then, alright? Now, let's talk about how to properly preserve it without framing. My suggestion is to find a book and keep the photo pressed inside it. When you want to look at it, take it out, and normally just leave it in the book. This way, the paper of the book absorbs moisture and keeps it dry, while also preventing exposure to light and air. I wouldn't dare promise too much, but keeping it for a few decades is absolutely no problem. That means even if you take a photo of a baby a few months old and keep it in a book, it will last until the child grows old and dies. It might not sound pleasant, but the preservation time is absolutely guaranteed. Please rest assured. After the manager finished explaining the framing prices and preservation methods, the onlookers began calculating the costs in their heads. Take a family portrait, for example. The negative costs 1 dime. The largest size photo is 2 dimes per print. Add a basic frame for $1, and the total comes to $1.3 to take the largest photo and have it framed. Based on the Han tribe's average monthly salary of $30, this price was definitely not cheap. You have to realize that in the Han tribe, you could get a full meal with meat for just 5 copper coins. So this one family portrait was roughly equivalent to 26 hearty lunches. That was one person's lunch for an entire month. If you skipped the meat and just had simple fare, 2 copper coins were enough for a full meal. This single photo was basically equivalent to the food rations of 2 adults for a month. It truly wasn't cheap. But considering it was something that could be passed down for 100 or 200 years, the price suddenly didn't seem so outrageous, right? Dad, let's take a family portrait. We don't need the biggest one, and we don't need a frame. Our school gave us lots of books. We can just keep it in a book to look at. It won't cost much. Hearing the manager's prices, the little boy from earlier immediately suggested this to his parents. Indeed, if they just took a family portrait, didn't get the largest size, and didn't frame it, taking one photo would cost less than 2 dimes. That was just the cost of one meal for the family. This price was much easier for the citizens to accept, especially for the residents of the 8 Hanyang commanderies. Having lived here for a long time, they were generally wealthier than citizens in other regions. After all, they had accumulated a few years' worth of savings, right? Regarding his son's suggestion, the boy's father only considered it briefly before agreeing. After all, a family portrait sounded like a great value. One photo could capture the whole family, and it held immense commemorative value. Plus, they would get the negative. Their family wasn't particularly wealthy right now, but when they had more money in the future, as long as they had the negative, couldn't they print as many copies as they wanted? Others around them also expressed their desire to take family portraits. With the Zhengdan festival right around the corner, taking a family portrait during the holidays just sounded festive. With the intention to take photos established, more people began to study the details. The samples displayed by the photo studio were basically all the photos Han Feng had taken back then. Most of them featured Han Feng's family, and naturally, there was a family portrait of Han Feng's entire household, which looked absolutely exquisite. However, some people noticed a problem. The photos the chief took looked incredible, but first of all, Han Feng wasn't bad looking to begin with, right? Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying might not be nation-toppling beauties, but they were definitely above average. At the very least, according to Han Feng's own aesthetic standards, they were an 8 out of 10. Furthermore, look at Han Feng's household. His clothes, his wife's clothes. They were all the most beautiful styles made from the most luxurious fabrics. With such gorgeous attire, it would be hard to take an ugly photo even if you tried, right? Then there were the backgrounds Han Feng chose. Many of them were taken in his own home. Setting everything else aside, just the entire glass curtain wall in the background looked incredibly stylish and grand. After all, glass was expensive. Besides the chief's family, who else had such a magnificent house? Moreover, Han Feng's home had a beautiful garden and rockeries. The props used by the female leads in the photos were no joke either. There was a set of photos where Xiao Dai, Zhang Ying, and Tang Yao posed with a women's step-through bicycle. Where would an ordinary citizen find a bicycle? Bicycles hadn't even become widespread yet. They were basically still in the handcrafted stage, making the cost exorbitant. Plus, when bicycles were first created, the Han tribe didn't have a source of rubber, so they used the much more expensive Yucamiya rubber. So, taking all this into account, ordinary citizens didn't have luxurious clothes, grand backgrounds, or fancy props. Even if they took a photo, it definitely wouldn't look as good as Han Feng's. That was a given, right? Consequently, someone asked, "Manager, I see that all the photos the chief took look amazing, especially the locations. If we take photos here, where do we take them? You can't possibly just take them inside this room, right?" Actually, Chu Bing and Han Feng had discussed this very issue when they were planning the photo studio. With all the knowledge from his past life, Han Feng naturally taught Chu Bing a lot. After all, this was a joint venture between the government and a private individual, and the Han tribe was taking a cut of the profits. Only if the photo studio made money could the government get more dividends. Therefore, Han Feng had put a lot of thought into the studio's business model, and these details had naturally been relayed to the manager. The manager explained, regarding the locations for the photos, portraits and half-body shots are taken indoors. Since these two types require sitting down, indoors is best. For full-body shots or family portraits, we have our own location plans. Do you see the relay station behind me? How many rooms does it have? Our boss has signed a contract with the relay station. Any area within the relay station, whether it's in the courtyard or in an unoccupied guest room, can be used for our photo shoots. As long as the shoot is within the relay station, we don't charge extra. Take the family portrait, for example. Taking it in the relay station's courtyard is actually quite nice. There are trees in the courtyard, and the 3-story wooden building is in the background. The doors and windows are all glass. Using the entire wooden building of the relay station as a background looks fantastic. Look at this photo. We have samples. This one was taken with the relay station's wooden building as the background. As the manager spoke, he had a clerk bring out a few more photos. One of them was taken in front of the relay station's main entrance hall. Although the subjects were just a few clerks from the relay station and not a proper family portrait, it still looked very grand. The antique wooden building served as a beautiful background. Another photo in this set was taken indoors. It showed a warmly decorated room with an intricately carved wooden bed in the background, covered with a brocade quilt and flanked by transparent silk gauze curtains. Sitting on the edge of the bed in the center of the photo were Chu Bing and his fiancée, wearing exquisite wedding attire for a couple's portrait. Chu Bing wore a copper headband inlaid with gemstones, with a velvet pom-pom sticking up on the side. His fiancée's hair was styled in an elaborate updo, adorned with various jewelry, hairpins, floral ornaments, and dangling Bao accessories. They looked incredibly noble and wealthy. Seeing the crowd's reaction to this photo, the manager immediately seized the opportunity to explain, "This is the couple's portrait of our young master and young madam. The location is one of the rooms inside the relay station. If you want to take a photo like this, not only do we provide the room, but we also rent out the exact same wedding attire, including all the jewelry seen in the photo. You can use the same setting, wear the same clothes, don the same jewelry, and take the exact same photo." This pitch instantly captured the attention of all the young couples present. especially the teenagers who had just come of age and gotten engaged. The concept of ancient wedding photography was simply too appealing. What young girl hadn't dreamed of dressing up beautifully and getting married in joy? What young man hadn't dreamed of his wife looking as beautiful as the woman in the photo? The young men and women in the crowd were practically jumping with excitement. But the manager quickly added, besides the relay station, we also offer photography services within the city. As long as it's within the city walls, if you book 3 days in advance, we can shoot there. For example, the city gates, the small plaza in front of the government office, or the school's teaching buildings. We can shoot at all of them. If you're still not satisfied and absolutely insist on shooting outside the city, that's possible too, but you'll have to pay extra for travel expenses. After finishing, the manager signaled the clerks to bring out more photos and continued. I also have another piece of news for everyone. Our photo studio is a chain. Besides Hanyang City, we also have a branch in Riyang City. If you want to take photos somewhere in Riyang City, you can go to our shop there. The prices are the same as here. Anything within the city walls is the same price. We also have a branch in Luoyang Commandery. If you shoot there, you can use the docks as a background. Of course, if you're willing to spend the money, you can even hire a boat and take photos out on the lake. And there's our branch in Weishan Commandery. The most iconic landmark there is the Morning Star Lighthouse. Look, here's a photo taken in front of the lighthouse. The crowd looked and saw that the subject of the photo was indeed Chu Bing. Clad in armor, with his hand resting on his waist saber, he stood handsomely in front of the lighthouse for a full-body shot. The framing was wide, capturing the entire lighthouse, and it looked absolutely stunning. The onlookers were thoroughly tempted. In truth, photography was selling a concept: wedding photos, parent-child photos, family portraits, or photos at famous landmarks. Especially in the history of photography from Han Feng's past life, the advent of photography had even spurred the boom of the tourism industry. At the time, people traveled specifically to take photos at landmarks. Take the Eiffel Tower, for example. If you didn't take a photo in front of it, it was as if you hadn't gone at all. This behavior of taking photos at tourist attractions carried a strong, Sun Wukong was here vibe. It was all just to prove, I was here. The high clarity of paper-based photos, combined with reasonable prices and the variety of photography packages offered by the studio, immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the masses. Many people placed orders on the spot. The most popular choice, naturally, was the family portrait highly recommended by the manager. Since it coincided perfectly with the Zhengdan festival, a massive number of people pre-ordered family portraits. The second most popular was the couple's photo. The Han tribe had a strict hierarchy of noble titles. Commoners without titles were forbidden from wearing silk, with the sole exception of weddings and funerals. In other words, commoner women could wear the phoenix crown and official robes, attire normally reserved for royalty, when they got married. In the past, they would only get to wear it for that single day. But now, not only could they wear it, they could also capture themselves at their most beautiful and keep it for a lifetime. One could easily imagine the immense appeal of the couple's photo. Single-person photos made up the smallest proportion because of their low cost-effectiveness. For the same price, you could only photograph one person. Still, quite a few young people chose to take solo portraits. The customer base for single-person photos was primarily teenagers around 13 or 14 years old. If coming of age was a milestone, they were very willing to take a photo when they reached adulthood, imprinting their youth onto photo paper. Moreover, this practice received the support of most parents. Why? Because they could use the photos to arrange marriages for their sons and daughters. What a crucial function. In the past, when arranging marriages, neither side knew what the other's child looked like. The girl didn't know if the young man was handsome, and the young man didn't know if the girl was pretty. But now, they could exchange photos before meeting. If they liked what they saw, they would arrange a formal meeting, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble. More importantly, photos in this era were actual photographs, not the heavily edited catfishes of the modern world. The exact same scene playing out in Hanyang City was simultaneously occurring in Riyang, Luoyang, and Weishan commanderies. As soon as photography was introduced, it spread rapidly among the populace. A blizzard of photography orders flew into the photo studios, turning into cash that flowed into the pockets of the government and Chu Bing's family. This business was incredibly lucrative. However, it was foreseeable that this fervor would gradually cool down. Right now, there was an absolute vacuum in the market, and it happened to coincide with the new year, which was why every family was rushing to take photos. Once the holidays were over, Whether people would continue to come for photos was another question entirely. So, there was no need to celebrate too early. The next day, the ID card photography process was progressing very slowly. This was mainly because the notice stated that it only needed to be done before the Zhengdan festival, so some people were busy with their own affairs and kept putting off getting their ID cards. Seeing this, the local officials realized that relying on the citizens to go to the government offices voluntarily wasn't working. Their enthusiasm was too low. They decided it would be better for the government to send personnel directly into the neighborhoods to process them. In the final days leading up to the Zhengdan festival, the local government offices pushed the Han tribe's organizational capabilities to the absolute limit. From the lowest squad leaders and platoon leaders up to the village heads, they went door to door, lining people up according to the household registers. Once the lines were formed, they processed the ID cards batch by batch. Using this method, and given the density of having one photography team in every county across the 8 Hanyang commanderies, it took less than 4 days to process ID cards for everyone. The speed was nothing short of remarkable. The value of the household registration system was once again demonstrated. Although this system deprived the citizens of a certain degree of freedom, it provided a qualitative leap in the tribe's control and organizational power. Originally, the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies were supposed to conduct their household registration using this same method. However, considering the actual local conditions, Xue Qingyao decided not to apply it rigidly. He ordered the local civil officials to allow all citizens of the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies who were not in their original hometowns to return home voluntarily. If anyone wanted to go elsewhere, they were not to be stopped, and housing and land arrangements were to be made for them. Afterward, during the population, housing, and land censuses, administrative units would be established based directly on the local citizens' settlements. 100 households would form a village, and a respected local elder would be selected to serve as the village head. 5 villages would form a township, and above the township would be the county, all ultimately managed by the commandery. As for exactly how many counties and townships a commandery would be divided into, that would depend on the local population size. After the citizens were preliminarily relocated back to their hometowns, the Han tribe's census operations began. It was only then that the local Qiongzhou citizens realized something. The Han tribe's level of governance was completely different from the Xian tribe era. If the Xian tribe was completely hands-off, the Han tribe managed absolutely everything. Things you could think of, the government arranged clearly for you. Things you couldn't think of, the government also arranged clearly for you. This made them very unaccustomed to it. But even this level of control was already much looser compared to the 8 Hanyang commanderies. On this day, Tai Zhan, who had already taken office as the governor of Xinhua Commandery, was visiting a large village. Accompanying him were clerks handling household registration information. The group rode on horseback. On the way into the village, a clerk briefed Tai Zhan on the situation. Lord Governor, this village is called Shangha Village, named because it sits beside a tributary of the Qingshui River. The entire village has about 110 households, with a total population of nearly 1,000 people. They have farmed for generations. According to Elder Me, this village was established 4 or 5 generations ago. 4 or 5 generations. That's over 100 years. Taizhen raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, in terms of heritage and history, Bamboo Island had a longer track record. Although the Han tribe was powerful and had its own unique culture, it lacked the long-standing heritage of Bamboo Island. But that didn't matter, because what Han Feng brought wasn't just technology, but civilization. Setting everything else aside, a complete, self-contained system of spoken and written language was something Bamboo Island couldn't have developed on its own, even given another 200 years. The Han tribe, on the other hand, possessed a mature and powerful civilizational foundation from its very inception, even if it hadn't been fully displayed yet. Before long, the group arrived at the village entrance. Tai Zhan, riding at the front, took a look and then said to the people beside him, "Let's go. Let's go see this century-old village." The group dismounted and led their horses into the village entrance. They didn't ride directly into the village, aiming to leave a good impression on the locals rather than appearing arrogant and domineering by galloping through their home. Tai Zhan led the clerks, walking their horses through the village, observing the marks left by the long passage of time on this settlement. Shangha village wasn't far from the river, so there were no water wells here. The citizens' daily method of getting water was still carrying it back from the river using bamboo shoulder poles and bamboo tubes or clay pots. They didn't even have wooden buckets. Most of the houses in the village were two-story bamboo structures. People lived on the upper floor, while cattle and sheep were kept below. However, to Taijin's surprise, someone in this village was actually raising ducks. They were gray-feathered ducks, quite large, looking somewhat like wild geese. Taijin couldn't name exactly what kind of poultry they were. The houses in the village weren't built in neat rows. Instead, they seemed to follow a circular layout, collectively surrounding a large open space in the center of the village. But here, Taijin saw something new. The open space was very flat. Although it was a dirt floor, it had clearly been manually compacted. Taijin guessed this was probably where they dried their grain. While there was no stone mill in the center of the open space, there was a stone roller. It looked quite old, likely something they had made themselves. This meant that even before the Han tribe made contact with Bamboo Island, they already had these stone rollers. Additionally, several bamboo and wood structures built directly on the ground had appeared around the edges of the open space. Judging by the color of the bamboo, they had probably been built within the last 6 months. Listening closely, one could hear the clacking of looms coming from these single-story buildings. Presumably, these were the looms the locals had previously purchased from the Han tribe's diplomatic mission. After buying them, they likely realized the looms couldn't be moved up into the bamboo stilt houses, so they built a few new ground-level rooms specifically for them. In Shangha village, seeing several Han tribe men leading horses into the settlement, more and more villagers began to gather in the plaza. Hearing the news, the village elder also hurried over. Although Taijin hadn't brought any soldiers this time, and was only accompanied by a few civil clerks, he remained incredibly calm and composed despite the growing crowd of villagers. The clerks had initially felt a bit uneasy, but seeing the governor looking completely unbothered, they secretly gritted their teeth, held their nerve, and tried their best to appear relaxed. Before long, the village elder arrived in front of Taijin. Walking at the very front of the villagers, he stopped, handed his bamboo walking stick to a young man beside him, and hurriedly mimicked the Han tribe's etiquette, bowing and cupping his hands in greeting to Taijin. "Honored envoy, may I ask what brings you to our village?" The elder, a man in his 40s, asked Taijin nervously. There's no need to panic, old sir. I am the governor of Xinhua Commandery, and your village falls under Xinhua Commandery's jurisdiction. I came to your village today specifically to see if you have any needs, and also to register your village's population, households, and farmland. This way, when we distribute seeds and allocate draft oxen in the spring, we'll know exactly what's required and won't delay your farming. You do know about Xinhua Commandery, right? Did someone come here to notify you a few days ago? Taijin looked at the circle of villagers surrounding them and noticed they all looked either numb or fearful of him. The elder's face also betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Taijin suddenly suspected that the soldiers who delivered the notice a few days ago hadn't clearly explained that Bamboo Island was now Han tribe territory. We know. A few days ago, armored soldiers from the Han tribe did come and tell us. They said the Xian chief had been killed, the Xian tribe was destroyed, and the elders were either dead or had become officials for the Han tribe. They also said our Bamboo Island has been renamed Qiongzhou and is now governed by the Han tribe. Right, eldest son? I didn't remember it wrong, did I? The elder nodded, recounted the information from the notice, and then turned to his eldest son beside him to confirm he hadn't misspoken. Father, you didn't say it wrong. But the armored soldier also said that we are now people of the Han tribe too. Bamboo Island is renamed Qiongzhou Island and divided into 6 Han tribe commanderies. Our village falls under Huyuan County in Xinhua Commandery. From now on, we are all people of Huyuan County, Xinhua Commandery, Qiongzhou Island, of the Han tribe, the elder's eldest son added from the side. Hearing this, Taijin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Young people really did have sharper minds and better memories. Having heard it just once, he had memorized his village's administrative affiliation perfectly. He seemed like a useful talent. With this thought in mind, Taijin spoke again. Exactly. You too remember it very clearly. I am the governor of Xinhua Commandery you mentioned. Everything in Xinhua Commandery falls under my jurisdiction. Taijin clarified his identity once more, mainly because he was afraid these people didn't fully understand his position and duties. Oh, so it's Lord Governor. The elder bowed to Taijin again, then straightened up and pressed. May I ask what business Lord Governor has here? I've heard that Han tribe governors all live in cities built of brick. Are you here to demand our village send men to build a city for you, Lord Governor? Our village truly cannot spare many men. With planting season just days away, we really can't spare the manpower. The elder pleaded with a look of distress, while his eldest son stared intently at Taizhan, trying to figure out exactly what this Han tribe governor was here to do. Taizhan's eyebrow twitched again. He cursed inwardly. Asterisk, no wonder they all had stiff faces, looking at me like I owed them money. Turns out they were worried the Han tribe was here to conscript them to build a city. Asterisk. Asterisk, who came up with that wild guess? Asterisk. Well, originally, Taizhan had wanted to conscript some citizens to build a city. After all, as citizens of the Han tribe, performing corvée labor was their duty, right? But looking at the situation now, that was probably out of the question. The Han tribe had just finished displaying its military might, and the citizens were still terrified of them, yet they hadn't seen any of the benefits of being part of the Han tribe. If he forced the citizens into corvée labor right now, it might actually drive these newly subjugated people to rebellion. Then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Sigh. Old sir, you're overthinking it. It's not like we absolutely must have a city. You see, old sir, you don't understand our homeland. The reason our Han tribe builds cities in the northern commanderies and counties is because our population grows so fast that we have to open up new areas for settlements every year. But those places are out in the wild, where wild beasts and savages frequently roam. Building cities is necessary to defend against beasts and enemies. It's different here on Qiongzhou Island. People have lived here for many years, and you've pretty much hunted all the fierce beasts on the island to extinction. There are no enemies of ours on this island right now either. So tell me, why would we build a city? Wouldn't that just be a waste of time? We'll just build a few houses ourselves and put up a bamboo fence for a courtyard, and that'll be enough. Rest assured, old sir, I am not here to conscript you to build a city. Fearing they wouldn't understand, Taizhan even explained the historical reasons behind the Han tribe's city building, finally assuring them earnestly that he wasn't there to press gang laborers. Hearing Taizhan's words, both the elder and his eldest son breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest fear was that after defeating the ecchi chief, the Han tribe would reveal their true colors, start exploiting them, and live in luxury on their territory. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Oh, so it's not to build a city. Then what is the honored envoy's intention for coming this time? The elder asked again. Taizhan felt a headache coming on. He realized that speaking tactfully to these locals was pointless. They simply didn't understand. It was better to be direct and tell them exactly what he wanted them to do. Speaking in riddles? Probing each other? The elder's eldest son standing in front of him might be capable of that. But forget about the elder himself. Old sir, I came here to see exactly how many people are in your village, what their names are, how many adults and children, how many men and women. Does everyone have a house to live in? How much farmland does each person have? Do you have all the necessary farming tools? How many draft oxen are in the village? If you don't have enough draft oxen, I can figure out a way to get some for you, to ensure your spring plowing goes smoothly. I came here to investigate this information. This time, Taizhan explained it again in plain, direct terms. Probing each other was meaningless. Xinhua Commandery had so many people and so many villages. If he had to test the waters like this everywhere, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? Taizhan simply didn't have the time or energy for it. Hearing Taizhan's explanation, the elder's eldest son's eyes lit up. Without waiting for his father to speak, he took the initiative to ask, "Can Lord Governor really get us draft oxen?" Heh, underestimating me, are you? Do you know how big our Han tribe is? Taizhan took 2 steps back, turned, and pointed toward the northwest. Over there is the boundless steppe. On the steppe, our Han tribe has 3 commandery cities, supporting 80 to 90,000 herdsmen. The cattle they raise number at least 10,000, and several thousand calves are born every year. Of course, those aren't draft oxen. Draft oxen need to be trained. But how many could your village possibly use? I am confident I can get you a few draft oxen. Before I came, the chief specifically instructed us governors to come down and see what the citizens need. Whatever you need, just tell the chief directly, and the chief will find a way to gather it all, load it on his ships, and send it here. Although you've only just joined the Han tribe, in the chief's eyes, you are no different from us. You are all his subjects, and the chief will not ignore you. Furthermore, our Han tribe's management system is different from the ecchi tribes. You should have sensed that by now. In the future, whenever you encounter difficulties you can't solve, or if you have any needs, or even if there's something you don't understand, you can come ask me. If I'm not around, ask your Heiyuan County magistrate. If the magistrate isn't around, asking these clerks is the same. The elder's son looked in the direction Taizhen pointed, pursed his lips, and felt deeply shocked. He hadn't expected the Han tribe's power to be so vast. In the distant steppe, they had 3 commanderies, 80 to 90,000 herdsmen, and raised tens of thousands of cattle, with thousands of calves born every year. Every single one of these numbers struck his soul. Tens of thousands of cattle. How massive would that herd be if gathered together? But no matter how many there were, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to know more about how his own village would live from now on. Then, Lord Governor, the oxen you bring over, how will they be given to us to use? I mean, will they be distributed to us directly, lent to us, or sold to us? Naturally, the oxen won't be distributed directly. Although our Han tribe has a large population, we still have a relative shortage of draft oxen. Generally speaking, in our northern commanderies and counties, most of the oxen are raised centrally by the government. If citizens need to use them, they can pay to rent them. Given your situation here, you naturally don't have much money, but you can use grain to offset the cost. Later on, when there are more oxen and you have money in your hands, if you want to buy an ox, that will be possible too, Taizhen explained. Oh, I see. The elder's eldest son replied thoughtfully. Although the Han tribe was powerful, they clearly weren't wealthy enough to just hand out oxen to the citizens. The elder's son hadn't really expected that anyway. As for selling them, they truly might not be able to afford them. An ox was a major asset. In this era, owning an ox was akin to owning a Lamborghini. How many people could afford that? Originally, his greatest hope was that the Han tribe would lend the oxen to them. But the Han tribe wasn't doing that. Instead, they required money or grain to rent them. While this made the Han tribe seem a bit calculating, looking at it from another angle, it was actually the best arrangement for their current relationship. By renting, they paid a price, which meant they didn't owe the Han tribe any favors. When interacting, his side would have more confidence, and it felt fairer. After all, the Han tribe had gone through a lot of trouble to get those oxen and spent money to raise them. Why should they let you use them for free? The Han tribe's approach didn't belittle them, but rather treated them as equals. At the very least, they weren't treated as an inferior underclass, nor was the Han tribe acting like a sycophant trying to curry favor. This made him feel very comfortable. However, this was actually just the elder's son overanalyzing things, because the Han tribe used the exact same method in their northern commanderies and counties. All right, we are willing to use grain to rent them. After a brief moment of thought, the elder's son made the decision on the spot. Taizhen glanced at him, then at the elder, and a knowing smile touched the corners of his mouth. He could tell that this elder was just a figurehead pushed to the front. The one actually running things in the village was the elder's son. The elder was already in his 40s, which was considered quite old in this era. His eldest son, the one speaking with Taizhen, looked to be around 30. If he had married early, he might already be a grandfather by now. He certainly had the qualifications and the energy to be the new elder, or rather, the village head. Taizhen didn't expose their little charade to their faces. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right, since you've agreed, let's register the households now. First, we'll count how many people are in your village and how much land you have. That way, we can apply to the chief for draft oxen and other supplies based on the land area. My name is Guantao. My lord can just call me by my name. I will gather the villagers right now. Shall we register right here?" Guantao, the elder's eldest son, seeing that Taizhen had likely guessed his true status, dropped the act and introduced himself directly. "Good, Guantao, is it? I see this stone roller here is quite nice. Go ahead and call the villagers over. Have them line up household by household. We'll tally them by family unit. This time is just for household registration. After the spring plowing is over in a couple of months, we'll also process individual identity certificates. I hear it's something new the chief came up with, but we can talk about that later." Taizhen didn't waste words and finalized the plan on the spot. Guantao nodded and immediately gave instructions to a few young men from the village, sending them off to gather the people. Seeing this, Taizhen quickly added a reminder. "Guantao, make absolutely sure no one is hidden from the report. Next month, when our chief's supply ships arrive, some livestock will be distributed to the citizens. If you hide people now, they won't get anything when the goods are handed out." Guantao was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded to show he understood. He didn't reply, continuing to instruct the villagers. Once those men left, he hurriedly called over a boy of about 10 to bring some stools. Judging by his appearance, the boy was likely his son. Guantao took the initiative to introduce him to Taizhen. "Please have a seat, Lord Governor." This is my son, Guan He. According to the Han tribe's reckoning, he just got married early this year, and his wife is currently nearing her due date. Guan He, hurry and pay your respects to the Lord Governor. Guan He greets the Lord Governor. The young boy mimicked the Han tribe's cupped fist salute and bowed to Taizhan. Although his posture wasn't perfect, it was a decent attempt. Taizhan nodded and praised. Not bad, not bad. Now that you have an heir on the way, you are considered an adult. You must help your father share his burdens from now on. You speak truly, my lord. Guan He replied, looking a bit embarrassed. Before long, more villagers began gathering at the drying plaza. They lined up family by family, quickly assembling the entire village. The accompanying clerks took blank household registration forms from their horses, along with sacks of bamboo slips and fine hemp rope, preparing to make bamboo slip household registers on the spot. Next came the routine questioning and registration. They processed one family after another. Once registered, the family would take their newly written bamboo slip register and stand on the other side of the stone roller. With Guan Tao, the de facto village head, cooperating, the registration work proceeded in an orderly fashion. The clerk registering the households also asked the villagers, "Do you have a house to live in? If not, our tribe provides a housing subsidy, and you can hire people to build one yourselves." Although they asked everyone, the villagers here clearly didn't lack housing, so not a single housing subsidy was handed out. Generally, issues like building a house when splitting a family could be resolved within the clan. If a child got married and started their own household, the clan would work together to build the new house. After all, they built bamboo stilt houses, so the materials didn't cost money. It just required manpower. And manpower was the one thing a clan lacked the least. While the crowd was registering their households, Taizhan suggested to Guan Tao, "Guan Tao, shall we go take a look at your village's farmland together?" "Certainly. Here, stay here and help the lords. Tell everyone to be cooperative. I'm going to the fields with the Lord Governor." Guan Tao instructed his son before leading the way to the fields with Taizhan. As they walked, the two discussed farming. "Lord Governor, I heard the Han tribe also requires grain to be handed over. May I ask how it is collected?" Taizhan didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "How was grain collected during the Xian tribe's time?" Guan Tao didn't hide it. He believed that even if he didn't say it, the Han tribe could find out. Weren't several former Xian tribe elders who managed agriculture now officials in the Han tribe? Wouldn't they know? When the Xian tribe was in charge, it was collected based on the amount of farmland. They would send people to see how much land we planted, then mark off a portion of the fields, and all the grain grown on that portion would be given to them, Guan Tao explained. Not calculating by yield, but taking a cut based on land area. That was interesting. It was actually quite similar to the Han tribe. The Han tribe calculated the yield and then took a cut based on that yield. Both methods had their pros and cons. The Xian tribe didn't have a standardized unit of weight, nor did they have scales or fixed units of volume, so taking a cut directly based on land area was the simplest method. But this had a loophole. If the tax fields were designated at the time of planting, the citizens might just ignore that plot of land. Let it grow however it wants. After all, the grain harvested from it was going to be handed over anyway. The end result would be that the crops on the citizens' own land grew well and yielded a lot, while the tax fields were full of weeds, grew poorly, and didn't yield much grain. If they waited until the crops were mature to temporarily designate the tax fields, the citizens couldn't slack off because they wouldn't know which fields grain would be taken for taxes, so they would farm everything properly. But as long as the Xian tribe tax collectors weren't stupid, they would definitely pick the fields that grew the best, which meant the citizens would lose out. In short, with this method of taking a cut based on land area, either the tax collector or the taxpayer was bound to suffer a loss. Compared to the Xian tribe's method, the Han tribe's tax collection was a bit more troublesome. It was calculated based on yield and collected by volume, but it had relatively few loopholes. Regardless of how much grain you grew, I take a cut based on the total volume of the yield. If you have a bad harvest this year, I collect less tax. If you have a good harvest, I collect more. Whether you farm properly or not is up to you. But no matter how you farm, I take my cut based on the yield. Did the Xian tribe collect a lot? Taizhan asked again. How to answer this? Guan Tao didn't dare speak carelessly. If he said they collected a lot, the Han tribe might reconsider their own rates. If he said they collected a little, would the Han tribe collect even more? So Guan Tao didn't answer the question of a lot, which represented his stance. He simply replied neutrally. During the Xian tribe's time, based on the amount of farmland, it was generally a 1/10 tax. Taija nodded. The Xian tribe didn't collect much, mainly because they didn't have many expenses and corn was hard to store, so collecting too much was useless. During the Xian tribe era, their main grain expenditures were in two areas. First, they collected massive amounts of grain to trade with the salt workers in Xianfeng Commandery for enough salt, which they then used to trade with the herdsmen on the steppe for livestock and pelts. That was one. The other was to feed the Xian tribe's miners. As a tribe with relatively advanced metal smelting, they naturally needed many miners. These miners dug year-round and didn't farm, but they still needed to eat and feed their families. The collected grain became their rations. But the Han tribe's expenses were much higher. Collecting only 10% was enough to get by, but they also needed to build up reserves, right? The Han tribe's current expenses were primarily for maintaining the army. The Han tribe utilized a volunteer military system, which meant they not only had to provide food, but also pay military salaries. Currently, there were 11 regular army guards, totaling over 20,000 troops. These soldiers didn't farm during peacetime, so their food relied entirely on tribal provisions, representing a massive expense. Then there was the slave population. Slaves didn't need to be paid wages, but they still needed to eat. The Han tribe's slaves currently didn't farm either. They were mainly used for two things: infrastructure construction or mining in the mountains. They did hard manual labor and ate quite a lot. However, it was just food. At least they didn't require wages. Another group was the artisans. Currently, the main trades in the Han tribe were miners and shipwrights. This group wasn't huge and was primarily concentrated in Xinjiang Commandery, iron and copper mines, and Luoyang Commandery, shipyards. These artisans didn't farm either. They only worked their trades. However, the Han tribe didn't issue grain to them directly. Instead, they paid them wages, and the artisans used their wages to buy grain from the grain stations. This grain was purchased by the Han tribe from the farmers. Because the farmers' yields were so high, even after paying taxes and keeping enough for their own families, they still had a massive surplus. Keeping it themselves wasn't very useful, and they had other daily expenses besides food. So, they sold their surplus grain to the grain stations at a fair price. The grain the artisans bought with their money was essentially this surplus. In this process, the Han tribe government incurred no losses. In fact, they even made a profit by buying the surplus grain from the citizens at a low price and selling it to the artisans at a markup. Therefore, the artisan category shouldn't be counted as a tribal expense, but rather as a source of income. In other words, the Han tribe's overall expenses were basically just maintaining the army and the slaves. Any additional expenses were usually grain subsidies for newly developed areas. For example, when Yi set up the large camp in the north, they requested grain from the tribe during the initial construction phase. Once they started producing their own food, the tribe stopped supplying them. These expenses were temporary, and developing new areas usually didn't involve many people, so this portion of the expenditure was negligible. However, the Han tribe also had to build reserves. A dignified nation couldn't possibly live paycheck to paycheck, right? Ending the year with absolutely zero surplus? If they reached the point of a fiscal deficit, the Han tribe wouldn't be far from collapse. Therefore, they couldn't afford to collect less grain. If they collected less, there would be no surplus. Having no grain in hand meant panic in the heart. Taijun pondered for a moment and decided to speak the truth directly. Our Han tribe collects slightly more grain than the Xian tribe. It's a 2/10 tax. A couple of years ago, it was a 4/10 tax. It was only lowered last year. Moreover, our Han tribe collects based on yield. We calculate how much land each person is allocated, how much grain they harvest, and then take a cut based on the total yield. We use grain measures, dough, and calculate by volume. Because freshly harvested grain has different levels of dryness, if we weighed wet grain, it would be twice as heavy as dry grain. To prevent citizens from cheating, we uniformly calculate by volume. Hearing this, Guan Tao frowned. The Han tribe's tax collection method was formidable. He had interacted with the Han tribe's diplomatic mission before. When the village bought looms, he was the one who contacted the mission, so he knew a bit about the Han tribe. For instance, he knew the Han tribe had units of weight, because the mission bought hemp bark by weight. Before hearing Taijin's explanation, he had assumed the Han tribe would also collect grain by weight. But he had thought to himself, if they collected by weight, wouldn't the citizens add water or sand to the grain to increase the weight? Now it seemed they had already considered this problem, or perhaps they had already fallen for such tricks, which was why they switched to collecting by volume. Under these circumstances, even if you went to pay taxes with freshly harvested, undried grain, the volume wouldn't be much different from dry grain. Either way, the tribe wouldn't lose out. As for adding sand, did they think they had lived too long? Did they think the tribal officials were idiots who wouldn't check? Seeing Tai Zhen's candid attitude, Guan Tao decided to speak plainly as well. Lord Governor, isn't a 2/10 tax a bit too much? I'm afraid the grain we have left for ourselves won't be enough to eat. Tai Zhen didn't dodge the question, because even if he did, they would still have to collect taxes according to this standard in the future. He explained, first of all, in our northern commanderies and counties, even back when it was a 4/10 tax, the citizens had enough grain to eat. In fact, they couldn't finish it all and had a surplus. Your worry about not having enough to eat is impossible. Of course, your concern is justified because your farming methods are different from ours. When we plant the same crops, our yields are higher than yours. Secondly, we say it's a 2/10 tax, but when you calculate it comprehensively, it's actually not that much. Our tribe implements a land distribution system. Every adult is allocated 20 mu of land. I'll have someone measure out how big 20 mu is for you to see shortly. This 20 mu allocated to adults is the taxable land. Furthermore, we also allocate land to children. Although children can't farm, as long as they are people of the Han tribe, every single one of them gets land. Children under 6, regardless of gender, are each allocated 5 mu of land. This 5 mu is also farmed by the adults, but it is tax-free. From age 6 until adulthood, the 5 mu is increased to 10 mu, and this is also tax-free land. So, do you understand? Can you do the math? Taizhen explained. Seeing Guan Tao's serious expression as he carefully calculated, Taizhen continued. Let me just give you an example. Take your son, Guan He. He just reached adulthood, has a wife, and has established his own household. In this situation, he and his wife together are allocated 40 mu of land. This 40 mu is all taxable land, and the tax rate is 2/10. Do you understand so far? Guan Tao nodded. Applying the problem to his son, with just 2 people, made the math easy. Tai Zhen then continued. His wife is nearing her due date, right? Once their child is born, for every child they have, they get an extra 5 mu of tax-free land. So their family will have a total of 45 mu of land, but they only need to pay taxes on 40 mu. Doesn't that lower the overall tax rate? Guan Tao nodded again. 1 more child meant 5 more mu of tax-free land. He understood that perfectly. And Guan He won't just have 1 child, right? In a couple of years, when they have another child, won't they get another 5 mu of land? Let's say over 7 years of marriage, they have 3 children. That means they get an extra 15 mu of tax-free land. And by that time, their eldest child will be over 6 years old, which means an additional 5 mu of tax-free land will be added. So, by having 3 children, they gain a total of 20 mu of tax-free land. Add that to the couple's own 40 mu, and they have a total of 60 mu, but they only need to pay taxes on 40 mu. When you calculate it all together, the actual tax rate is just a little over 1/10. It's not that much. Moreover, although our Han tribe collects a relatively high tax, the welfare benefits for the citizens are excellent. You haven't seen these yet, but the tribe frequently distributes items, and if you encounter difficulties, the tribe will earnestly help you solve them. So overall, while the tax collected is higher, you definitely aren't handing over this grain for nothing. After Taizhen finished his explanation, Guan Tao didn't reply immediately. He was still calculating silently, nodding from time to time. Taizhen didn't interrupt him, letting him think it through. After a long while, Guan Tao suddenly asked, Lord Governor, there's one thing I don't understand. According to the system you just described, overall, the more children you have, the less tax you pay, and the older the children get, the less tax you pay. If a family has several children, the tax rate indeed isn't high. But why create such a complicated system? Wouldn't it be better to just set a lower tax rate directly? I think if you just set it lower, the villagers would accept it much more easily. If I have to explain everything you just told me to them, I'm afraid they'll have a hard time understanding. Taizhen smiled and explained, actually, this tax system was modified by the chief later on. It seems a bit complicated, but it's truly for the good of the citizens. Oh, what does that mean? Guan Tao asked, puzzled. Didn't you just notice the pattern yourself? The more children you have, the less tax you pay. The older the children get, the less tax you pay. That is precisely the chief's goal. Taizhen sighed and continued. In the past, children in our tribe frequently died young. At 1 or 2 years old, or 2 or 3, before they could even speak properly, they would die. But later, The chief investigated the causes of death for these children and found that most were caused by irresponsible parents. For example, letting children run barefoot in the fields, eating dirty things, eating poisonous wild fruits, or playing in cold water. They would be perfectly fine, but sometimes just catching a chill and getting diarrhea could cost a life. To solve this problem and make parents pay more attention to the healthy growth of their children, the chief came up with this idea. Do you want to pay less tax? Then have more children. After they are born, raise them well, because if you don't raise them well and the child dies, your tax-free land is gone too. But if you raise the child well and they grow up, once they pass 6 years old, more tax-free land is added. This is a reward for your merit in raising the child. In truth, the chief came up with this idea simply to increase the tribe's population more quickly. Hearing this, Guan Tao suddenly understood, his voice filled with admiration and emotion. The chief is truly brilliant. I had no idea there was so much depth to collecting grain taxes, and that the reason was actually to encourage citizens to raise their children well. This method is indeed excellent. We actually have the same phenomenon here that the Lord Governor just mentioned. Young children die early, passing away before they can grow up. It truly breaks the hearts of the parents, but we never knew the root cause. Take myself, for example. My wife and I actually had 7 children, but only 4 are alive today. Guanyi is my eldest son, and his siblings are still young. As for the other 3 children, thinking back on it now, it was probably because we, as parents, didn't take good care of them. I failed them. If I hadn't heard the Lord Governor's explanation today, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have realized my mistakes. This method the chief came up with is simply too good. I am absolutely willing to support it. After all, no one wants to see their children die young. Rest assured, Lord Governor, I will carefully explain this matter to the people in the village. After expressing his feelings, Guan Tao solemnly stopped walking, then gave Tai Jun a deep, formal bow, bowing all the way to the ground, and said, I have been taught. Author's note: over 11,000 words today, begging for tips. The Han tribe implemented a tiered tax system, where the tax standard was directly linked to the number and age of a family's children. Simply put, this tax system was designed to encourage having and raising more children to rapidly increase the tribe's population. After all, in this era, population was the primary productive force. Even if the Han tribe had steam engines, they still needed people to operate them, right? Moreover, the lack of population meant they couldn't consume their own industrial products internally. The sooner this problem was solved, the better. Han Feng had racked his brains trying to find ways to increase the Han tribe's population. Tai Jun and Guan Tao continued to chat as they walked. After passing through clusters of bamboo stilt houses, they soon caught sight of the sparkling river in the distance and the farmlands along its banks. This time, it was Guan Tao's turn to explain the situation to Tai Jun. He pointed to the fertile land along the riverbank and said, Lord Governor, we can plant 3 seasons of crops a year here. In the spring, we plant a season of corn. After harvesting the corn in the summer, we plant a season of soybeans. When the soybeans are harvested at the end of summer, we plant corn again. By rotating the crops 3 times like this, both the corn and the soybeans yield a bountiful harvest. Taijin nodded inwardly. The main crops on Bamboo Island were corn and soybeans, and their cultivation history was likely very long, though the exact origins were untraceable. Their method of rotating corn and soybeans coincidentally aligned perfectly with the Han tribe's practices. When the Han tribe first introduced soybeans, Han Feng had explicitly stated that soybeans could increase soil fertility, so rotating them with other crops would result in better harvests. Although the citizens of Bamboo Island didn't understand the underlying reasons, the ancestors who had farmed for generations had passed down this rotation experience. Thus, Bamboo Island also used a corn-soybean rotation. However, while inspecting the fields, Taijun noticed another issue. The spacing between the corn's aerial roots left on the surface of the fields was quite large. At the very least, it was much wider than in the Han tribe. Given the local planting density, a person could easily walk through a cornfield without much effort. But in the Han tribe, trying to squeeze through a cornfield was incredibly difficult because the planting density was so high that there was barely any space between the stalks. Taijun merely took a glance and didn't dwell on the planting density issue. In the future, specialized personnel would be sent over to teach them these things. Another thing Taijun noticed was the network of ditches spread across the fields. The local citizens also dug ditches to draw water from the river for irrigation. However, their ditches weren't large, and there were no dedicated water-drawing facilities. Since the fields were situated higher than the water level, how did they draw the water? Taizhen asked Guan Tao this question directly. Guan Tao didn't hide anything and answered straightforwardly. Lord Governor, we use bamboo tubes to draw water. First, we hollow out the nodes inside the bamboo to make a water pipe, and then we insert it into the river at an angle to draw the water. Taizhen expressed his confusion. Guan Tao was very accommodating. He immediately called a villager to bring over a bamboo pipe used for irrigation, and then found a water bladder made from a whole sheepskin. Taizhen noticed that the bamboo pipe, which was as thick as a calf, was about 3 meters long. It was entirely yellowish and shiny, clearly quite old and frequently used. The inside of the bamboo pipe was completely hollowed out. About a quarter of the way from one end, there were scorch marks, and the pipe had been artificially bent at that point using heat. 2 villagers worked together. One first submerged the bamboo pipe into the river to fill it with water, while the other filled the sheepskin bladder halfway with water. Then, while still in the water, they temporarily tied the bladder and the bamboo pipe together with a rope. They lifted the end with the bladder into the ditch on the bank. Next, one villager pumped the sheepskin bladder back and forth a few times. When he saw the bladder swell up on its own, he quickly untied the rope at the connection. Immediately, a continuous stream of river water flowed up the bamboo pipe and onto the bank. Taizhen was instantly astonished. Wasn't water supposed to flow downwards? Why was it that without a water wheel, just by sticking a pipe into the river, the water could come up on its own? Wasn't this too simple and convenient? What was this thing? Why didn't even the Han tribe have it? Not understanding the siphon principle, Taizhen was completely bewildered. This was the first time he felt that Bamboo Island actually had something superior to the Han tribe. Although he was surprised inwardly, Taizhen didn't want to appear ignorant in front of Guan Tao, so he maintained a calm exterior. He nodded repeatedly and praised. Not bad, not bad. This thing is very practical. The cost to make it is practically zero, and the materials are everywhere. It's perfect for irrigating fields. If all the fields could use this, we could convert more land into paddy fields. Guan Tao had originally thought Taizhen would be amazed by their irrigation tool, but he didn't expect Taizhen to be so calm. It seemed he must be very knowledgeable and experienced. But then again, what good things didn't the Han tribe have? Guan Tao chuckled self-deprecatingly, then followed up with a question. Lord Governor, are we going to convert a lot of land into paddy fields here? Yes. The yield of the Han tribe's rice is no lower than corn, but rice is a refined grain, suitable for people of all ages to eat, and it causes less damage to the teeth. Especially for people your father's age. As people get older, their teeth wear out and fall out, making it impossible to gnaw on corn. But refined grains like rice and wheat don't pose that problem. We will definitely promote them here in the future. Additionally, the chief encourages citizens to plant more rice and wheat because these grains, with their husks on, can be stored for a much longer time. Corn has a very short shelf life and isn't suitable as a reserve grain. Taizhen proactively educated Guan Tao. Oh, I didn't know that. I only knew that white rice and white flour are indeed easier to eat. This spring, my family also planted some wheat, but unfortunately, the yield wasn't very high, so we didn't plant much. After harvesting that wheat, I took it to the diplomatic mission's base and had them grind it into flour. Now I often make noodles for my father. His teeth are indeed bad, but eating our Han tribe's noodles is no problem for him. By the way, Lord Governor, does rice have to grow submerged in water? How is it planted? Taizhen smiled knowingly when he heard Guan Tao's slip of the tongue regarding the Han tribe, but he didn't comment on it. Hearing Guan Tao's question, he patted his clothes and pulled out a 2-win copper coin. Look, this is a scene of planting rice. I don't know how your corn is planted, but our method of planting rice is definitely more troublesome than planting corn. We just use farm tools to dig trenches in the ground, scatter the corn kernels along the trench, then use our feet to cover them with soil, and finally flood the field with water. This rice. Guan Tao looked at the 2-win coin Taizhen handed him and said in surprise. This rice, could it be that it has to be planted one stalk at a time? Exactly. Taizhen nodded very affirmatively. Guan Tao was instantly speechless. The Han tribe's staple grain was actually planted one stalk at a time? With so many people in the Han tribe, planting so much grain every year, how long would that take? Taizhen immediately explained. Actually, only rice is planted this way. Wheat doesn't need to be planted like this. We have specialized seed drills for planting, which can sow 3 rows of wheat at once. Rice is more troublesome. To plant rice, You first have to prepare a seedbed. After applying good fertilizer, you scatter the seeds in, cover them with a thin layer of soil, and wait for them to sprout. When they've grown to about 5 or 6 leaves, you pull the seedlings from the seedbed and then plant them one by one into the main field at fixed intervals. After that, you flood the main field. About 7 days later, when the seedlings turn green again, it proves they've survived. From then on, as long as you regularly flood the field and strictly guard against pests, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just wait for it to mature and harvest it. Hearing this made Guan Tao's head spin. When he previously heard that the Han tribe's per capita arable land was less than theirs, he found it unbelievable. The Han tribe had so many oxen and easy-to-use steel farm tools, so why was their farming area smaller than theirs? Were the Han tribe people just too lazy? But from his interactions with them, they didn't seem lazy at all. Now he finally knew the reason. Planting grain one stalk at a time. It would be a miracle if they could plant it quickly. While Tai Jun and Guan Tao discussed the various details of switching to rice cultivation, the household registration work in the village was also proceeding rapidly. With Guan Tao, the village head, coordinating things, the registration was completed in no time. In truth, Guan Tao understood the situation perfectly. The Han tribe's power was simply too overwhelming. The Xian tribe had already been annihilated. Any resistance from them would be nothing short of a joke. Even the Grand Chief couldn't defeat the Han tribe. So what use would their resistance be? Life had to go on. Moreover, the Han tribe's various systems, lifestyle, and even their production skills were incredibly advanced. Therefore, rather than resisting, it was better to cooperate, observe the Han tribe's attitude, and secure the maximum benefits for themselves. That was the practical approach. After the clerks finished registering the household information for all the villagers, they asked Guan He to tell the village that each family should send one person capable of making decisions to join them in measuring the land. Before long, Guan He led a group of villagers and the clerks to the fields to meet up with Tai Jun and Guan Tao. Tai Jun first had someone use a rope to measure out an area of 20 mu and showed it to the villagers. Looking at the size of the 20 mu, Guan Tao couldn't help but shake his head. 20 mu was truly not large compared to their current land holdings. Even under the Han tribe's tiered system, where a household might be allocated 70 or 80 mu, it still seemed insufficient. Based on the Han tribe's calculation of 600 square meters per mu, each of their households originally farmed at least 100 mu. Seeing the area of the 20 mu marked out by the Han tribe, the other villagers also began chattering and discussing, feeling that the Han tribe was shortchanging them on land. However, Guan Tao had already figured it out. If they followed the Han tribe's farming methods, where even rice had to be planted into the soil stalk by stalk, a family with 60 mu of land would be lucky to finish planting on time. Even if they were given more land, they probably wouldn't be able to farm at all. Guan Tao personally explained the Han tribe's farming methods to the villagers, which finally quelled their dissatisfaction. Still, some villagers were reluctant. If planting rice was so troublesome, why plant it at all? Couldn't they just keep planting corn? Guan Tao also found this question a headache. Although he was the recognized successor to the village elder, what was an elder's job? Wasn't it to fight for the villagers' interests? If he couldn't even guarantee the villagers' interests, who would listen to him? The villagers weren't idiots. With the situation at a stalemate, Guan Tao wanted to cooperate with Tai Jun's administration, but he was also in a very difficult position. He looked at Tai Jun and said, "Lord Governor, look at this. What should we do?" Tai Jun pondered for a moment. In truth, land reform on Qiongzhou Island couldn't be rushed. Setting aside the fact that seeds and farm tools hadn't even been transported here yet, even if they arrived before spring, it would be very difficult to promote them quickly. The citizens of Qiongzhou didn't know how to grow rice. Even if you gave them the seeds, they wouldn't know how to plant them. It wasn't something that could be explained clearly with just a few words or a couple of classes. Someone had to teach them hand in hand, and there had to be follow-up monitoring to check the crops in the fields and make adjustments. So, forcing land reform on the local citizens right now was indeed somewhat unrealistic. He thought about it and said, "Guan Tao, how about this? Although our chief has ordered seeds and various supplies to be transported from the north, even if they arrive before spring, it will probably be hard to promote rice quickly. I think we should do this. Next spring, you all continue planting corn. For those who are unwilling to follow our land division method, let them continue farming the way they used to, on their original land. For those willing to follow our division, we will send people to teach you the new farming methods. Then, when the summer harvest comes, We'll compare the two sides and see who grew more grain. This will also give us the spring to bring in more manpower to teach you how to plant rice. We'll transform the fields in the spring, and after harvesting the corn in the summer, we'll switch to planting rice. Then you can compare again to see which is better to plant and whether the land we allocated is actually too little. What do you think of this? Our reforms to land division, the grain tax system, and crop improvement are ultimately meant to give you a better life. There's no need to act like enemies. I absolutely will not force you. We will let the facts speak, let the results speak, let the harvested grain speak. What do you think of my proposal? Faced with Taizhan's incredibly lenient policy, Guantao had nothing to say. If they still didn't agree to this, they might as well just rebel. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Governor. Guantao thanked him sincerely, and then relayed Taizhan's proposed method to the villagers. To cooperate with Taizhan's work, Guantao took the lead, stating that his own family was willing to abide by the Han tribe's land division. Guantao's sons quickly followed suit, and then Guantao's brothers, as well as their nephews. Anyone related to their family by blood expressed their support for the Han tribe's land division. With just this one extended family taking a stance, over 40 of the village's 100-plus households agreed. The remaining 80 or so independent households were hesitant and stated they wanted to wait and see. Since the Han tribe wasn't forcing them, and the official had said they would let the yield speak for itself, if the Han tribe's methods truly produced better and more abundant crops, they would obey then. A few other families related to Guantao by marriage hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Guantao's lead, expressing their willingness to accept the Han tribe's reforms. When the final count was tallied, under Guantao's leadership, 2/5 of the village was willing to accept the reforms, while 3/5 chose to wait and see. Having a significant minority agree saved Taizhan from looking bad. If not a single person had agreed, wouldn't the Lord Governor have been completely humiliated? How could he show his face after that? The clerks quickly measured the land and replanned the acreage for these nearly 50 households. They then cut some bamboo nearby and drove stakes into the four corners of each family's field to mark the boundaries. After completing this, Taizhan bid farewell to Guantao and left with the clerks. That same afternoon upon returning, Taizhan wrote a thick, detailed report. He documented the situation he encountered today, his handling of it, and his thoughts on governance for the coming year, submitting it via fast horse to the inspector's office for Lord Inspector Xue Qingyao's review. Xinhua Commandery and Yashan Commandery were adjacent, so the distance wasn't far. The report arrived on Xue Qingyao's desk that very night. Xue Qingyao took one look and immediately treated it with great importance. In truth, he had never been a local official himself, not even a commandery governor, let alone an inspector. He lacked experience in grassroots administration, so he was very interested in this report. The report also contained some of Taizhan's own ideas, which Xue Qingyao found highly suitable for the local conditions. First was the issue of land reform. Taizhan's approach, not forcing it temporarily, waiting for a portion of the people to serve as a successful example, after which the rest would naturally follow, avoided unnecessary conflict with the locals. Since Qiongzhou was newly annexed and politically unstable, Taizhan hoped his method could be popularized across Qiongzhou. Second, Taizhan hoped that during the spring plowing next year, the citizens of Qiongzhou would be allowed to continue planting corn. The switch to rice couldn't be rushed because they lacked the manpower to teach the locals how to farm, especially the required follow-up guidance. Finally, Taizhan presented his own idea regarding how to handle this situation. He suggested applying to the chief to immigrate people from the mainland. They should select families skilled in farming and raising livestock, fluent in Chinese, preferably able to write Chinese characters, and capable of making various Han tribe foods. These immigrants could be offered a relocation allowance or a promotion in noble title. They didn't need too many immigrants. Once the household registration was complete, they could just calculate it as relocating one household per village across the 6 Qiongzhou commanderies. Take Guantao's Shangha village as an example. If one such family moved there, they could personally guide the local villagers on how to farm and raise livestock every day. By cooking according to the Han tribe's lifestyle, they could subtly change the local dietary habits. Furthermore, if they knew how to read, they could teach the locals Chinese and how to write. It wouldn't take long to assimilate the Bamboo Island people into the Han tribe. Xue Qingyao's eyes lit up as he read this. He had been unsure of how to roll out the civil administration, and Taizhan had just handed him a brilliant suggestion. He approved it immediately. The entire Qiongzhou island had a population of around 100,000, spread across fewer than 200 villages. By immigrating fewer than 200 families, they could quickly resolve all of Qiongzhou Island's troubles. This idea was simply fantastic, and the cost was low. Even if the tribe provided relocation allowances and noble titles, with a base of fewer than 200 households, how much money could it possibly cost? Moreover, compared to the expenses, the benefits this method would bring were far greater. Asterisk author's note, 2 more chapters tonight. I'm going to eat first. Also, begging for tips. Asterisk. After reviewing the report, Xue Qingyao immediately sent a reply to Tai Zhan, approving his administrative plan. Qiongzhou Island would plant corn for the first quarter of the next year while beginning to convert the fields to paddies. They would switch to planting rice in the second quarter. As for land reform, they would follow Tai Zhan's method completely to avoid conflict with the local populace. Regarding immigration, he stated that he would propose the idea to the chief at once. This would allow them to recruit willing immigrants before spring, who could then set sail south as soon as the weather turned. The immigrants would arrive on Qiongzhou Island by the end of the second month, settle down in the third, and be ready to officially promote rice cultivation in the fourth. The next morning, Tai Zhan received Xue Qingyao's reply and was overjoyed. It wasn't about political achievements or earning merit, but mainly because his plan had been recognized. It filled him with pride. Perhaps he really did have the potential to be a commandery governor. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyao's letter to Han Feng was sent out that same evening. After a 2-day journey by Giant Eagle, it finally reached Han Feng's hands. The letter included Tai Zhan's report as a direct attachment, followed by some of Xue Qingyao's own thoughts and information on the overall situation in the Qiongzhou region. Xue Qingyao had handled the matter with integrity. He didn't take credit for Tai Zhan's work, claiming the idea as his own to present to Han Feng. Instead, he attached Tai Zhan's original report. After all, he was the inspector of Qiongzhou. In theory, any achievements by the officials under him were partly his own, but his choice not to do so showed great sincerity. The officials of the Han tribe during this period were generally quite simple. They hadn't yet learned the cunning and schemes of the so-called officialdom. What they would become in the future was hard to say. The only solution was to devise a more rational system to restrain them. For example, a high-ranking official like an inspector should have his position rotated from time to time. Han Feng obviously had no time to study such things at the moment. The Han tribe's management system was still incomplete, and creating too many departments would be useless. At that moment, Han Feng was looking at Tai Zhan's report and couldn't help but slap the table in approval. Han Feng had never been to Bamboo Island, so he couldn't have imagined the specific local conditions. But Tai Zhan's report was highly targeted and even took the Han tribe's situation into account. For instance, delaying the promotion of rice cultivation to the second or third quarter would give Han Feng ample time to arrange for the immigrants. However, Tai Zhan's idea was still not perfect, or rather, the details weren't well thought out. For example, the idea of sending one immigrant family to each village. In a situation where local clan power was strong, how difficult would life be for that single family? If they scolded the locals while teaching them how to farm, wouldn't they be ostracized to death? Immigration was indeed a good thing, as it could quickly promote integration between the two peoples. But sending only one family per village was far too few. There had to be more. According to Han Feng's thinking, a small village should have at least one wu, 5 households, and a large village at least one shi, 10 households. Having 5 or 10 families living among the locals would lead to faster integration. This arrangement was much more practical than Tai Zhan's, which was overly idealistic. Oh, 1 family per village, and this family had to be skilled in farming, animal husbandry, cooking delicious food, and be literate enough to read and write? Wasn't that asking for the impossible? Where was Han Feng supposed to find such a family? But if these skills were divided among several families, it would be much easier to assemble the required expertise. Each specialty would only require 1 family, and 5 families forming a small collective could fulfill all the tasks Tai Zhan had mentioned. For larger villages, 10 households with a variety of specialties would be more than enough to meet local needs. Han Feng immediately wrote a reply, agreeing to their plan. He would arrange for the immigrants to board ships in the spring, along with the people and equipment for making identification cards. He instructed them to communicate with the local people in advance and prepare farmland and housing for the immigrants. It would be a tragedy if the immigrants arrived with nowhere to even stay. Additionally, Xue Qingyao had added his own opinion regarding education. The Han tribe's current educational model was to open schools and have all students attend. But the situation on Qiongzhou Island was different. There were no cities, only scattered villages. The population was widely dispersed. Building a single school to gather all the children was one thing, not to mention the cost and time. But just getting the locals to send their children to a school run by Han tribe people would be difficult. The local people had not yet fully integrated into the Han tribe. Would they feel safe in trusting their children to the Han tribe? Was this a joke? Furthermore, the villages were too far apart. Children would have to travel long distances to attend school, making daily commutes unrealistic. They couldn't all ride horses to school, could they? Boarding would be another expense, and the locals probably wouldn't be willing to pay. So, Qiongzhou's idea was to assign one teacher to each village and directly establish village-run primary schools. A village of school-aged children would only have 100 or 200 students, so 2 or 3 classes would be sufficient. In any case, they weren't expected to provide a top-tier education. If it could just combat illiteracy and popularize the Han language, the school would be worth it. This idea coincided perfectly with Han Feng's. He had already planned to send several families to each village, so assigning a teacher's family to each one was no problem at all. With this in mind, after writing his reply to Qiongzhou, Han Feng immediately drafted an immigrant recruitment order. Anyone who considered themselves skilled in farming, or could cook various Han tribe dishes, or was a recent school graduate, or could weave or tailor clothes, or was skilled in raising various livestock, or knew how to cultivate mulberry trees and raise silkworms. Any one of these skills would qualify. They could register with their local government office. Upon selection, they would be directly promoted 2 ranks in nobility, a title that could be inherited for 3 generations. They would also be rewarded with a donkey, 2 piglets, 2 sheep, a cage of rabbits, a full set of chickens and ducks, a pair of cats and dogs, a flying shuttle loom, a treadle spinning wheel, 100 yuan settling in allowance, and a commemorative photo album. The commemorative photo album was something Han Feng had just thought of. The Han tribe was just beginning to promote civilian photography. These people were leaving their homes for a strange new place, and they might never have the chance to return in their lifetime. A photo album could offer some comfort. This was all the Han tribe could do for them. After drafting the recruitment notice, Han Feng distributed it to the 8 commanderies of Hanyang for local governments to publicize. With such excellent benefits, it was sure to attract people, even if it meant migrating to a distant land. Didn't the Han tribe have migrations every year? In previous years, it was usually to establish new cities in surrounding areas, so they would send newly married young couples to settle the frontiers. But generally speaking, it wasn't too far from their original homes. If they wanted to visit family, a trip from the westernmost Mai commandery to the easternmost Dongxing commandery would take half a month at most. That barely counted as migration. But this time was different. The notice clearly stated they were going to the newly conquered Bamboo Island to live with the local indigenous people and teach them various skills. It was clear that these generous benefits wouldn't be easy to earn. Worried that some might try to pass themselves off as qualified to gain the title and benefits, Han Feng also set up an assessment system. Anyone who believed they met one of the conditions could register at the government office. However, after registration, the government would send someone to the person's village to investigate. For example, if someone claimed to be an excellent farmer, who could prove it? Han Feng's solution was that the government must send investigators to their hometown. They would need guarantees from the other 9 households in their shire, as well as the village head, before they could be added to the immigration list. This was where the benefits of the Shirwu system became apparent. If you had any issues, your neighbors would be watching. If something went wrong, no one could escape responsibility, so no one dared to lie. Following the ID card and photography incidents, the announcement once again sparked widespread public discussion. Besides listing the benefits of migration, it also specified the timeline. Registration would be completed within 10 days after the Zhengdan festival. Then, they would begin organizing the commemorative photo shoots and creating the albums. During the last 10 days of the Zhengdan month, families would visit relatives and pack their personal belongings. They would then gather in Luoyang Commandery and officially set sail in the spring of the following year. After a journey of over a month, they would finally arrive at their new villages by the end of the 2nd month. After the announcement was issued, many people signed up. The main attractions were the noble title and the benefits. A direct promotion of 2 ranks, inheritable for 3 generations. One had to know that Han tribe titles were generally not hereditary. Even if they were, they would be downgraded with each generation. For example, A third-rank title would become a second rank for the next generation, then first rank, and the fourth generation would become commoners. The benefits were even more exaggerated. They were even giving out cats and dogs. Were there no cats and dogs over there? Actually, that was true. Qiongzhou Island had dogs, similar to the Han tribe, introduced from the steppe regions. The herdsmen of the steppes had a longer history of domesticating dogs than the Han and Ecchi tribes. The Ecchi tribe had long-standing contact with the steppe regions, so the introduction of sheepdogs was a natural development. However, domesticated cats were currently only found in the Han tribe. Cats were excellent for catching mice, so they naturally had to be introduced to Qiongzhou Island. Another point was for those who were a bit older, around 30. If they weren't skilled carpenters or blacksmiths, couldn't read or write, and were just honest folk who only knew how to farm and have children, they would likely never have a chance to be ennobled in their lifetime. But this time was different. Even being a good cook could land them a spot. The threshold was low, the benefits were high, and the spots were limited. As a result, a huge number of people registered. From the time the notice was publicized, over 1,000 families signed up in less than 3 days. Among them were many newly engaged young couples, whose families consisted of just 2 people, ready to start a new life in a new place. Moreover, if they were successfully selected, it meant their life would begin with a second-rank noble title. They would have all kinds of livestock, a loom, and 100 yuan settling-in allowance. It was an offer too good to refuse. For people their age, even if they didn't migrate to Qiongzhou Island, if Han Feng decided to build new cities nearby, they would have been sent to migrate anyway. I'm taking a break. I promised 2 more chapters, but the power suddenly went out. My laptop has 50% battery, which probably won't last an hour. No internet, so I have to use my phone's hotspot to sync and save. No AC or fan, and I'm sweating buckets just writing 1 chapter. I can't take it anymore. Taking a break. Coo. I'll see if I can make it up tomorrow. Please send tips. No charge for this rant. Of the more than 1,800 families who had registered, after visits and reviews by officials from various regions, 1,400 plus families remained who met the standards. The list was sent to Han Feng's desk, but he still felt it was too many. Qiongzhou Island had a population of about 100,000. According to Xue Qingyao's statistics, there were 142 villages, most of which were small villages with a few hundred people. There were only about 10 large villages with populations over 1,000. Therefore, according to Han Feng's standard of 5 immigrant households for small villages and 10 for large ones, an average of 7 immigrant households per village would be sufficient. Thus, 1,000 immigrant households would be enough. From the 1,400 plus qualified families, another 400 plus had to be eliminated. Han Feng thought for a moment. There was no issue with their skills, so skills were not a factor for elimination. He mainly considered age and family size. First, while it was immigration, it couldn't lead to too much population loss for the Han tribe itself. So, families with more than 5 members were given priority for elimination. Newly married young couples with only 2 members were given priority for acceptance. Even with 1,000 such households, it would only mean immigrating 2,000 people. Of course, it was impossible for all 1,000 plus households to be such combinations. Next were household heads around 27 or 28 years old. They were also given priority. Household heads of this age were in their prime, with rich life experience, mature skills, and an understanding of how to deal with people. More importantly, their children were mostly around 12 or 13, old enough to help with various chores. And at most 2 more years, they would be adults. This way, 2 years after they immigrated and had established good relations with the locals, they could even intermarry with them, further accelerating the integration of the 2 peoples. As for the young couples with only 2 members, at 14 or 15 years old, they could also intermarry with the locals after they moved. After another round of screening, the final list of immigrants was settled. It consisted of 1,000 households, with a total population of 3,402 people. All of them received an official immigration order from their local government. However, with the Zhongdan festival just around the corner, there was no time for preparations. All the immigrants began to cherish their last moments in their hometowns. Visiting relatives and celebrating a good new year with their families was the most important thing. While the immigrants were having their final reunions, the Han tribe's official preparations could not stop. First, under Han Feng's orders, the 4 photo studios began operating early for the immigrants. Each immigrant household was given 60 free photos. They could choose where and with whom to take these 60 photos, the Han tribe would accommodate all their requests. In addition, they were given 40 official, standardized photos, mainly featuring the characteristic scenery of various regions. This was primarily for promotional purposes to the people of Qiongzhou. After the immigrants moved, they would inevitably share these photos with the local people. It would be a good opportunity for the people of Qiongzhou who had never been to the Han tribe to see what it looked like through the photos. Finally, these 60 private photos and 40 official photos would be made into a photo album, one for each immigrant household, as a form of spiritual connection to their homeland. The photographers traveling around were mainly composed of staff from the photo studios and Han Feng's personal guards. Many of Han Feng's guards had learned photography skills, which now came in handy. Of course, even though they were busy during the festival, Han Feng wouldn't let them work for free. The overtime pay they deserved would not be lacking, and neither would the New Year's red envelopes. Also receiving red envelopes were the numerous officials of the Han tribe, as a year-end bonus for their hard work. For those at the commandery governor level, they received 2,000 jin of rice, 500 jin of white flour, and 200 jin of glutinous rice. The Han tribe's glutinous rice production was not high, and the planting ratio was small. The glutinous rice distributed for the Zhengdan festival was mainly for them to make New Year cakes. In terms of meat, there was 1 fat pig, 2 large-horned deer, and a pair each of sheep, goats, and antelopes, for a total of 6 animals. For fabrics, there were 6 bolts of brocade, 10 bolts of various colored cotton cloth, 10 sheepskins, 10 sheepskin furs, 2 red fox pelts, and 2 bolts of camel wool. For supplementary foods, there were 20 jin of dried dates, 100 jin of persimmon cakes, 10 jin of tea leaves, 20 jin each of red and yellow sugar, 100 jin of white salt, and 6 cases of 1 jin glass bottles of white wine, with 12 bottles per case. Finally, there was a festival red envelope of 1,000 silver yuan. Officials below the commandery governor level still received gifts from this list, but the quantities would be reduced according to their rank. This was the case for all officials in the 8 commanderies of Hanyang. For to Shu in Tuahai commandery, Han Feng sent him a letter of greeting and the same gift list. He didn't send the items themselves, it was too far. Since they had everything there, they could buy the items according to the list, and he, the chief, would reimburse them. The same applied to the 3 commanderies of Honghu in the steppe region. As for the newly established 6 commanderies of Qiongzhou, various supplies were currently scarce. Even if they wanted to buy the items Han Feng was giving, they couldn't. Therefore, Han Feng gave them money directly, distributing large red envelopes corresponding to the gift list standard, so they could buy whatever they wanted locally. If they really couldn't buy anything, they could contact the Shu in Tuahai commandery, or just save the money and buy things later when they had the chance. 3 days before the Zhengdan festival, the gift-giving team set out, pulling carts and herding livestock, delivering benefits to the officials' homes one by one. This was the first time since the establishment of the Han tribe that Han Feng, the chief, had so formally bestowed New Year's goods. Although Han Feng had given many things during festivals in the past, it had never been so comprehensive, with the entire civil service system receiving gifts at once. In the beginning, the Han tribe didn't even have currency, and various supplies were not as abundant. It was certainly not comparable to the present. Even if Han Feng had wanted to give these things before, he couldn't have produced them. But now things were different. The currency system had been operating well for 2 or 3 years, and various supplies were becoming increasingly abundant. Things like tea and sugar could now be generously given to officials as New Year's goods. In the past, he couldn't have produced several thousand jin of sugar to give away like this. The officials in various regions were also very happy to receive Han Feng's gifts. To be honest, the value of these items was not much compared to their salaries. First, their own families did not lack food. The grain was just a symbol of good fortune. Then there were their salaries, which were much higher than the average income. These officials were not short of money. Take the commandery governors, for example. Their monthly salary plus various benefits was more than 1,000 yuan. But they were very busy. The Han tribe had relatively few holidays at present, and in its stage of rapid development, there was indeed a lot of work for these officials to do. So even if they had money, they couldn't possibly prepare such a complete and rich array of New Year's goods because they simply didn't have the time to buy them. Now, Han Feng had prepared everything for them and delivered it to their homes. Although the value wasn't high, it was a token of the chief's care, and that meaning was naturally different. The officials who received the Spring Festival benefits also wrote back to Han Feng to wish him a Happy New Year. Some even collected what they considered to be good things to present to Han Feng as gifts in return. However, this still seemed too casual. According to the proper New Year traditions of ancient times, the emperor would not only hold a grand banquet in the palace for all his officials, but on the day of the Zhengdan festival, all civil and military officials would have to pay their New Year's respects to the emperor at a grand court assembly. The scale of that was immense. But the Han tribe didn't even have a palace yet. Even if Han Feng wanted to feast his officials, he would probably have to entertain them in an open square. There wasn't a building large enough. In the middle of winter, he couldn't really treat all the officials to a meal in an open square, could he? Wasn't that ridiculous? Looking at the thick stack of New Year's reply letters in his hand, Han Feng sighed to himself. Forget it, forget it. The Han tribe was still in its founding stage. It didn't even have a palace. It was better to focus on development first. In a couple of years, when there was a palace and the entire bureaucratic system was perfected, then they could talk about court greetings. For now, it was better to be pragmatic and seek development. However, what Han Feng didn't know was that while he, the chief, was preparing New Year's benefits and giving out large red envelopes to all the officials in various regions had also long prepared gifts for him, their chief. It was just that Han Feng himself didn't know it yet. There will probably be 3 or 4 more chapters today. The minimum is 10,000 words. I'll try to make up for yesterday's chapter, if nothing unexpected happens. The day before the Zhengdan festival, Han Feng took his wife and children to pay respects to their ancestors. Unlike the grand ceremonies of the past, Han Feng no longer held collective ancestral worship activities. The Han tribe now had too many commanderies, and the people were widely dispersed. It was impossible for Han Feng to lead all the people in worship, so everyone simply paid respects to their own ancestors. Since there was no palace, there was naturally no imperial ancestral temple to enshrine their forefathers. Han Feng's current place of worship was actually the cave outside Hanyang City, where they had first lived. The ancestors of the Han tribe had lived in that cave for an unknown number of generations. It could barely be considered a place of worship. Han Feng led his family into the cave. It had since been renovated. In the innermost part, where a sliver of light shone down, Han Feng had ordered a stone tablet to be carved and placed there, serving as an ancestral tablet for the Han tribe. Han Feng's family wasn't the only one to come and pay respects. In front of the stone tablet, there were already some plates of food that looked to be 2 or 3 days old. Han Feng didn't know who had come to worship so early, but there were only a few people who would come here. Perhaps it was KZ, or De Li, or Yu Mao. In any case, it was just the few people who had lived here in the beginning. Father, did you live in this cave when you were little? 3-year-old Luo Chung asked, following beside Han Feng and looking around the cave. That's right. Father used to live here. See that flat piece of ground? Father used to sleep there every night, on a bed of grass. And look over there. That's where the rabbit hutch used to be. I even raised rabbits here, Han Feng said, pointing out the various features of the cave to his son. Daddy, I'm scared. Daddy, hold me. Luo Lan looked at the somewhat gloomy cave and the stone tablet, feeling a chill in her heart. Not wanting to stay any longer, she tugged at Han Feng's pant leg from the other side. Be good, don't be afraid. We'll first make offerings to our ancestors, kowtow a few times, and then we'll go home. Han Feng rubbed his 2 children's heads, took the food box from Xiao Dai, and placed the offerings plate by plate in front of the stone tablet. He then took a basket from Zhaning and placed dried fruits and other items in front as well. The bronze incense burner was filled with ash. There was only one person who came here regularly, the elder of the small Han tribe from the beginning. The elder held no official position now. He was old, and it was time for him to enjoy his later years. He usually spent his time playing chess and chatting with Xu Wu, or he would come back to this cave to clean up, pay respects to the Han tribe's ancestors, light a few sticks of incense, and occasionally sleep here. Han Feng also took out a handful of sandalwood incense from the basket. He lit the carbide lamp in the cave, used the lamp to light a candle, and then used the candle to light the incense. He gave 3 sticks to each family member. The family of 5 knelt on cattail hassocks, bowed 3 times, and placed the incense in the burner. The simple worship was complete. Leading his wife and children back home, Han Feng's family began to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. At noon, he made rice cakes with his 2 children, and in the evening, they would eat dumplings and set off baozhu. However, this baozhu wasn't what one might call firecrackers. It was purely burning bamboo. The term baozhu, exploding bamboo, originated from the practice of burning bamboo on New Year's Eve. When bamboo burns, it makes a crackling, popping sound, similar in principle to burning firewood, though firewood's crackle isn't as loud as bamboo's pop. This was what was known as de baoju, setting off exploding bamboo. As for making firecrackers by rolling black powder in paper, sorry, the Han tribe couldn't afford such a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to use that much gunpowder to train artillerymen? Wouldn't it be better to use that much paper to wipe their bottoms? Why waste it on disposable firecrackers? The next morning, on the Zhengdan festival, Han Feng's family had prepared a sumptuous meal early. The two children also climbed out of bed early. Luo Cheng and Luo Lan were very excited about the festival because their father and mothers had said there would be new clothes to wear, all sorts of delicious food, and their father would give them red envelopes. Although they often wore new clothes, the two little ones never had to worry about such things, so they were easily tricked into getting up. Tang Yao was also celebrating the new year at Han Feng's home. Both Xiao Dai and Zhan Ying were pregnant with their second child, so besides the maids, Tang Yao was the only agile woman in the house. She had been busy since early morning, directing the kitchen and maids to prepare the food. Now that the two little ones were up, she finally had some free time. She and her mother changed into new clothes and joined Han Feng's family for the Zhengdan breakfast. Tang Yao's mother had accompanied her on the diplomatic mission to the Han tribe. She had no special duties, mainly just to take care of Tang Yao, so she also lived at Han Feng's home. In the dining hall, Han Feng, as the head of the family, sat at the head of the table. Xiao Dai and Zhan Ying sat on either side with their children, while Tang Yao and her mother sat opposite them. Before they started eating, Xiao Dai and Zhan Ying gave their children a look. The two children immediately got down from their chairs and lined up to wish Han Feng a Happy New Year and ask for red envelopes. Father, your son wishes you a Happy New Year. I wish you a long life. Here, this is my gift. As the older brother, Luo Cheng was the first to step forward and bow to Han Feng, a kneeling bow. After kowtowing properly, he took out a folded piece of red paper from his clothes. This was his gift for Han Feng. Han Feng took it and saw that the paper was covered with 100 fortune characters written crookedly with a brush. He wondered how long it had taken the boy to write so many. He smiled and accepted the paper. Good son, get up. Father has a big red envelope for you. You can use this money to buy delicious things. But you're over 3 years old now, so you can't just think about playing anymore. You have to be serious about your studies too, understand? Yes, thank you, father. Luo Cheng nodded quickly and happily took a brocade pouch from Han Feng. It only contained 6 silver yuan, but the little guy, who had no concept of money, was still very satisfied. He mimicked the adults and hung the pouch on his belt, giggling foolishly. Daddy, Lanner wishes you a Happy New Year too. I wish Daddy will marry Annie Tang soon and give me a little sister. Here, Daddy, this is my gift. Luo Lan also came before Han Feng, kowtowed, offered her blessings, and then presented her gift. Her gift was also a piece of calligraphy, but instead of 100 characters, it was a poem copied from her primary school textbook. The gift was nice, but those blessings. You little rascal, who taught you to say that? Han Feng asked, poking his daughter's forehead with his finger. Luo Lan immediately looked wronged. She turned to look at her mother, Zhan Ying, then at Xiao Dai, and finally at Tang Yao. By now, Tang Yao's face was completely red, but she didn't object at all. Even Tang Yao's mother was sitting beside her with a knowing smile. This middle-aged woman was very fond of children, especially Han Feng's too. They were well-fed and raised by Han Feng to be chubby and adorable. Compared to the children of the other tribe members, they had a natural air of nobility. After a year of contact, for some unknown reason, Tang Yao's mother had also come to favor the marriage between Han Feng and her daughter. Seeing Luo Lan pouting and on the verge of tears, Han Feng sighed to himself, reached out, and scooped her up onto his lap. All right. Thank you for the gift from our little princess. Daddy likes it very much. Daddy also has a big red envelope for you. You can keep it to buy delicious things, okay? Okay. Thank you, Daddy. Luo Lan took the pouch of silver yuan, gave Han Feng a kiss, and then carefully hung the pouch on her belt. After the younger generation had paid their respects, Han Feng raised his cup and said to everyone, "Come, let us drink this cup together. May the Han tribe have a bountiful harvest of all grains this year. May the 6 domestic animals thrive. May the population flourish, and may there be no sickness or disaster. I also wish for my 2 wives to successfully give birth to their second child." Xiao Dai and Zhan Ying both smiled. They couldn't drink alcohol, of course, but they also raised their teacups to celebrate the festival with everyone. Tang Yao, sitting opposite them, was particularly shy today. If her eyes accidentally met Han Feng's, her cheeks would immediately flush red, and she would quickly look away. It made Han Feng a little wary during the meal. Were these three women colluding to drug him? Just as Han Feng was wondering how these three women were planning to scheme against him, a maid suddenly entered. She curtsied to everyone and then said, "Chief, there are several commandery governors outside with carts and horses who have come to wish you a happy new year. They've also brought gifts." "Oh, bringing gifts for New Year's greetings? Interesting. Let them in." Han Feng's eyebrows shot up. It seemed this year was truly the year of the Han tribe's rise. He had prepared New Year's goods and red envelopes for them, and now they were coming to wish him a happy new year and bring gifts? Interesting. 2 more chapters. When Han Feng heard that officials were coming to wish him a happy new year and bring gifts, he was quite pleased. This was the first time it had happened since the founding of the Han tribe. The main reason was that the 8 commanderies of Hanyang had all gotten on the right track. Even Nanzhong Commandery, the last to be established, had been around for over a year. Plus, Han Feng hadn't built any new cities in the Hanyang region this year, so the local officials weren't too busy. They took their holidays, the people lived and worked in peace, and there was no need for land reclamation or other major projects. They didn't have much to worry about, so they naturally had the leisure to think about other things, like preparing gifts for Han Feng. Han Feng was quite looking forward to their gifts. He wondered what they had prepared for him. As he told the maid to let them in, Han Feng also stood up, holding Luo Lan, and went to the entrance of the living room to greet them. He had heard that several commandery governors were coming, but he didn't expect the first one to enter to be KZ, dressed in a brocade robe and fox fur. He had brought his wife and his 4-year-old son. This guy had been an old bachelor. Because of his limp, he had never found a woman willing to marry him. But after the Han tribe grew stronger and absorbed many people, KZ, who had already given up on finding a wife due to his age, started thinking that he would have no one to take care of him when he got old. Plus, his conditions were better now. So he found a widow and started a family. They even had a child, who was now 4 years old. KZ was very happy today. He didn't get many chances to see Han Feng anymore, so he had come specially to see the chief. He limped into the courtyard and saw Han Feng holding his daughter, waiting to greet him at the entrance of the living room. He immediately hurried forward and bowed to Han Feng. KZ pays his respects to the chief and wishes the chief a happy new year. May the chief live a long life and have many children and blessings. KZ's wife was a bit shy, an honest woman. She didn't speak, just curtsied along with KZ. "Good. It's rare for you to come see me today. How's your leg? It looks like you're walking quite steadily," Han Feng said, also stepping forward with his daughter. He helped KZ up with one hand and greeted him. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. My leg is what it is. It won't get better, but it doesn't stop me from walking. I have no problem with daily life," KZ replied, standing up straight and chatting with Han Feng. "Happy New Year, Uncle. Lanner wishes you a happy new year." At that moment, Luo Lan, seeing the smiling KZ, seemed to take a liking to him. She sat in Han Feng's arms and actively cupped her hands in a New Year's greeting. "Ah, Happy New Year to you too, Lanner. So this is Luo Lan, the most beautiful girl in our Han tribe. She may, quick, get a red envelope for Lanner." KZ responded happily to Luo Lan and quickly told his wife to take out a red envelope for the child. Luo Lan looked at the red envelope, then at Han Feng, her eyes questioning whether she should take it. "Come on, Lanner, take it. This is from your uncle. Your daddy won't scold you. If your uncle is giving it to you, then take it. Remember to thank him," Han Feng said, nodding in agreement. "Thank you, Uncle." Luo Lan immediately beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. With guests arriving, Tang Yao, Xiao Dai, and Zhaning also came out with little Luo Cheng, standing beside Han Feng to welcome them. Luo Cheng naturally received a red envelope from KZ as well, and Han Feng didn't refuse. KZ was well off now, with a good income. He could certainly afford to give red envelopes to the children, so Han Feng had no qualms about it. And perhaps because of their blood ties, Han Feng's 2 children got along very well with KZ. After all, this guy was genuinely related to them by blood. Back when the Han tribe only had a few men, they were definitely all related. For example, Shoya was the son of the previous chief's generation, so he might have been Han Feng's cousin. But the past was too blurry, and they had never systematically sorted out their seniority. As long as they knew they were family, the specific generation didn't matter. After some small talk, Han Feng teased, I heard you prepared a gift for me. It's not a stone basin, is it? KZ blushed a little. The chief still remembered his ultimate dream from back then. What era was it now? Who still used stone basins? Of course not. The good life we have now is all thanks to the chief leading us. How could I be so shameless as to present a stone basin? KZ replied, a bit embarrassed by Han Feng's teasing. Oh, then what is it? Han Feng asked curiously. I've prepared 2 porcelain vases for the chief. They're not very useful, just for decoration. The chief's house is big, so there's plenty of space for them. Men, bring in those 2 porcelain vases of mine. KZ explained, and then called for his gift to be brought over. Han Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The guy whose dream was to grind out a stone basin had moved on from tableware and was now into decorative pieces. And they had to be carried in? Had he fired a water vat for him? So big that one person couldn't move it? The next moment, 8 personal guards entered from the courtyard gate. They were divided into 2 groups, for people working together to carry a large object. There were 2 of them in total, which surprised Han Feng even more. What is this? Han Feng asked, a little uncertain. Was this really a porcelain vase? A vase that required 4 people to carry? Put it down, put it down. Just put it here for now. KZ directed the guards to place the 2 vases in the courtyard. The objects had wooden trays at the bottom and protective wooden frames around them, and they were wrapped tightly in straw mats. So even when they were brought before Han Feng, he still couldn't be sure what was inside. KZ personally untied the straw mats, revealing a super large vase that was as thick as a person and 1.8 meters tall. Han Feng was stunned. Everyone else in the courtyard was also gaping in astonishment. Everyone present was a top-tier noble of the Han tribe, who hadn't seen porcelain before. But they had never seen porcelain this large. Han Feng had seen similar large vases in his previous life, usually placed as decorations in company or hotel lobbies. But even those were generally not this tall. He never expected KZ to be able to fire such porcelain in this era. It truly shocked him. As everyone stood there dumbfounded, KZ continued his work. He unwrapped the other porcelain vase, which was of the same size and equally exquisite. Chief, this is a gift that our kiln factory made for you together. Lu Ji personally mixed the clay, I designed the shape, the workers threw the body, the Wen brothers painted it, and I personally supervised the firing. We fired 10 in total, but only these 2 are the best. The others had cracks or uneven glaze, so I smashed them. Now there are only these 2. You've all been very thoughtful. Do these 2 vases have names? Han Feng said with emotion, then immediately asked. Even if these 2 vases weren't antiques, in this era, they were definitely rare treasures. A one-of-a-kind pair of precious vases worth a fortune. Well, I'm not good at naming things. Why don't you give them a name, Chief? KZ said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He was just a kiln worker with little education. How would he know how to name things? Let me take a look first. Han Feng nodded and, holding his daughter, began to circle the pair of large porcelain vases. The 2 vases had small bases, round bodies, and slender necks. The widest part of the body was probably about 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, and the height was exactly 1.8 meters. The glaze on the body was bright and smooth, without any flaws. The overall color was a sapphire blue base, not the blue of blue and white porcelain, but a deeper, yet particularly vibrant sapphire blue. If it were just this one color, it obviously wouldn't be called a rare treasure. The most crucial thing was that Han Feng saw no less than 7 different colors on these 2 porcelain vases. One of the vases was painted with a 100 birds scene. On the sapphire blue background, there was an earth-colored ground, with green, moss-covered rocks beside it. On the other side of the vase was a tree, with a crooked, gnarled shape, probably a pine tree. In the tree were brightly feathered kingfishers, orioles, magpies, and many other birds that Han Feng didn't recognize. Pine nuts were scattered on the ground, and many colorful golden pheasants and common pheasants were foraging under the tree. On the rocks beside them was a small puddle, where a small, unidentifiable bird was dipping its head to drink. The entire vase was brightly colored, the palette harmonious, and the paintings vivid and lifelike, giving one the feeling of stepping into nature. All the scenery was painted with such life and spirit. If this were in Han Feng's previous life, it would definitely be one of the priceless national treasures that could not be exhibited abroad. The other porcelain vase also had a sapphire blue base and was painted with a 100 beasts scene. The overall layout of this scene was similar to the 100 birds, one, with a tree, ground, and rocks. The 2 vases formed a perfect pair. But on this 100 beasts vase, the tree was a persimmon tree. There were fallen persimmons under the tree, where domestic pigs were playing and eating them. In the treetop, several monkeys were shaking the branches, some playing, some picking persimmons, and some throwing persimmons at the pigs below. There were also squirrels and snakes in the tree. Under the tree were deer, and a wild wolf was hidden behind the grass, unnoticeable without a close look. On the other side of the vase was a river, with fish, ducks, and geese in it. On the other side of the river were houses, and over the river was a stone bridge. A commoner was carrying a shoulder pole with a cage of rabbits on each end, leading a cow by a rope. In front of him, a yellow dog was wagging its tail, looking back and waiting for him. The scene was vivid and lifelike, with auspicious meanings. More importantly, upon careful appreciation, there was a certain artistic conception to it. After viewing them, Hanfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy, who had started with the dream of spending a lifetime grinding a stone basin, had later learned to fire pottery and porcelain from Hanfeng. From then on, he was unstoppable, changing his long-held dream. His new dream was for everyone in the Han tribe to eat from porcelain bowls. Now that this dream had also been realized, KZ had finally moved beyond basic needs and started to study art. And his achievements were so high. A pair of precious vases like this, in Hanfeng's previous life, would probably sell for hundreds of millions with ease. This guy was too amazing. Oh, and there were the One brothers, who were skilled at painting. Assigning those two to work in the kiln factory with KZ back then seemed to have been the right decision. It hadn't ruined their talent and opportunity for painting. Following KZ, these two had an endless supply of various porcelain pieces to paint on every day. Now, after several years, their painting skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. He didn't know about other things, but at least in painting porcelain vases, they were definitely giants among giants. In fact, KZ had been studying art for over a year. In recent years, after the rapid development of the Han tribe, kiln factories were being built in various places to supply the local people with daily cooking utensils and tableware. The Hanyang Commandery Kiln Factory, which KZ was in charge of, had long since met the needs of the local people, so the production of porcelain had been greatly reduced. Following Hanfeng's advice, this guy started making ceramic tiles, preparing to enter the building materials industry. Until one day, KZ learned that the kiln factory in Weishan Commandery had fired a type of porcelain for saving money. A piggy bank in the shape of a fat pig, and it was selling very well. This guy was immediately inspired. It turned out that porcelain was not only for eating, but could also be used as decoration and for appreciation. So he began to experiment with various decorative art pieces. After an unknown amount of time, he finally created these two astonishingly precious vases. Excellent, excellent. I like these two vases very much. You've all been very thoughtful. Keep up the good work and strive to create more and better works in the future, Hanfeng said, not stingy with his praise. That's right, works. These two porcelain vases had now transcended the category of utensils. They should be called works of art. They were the works of the kiln factory, the collective masterpiece of the people there. As long as the chief likes them, that's all that matters. This is just a small token of our appreciation, KZ said, also very happy to hear Hanfeng's praise and admiration for the two vases. While Hanfeng's family was admiring the pair of porcelain vases, the other commandery governors who had come to pay their New Year's respects couldn't help but mutter among themselves. KZ is really amazing. With his pair of vases here today, our gifts probably look a bit shabby. Yeah, I sigh. My gift really can't compare. I just hope the chief won't mind. The several commandery governors whispered among themselves, sighing inwardly. However, the sharp-eared Hanfeng heard them. He was already very happy that the officials below him were coming to wish him a happy new year and bring gifts. How could he possibly mind? Even if the gifts were ordinary, he would be very happy. Of course, if there were gifts like KZ's, that would be a pleasant surprise. Don't worry, I won't mind. It's the thought that counts. It doesn't matter what you give. Even if you brought some homemade New Year cakes to share with me, I would be very happy, Hanfeng said directly to them. Hearing Hanfeng suddenly join their conversation, they immediately straightened their clothes, stood in a line, and bowed to wish him a happy new year. Your subject, Jing Yan. Your subject, Shi Xian. Your subject, Jian Dun. Your subject, Yunji, greet the chief. We wish the chief a happy new year. May the chief expand his territory by 10,000 li and unify the land. Hanfeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Had these guys rehearsed their lines outside? Why were their greetings exactly the same? Good. A very good. Expand his territory by 10,000 li and unify the land. I have this confidence. I wonder if you, my trusted ministers, are willing to lend me your strength. We are willing to follow in the chief's footsteps, to never abandon you until death, and to create a glorious future together. Among the 4 commandery governors, Jing Yin was the first to come up with the words. The other 3 quickly followed suit. Han Feng once again looked at this Jing Yin with high regard. This guy was eloquent, a real talent. He wondered if the previous greeting was also his idea. Good. Your words are worth more than any gift. Don't worry. Even if you really brought New Year cakes, I would eat them today, Han Feng said with a smile. You jest, Chief. My family has not yet made New Year cakes this year. It's just that I was fortunate enough to obtain a few stones a while ago. I dared not keep them for myself and have come to present them to the chief. Although they cannot compare to these 2 precious vases, they have some beauty of their own. As Jing Yin spoke, he gestured for his attendants outside to bring in a wooden box. When the box was placed on the ground, he opened it himself. Inside was a pile of colorful stones. On the very top was a piece of raw jadeite, completely translucent green, as large as a sea bowl, almost the size of a volleyball. Such a large piece of jade, although still an unprocessed raw stone, was still priceless. The reason it wasn't processed was probably because Jing Yin considered that if he took it upon himself to carve it into an object and the chief didn't like it, it would be a waste of the stone. It was better to give the raw stone directly to the chief and let Han Feng decide what to do with it. Not bad. Such jade must be very rare. Was this dug from the mines in your area? There's jade in the coal mines. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, clearly very pleased with this box of gems. To answer the chief, no? This was from a tribe that was just absorbed by our Dongxing commandery 2 months ago. The tribe's chief, in order to join our Han tribe, voluntarily presented this treasure that had been passed down in his tribe for generations. I dared not keep such a thing for myself. Only such a treasure is worthy of the chief's noble status. Please do not disdain it, chief, Jing Yin explained, presenting the box of various jades to Han Feng. Excellent, excellent. I like it very much. Men, move these things inside. For now, place these 2 porcelain vases in the corners of the living room. We'll make other arrangements later when there's time. Chief, I have no porcelain vases or jade, only a lion skin and a bear skin to present to you. My commandery government office had a few days off, so we organized a hunt. We were lucky and got a bear and a cave lion. We also found 2 lion cubs. If the chief likes them, you can keep them. Jian Dun of my commandery also introduced his gift. His gift was indeed not outstanding, just animal skins. There were plenty of wild animals these days. Was the Han tribe lacking in animal skins? Was Han Feng, the chief, lacking in animal skins? However, the 2 cave lion cubs he got were indeed something new. Cave lions were fierce beasts. Could their cubs be raised? As Jian Dun spoke, a young man who had come with him also walked in carrying a basket. The basket was lined with a quilt and animal skins, and covered with another layer. From inside came the continuous, tender sounds of ah, ah. Han Feng wasn't particularly impressed by this gift. Lions were wild animals. If Han Feng had a zoo, he wouldn't mind putting the 2 lion cubs in it, but he didn't. Not only did he not have a zoo, he also didn't have anything like the Xianglin Park, a royal hunting ground. The Xianglin Park was basically the emperor's private zoo, where animals could live and reproduce, and then the emperor would take people there to hunt. So Han Feng was a bit troubled, not knowing how to place these 2 lion cubs. However, unlike Han Feng, little Luo Cheng seemed very interested in the 2 lion cubs. Seeing the 2 little lions, whose eyes were not yet open and could only cry out, he immediately rushed over to play with the 2 little things. What could Han Feng say? Let his son play with them for now. He would think about what to do with them later. Not bad. I like this gift very much too. I'll accept it. After Jian Dun's gift was presented, Shi Xian, the current governor of Luoyang Commandery, also had his gift brought out. Chief, I had someone build a model of a new type of sailboat. This ship is called the Flying Fish. It is faster than all existing ship types. I hope the chief will like it. Han Feng liked ship models. Almost anyone who knew him even a little was aware of this. Even if others didn't know, as the governor of Luoyang Commandery, with the Luoyang shipyard being a key production unit under his jurisdiction, how could Shi Xian not know Han Feng's hobby? From outside the main gate, 2 personal guards carried in an exquisite wooden ship model, complete with a dedicated stand. This ship was the Flying Fish class sailboat Shi Xian had mentioned, a type of sailboat the Han tribe did not currently possess. Han Feng, being quite familiar with sailboat structures, could see the ship's characteristics at a glance. The flying fish had a large length-to-beam ratio, giving the immediate impression of being longer than any current Han tribe ship. Moreover, this ship broke away from the Han tribe's usual roundbow design, for the first time using an inverted V-shaped, blade-like bow. The sides of the bow also featured a concave, streamlined design, making the bow sharp and thin. The stern was not a tunnel-like structure either, but also a sharp, blade-like shape, though without the concave sides. Its rounded arc structure would maintain better stability. The ship's belly was round, and the bottom was slightly flat. This ship had a shallow draft and a blade-like bow, which meant less resistance in the water. There was no superstructure on the deck, meaning a lower center of gravity, more stable sailing, and less wind resistance. In addition, the designer had freakishly installed 6 masts on it. The 6 longitudinally arranged fore and aft sails were wider than the ship's beam, which in the world of sailing meant more powerful propulsion. After all, sailboats are driven by the wind. The larger the sail area, the more power you have. Makes sense, right? So, to sum it up, this ship's speed should be absolutely insane. The name Flying Fish perfectly confirmed this. This ship could fly on the water's surface. Are there detailed specifications or blueprints? This should be a sailboat designed for maximum speed, right? Han Feng asked, looking at the model. The others around didn't really understand these things. They only knew that the ship looked long and thin, had many sails, and more masts than the Fubo Guard's current flagship. Yes, I brought the ship's blueprints. Qiongzhou took the blueprints from an attendant and handed them to Han Feng, adding an explanation. Chief, this ship is indeed designed for higher speeds. It's the first to use a pointed bow and has the largest possible length-to-beam ratio. The design parameters are a beam of 16 meters, a draft of 5.2 meters, and a length of 136 meters, giving it a length-to-beam ratio of 8.5 to 1, more than double that of the Fubo. Its tonnage also exceeds the Fubo at around 5,000 tons. It has 6 longitudinally arranged, extra-wide fore and aft sails to provide more than ample power. Here, Qiongzhou paused before continuing. Chief, our Han tribe's territory is getting larger and larger, especially the distance between the north and south, making communication quite inconvenient. Although we have many sailboats, their speeds are too slow. It takes at least 43 days of nonstop sailing to get from Luoyang Commandery to Tuahai Commandery. To get from Luoyang Commandery to Qiongzhou Island, it takes at least 50 days. It is for this reason that I asked the shipyard's craftsmen to design this new type of vessel. The surrounding crowd nodded slightly. They were all commandery-level governors and naturally understood the Han tribe's current situation. The territory was too vast, the distance between north and south too great, and communication was extremely inconvenient, which greatly limited the tribe's development speed. At this moment, Qiongzhou dropped a bombshell. Chief, the Flying Fish has a very light and fast design. According to our designs and projections, with a crew of 600, a cargo of 1,000 tons, and a self-sufficiency of 2 months, it can reach the 3 commanderies of Honghu in just 8 days and nights. It can complete the entire journey from Luoyang Commandery to Tuahai Commandery in 12 days and nights, reducing the original 43-day journey by about 3.5 times. If sailing from Luoyang Commandery to Qiongzhou Island, I am confident it can reach its destination in under half a month. Hearing Qiongzhou's introduction, the crowd was once again stunned. This was the second time they had been amazed by a gift, after KZ presented his pair of porcelain vases. 8 days to reach the Honghu commanderies on the steppe. 12 days to complete a journey that originally took 43 days. Reaching Qiongzhou Island from Luoyang Commandery in under half a month. What kind of insane speed was that? If the Flying Fish could truly achieve this speed, it would be a leap forward for both the development of the south and the communication between the northern and southern regions of the Han tribe. However, compared to the others' astonishment, Han Feng was relatively calm. The Flying Fish ship that Qiongzhou presented, in terms of structure, was quite similar to the clipper ships Han Feng had heard of in his past life. They both had large length-to-beam ratios, streamlined designs, and multi-sail structures, and their design goals were the same: to achieve the fastest possible speed. Han Feng didn't know exactly how fast this Flying Fish could go, as there was no real ship yet, but clipper ships had indeed set a record of crossing the Atlantic in 13 days. This type of sailboat, before the advent of the steam turbine, had reached the absolute limit of sailboat speed, capable of exceeding 20 knots. However, this type of ship was only fast. Its stability was extremely poor, and its turning radius was too large. If it encountered strong crosswinds, it was very easy to capsize. It was suitable for transportation, whether for people or goods, but it couldn't be used as a warship. Because of its poor lateral stability, if you installed dozens of cannons on its broadside and fired a full salvo, the recoil alone could probably flip the ship over. But Han Feng had no intention of using this thing as a warship. It was very suitable for transportation. After he finished looking at the blueprints, he commented, "I like this ship very much. I am also very pleased that you have put thought into the issue of our tribe's north-south communication. However, I have a few suggestions. This ship is good, but it's only suitable for sea travel. For inland river routes, this ship is too long. The main channel of the Luyang River is over 100 meters at its narrowest point and can be several kilometers wide at its widest, with an average width of about 400 to 500 meters. Your ship is 136 meters long, and its length-to-beam ratio is too large, resulting in high lateral resistance. If a ship like this sails on the Luyang River, you won't even be able to turn it around unless you're in a wide stretch of water. However, the design of this ship is very good, and that deserves praise. But when you build it, don't make it so large. It needs to be scaled down proportionally. Reduce the 16-meter beam to 10 meters, and set the length-to-beam ratio at 8.2. That would make the ship's length 82 meters, a little longer than the Fubo. As for the other parts, you can scale them down proportionally. Build this ship after the new year. I accept this gift of yours. I hope this flying fish can truly achieve the speed you mentioned." "Yes, thank you, Chief, for liking it." Qiongzhou retreated to the side, beaming. He had made a big impression with his gift this new year. If KZ's gift was a top-tier work of art, then his gift was a national treasure. It was in no way inferior to that pair of porcelain vases. Yunji of Rion Commandery was in a rather miserable position. He had originally thought his gift was quite good, but after seeing the precious vases, the live lion cubs, the beautiful jade, and the super-fast sailboat, he felt too ashamed to present his own gift. Seeing the chief and everyone else looking at him, Yunji couldn't help but feel a little awkward. "Chief, I feel like I'm about to be looked down upon," Yunji said jokingly. Rion Commandery, where Yunji was from, didn't really have anything special, with one exception, the silk from Jingguan County. Rion Commandery was the first place in the Han tribe to start weaving silk. The scale of its sericulture and the technology of its silk weaving were the best in the Han tribe. Yunji didn't keep them in suspense. Knowing his gift was what it was, he simply had it brought up. This time, it wasn't a personal guard who presented the gift, but Yunji's wife. She came with 2 maids, and after greeting Han Feng's family, she and the maids displayed their gift. "Chief, please take a look. These are 2 of the newest types of silk gauze. This one, which is more structured, is woven from a blend of raw silk. I've named it Shengyan Sha, raw smoke gauze. It's suitable for making cover-ups or outer layers. In the summer, it can also be sewn onto the outside of clothing for sun protection. The other is called Shuiyan Sha, water smoke gauze. It's made from processed silk and is much softer than the other. Both of these new types of silk were developed this year. If the chief likes them, they can be mass-produced next year." Han Feng glanced at them. He wasn't really interested in this kind of thin, transparent mesh fabric. But even if he didn't like it, others did. Xiao Dai, Zhan Ing, and Teng Yao were all very fond of this beautiful clothing material. Seeing such beautiful fabric, the 3 women immediately went forward to touch and examine it, quickly discussing what kind of clothes could be made from it and what styles would look best. "Very good. Silk is the finest of fabrics. It's excellent that you've been able to develop more varieties. It will enrich the products of our Han tribe. I like this gift very much as well. I'll accept it. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Han Feng nodded in praise and agreed to accept it. As for whether he actually liked it, what did it matter? His wives would be the ones wearing it, and in the end, they'd be wearing it for him to see. After the 5 had presented their gifts, Han Feng invited them into the house. Xiao Dai and Zhan Ing took the initiative to give the wives a tour of their home, while Han Feng led KZ and the 4 commandery governors into his study. Since they were here, he planned to take the opportunity to discuss next year's plans and arrangements for government affairs. However, as soon as they entered the room and heard Han Feng was about to discuss government affairs, Qiongzhou, the governor of Luyang Commandery, suddenly interjected. "Chief, is what you're about to say directed at just the few of us, or the entire tribe? If it concerns all our commanderies and counties, then perhaps we should wait a little while. Yesterday, I saw Lu Guangzhou, the governor of Weishan Commandery, and he also told me he was coming to wish you a happy new year. He might be here soon. That's right, Chief. Dali also said he was coming. If it's not urgent, why don't we wait a bit? KZ added from the side. Dali was also one of the Han tribe's founding veterans. It was perfectly normal for him and KZ to be in contact. All right, then we'll wait a while. Han Feng nodded and then gave the several commandery governors a tour of his house, walking through the front and back courtyards. The commandery governors had long been envious of Han Feng's house. They also wanted a large house filled with glass, with good lighting and a comfortable living space. Plus, the style of the house designed by Han Feng looked very high class. However, Han Feng advised them against it. If you want to live in a big house, I suggest you don't build it here. In a few more years, our Han tribe will establish its capital in Tuahai Commandery. At that time, you might all be promoted and transferred to the capital to serve as officials. If you want to live in a big house, it would be better to build it directly in the capital then. The capital of our Han tribe will be more advanced and larger than any existing city, far beyond what these current commanderies and counties can compare to. Chief, I heard from Deshu the year before last that we will build the capital in Tuahai Commandery in the future. When are we actually going to build it? It's been over a year and there's been no movement, Jingyan asked casually, picking up on the chief's mention of building the capital. The capital is too large. How could it be easy to build? Just organizing the labor and preparing the various building materials will take several years. For example, timber, from felling and transportation to air drying, will take at least 3 years. The amount of bricks, stone, and earthwork is also not small. So just wait for now. However, we can slowly start preparing the materials. Han Feng explained the issue of the capital as he strolled through the courtyard with them. But before they had said more than a few words, a personal guard came to report. Chief, the governors of Weishan Commandery, Xing'an Commandery, and Nanzhong Commandery have come to request an audience. They say they have come to wish the chief a happy new year and have brought gifts. Han Feng and the commandery governors beside him exchanged a look and all laughed. All right, let them in. Yes, sir. The personal guard acknowledged and went out to lead them in. Sure enough, a moment later, Dali, the governor of Xing'an Commandery, Lu Guangzhou, the governor of Weishan Commandery, and Yang Yin, the governor of Nanzhong Commandery, walked in together. They had brought many attendants with them, but they were not servants or family members, but officials from the Han tribe's 2 research institutes. When this group first entered, Han Feng had already noticed the presence of the research institute personnel, such as Ao Fei and Wen Nong, who were also among them. Your subjects Lu Guangzhou, Ao Fei, Yang Yin, Dali, pay our respects to the chief. We wish the chief peace throughout the 4 seasons of the new year, a flourishing family, and constant laughter. This group wished Han Feng a happy new year together, but they didn't say anything about unifying the land. It seemed very relaxed and casual, like a family chat, which was more in the spirit of the new year. Good. Thank you for coming to wish me a happy new year. It's very thoughtful of you. But if you don't bring children, I won't be giving you any red envelopes. Han Feng joked with the group. These people were all grown up. How could they ask Han Feng for New Year's money? Besides, he had just given out year-end bonuses not long ago. You jest, Chief. We don't want red envelopes. It's just that we heard at the gate that the few who arrived earlier all prepared excellent gifts. We're a bit worried that ours won't measure up. We hope the chief won't mind, Lu Guangzhou said first. Don't worry, the chief accepts everything. Even if you bring him a few pieces of New Year cake, he won't mind, KZ said on Han Feng's behalf before Han Feng himself could speak. Only a founding veteran like KZ would dare to say such a thing. Others certainly wouldn't have the guts. Their relationship with Han Feng wasn't close enough to make any kind of joke. That's right. As long as you have the thought, that's all that matters. The gifts themselves are not important. Even if you made something delicious at home and were willing to share it with me, I would be happy, Han Feng said, glancing at KZ and then nodding at Lu Guangzhou to confirm what KZ had said. Phew. Lu Guangzhou deliberately pretended to be relieved and then said with a smile, then I'll make a fool of myself. I didn't prepare anything particularly special, just used my salary to have a few small items custom-made at the glass factory. I hope the chief will like them. As he spoke, he beckoned to his attendant, who brought over 2 boxes and opened them. Inside were all glass items. A set of wine vessels made of crystal glass, a set of tea vessels also made of crystal glass, and 4 decorative pieces made of colored glass, a pair of rearing stallions, and a pair of charging bulls. These items weren't particularly valuable, but they were indeed a token of his thoughtfulness. For example, the wine and tea sets were made of crystal glass. Crystal glass not only had extremely high transparency, but also outstanding heat resistance, able to withstand temperatures of around 1,000 degrees. It could be used to warm wine and to hold boiling tea water, something ordinary glass simply couldn't do. Excellent, excellent. This tea set is indeed very good. With a tea set made of glass, one can appreciate the color of the tea while drinking it. Thank you, I like it very much, Han Feng said with a smile, having someone put away the glassware. Chief, our Nanzhong commandery is rather poor, and we don't have anything presentable. It's just that we recently happened to catch a snow deer. Today, we present it to the chief as a token of our appreciation. Yang Yan, the governor of Nanzhong commandery, said immediately after. Yang Yan's gift was a white deer, and it was alive. The Nanzhong commandery he was in charge of had only been established for a little over a year. It was located due south of the midpoint between Luoyang and Ruyang commanderies. The area was a plain, well suited for human habitation, but it lacked any special local products. So, it was truly difficult for him to find some local specialty to give to Han Feng as a gift. When it was first decided to establish Nanzhong commandery, Han Feng had led a group of officials on a hunt there. The target of that hunt had been a herd of deer. Perhaps because there were many deer in that area, Yang Yin had specially procured a genetically mutated albino large-horned deer this time. Since it was a special breed, it certainly couldn't be killed for its meat. So, they would have to raise it. But that brought back the same problem. Han Feng didn't have a private zoo or a royal hunting ground. There was nowhere to keep it. He pondered for a moment. Such an albino breed should be able to expand its population, right? He remembered from his past life that almost all the white tigers in the world were descendants of a single albino Bengal tiger. That one white tiger had produced several hundred offspring. In that case, why not send this white deer to the Ministry of Agriculture and have them try to breed it? They might be able to artificially create a new white deer species. Having made up his mind, Han Feng nodded and said, "A white deer is indeed a rare sight, truly a precious find. I like this gift very much. I'll accept it." After receiving these gifts, Han Feng and the others turned their attention to the last 3 groups. Li, the governor of Xinjiang Commandery, who was also one of the Han tribe's founding veterans, and the people from the 2 research institutes. They hadn't come individually, but as groups representing their respective institutes. Seeing Han Feng finally look his way, Li scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Chief, I don't have any treasures. I just took some time off to select a good piece of steel and personally forged a sword for you. I hope you like it." As he spoke, he had an attendant bring over an exquisite long wooden box. He opened the box in front of everyone. Inside, lined with yellow silk, lay a 1-meter-long lianqiao sword. Han Feng took out the sword to examine it. It had the traditional shape of a Han sword. After all, the first sword of the Han tribe had been made by Han Feng based on the Han sword design, and others had all referenced his design when forging swords later. The hilt was made of black ironwood and copper bands, with a round, flat pommel. The guard was also made of bronze using carving techniques, and was inlaid with a few gems. The scabbard, like the hilt, was made of black ironwood, held together by 4 hollow carved copper bands. There was a hook on the side for easy attachment to a belt. Han Feng drew the sword part way out. As the blade scraped against the scabbard, it let out a humming, vibrating sound. The 8-faceted blade was covered with fine forging patterns, and each face was polished to a mirror-like sheen, dazzlingly bright. When the sword was fully drawn, it immediately cast a long, thin reflection on the courtyard wall. A light swing produced the sound of the blade cutting through the air. This was a sword that could sing. A fine sword. Does it have a name? Han Feng asked, gently stroking the blade. No, I'm not good at coming up with nice names. As long as the chief likes it. Li replied honestly. Since this sword sings so well, let's call it Fushi Qingyin, Floating World's Clear Sound. Han Feng pondered for a moment and came up with this name. He casually brandished the sword in the empty space beside him. There were no special moves, but as the long sword danced in his hand, it continuously emitted an ethereal, vibrating hum. Hearing the sword's song, everyone present felt that the name Qingyin was truly fitting. With a clang, he sheathed the sword. Han Feng directly hung Fushi Qingyin at his waist. He really liked this sword. After securing the sword, Han Feng looked directly at the people from the two research institutes and asked with a smile, "What about your gifts? Don't be as modest as them. Just bring them out." "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison with a bow. Then, the two groups looked at each other. The people from the Power Research Institute spoke first. "Your things are simple. You go first." "What do you mean our things are simple?" "It's just that yours are too complicated," Ao Fei retorted sharply. When Nung didn't argue with them, he simply bowed to Han Feng and said, "Chief, we have 4 gifts for you. They are all the results of our usual research. The Jixia group contributed the most to these. Please take a look, Chief." As he spoke, the people from the Hushin Island Comprehensive Research Institute had already brought over the 4 gifts and placed them in front of Han Feng, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "Chief, please look. This is a sandglass. It's divided into 2 funnels, one on top of the other. To use it, you place the end with the sand on top and fix it here. The sand from the top will then leak down through this gourd-shaped opening in the middle. The white sand inside takes half a shurchen, 1 hour, to completely leak down. So, this sandglass can be used for timing. Each time it's flipped, it marks the passing of half a shurchen." "Oh, this is quite good, a truly ingenious idea. But where can it be used?" Jing Yin praised, then began to ponder its use. "Isn't it for timing? I think it should be placed in schools, to measure the time for classes to start and end. Every half a shurchen, it's flipped over, and a bell is rung." Yunji, standing to the side, also offered his opinion. "This thing is good, but it's ultimately too bulky, and the time it measures is short, only half a shurchen at a time. I see the instrument next to it should also be for timing, right? Why don't you introduce that one to me?" Han Feng barely glanced at the sandglass. In terms of timekeeping devices, what was a sandglass? The clock placed next to the sandglass was clearly much more valuable, wasn't it? They actually made a clock. As expected of the chief. That's right, the instrument next to it is also a timer. It uses wood for its casing, and its interior is a complex and precise structure of bronze gears, powered by a spring, which drives the pointer on this sundial-like face to rotate. It makes 1 full rotation a day, exactly 12 shurchen, 24 hours. The specific time can be read from the pointer's position on the dial scale. This device is composed of over 100 parts. It needs to be wound once every 6 days, which means tightening the spring again to continue providing power to this timer. The table clock before them wasn't called a table clock yet, but was referred to by the Research Institute as a timer. That wasn't wrong, though. It was an instrument for measuring time. And they didn't call the face a dial, but a gui pan, sundial face. Han Feng took a closer look. Holy cow, it really was a sundial face. This group had directly replicated a sundial's circular plate and put it on as the clock face. What else could it be called but a sundial face? Also, this table clock had no pendulum. It wasn't powered by a gravity pendulum, but by winding a mainspring to store and release energy. And it seemed they had really designed it with the sundial in mind. It only had one hand, the hour hand, with no minute or second hand. So its maximum precision was probably something like a certain hour and a certain quarter. Getting it down to the minute or second was likely impossible. Not bad. This thing has great practical value and is worth developing further. But the name is a bit clunky. You call it a timer. Why not change it to zhongbiao clock? A zhong, bell, is also used for timing. It would be even better if you could install a hammer and a bell on it, so it automatically strikes once every half a shurchen. And this circular plate, it should be made into a more detailed circular chart, not just a sundial slapped on top. Once you've added a pendulum and a proper chart, you can officially call it a zhongbiao. Han Feng praised them a bit, then started spouting nonsense to trick them into renaming the timer to zhongbiao. The people from the Research Institute naturally accepted it with pleasure. In their minds, Han Feng was an omnipotent, master-level figure. They had to take notes on any suggestions the chief made. The chief is knowledgeable and talented, knowing where to improve with just one look. Then, Chief, please take a look at these other 2 gifts. Is there anything that needs improvement? Ao Fei flattered Han Feng with a smile, then jokingly asked him to guess the use of the other 2 items. Testing me? Han Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at the other 2 instruments. Of the 4 gifts you've brought, 2 are timers, a sandglass, and a clock. As for the remaining 2, I think they should also have the same function. This one has an iron plate that can bear heavy objects, a counterweight on the side to balance the weight, and a scale on the arm. Do I even need to guess? These are clearly 2 platform scales, one large and one small. And you're testing me with this? Ao Fei immediately smiled sheepishly. The function of these two platform scales was indeed a bit obvious. But of course, it was also due to the chief's vast knowledge. At least the others hadn't guessed the purpose of these things. I was the one who taught you the principles of the balance and the lever. I also taught you how to make and use the steelyard and its weights. Han Feng couldn't help but complain. This was truly a case of teaching one's grandmother to suck eggs. Wen Nong also laughed from the side. He said, "Then, Chief, please give us your critique. See if there's anything about this platform scale that needs improvement." Let me take a look first." Han Feng nodded and began to observe carefully. These two platform scales were, in fact, no different from the ones Han Feng had seen in his past life. After all, they utilized the same principle, the lever principle. The larger one had an iron plate at the bottom for placing the object to be weighed. In the front was a vertical column, and on the side of the column was a cantilever arm. On the arm's support was a platform for placing the weights, also known as counterweights. Below the support was an iron ruler with a scale, and at one end of the ruler hung a tray for adding more counterweights. In reality, the principle of this device was just a magnified version of a handheld steelyard. The weighing pan was replaced with a large iron plate, and a hook was used to pull the iron ruler, which was the steelyard arm, with the scale. On the other side, instead of a fixed-weight counterweight, it used a system of addable weights. And on the iron ruler's steelyard arm, there was a sliding weight that could be moved left and right. By looking at the corresponding scale, one could read the specific weight. The way to use this device was to first place the heavy object to be weighed on the iron plate. Then, add counterweights to the tray at the end of the iron ruler until the steelyard arm was pressed down, making the total weight of the counterweights on the left, when multiplied by the lever ratio, roughly equal to the weight of the object on the right. For example, if you were using a platform scale to weigh a person who was roughly over 150 jin, you would add counterweights corresponding to exactly 150 jin to the tray. At this point, the weight of the object being weighed would still be slightly greater than the weight corresponding to the counterweights. Then, you would move the sliding weight on the iron ruler towards the end with the counterweights, gradually balancing the two sides of the lever. Once the two sides were completely balanced, you would look at the small scale on the iron ruler, which showed the smaller increments within 10 jin. Then you could add the few jin indicated by the sliding weight to the 150 jin from the counterweights, and the total would be 150-something jin. The large platform scale they had designed had a maximum unit of 20 jin on its sliding scale. This meant that if you were weighing something within 20 jin, you didn't need to add any counterweights to the tray. You could just move the sliding weight to balance the two sides. If the object was heavier than 20 jin, you had to add weights to the tray to balance the two sides of the scale. As everyone knows, the longer the lever, the smaller the force needed to lift a heavy object. A scale is a weighing instrument that utilizes this principle. By controlling the weight of the counterweights to balance the object being weighed, that is the working principle of this platform scale. Han Feng had seen plenty of these things in his childhood in his past life. Before the advent of electronic scales, besides the steelyard, this type of sliding weight platform scale was the most common. Because its maximum capacity was much greater than that of a steelyard, it was often seen in large-scale transactions. However, after electronic scales gradually became popular, such platform scales were only seen at scrap collection stations. A more common use was to remove the weighing plate of the platform scale, wash it clean, place it on a stove, and transform it into the iron griddle used by street-side pancake vendors. Han Feng examined it carefully and didn't find anything wrong with it. It was just that some details were different from the platform scales he had seen in his past life. For example, on this platform scale, the tray for holding the counterweights was made of string, and all the counterweights were round discs. In contrast, the platform scales Han Feng had seen in his past life, although their counterweights were also round discs, had a notch on them. The tray for hanging the weights had an iron rod in the middle with a hook on it. The hook was hung on the scale rod, and when adding weights, you just had to slide the notch of the weight onto that iron rod. Also, the place on the cantilever arm for placing the weights had been changed to an upright flat piece of iron, which could hold the notch of the weight perfectly, making it less likely to wobble. Other than that, there was nothing that needed improvement. Han Feng then looked at the weight markings cast on the counterweights. The largest one was marked with 200 kilograms, the second with 100 kilograms, the third with 50 kilograms, and there were also two marked with 20 kilograms. In addition, the sliding scale had a maximum of 20 jin, which was 10 kilograms. So, When all these counterweights were placed on the tray and the sliding weight was pulled to the end, the total weight was 400 kilograms, which meant this large platform scale could weigh up to 800 jin of goods. The importance of such a large weighing instrument was self-evident. In the past, if the Han tribe wanted to weigh something of several hundred jin, they had to drive stakes into the ground, set up a steelyard arm as thick as an arm and several meters long, and then hang a large counterweight to weigh it. However, this method was fine for weighing inanimate objects. If you wanted to weigh a live pig, sorry, you'd better kill the pig first or knock it out. When it stopped moving, you'd stuff it into a sack and hang it on the hook of the steelyard. Then you could weigh it. But now, with this mechanical platform scale, you could just put an iron cage on the weighing plate, lock the live pig inside, and let the pig stand on the plate to be weighed. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? This platform scale can only weigh up to 800 jin, and its smallest unit is 1 liang. It's still a bit small. It would be even better if you could make a scale with a maximum capacity of 1,000 kilograms, Han Feng said with emotion. When Nong, Ao Fei, and the others immediately gave him a thumbs up. The two of them said with great admiration, "The chief is truly amazing. We didn't say anything or introduce it, yet you figured out how to use this platform scale and its maximum and minimum limits. We are truly impressed." Enough with the flattery. Han Feng shot them a look and then continued to ask, "Can this scale be made larger? Seriously, if this scale can be popularized, it will be of great use in the future, even for weighing coal." Yes, that kid Gu Cheng said that the principle of this thing is very simple and not complicated at all. Before we came, he told us that if the chief needs a larger platform scale, we just need to increase the area of the weighing plate, extend the length of the steelyard arm, and add more counterweights. If you only need a limit of 1,000 kilograms, it's not difficult. It's just that when using it, you need a very hard ground. Otherwise, the weight of 2,000 jin applied to the four legs of the platform scale could probably crush even ordinary green bricks, Wen Nong explained. Han Feng nodded. That's true. We can't have the ground crushed before the scale breaks. By the way, this Gu Cheng you mentioned, is he the one who invented this platform scale? Did he come? To answer the chief, yes, these two scales are Gu Cheng's invention. The large platform scale has a maximum limit of 400 kilograms, and the small one has a maximum limit of 25 kilograms. He calls it a countertop scale, saying that this weight is suitable for weighing scattered items on a countertop, suitable for daily transactions among the common people. Gu Cheng is an apprentice who joined our Comprehensive Research Institute last year. His father is a carpenter who participated in the construction of windmills, water wheels, and looms. So, he was influenced by what he saw and heard, and is very interested in these mechanical structures. The clock the chief mentioned was also his invention. He was supposed to come, but the kid just came of age not long ago. He had been working at the Research Institute and didn't have time to go home. His mother arranged a marriage for him, but they hadn't gotten married yet. Now that it's the Zhengdan festival holiday, the two families discussed it and decided to get married during the festival. So he didn't come with us. Ao Fei heard Han Feng ask about the inventor's identity and immediately gave a detailed introduction from the side. Not bad. He's only been at the Research Institute for less than a year after graduating and has already made such great achievements. This kid is a talent. Gu Cheng, right? I'll remember him. Let him get married properly first. We'll grant him a title and rewards after the festival, Han Feng said, not stingy with his praise. For such a practical invention, no reward was too much. Han Feng wanted people to know that as long as they studied hard, they had a chance to join the Research Institute. As long as they could come up with practical inventions, he would not be stingy with titles and rewards. This was the only way to get everyone in the tribe to actively engage in scientific research, and then the Han tribe could become stronger and stronger. Rejuvenating the nation through science and education. This was Han Feng's basic administrative policy and the main direction for the future development of the Han Empire. Han Feng and the people from the Research Institute discussed these inventions, while the surrounding commandery governors couldn't help but show expressions of surprise again. Good heavens, everyone in this Research Institute was a talent. The last one had just come up with photography not long ago, and now this one had not only invented a clock, but also improved upon the steelyard invented by Han Feng, creating the more practical platform scale and countertop scale. And Han Feng had immediately expressed his intention to grant a title and rewards. As for them, the officials in government, it was not easy to make some political achievements, and getting a promotion in rank was even more difficult. They were a step behind these researchers from the Research Institute. In the courtyard of Han Feng's house, the people from the Xinjiang Power Research Institute also showed expressions of surprise. They had originally been separated from the Comprehensive Research Institute. They didn't expect that now that they were working independently, the mechanical group of the Comprehensive Research Institute could still create such exquisite, clever, and practical machinery. It truly shocked them. However, although they were surprised, they had no intention of admitting defeat. In the field of power machinery, their Power Research Institute was still unparalleled. I'll try to write the 5th chapter and make up for the one from the day before yesterday. Please send tips. By the way, there's a picture in this chapter's author's note. If you don't see it, refresh later. It's a picture of a platform scale. Some people born after 2000 might not have seen this antique. I used to see them often when I was a teenager. All right, now it's just you from the Power Research Institute. Didn't you say you also prepared a gift? Bring yours out as well, Han Feng said with a smile to the people from the Power Research Institute. The person in charge of the Power Research Institute was a guy named Lin Fei. It seemed he had married into the Shu's family. The original Shu tribe had only about 30 people and was very small. In the later, gradually expanding Han tribe, their clan's influence was negligible. To expand his family's scale, the Shu had arranged for many men to marry into the family. Those who were talented but had no status were naturally drawn to a founding veteran family like the Shu tribe, which had been one of the earliest to join the Han tribe. One side had talent but no status, the other had status but few talented family members and a small population. The two sides hit it off, and so Lin Fei married into the Lin clan, which was the original Shu tribe that Han Feng had personally brought back. Their surname was also changed to be the same as the Shu's family. They were all now surnamed Lin. Lin Fei had previously learned carpentry from Mu Tong and others, accumulating a wealth of experience in making mechanical equipment. He was now 25 years old, a seasoned veteran craftsman. Later, when Han Feng established the Comprehensive Research Institute, this guy served in the institute's mechanical group. Lin Fei had participated in the production of the coin stamping equipment back then. Later, when the Research Institute was divided into groups and the Power Research Institute was spun off to work independently, Lin Fei once again became the person in charge of the Power Research Institute, jokingly called the director of the second institute. The first institute was the original Comprehensive Research Institute. Before the new year, Han Feng had wanted to establish a third research institute with the birth of the Microscope, one focused on biotechnology. But he hadn't yet figured out the development direction for the Biology Research Institute, so he hadn't mentioned it again for the time being, only instructing AO Phase Optics Group to continue improving the microscope. Although the mechanical group of the first institute had presented their treasures first and had surprised them, Lin Fei was not intimidated. The achievements of their Power Research Institute were in no way inferior to those of the guys from the first institute, and their achievements were even more valuable. Chief, we have completed the small-scale model experiment of the Finjin first-generation mining rail steam locomotive. The New Year's gift we are presenting to the chief this time is this model train set. Today is also a good opportunity for the chief to inspect it. If there are no problems, we will prepare to manufacture a full-scale test vehicle. If there are no problems with that either, we can begin mass production, Lin Fei said, stepping forward as soon as Han Feng asked about their gift. Oh, you've already made a model. Han Feng's interest was immediately piqued. A steam locomotive. He had been working on this with this group for a long time. After all this time, they had finally produced a model. Well, a model was better than nothing. To answer the chief, yes. And it's a real steam locomotive. It can run. It's not a static object like a ship model that doesn't move. This is a scaled-down version of a real vehicle. Otherwise, it would lose its experimental value. Lin Fei continued to answer. Not bad. Then bring it over and show it to us. Han Feng's interest was thoroughly aroused. He certainly wanted to see the results of their work with his own eyes. Well, Lin Fei glanced around at the crowd and Han Feng's large courtyard. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Chief, the model we made is a bit large, and if we're going to demonstrate it, we'll definitely need to lay down tracks. You see, where should we demonstrate it? Is it okay to lay the tracks directly in the courtyard? Will it get in the way of anything? Han Feng was also taken aback for a moment, only then realizing this problem. Had they made a large-scale model? Han Feng asked curiously, How big is your model vehicle? What are the width and length of the tracks, and how are they laid? If you were to lay them now, how long would it take? Hearing Han Feng's question, Lin Fei immediately began to list the details as if they were family treasures. This model vehicle was the culmination of all the efforts of their Power Research Institute. Basically, everyone in the Second Research Institute was familiar with it. They were more familiar with the various parameters and performance of this vehicle than they were with their own wives. Chief, our model vehicle has an outer track gauge of 25 centimeters. The maximum width of the vehicle body is 32 centimeters, the height is 43 centimeters, and the length is 85 centimeters. It uses a miniature calcium carbide gas boiler for heating and can pull 10 carriages. Each carriage can carry one adult. The outer track gauge is 25 centimeters, and the width of the sleepers is 40 centimeters. We have prepared semi-finished model tracks in advance. Each section is 5 meters long and can be directly assembled on-site. It's very fast. If we lay it in the courtyard, it will probably take about half an hour. Each carriage can carry one adult. Han Feng was full of question marks. He asked directly, puzzled, "Didn't you say this is a model vehicle? How can such a small model vehicle carry a person? And it can pull 10 carriages? 10 adults, even if each weighs 100 jin, would add up to over 1,000 jin. Can your model vehicle pull over 1,000 jin? Are you sure you're not joking?" Lin Fei immediately said with a proud expression, "Of course I'm not joking. I just told the chief that although this is a scaled-down model, what we've made is indeed a real train, a train that can run, a train that can carry people. It was made for experimental purposes. If it can't even pull over 1,000 jin, wouldn't that prove we're a failure? Then how can such a small model carry an adult?" Han Feng asked again. Lin Fei immediately took a side step, then squatted down, striking a pooping pose, and said, "Ride on top of the carriage." "What the hell? Riding on top of a toy train carriage? All right. This is very steampunk. Okay then, let's have a demonstration. My courtyard is yours now. You figure out how to arrange the tracks. Try not to block the way, and try not to damage the existing facilities. You can arrange the rest as you see fit. It's better to make it a bit longer. Since this train can run, it would be boring if it's too short. We can't just have it going in circles, can we?" Han Feng nodded and agreed. He also wanted to see just how powerful the train model these people had made was. Lin Fei also immediately said, "No problem. Please wait a moment, Chief. I'll have someone start the installation right away. By the way, Chief, could you have the kitchen boil some water for us? That way, when we demonstrate later, we can directly add boiling water to the locomotive and quickly generate steam. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time to boil water with the locomotive's own boiler." "Sure, no problem at all. It's just boiling water. We have as much as you need. Don't worry, just hurry up and install the tracks." Han Feng nodded, then gave Xiao Dai a look. Xiao Dai immediately understood and instructed the maids in the house to go to the kitchen to boil water. On the other side, Lin Fei also went out. A moment later, he brought back 2 4-wheeled horse-drawn carriages. One carriage was full of boxes and tools. One of the sturdier, more tightly sealed wooden boxes contained the locomotive. The other simple boxes contained the carriages. The bed of the second horse-drawn carriage was filled with semi-finished tracks. They looked like ladders, with the rails and sleepers already connected. Now they just had to piece these ladders together, section by section, to form a long track. 5th update done. I've updated about 13,000 words today, and made up for the chapter from the day before yesterday. Please send tips. Lin Fei led his men to start laying the railway tracks in Han Feng's courtyard. Han Feng and a group of commandery governors stood at the entrance of the main hall, watching. Everyone had long heard that the chief was having that Power Research Institute make something, but only a few people knew what they were actually doing. Even the steam engine hadn't been widely adopted, so it was even harder for others to understand what a train was. The steam engine was currently only used in a few places, such as the small ammunition workshop in Hanyang City, the shipyard in Luoyang Commandery, the mint on Hushin Island, the steel mill in Xing'an Commandery, and the rolling mill that was currently in trial operation. But these were not places ordinary people could go. The former were classified units, so you couldn't go even if you wanted to. The latter, the steel mill, was a dirty, hot, and chaotic place. Who would go there for no reason? Therefore, in the eyes of the public, the Power Research Institute was still a mysterious department. As for the first Comprehensive Research Institute, they had at least produced a lot of practical equipment, so everyone basically had an idea of what they did. Today, Lin Fei brought a group of researchers and craftsmen to demonstrate in person, so that others would know they weren't just freeloaders. Section by section, the semi-finished railway tracks were carried in, along with some loose rails and sleepers for laying the curved sections. A model railway train basically didn't need to consider the load-bearing capacity of the foundation. After all, it was just a model. Besides, the ground in Han Feng's courtyard had been rammed. Such a miniature train was no problem at all. They quickly laid a 20-meter-long U-shaped curve in the front courtyard, which was almost the maximum length they could get after avoiding obstacles. Lin Fei quickly ran over again and asked, "Chief, can we lay it in the back courtyard? Also, I plan to dig up a section of this small path in front of the main hall to lay the tracks. I can make the tracks level with the ground, so it won't trip people up usually. What do you think? Otherwise, we can't close the loop. If we can close the tracks into a circle, it doesn't matter if it's a bit shorter. We can let it run in circles. What do you think?" "No problem. You figure it out. The back courtyard is fine too. I'll have someone take you there. Try to lay it as long as possible." Han Feng immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll go make the arrangements." Lin Fei also seemed very excited. This was the first time they were showing a real product in front of the chief and a group of commandery governors. This guy quickly took his men to the back courtyard, and then came a series of clanging sounds. It was the sound of reinstalling sleepers to fix the rails when laying the curved sections. After arranging the layout in the back courtyard, Lin Fei then directed the craftsmen to start dismantling the brick and stone path in front of the main hall in the front courtyard. He then embedded the two small, water-pipe-thick steel rails into the gaps between the bricks and filled the remaining gaps with pebbles. This way, it wouldn't affect walking and would also allow the train to pass. Watching the group of craftsmen busy in the courtyard, the commandery governors beside Han Feng began to whisper among themselves. "What on earth is this thing? They're laying 2 iron rods on the ground, winding them around, and putting so much wood underneath. What's it for?" Yunji said, unable to understand. "It looks like a child's toy. Such a small thing. Even if it's really useful, how useful can it be?" Yang Yin also expressed his opinion, but he said he wasn't very interested in it. It looked like something a child would play with. If the chief hadn't been standing here watching, he would have wanted to find a place to rest long ago. A toy? Heh, this toy is a good thing. You'd better all watch carefully. When the chief asks you to build this thing in your own commanderies, don't say you don't know how. Dali couldn't help but retort. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Such a thing, and every commandery had to build it? Could it really be something particularly important? Jingyan, who usually didn't talk much, quietly moved next to Dali. He asked in a low voice, "Brotherly, do you know the purpose of this thing? Could you explain it to us?" Jingyan was usually very honest, but he was also very capable among these commandery governors. Others naturally didn't dare to look down on him. In addition, although his Dongxing commandery was strong, he had always been very low-key in his dealings with people, which gave the impression that he was a very honest person. All in all, he was quite popular. Seeing that it was him, Dali smiled and reminded him. "So it's Governor Jing of Dongxing Commandery. Then you must pay attention. They might not need this thing for the time being. But if this thing is made, the first batch to be equipped will definitely be the mines in your commandery and mine." "Oh, this is for mining." Jingyan's interest was immediately piqued. The other commandery governors around also pricked up their ears. "No, this thing is a type of vehicle that can only travel along a specific track. See those 2 long iron rails? That's the dedicated road for this vehicle. There's also a vehicle in that box over there." Dali explained to everyone from the side. He didn't deliberately lower his voice to prevent others from hearing. Anyway, everyone would see it in a moment. Even if he didn't say it, the chief would explain this thing to everyone. "This can only travel on an iron road. Isn't the cost too high? May I ask, brotherly, does this vehicle have any advantages?" Jing Yin continued to ask humbly. "Advantages? There are many. This vehicle doesn't need people to push it, nor does it need livestock to pull it. It runs no slower than a horse and pulls more than an ox. Do you think this thing is good?" Dali boasted without reservation. "It doesn't need people to push it, doesn't need livestock to pull it, runs faster than a horse, and pulls more than an ox. Isn't that like a boat on land?" Shi Xin, the governor of Luoyang Commandery, was the first to exclaim. The shipping in Luoyang Commandery was very developed, so in Shi Xin's eyes, something that didn't need people to push it, didn't need livestock to pull it, ran fast, and had a large carrying capacity. What else could it be but a sailboat? If there was such a thing on land, wouldn't it be a boat on land? This analogy didn't seem to be wrong. Clap. Dali suddenly clapped his hands and praised. "The governor of Luoyang's analogy is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's right. Didn't Brother Yin just say this little thing looks like a child's toy? Actually, no. You should have all seen sand tables, right? The miniature maps of mountains and rivers. If you haven't seen that, you must know about ship models, right? Brother Shi just showed one. Let's take the ship model as an example. Doesn't that thing also look like a child's toy? But when the ship model is enlarged 1,000 times, it can float and sail on the water, carrying thousands of people and countless goods. This railway before you is the same. There should also be a model of a steam locomotive on it. That thing is like a ship model. And this road, just imagine, if this road is widened to 1 or 2 meters, and a vehicle 1,000 times larger is placed on it, can it also be used to transport people and materials? This vehicle model is like a ship model, and this railway, well, it's like a river. Your ship can only travel in the river and cannot go ashore. This railway is the same. The steam locomotive on it can only travel along the rails and cannot run on ordinary roads. You should understand what I mean now, right? Everyone listened, somewhat understanding, but they also learned the importance of this thing from Dali's words. Because Dali had compared it to a ship, and everyone knew that ships were of paramount importance to the Han tribe. If the Han tribe didn't have ships, it would absolutely not have achieved its current success and scale. And if the thing before them was, as Dali had introduced, a ship on land, then its role and influence absolutely could not be underestimated. While everyone was discussing the railway, Lin Fei had already led his men to almost finish laying the tracks. After all, it was in a courtyard, so it wasn't very long. And they were laying semi-finished products, so it was simple to set up. After arranging the finishing work, Lin Fei returned to the front courtyard and had the accompanying researchers open the wooden box containing the locomotive. The two of them worked together and finally managed to lift the locomotive out. Although this locomotive was not large, only a foot wide, less than half a meter high, and less than a meter long, it weighed over 100 jin. Just as Lin Fei had introduced, this was a real thing, made entirely of iron. 3 more chapters today. The two of them worked together to place the locomotive on the tracks, then pushed it along the rails to the open space in front of the main hall. Only then did Lin Fei walk up to the crowd and introduce it. Chief, this is the model of the Finjin type, first-generation steam locomotive. Han Feng, holding Luo Lan, squatted down in front of the vehicle. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around. After hearing Dali's introduction to this type of vehicle, everyone began to take it seriously, wanting to see for themselves what was so amazing about this vehicle that could be hailed as a boat on land. A circle of adults and children squatted down, surrounding the train model in the center, and began to examine it carefully. The vehicle was painted black overall, with the cylindrical boiler part painted red, adorned with black paint, and some metal-colored parts, making it look very beautiful. The structure of the entire vehicle was similar to the blueprints Han Feng had provided. However, because it was a model and used a calcium carbide gas boiler instead of a coal-fired one, there were some slight differences from the blueprints. Chief, the Finjin type uses a 4-6-8 wheel arrangement. In the front are 2 pairs of small-diameter leading wheels. Between the leading wheels on each side is a high-pressure cylinder. Behind the leading wheels are 3 pairs of large-diameter driving wheels, which are the power wheels responsible for providing power to the entire train. Further back are 4 pairs of trailing wheels, mainly placed under the tender to provide support, as the tender is quite heavy. Overall, there's no major difference from the blueprints. Have you tested its speed? And what's its load capacity? In a full-scale version, can it meet the technical specifications? By the way, didn't you say there were 10 carriages? Why didn't you bring them over as well? Han Feng was all too familiar with these specifications. Lin Fei obviously knew this. His detailed introduction was mainly for the others to hear. Oh, there's no hurry for the carriages. It won't be too late to attach them after we light the furnace. I'll introduce the vehicle first. Lin Fei paused, and then continued. We haven't started trial production of the full-scale vehicle yet, so we can't guarantee what its parameters will be. But this model can run at a speed of 50 kilometers per Shurchen, 25 kilometers per hour. As for its load capacity, don't be fooled by this model's small size. It has no problem pulling a ton, which is 2,000 jin, on flat ground. If it's going uphill, it probably won't be a problem either, but it definitely won't be able to run that fast. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the circle of commandery governors couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just this little thing can pull 2,000 jin? A horse would have trouble pulling 2,000 jin, right? Yunji asked, completely in disbelief. In their established mindset, what pulled carts? It was either oxen or horses. But even oxen and horses couldn't be said to pull 2,000 jin with ease. And now Lin Fei was saying that this thing, which was smaller than a dog, could pull 2,000 gene. How could they not be surprised? And this was just a model. If it were enlarged 1,000 times, as Dali had said, wouldn't it really be comparable to a sailboat? Of course it can. If you don't believe me, we can test it right now. Didn't the people from the first institute just bring a platform scale? We can attach the carriages later, have people sit on them, and see if this vehicle can pull them. Lin Fei was very confident, because they had already tested this model in Xing'an Commandery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to speak so definitively. Yunji didn't argue anymore. He now wanted to see for himself if this vehicle was really that powerful. As for Han Feng, he was calculating the parameters Lin Fei had just reported. 50 kilometers per Shurchen, which converted to 25 kilometers per hour. What did a speed of 25 kilometers per hour mean? It was about the speed of an electric bicycle. A horse's normal running speed was also about this fast. To be honest, even if this was just a model, if the real vehicle could run this fast, it could be put into practical use. Han Feng immediately decided. Then what are we waiting for? See if the tracks are laid properly. If there are no problems, let's get it moving quickly. Just introducing it like this feels a bit dry. It's more intuitive to see it run. Yes, sir. Lin Fei immediately agreed. He first asked if all the connections of the entire track were properly secured, to avoid derailing and overturning halfway. Then he had people bring over the carriages from outside and attach them all behind the locomotive. Only then did he start to light the furnace. Han Feng also instructed the maids to get boiling water. Lin Fei personally poured the boiling water into the locomotive's boiler, then poured calcium carbide into the acetylene generator inside the tender. He then opened the controllable flow rate water supply valve. Clean water entered the calcium carbide box and reacted chemically with the calcium carbide inside, immediately releasing flammable acetylene gas. This gas then flowed along the pipes to the nozzle inside the boiler. Lin Fei calmly lit it with a flaming wooden stick. With a soft whoosh, a white-hot flame ignited in the boiler, starting to heat the boiling water inside. This train model had a total of 6 control systems. One controlled the water supply speed in the acetylene generator, and another controlled the outflow speed of the acetylene gas. These 2 systems controlled the size of the flame in the boiler. Another pair controlled the flow of steam into the cylinders, which was the throttle for accelerating and decelerating the vehicle. There was also a corresponding steam brake device. The last pair was for reversing and the whistle. Lin Fei sat on the tender of the model vehicle. After lighting the boiler, he directly moved a valve to sound the whistle. Whoa, whoa. The small train let out a loud whistle, attracting the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Luo Lan in Han Feng's arms, as well as little Luo Cheng and KZ's child at the entrance of the main hall, immediately ran towards the train. Pshhhh. At that moment, the small train also sprayed a cloud of steam from both sides. Because it used a gas boiler, although it had a chimney, there was no black smoke coming out. Chief, the boiler is lit now. We can start it. Would you like to take a ride? Lin Fei asked, riding on the train and looking at Han Feng with an expectant gaze. Han Feng, was he kidding? Although he was also very interested in this train, riding on it in front of so many people? How embarrassing would that be? Of course, if all the outsiders were gone, it would be fine for him to play with it with his children. But definitely not now. I won't get on. It's better to observe from a distance than to sit on it. Anyone who wants to try can go ahead. Didn't you all want to know if it can carry 2,000 gene? Now's your chance. Also, let me tell you, this is a project that our Han tribe will be developing for decades, even for generations to come. As local governors, you commandery governors should all experience it first. Then, tell me how you feel about it later. Han Feng first directly refused Lin Fei's invitation, then began to coax the commandery governors present to take a ride. Otherwise, what if everyone felt embarrassed and no one was willing to try? They had indeed thought so. In front of so many people, playing with this thing, even if it was important, it was still just a toy now. Everyone was a bit hesitant to lose face. But now it was fine. The chief had asked them all to experience it. Since everyone had to ride, it didn't matter. Everyone was doing it, so no one could laugh at anyone else. Yes, sir. The commandery governors replied in unison. Esteemed commandery governors, it's best to tidy up the hems of your robes first. This model is quite low, to avoid getting your robes caught in the wheels, Lin Fei quickly reminded them. Everyone began to silently tidy their clothes, then humbly arranged who would sit where. After they were all riding on this train, they felt even more doubtful. It was said that 10 carriages would be attached, but because they wanted to test the 2,000 gene load capacity, they ended up attaching 16 carriages. Such a small locomotive, pulling so many carriages, a full 10+ meters long, looking like a python. Was this thing really capable of pulling them? But just as they were feeling doubtful, Lin Fei, sitting at the very front, suddenly blew the whistle. The small train let out a woo-woo sound, then lurched forward. Chuff, 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 chuff. The cylinders began to slowly work and accelerate, making a panting sound. The small train also began to slowly move forward, then gradually picked up speed. Wow, it really moved. This iron vehicle is truly amazing. There are 17 of us, each over 100 gene. It must be over 2,000 gene, right? Such a tiny thing can actually pull so much weight. As the vehicle moved, Xi's body lurched backward, and then the vehicle began to move forward quickly. Marvelous. If this vehicle can be made larger and used to transport or in the mines, I can increase the coal production of Dongxing Commandery by more than 10 times, and also save a lot of livestock. Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim as he rode this small train, speeding along the tracks. I just don't know about the consumption. Compared to transportation by oxen and horses, which is more cost-effective. I saw just now that this vehicle seems to burn calcium carbide, right? Does it use a lot of calcium carbide? Yunji also witnessed the powerful force of this steam iron vehicle and then began to calculate the consumption, wanting to know the operating cost of this vehicle. No, this is just a model, so it uses calcium carbide. I heard from the people at their research institute that the real, large version of this vehicle burns coal. As long as you burn coal to boil water, you can drive the iron vehicle forward. Dali explained directly upon hearing Yunji's doubt. Lin Fei, sitting at the very front and controlling the vehicle, heard their discussion and also twisted his neck to shout back. The commandery governor is right. The finished version of this vehicle is driven by burning coal. With one full tank of water and 2,000 gene of coal, it can travel 500 kilometers without needing to rest. Upon hearing this, Yunji quickly did a mental calculation. Water was not valuable, right? The Han tribe had never charged for water, so only coal was needed. By that calculation, doesn't this vehicle consume 400 gene of coal per 100 kilometers? If it's based on this load capacity, it's quite cost-effective. There's a picture in the author's note. If you don't see it, refresh later. February 4th, please send tips. The cost of fodder for oxen and horses certainly couldn't compare to 400 gene of coal, but oxen and horses couldn't pull as much as a train. Not even a single train car, let alone the entire train. The group rode the small train in circles around the courtyard. Han Feng watched from the doorway with his 2 children and Tang Yao, while Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying entertained the wives of the commandery governors inside. Little Luo Cheng stood beside Han Feng, watching the small train whistle past. He tugged on Han Feng's pant leg, looked up at him, and said, "Father, what is that? I want to ride it too. If you want to ride, just wait a moment. You can ride after those uncles get off." Han Feng readily agreed. A model train like this was originally meant for children to play with, right? It was just that this model was a bit too hardcore. Tang Yao, standing on Han Feng's other side, stared intently at the small train that passed by from time to time. She suddenly asked Han Feng, can this kind of vehicle also be made very large? Like making a big ship from a ship model? Of course. But even if this train is scaled up to its normal size, it won't be as tall as a ship. It's not tall, but it's very, very long. Han Feng explained. Then it must be very important, right? Tang Yao continued to ask. Of course. As long as I'm alive, I will extend the length of the railway and the number of trains as much as possible. Sooner or later, the Han tribe will have them running all over the land. Even if I can't, my children will have to continue the work. As Han Feng spoke, he rubbed little Luo Cheng's head. The boy was still looking at the long railway tracks with curiosity. Then if we use this train to go to our Tang tribe, how long would it take? Tang Yao asked again, her thoughts unknown. Well, Han Feng mentally calculated. Was the distance from Hanyang Commandery to the Tang tribe as long as the Beijing-Guangzhou line? Probably. After all, it took 43 days one way by sailboat, so it might be even longer than the Beijing-Guangzhou line. After a moment of thought, Han Feng said, if the entire line is completed and we build the best trains, it would probably take 2 or 3 days to get from here to the Tang tribe. So fast. Isn't that even more amazing than the flying fish ship that person mentioned earlier? Tang Yao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ahem. Although we haven't reached that level yet, one day we will be able to achieve that speed, Han Feng said with great certainty. This wasn't just Han Feng daydreaming. although it was unlikely that the Han tribe's technology would reach the electric age in his lifetime. Even with just steam trains, they could still achieve high-speed rail speeds. For example, the famous Mallard steam locomotive once reached a speed of 202 kilometers per hour while pulling 6 carriages. And that was just a coal-burning steam train. Whoa. The small train passed by the main hall doorway again, then slowly decelerated and stopped. The group of commandery governors got off one by one. They were still discussing the possibility of practical application for this type of train. During their experience, they had already heard more information from Lin Fei, such as about the steam engine and how to build this railway. Now, they basically had a concept of this novel vehicle in their minds. "Father, I want to ride that. I want to ride that." Seeing the group of adults get off the small train, little Luo Chung immediately started shaking Han Feng's pant leg and clamoring. "All right, you can ride. Tang Yao, you take the children for a couple of laps. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying are both pregnant, so I'll have to trouble you with these 2 children for a bit. I'm going to discuss some things with the commandery governors." Han Feng first soothed his son, then asked Tang Yao to watch over the 2 of them. Along with the children of the commandery governors, they could make up another group. Tang Yao agreed, then called over a few young maids from the back courtyard to also sit on the train, one to look after each child, to prevent the little ones from being mischievous and falling off. While Tang Yao was getting the maids, Han Feng called Lin Fei over and instructed him. "This model vehicle is very good. I like this gift very much, so I'll accept it without ceremony. In a little while, you take them for a few more laps, then stop the vehicle on the pretext of running out of fuel. Then come to my study for a meeting. I have something to tell you all." Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily and agreed. To be able to attend a meeting with the chief and so many commandery governors was clearly a sign of the chief's high regard for him. Even if it wasn't him being valued, valuing the train was good enough. After Lin Fei started the small train again, taking the maids and children for a ride, Han Feng said to the surrounding commandery governors, "Follow me to the study. I have something to say to you." "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison. They exchanged a look and then followed Han Feng to the study to discuss matters. Han Feng's study was not small. It could accommodate 20 people. After having everyone sit around the long tea table, Han Feng brought over a small blackboard that he usually used to teach his 2 children and hung it on the wall behind the main seat. He first wrote the words train and railway on the blackboard, then sat down and said to the crowd, "I'm sure you all know what this is by now. You've just experienced it. Whatever thoughts you have, you can all speak freely. Don't be reserved. Chief, I have a question. I just heard from the governor of Xinjiang that the first batch of these trains will be equipped in the mines of various regions. When can we actually start using them? I think this thing is very good, and it burns coal. Our region happens to produce coal, so this consumption is almost negligible for Dongxing Commandery. If we are equipped with this kind of vehicle then, the coal production of our Dongxing Commandery will surely increase by more than 10 times. Jing Yan was the first to speak. That's right. With more coal, we can produce more coke. When the iron mines in our Xinjiang Commandery are also equipped with this kind of train, the iron ore extraction will also increase dramatically. At that time, all kinds of materials will be very abundant. In addition, our Xinjiang steel mill has also undergone steam power transformation, so the future steel production can also increase by more than 10 times. De Li also spoke up. Hearing this, the others all picked up a signal from their words. With the advent of the train, the output of the original mining industry would surge, and consequently, steel production would also surge. In that case, the Han tribe would have more iron than it could use in the future, and the price of iron would probably fall. However, the benefit of this was that the Han tribe would no longer have to worry about not having enough steel. Han Feng took in everyone's reactions, then said, "I'll answer the first question first. You've seen the performance of the model vehicle just now. It completely meets the requirements for actual manufacturing. In fact, as long as this vehicle is enlarged a few times, it can be put into use immediately. So, I think if we finalize the design and start mass production immediately, it can be put into use as early as the first half of next year." Also, about your analysis just now. If I'm not mistaken, you think that after the steel production increases, the price of iron will decrease, right? Actually, no. I think the price of steel will increase instead. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Han Feng continued to explain. First, we need more ships. The number of large transport ships can be relatively reduced, but in the next few years, we need to increase the number of fishing boats and vigorously develop the coastal marine fishing industry to tap into more wealth and treasures from the sea. A sailboat, even a wooden one, requires a lot of steel, right? Even if you only use iron nails, pulleys, and anchors, a single ship can easily consume tens of thousands of gene of steel. Secondly, there's the platform scale that the Comprehensive Research Institute just presented. That thing is also made entirely of cast iron. If it's popularized, how much do you think it will consume? And then there are the daily agricultural tools and various other tools. The newly annexed Qiongzhou Island will surely consume a lot, right? Of course, these are actually small numbers, not worth mentioning. The bigger consumption is actually the train you were all just talking about. Although the train has boosted the mining industry and steel production, doesn't the train itself consume steel? Not to mention the locomotive and carriages. What about the steel rails? Moreover, the train is a convenient means of transportation, a land-based transport fleet. It's not only fast, but also has a large carrying capacity. Whether for passenger or freight transport, it's worth our vigorous development. Just think, if we want to promote more trains and build longer railways in the Han tribe, how much steel will this project consume? Our steel production has increased, but our consumption will also increase. So there's no way the price of iron will decrease. The chief is right. The standard steel rail that our research institute has just developed, the mining rail with a gauge of 75 centimeters, has a specification of 35 gene per meter. The standard gauge and wide gauge heavy-duty rails for both passenger and freight use way up to 60 gene per meter. That is to say, not counting the parts that fix the rails like rail spikes, spring clips, and tie plates, just calculating the weight of the rails themselves. For every kilometer of narrow-gauge railway laid, we need to consume 70,000 gene of good steel. To lay 1 kilometer of wide-gauge freight railway, we need to consume 120,000 gene of good steel. At that moment, Lin Fei, who had just finished operating the courtyard railway, also arrived for the meeting. As soon as he entered, he heard the chief talking about steel consumption, so he immediately added, to give everyone a direct concept of the cost of railways. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, several commandery governors present suddenly spat out their tea with a "uft" and then coughed incessantly. Good heavens, to build 1 kilometer of freight railway, just the rails alone required 120,000 gene of good steel. And that didn't even include other costs like labor or the construction of the foundation. If they had to cross a river or a hill, would they have to build bridges? Don't bridges cost money? Hello? Are you sure you're not joking about this cost? After hearing Han Feng's words, everyone had already become aware of the cost of building a railway, but they didn't know the specific cost. Now, hearing Lin Fei rattle off a series of numbers, they all found it unacceptable and were completely shocked. What kind of family were they to even think of building such an extravagant railway? Weren't horse-drawn carriages good enough? Why spend money to build such a railway? To be honest, let's not even talk about how long it would be. Just 1 kilometer of railway track. Besides the Han tribe, no other tribe on the entire continent could produce that much in 5 years, right? Not to mention the quality of the steel rails. Everyone looked at Han Feng, wanting him to confirm whether what Lin Fei had just said was true. Han Feng saw their reactions and then said, Lin Fei is right. The construction of a freight railway does indeed require that much iron. But you don't need to be so surprised and think that this amount is a lot. You've only heard about the consumption, but you don't know our steel production capacity. Dali, you come and tell them about our Han tribe's current steel production capacity. All right. Our steel mill in Xing'an Commandery is currently renovating the existing star-shaped blast furnaces, but the progress is a bit slow, so for now, let's just calculate based on the original blast furnaces. Xing'an Commandery has 20 star-shaped blast furnaces. Usually, we only keep 5 blast furnaces in operation. While 5 are running, the others are being cleaned or repaired. The utilization rate is only a quarter. Each blast furnace runs nonstop for all 12 Shurchen, 24 hours a day when it's in operation, because a blast furnace can't be stopped casually. Once it's stopped, it takes several days to heat it up again, and it wastes a lot of coke, which increases the cost. Such a blast furnace can produce molten iron 16 times in 12 Shurchen. The design size of the blast furnace is to produce 10 cubic meters of iron each time, but due to slag, waste, and different iron content in the ore during actual use, the actual output is only about 8 cubic meters each time. 1 cubic meter of pig iron weighs about 14,600 gene, or 7,300 kilograms. 8 cubic meters is 58,400 kilograms, or 116,800 gene of iron. And that's just from one tapping. Tapping 16 times a day gives about 1.8 million gene, or about 930 tons. And that's just the output of one furnace. If we want more, we don't have enough manpower for mining right now, and the speed of or grinding can't keep up. But once the transport trains are popularized and the equipment in our steel mill is improved, we can run more furnaces at the same time. According to the numbers Lin Fei just reported, building 1 kilometer of freight railway requires 120,000 gene of iron. Then the daily output of one of our furnaces is enough to lay 15 kilometers of heavy-duty railway. And the leftover amount is enough to cover the consumption of parts for these 15 kilometers of railway. In total, with 5 furnaces, the daily output can build 75 kilometers of railway. If trains are popularized in our minds, I can increase this capacity by at least 4 times. Even if all 20 blast furnaces are running, we can still meet the supply of iron ore. If we need to increase production further, we can build larger and more blast furnaces. Dully laid all his cards on the table this time, leaving everyone present speechless. And this was just the current semi-idle state, maintaining a quarter of the capacity so as not to have to lay off workers. Even so, the steel production was already so insane. 5 blast furnaces producing 4,650 tons of iron per day. Before this data was revealed, they couldn't have imagined it. Of course, if such a blast furnace were placed in the eyes of modern steel enterprises, they would probably laugh their heads off. You dare to call something under 500 cubic meters a blast furnace? Go home and drink your milk. A 10 cubic meter piece of junk doesn't even count as a zygote. These modified blast furnaces of the Han tribe were actually only at the level of backyard furnaces. Han Feng took in everyone's surprised expressions. He smiled and said, "Now you don't think the cost of the railway is very expensive, do you?" Everyone shook their heads. One day's output could lay 75 kilometers of steel rails. If the small or transport trains were popularized and steel production was increased, let's not even talk about multiplying it several times. Just increasing steel production by half, not double, would be enough to lay over 100 kilometers of railway a day. At this rate, as long as the steel supply could keep up, they could lay the rails all the way to Tuahai Commandery next year. Of course, the speed of building a railway wasn't calculated this way. After all, building a railway was not just about laying steel rails. It also required geological surveys, planning the most suitable route, reducing the number of tunnels and bridges to be built, thereby reducing the difficulty and cost of construction and increasing the construction speed. Otherwise, with the existing tools and equipment, digging a tunnel would take a lot of time, right? Building a railway bridge that could accommodate heavy-duty trains wouldn't be a short process either, right? Sometimes, just a small part of a large project could take several years to complete. Building a railway wasn't something you could do just because you had enough iron. Chief, is it absolutely necessary to build this railway? Just as everyone was immersed in the surprise brought by the steel production figures, Shi Xian, the current governor of Luoyang Commandery, suddenly asked a question. Han Feng glanced at him upon hearing this, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he got up, erased the words on the blackboard behind him, and rewrote 2 words, network and transportation network. Han Feng sat down again, pointed at the 2 words behind him, and said, "Currently, our Han tribe has already opened up the north-south waterway transportation, controlling the areas from the deep inland mountains to the grasslands and the overseas Qiongzhou Island. It can be said that we have currently reached our limit of development, controlling all the places we can currently reach. But has our Han tribe stopped moving forward? Of course not." Han Feng got up again and drew a tic-tac-toe grid on the blackboard behind him, then continued to explain. The size of our Han tribe's territory actually depends on how far we can reach. You can't argue with that, right? Everyone nodded in unison. The current Han tribe indeed had the confidence and strength to say such words. Wherever the Han tribe could reach, no one would be their opponent. They would all have to submit to their rule. Not convinced. Remember the Xian tribe? Then Han Feng continued. Now, all the areas along the water, wherever ships can go, have basically become our territory. Although there is still a large area of land between the 8 commanderies of Hanyang and Tuahai Commandery that we have not yet set foot in, these are not problems. As long as our population is sufficient, we can slowly immigrate to this area, converging from both ends. As long as the Luoyang River is under the control of our Han tribe, no one can take away these areas in the middle. And what we need to do now is to turn our attention to the inland areas without rivers, that is, the east-west direction of our current territory. How can we quickly reach and develop these areas without rivers, and then continuously transport the resources on them back to our tribe? This requires railways. I plan to use the north-south rivers as the main artery of the Han tribe, and extend railways in the east and west directions, weaving them into a huge transportation network to expand and rule more territory. Finally finished writing. Please send tips. After hearing Han Feng's statement on the future direction of development, everyone felt their blood boil. They were happy to have an enlightened and ambitious chief. To be able to follow the chief's footsteps and lead the Han tribe to glory was their lifelong dream and honor. However, anyone with a little bit of administrative experience could see the current situation of the Han tribe. The Han tribe was actually not suitable for continuing to expand its territory. First of all, they had just conquered Bamboo Island. This war had consumed too much of the Han tribe's manpower and resources. And not only could these losses not be replenished immediately, but they also had to continue to supply Qiongzhou Island. Just like this immigration event, they couldn't expect to get anything back from Qiongzhou Island in the short term. To stabilize it and firmly control it in the hands of the Han tribe would take at least a few years, or even a generation. Han Feng was absolutely confident that he could completely assimilate this place. Right now, the Han tribe's population was already stretched thin. Just as Han Feng had said, the Han tribe hadn't even occupied the large territory between the 8 commanderies of Hanyang and Tuahai Commandery. It wasn't that they couldn't occupy it, but that they didn't have a surplus population to migrate there. They hadn't even finished the food in their own bowl, so they shouldn't be thinking about the food in someone else's bowl. Even if they occupied other places, so what? Send a few soldiers to stand guard every day? Without a population to develop and cultivate it, it would just be a useless piece of wasteland. Chief, we don't have that much population at the moment. Currently, our transportation from Luoyang Commandery to Tuahai Commandery can be fully supported by the already mature waterway transportation system. There's no need to consume more manpower, resources, and finances to build this railway, right? And even if it's really built in the vast, uninhabited area between Luoyang Commandery and Tuahai Commandery, it would be difficult for us to even maintain the railway. Our Han tribe has high steel production, but that doesn't mean other tribes do. Leaving such a long railway in the deep mountains and old forests, where we can't even visit for days, I'm worried that those savages might dismantle our steel rails to make other things. Jing Yan, as the most capable and experienced commandery governor present, immediately voiced his different opinion. The chief had the determination to expand the territory, which was a good thing. But they had really hit a bottleneck now. They were simply unable to continue expanding outwards in the short term. Everything could be made, except for population, which couldn't appear out of thin air. Even if they encouraged childbirth, they still had to wait for those children to grow up, right? As for Han Feng, he was thinking about what Jing Yan had just said. Stealing railway tracks? This was really possible. After all, it was iron, which was the most important material in this era. On a railway line thousands of kilometers long, let alone the rails, even pulling out a single rail spike could be used to forge a small dagger. Prying off a spring clip could be made into several arrowheads. The rails themselves were even more valuable. If no one patrolled regularly, it would be normal for them to be stolen. In fact, Han Feng also knew about this. When he was chatting with Chu Bing about forming a dedicated railway corps, that was what he had in mind. However, Han Feng had no intention of starting such a large project immediately, because, as Jing Yan had said, it was completely unnecessary. The transportation from Luoyang Commandery to Tuahai Commandery could be met by the already very mature shipping system. In addition, with the flying fish-type fast ship that Xian had just presented, the speed of shipping could even be increased. So, the Han tribe didn't have a great sense of urgency regarding north-south transportation. Even if they really wanted to build a freight railway, they would definitely have to build the east-west sections first. So, Han Feng said, I am well aware of this. I have no intention of building a long-distance railway immediately. First, as you just said, we don't have a surplus population to expand outwards now. Second, even if I let you build this railway now, you don't have the ability to do so. Railways are not that easy to build. Regarding the railway, my idea is to popularize the rail transportation system in the mining areas of various regions next year. First, we will increase the production capacity of mining and steel, laying a material foundation for building longer railways in the future. Then, when the conditions are ripe, we will first build a short-line freight railway to gain some experience, and build up a reserve of workers and management personnel for future large-scale projects. The first route I have planned is the transportation line from Weishan Commandery to Xing'an Commandery. This section of the road is currently under great pressure from land transportation. A large amount of steel, coke, limestone, grain, meat, and daily necessities for the people of Xing'an Commandery all need to be transported along this road. Currently, it all relies on horse-drawn carriages, which is very inefficient and occupies a lot of manpower and animal power. It is in great need of optimization and transformation. This is from the perspective of demand. Then there is the technical aspect. The distance between Xing'an Commandery and Weishan Commandery is over 100 kilometers, which is not very long. And its geographical structure is plain and hilly, with no rivers, so we don't need to build bridges. There are no high mountains, so we don't need to dig tunnels. At most, we just need to level some of the small hills on the plain, compact the foundation, and we can directly lay the railway. There is basically no technical difficulty. After all, we have never laid a railway before, so let's start with a short line with low difficulty to practice. And this line is indeed what we urgently need, not something to be built for show. I have roughly calculated that, based on the existing horse-drawn carriage roads, with a few thousand slaves and sufficient materials prepared in advance, we can probably build this road in about half a year. Do you have any objections to such a plan? Everyone present nodded frequently, indicating that they had no objections. Han Feng's plan was obviously well thought out. He wasn't someone who would just slap his thigh and say, "I'm going to build a Beijing-Guangzhou line." That would be ridiculous. They had no skilled workers, no experience. Everyone had never built a railway before. The rabbit at least had the eagle to learn from. Who could the Han tribe learn from? To start with a super large project right away would be like dreaming. Han Feng's plan was very constructive. He would first promote narrow-gauge small trains on a small scale in the mines. This would not only increase the production capacity of mining and steel, but also train the first batch of railway workers and accumulate a lot of railway operation experience in the process. At the very least, they could train a batch of train drivers, right? After completing the first step, increasing steel production, training basic craftsmen, and accumulating some experience, they would then practice on a low-difficulty heavy-duty railway. This would not only optimize the existing transportation routes, but also accumulate another wave of experience. Once these foundations were in place, when the conditions were ripe in the future, it would not be too late to consider a super project like the Beijing-Guangzhou line, a national artery. Seeing that no one had any objections, Han Feng got up, erased the words on the blackboard again, and then rewrote a word and a sentence. Great mandate. For stockpiling is the great mandate of the world. After writing these things, he sat down again and said to everyone, "I plan to change the era name to Great Mandate next year. 3 more chapters today. Please send tips." The concept of an era name was first established by Emperor Wu of Han, specifically for keeping track of years. At the same time, it was strongly linked to politics. Through the era name, one could discern the attitude of the court or the emperor towards the governance of the realm. Changing the era name was a very common practice during the Han dynasty. Each Han emperor had a dozen or so era names. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty used 14 era names himself, and Wu Zetian used 13. In the Han dynasty, era names were generally changed every 4 to 6 years, somewhat like the 5-year development plans of modern times. Upon the completion of a stage of a plan, or on the occasion of a major event, the emperor could change the era name. It was not like the Ming and Qing dynasties, where an emperor would use a single era name for his entire life, to the point where the era name became a substitute for the emperor's name, such as the Yongle Emperor or the Qiongzhou Emperor. The current situation of the Han tribe was similar. The Han tribe's external expansion had hit a bottleneck, and they temporarily lacked the strength to expand further. It was better to take this time and opportunity to consolidate internally. When everyone saw Han Feng suddenly propose to change the era name, they all looked puzzled. The previous era name, Jin Yuan, had only been used for 4 years, and it was working fine. Why the sudden change? Han Feng didn't expect them to understand the meaning of that sentence on their own, so he took the initiative to explain. For stockpiling is the great mandate of the world. This means that stockpiling grain and supplies is the lifeblood of the nation, the lifeblood of the people's survival, and the mission of a chief and his subjects. A nation without a 9-year reserve is considered insufficient. Without a 6-year reserve, it is considered in a state of emergency. Without a 3-year reserve, the nation is as good as lost. If a tribe's material reserves are not enough for 9 years of use, it is not prosperous enough. If it's not enough for 6 years, it will be in a state of emergency. If it's not enough for 3 years, the tribe is basically finished. If it encounters any major event, such as war or a major disaster, and the tribe cannot produce its savings, it will immediately fall into a financial and food crisis. Han Feng paused and continued. Before you joined the Han tribe, in the era of small tribes, every tribe had the tradition of storing food and furs, some to deal with possible crises, others simply to survive the cold winter. I believe everyone has experienced and understands this. Now that the Han tribe is large, this tradition still cannot be abandoned. Instead, it should be carried forward and made more large-scale. We have just discussed that the tribe's development has now hit a bottleneck. We are unable to continue expanding outwards, but we can consolidate ourselves. I plan to propose a new development plan starting next year. The theme is just 2 words: stockpiling. The most important thing is grain, followed by cotton and cloth. We must first ensure that the people can eat their fill and wear warm clothes. However, limited by our current storage technology, my initial goal is to store enough grain and clothing to supply the entire tribe for 5 years within the next 5 to 6 years. Storing grain is a strategic task for every country. Take Han Feng's past life, for example. The National Strategic Grain Reserve System was prepared to deal with a nuclear war. Even if the entire country's population didn't plant a single grain, it could still meet the food needs of over 1 billion people for 8 years. This is the lifeblood of a country. The Han tribe did not have such high-tech, numerically controlled, automated granaries now, but grains with husks like rice, wheat, millet, yellow millet, and sorghum could be stored for 5 years if well preserved. The storage time for corn was relatively shorter. In modern automated granaries, corn could be stored for 3 years. It would be quite good if the Han tribe could store it for 2 years. However, corn didn't need to be stored for that long. In fact, Han Feng didn't want to store corn at all. If there was too much corn and people couldn't eat it all, it could be used as feed for pigs. After all, 3 genes of corn could produce 1 gene of pork. Wouldn't it be better to turn corn into meat and enrich the people's diet? Letting the people afford to eat meat and eat more meat was also a way to strengthen the country. At the very least, the average physical fitness of the nation would be better, right? With sufficient nutritional intake, they could grow taller. In summary, from a technical perspective, the Han tribe could store at most 5 years of strategic grain reserves to deal with various possible crises. The ancients said, "You had 9 years of flood, Tang had 7 years of drought," yet the nation did not suffer from abandonment or emaciation, because the reserves were plentiful and preparations were made in advance. During the time of Emperor Yao and Yu the Great, there was a great flood that lasted for 9 years. During the time of King Tang of Shang, there was a great drought that lasted for 7 years. But there were no abandoned or emaciated people in the country. This was because the stored supplies were sufficient and preparations for disasters were made in advance. Han Feng had the same idea. The attack on the Xian tribe had consumed a lot, and now there was no surplus population to continue expanding outwards. It was better to take these few years to store more grain and supplies. They couldn't just do nothing and wait for the people to make babies, right? Obviously, none of the people present were fools. When Han Feng announced the new future development plan, everyone voiced their support. "This is a good idea, Chief. I agree to store grain and other supplies. Not just grain and cotton, but also things like meat, salt, and sugar." Shi Xian was the first to state his position. "That's right. We were just talking about popularizing trains in the mines to increase production. As one of the most important materials, steel should also be stored in greater quantities. That way, if we encounter a situation where we can't continue mining and smelting iron, we will still have enough iron to use." Dali also followed up with his support. Just as Han Feng had said, whether it was the founding veterans of the Han tribe or the others who had joined later, who hadn't lived through hard times. If nothing else, in the northern regions of the Han tribe, storing a large amount of food for the winter was already the norm. Even now that the people of the Han tribe no longer had to worry about food, they still stored enough meat and pickled vegetables in the autumn to get through the winter. After all, there were no greenhouses now. If they didn't store pickled vegetables in advance, they would really only have meat soup poured over rice every day in the winter. Our Dongxing commandery must also support this. Starting next year, not only will we meet the needs of the Xinjiang steel mill's expansion, but we will also store more coal for the future operation of the trains. Jing Yin also immediately raised his hand in support. Chief, since we are going to store grain, we must adjust the proportion of crop varieties in various regions, right? For example, we can reduce the planting area of corn because corn is not easy to store, and expand the planting scale of rice, millet, yellow millet, and wheat. Planting more grains with husks will help us achieve our goal as soon as possible. Yunji of Rion Commandery naturally also expressed his support, but his statement was more pragmatic, directly starting from adjusting the types of grain. This was a very good suggestion, and Han Feng immediately expressed his approval. That's right. Not only do we need to adjust the planting ratio of crop varieties in various regions, but we also need to build large-scale strategic reserve granaries in various regions. The initial goal is for each commandery to have one. If that's not enough, we will continue to build more later. Then there's the issue that De Li and Jing Yin just mentioned. Stockpiling is not just about storing grain and cotton. We also need to accumulate other things. For example, steel, coal, rubber, these industrial material reserves. Others include tung oil, paint, hemp, and the like. In addition, we also need to build up reserves of livestock. However, this doesn't have much to do with you all. Starting next year, our 3 commanderies of Honghu on the grasslands will also begin to expand the scale of various livestock breeding. More sheep, more draft oxen, more war horses, and draft horses. In general, as long as it's something we can use in our daily lives and can be stored, we will store it. In a few years, when we have sufficient strategic reserve materials, no matter what we do then, we will have enough confidence to deal with it. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Regarding the development plan for the train, they had never seen the real thing, so they didn't know the importance of the train for land transportation. They had no concept of it, so they just went along with whatever Han Feng said. But they understood stockpiling. Who among them hadn't experienced storing things? Therefore, they could all understand the importance of stockpiling. Whether it was a small tribe of a few hundred or 1,000 people in the past, or the Han tribe with a population of hundreds of thousands now, stockpiling was actually the same. It was just that now it was more standardized and on a larger scale. And it was a unified, planned action across all regions of the tribe. Han Feng's changing of the era names specifically for this 5-year plan was enough to show his emphasis and attitude towards this matter. An era name. Wasn't it the best thing to reflect a political attitude? For example, the Great Mandate that Han Feng came up with, and a certain small island Showa, which in the end really did Showa, a pun that sounds like Showa and means to invite nukes. After confirming the development plan for the next 5 years, everyone began to discuss the various details of the stockpiling task. Han Feng also put forward his own principle for this national policy. Storing grain was one thing, but industrial development should continue. The Han tribe's climb up the technology tree should not be affected by storing grain. However, in response to the national policy, some adjustments still had to be made. For example, Han Feng proposed to promote the newly developed steam engine to the fields. Deep wells should be dug in the farmlands of various regions, and well houses should be built over the wells. Each well house would be equipped with a steam-powered pumping and drainage device to guard against possible droughts or floods. This way, even if a certain area experienced a drought, the Han tribe could use the well houses scattered throughout the fields to pump groundwater to irrigate the grain fields, so that the year's harvest would not be a complete loss. If this attitude were to be summarized in one sentence, it would be everything for agriculture and animal husbandry. All industry serves agriculture. The steam engine should still be developed, but it must be prioritized for agricultural projects. After the meeting ended, Han Feng treated these guests who had come to wish him a happy new year to lunch, and then they hurried back. After all the guests had left, Han Feng looked at all the new things in his house and couldn't help but feel emotional. His New Year's celebration had turned into a technology expo. The commandery governors had competed to present gifts, bringing him many surprises. KZ's pair of vases, De Li's Fushi Qingyin, Yunji's silk, Shi Xian's flying fish ship model, Yang Yan's white deer, Jian Dun's 2 lion cubs, Lu Guangzhu's glassware, Jing Yan's box of jade, the First Institute's clock and platform scales, and the Second Institute's train model. These gifts had truly given him many surprises. Especially one thing that was reflected in these gifts, which surprised Han Feng even more, and that was creativity. In the past, it was always Han Feng who taught them what to do, instilled in them his aesthetic and values, and taught them various production techniques. Now, these people had finally broken away from Han Feng's influence and begun to try to create on their own. Whether it was De Li's sword, KZ's vases, Yunji's silk, or Lu Guangzhu's glassware, these were all things they had created on their own, according to their own aesthetics, without Han Feng's knowledge. Shi Xion's flying fish ship model and the First Institute's clock and platform scales were an elevation of their pursuit of technology. From listening to Han Feng tell them what to do, to now wanting to do things themselves, they had completed a thorough transformation. This comprehensive elevation of art and technology made Han Feng realize one thing. The seed of civilization that he had planted back then had finally sprouted today. This made him happier than any gift he could have received. In the afternoon, Han Feng's family had nothing to do, so they went out for a stroll in Hanyang City. The streets were very lively on the Jindan Festival. Especially today, the photo studio in the city officially opened, attracting many people. Even people from the surrounding 3 counties came running. The post house where the photo studio was located was crowded with people both inside and out. Fortunately, Chu Bing had trained enough photographers beforehand and had also purchased many small cameras from the Research Institute, which was just enough to meet the demand of so many customers taking photos at the same time. It was easy to train photographers. As long as they knew how to operate a camera, aim at the target, and press the shutter to expose the film, that was enough. But there were very few people who could develop photos. Each shop only had one photo developing master. This one person was not only responsible for developing the negatives, but also for transferring them onto photographic paper. The work was very tedious. However, Chu Bing also knew the importance of cultivating talent. He had arranged for several apprentices and assistants for the developing masters in the 4 shops, hoping they could learn quickly so that they could use these people to open more branch stores in the future. At the same time, the immigrants who were preparing to move to Qiongzhou Island were also busy. They cooperated with the photographers sent by the government to take commemorative photos, and then packed up various things they were preparing to take with them at home. Some families who lived far from Luoyang Commandery, such as the immigrants from my commandery and the people from the 3 western counties of Hanyang Commandery, began to head towards Luoyang Commandery on the 10th of the month to gather there. To ensure that these immigrants arrived in Luoyang Commandery on time, the Han tribe also sent a large number of horse-drawn carriages to help them move their luggage. To temporarily accommodate these immigrants, they also vacated the classrooms of the schools that were on holiday for them to live in temporarily. By the 20th, the 1,000 sets of wooden-boxed, deluxe edition photo albums were also ready. They were distributed to the heads of the 1,000 households according to the information on their ID cards. The nearly 4,000 immigrants were very happy to receive this set of photo albums. In addition to the photos they had requested to be taken, there were also photos of the special features of each of the 8 commanderies of Hanyang. Seeing these black and white photos reminded them of their hometown. In the future, after they immigrated, if they felt homesick, perhaps looking at them could soothe their longing for home. In addition, these 1,000 photo albums were also a window for showing the Han tribe to the local people of Qiongzhou. When the immigrants lived with them, it was impossible for the local people not to see them. After the 20th of the Zhengdan month, the immigrant families who lived closer to Luoyang Commandery also began to move towards Luoyang Commandery. The Han tribe officials were not idle at this time either. They began to gather the various supplies that had been prepared in the past half-month in Luoyang Commandery, such as the latest printed books. These were to be distributed to the teachers among the immigrants to open rural primary schools in the future. The main subjects were pinyin, Han law, poetry, and arithmetic, the most basic things. They didn't expect them to teach very well, nor did they expect the local people to learn much. As long as they could change the language, it would be a great achievement. Just a few days before the immigrants boarded the ships, a formal announcement from Han Feng, changing the era name, was also carried by giant eagles to the entire territory of the Han tribe. At the beginning of the new year, all commanderies and counties would uniformly change the era name to the first year of Daming. The policy of stockpiling would also be strictly implemented in each commandery and county according to the detailed rules and standards issued by the central government. However, Qiongzhou Island was an exception. The people there were not yet stable, so there was no need to push them too hard for the time being. Forcing the implementation of the stockpiling plan would definitely arouse the resentment of the local people. Some of them still insisted on planting corn, so let them plant corn for now. When they saw the benefits of planting other crops, they would know whether to follow the Han tribe's arrangements. 3 days before the first year of Daming, all the immigrants were in place, and all the official preparations of the Han tribe were complete. 10 three-mast sailboats and their sailors were ready at the dock. Seeing that there was nothing else to prepare, Han Feng directly ordered them to board and set off. There was no need to wait until the first day of the first month. The sooner they arrived at Qiongzhou Island, the sooner they could feel at ease. Nearly 4,000 people were divided among 10 three-masted sailboats. Each ship actually had only about 400 people, including the sailors, so there was plenty of extra space on board. So many ships were mobilized mainly to transport the luggage that the immigrant families brought with them. Some people even brought their looms and various farm tools from home, as well as some small cats and dogs. There were certainly no cattle, sheep, or pigs. It wasn't easy to take them along. Most of them had been sold off during the new year in exchange for cash to carry with them. As for the livestock benefits that the tribe had promised, they would be distributed uniformly when supplies were sent to Qiongzhou Island later. It was impossible to bring the livestock on board with them now. How could they let people stay with livestock? Many of the immigrants were riding on such a large sailboat for the first time, and they couldn't help but feel a little excited. But when they thought that they would be leaving this place forever, their hearts couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The young couples with only 2 people were more open-minded. They were just immigrating a little further away, but they could directly become a wealthy family with a noble title thanks to the benefits given by the tribe. This was clearly a good deal. The 10 three-masted sailboats raised their sails one by one and sailed south in a neat formation. Many immigrants went up to the deck and leaned on the railing, watching their gradually receding homeland. They might not have been born in the Han tribe, but after so many years of joining the Han tribe, they had long regarded the Han tribe as their home. Now, they had become a part of the Han tribe. No matter where they went in the future, they would always be people of the Han tribe. 3 days after the immigrants left, the first year of daiming, which represented the Han tribe's latest national policy, gradually began. Spring had arrived, and the temperatures in various places had reached the point where seeds could germinate. Both the south and the north of the Han tribe had begun their farming activities. Han Feng certainly couldn't farm himself. Although he had symbolically planted some crops with his 2 children, he didn't expect to rely on that little bit of food to eat. When it came to making money and supporting a family, who could compare to Han Feng? With nothing to do, Han Feng began to find things for himself to do. He first took a pile of blueprints to Luoyang Commandery, where a slightly smaller flying fish sailboat was being built according to his requirements, to test the waters first. Han Feng discussed improvement suggestions and construction plans with the craftsmen at the local shipyard for a few days, and then he stopped meddling in the matter. The shipyard in Luoyang Commandery had accumulated several years of shipbuilding experience. A ship like this was no problem for them at all. He began to handle his own affairs. Han Feng went to the commandery governor's office in Luoyang Commandery and summoned Shi Xian. In the main hall of the back courtyard of the commandery governor's office, Shi Xian hurried back from the construction site of the strategic reserve granary. The granary was also a key construction project and had to be built on high ground with a solid foundation. Otherwise, if a flood occurred and the granary was flooded before the people were, it would really be a matter of life and death. So, from site selection to building materials, Shi Xian had to check every level. Whenever he had free time, he would run to the construction site. When he arrived at the main hall and saw Han Feng, he immediately bowed and asked, "Chief, you were looking for me?" "Yes." Han Feng put down his teacup and asked him, "Go and find me a few skilled craftsmen who are good at making ship models. I have something for them to do." "Oh yes, sir. I'll go find them right away." Shi Xian agreed. From the time he came in to the time he left, he didn't even have a sip of water or sit down. It was truly a case of the leader giving an order and the subordinates running themselves ragged. Han Feng just had to give the order to store grain, and then he didn't have to worry about it. But the officials in the various commanderies below were really busy off their feet. Not long after, Shi Xian found 6 carpenters who were skilled at making ship models. These people were basically from the shipyard, so they were easy to find. After bringing the 6 carpenters before Han Feng threw the blueprints he had brought with him onto the table for them to see, and asked, "I heard from your governor, Shi, that you are all craftsmen skilled at making ship models. I wonder if you know how to make models of houses." The several carpenters exchanged a look, not understanding why Han Feng was asking this question. Making ship models was not just a leisure activity. It was a way to preview the entire shipbuilding process, find the most suitable construction plan, and identify possible problems. Making a model of a house. Was a house that complicated? Couldn't you just build it directly? However, a house should be simpler than a ship model. So one of the craftsmen nodded and replied, "Chief, making a house is no problem. Although we haven't made a model of a house before, the structure of a house is actually similar to a ship, and the superstructure of some large ships is actually a type of house. I just don't know what kind of house the chief wants to build. Han Feng spread out one of the floor plans on the table, then tapped the table and said, I want you to make a miniature model of a palace. What Han Feng wanted them to make was a model of a palace. The Han tribe had now entered a phase of comprehensive strategic contraction, beginning to consolidate itself. The theme of this phase was stockpiling and construction. Grain had to be stored, coal and steel had to be stored, railways had to be built, and naturally, a palace also had to be built. Currently, apart from the group of cannibals in the north, the Han tribe had no other mortal enemies. The Tang tribe across the river from Tuohe Commandery now had a very good relationship with the Han tribe, and the Tang tribe had shown a very humble attitude. In the future, it was highly likely that they would be peacefully absorbed. So, the Han tribe was actually not far from establishing a nation. The necessary preparations had to begin. Although starting construction immediately was somewhat unrealistic, designing the palace first, then selecting a site, and then choosing a person to supervise the construction of the imperial palace, and then starting to prepare the various building materials. Just completing these tasks would probably take several years. After these tasks were completed, they could then gather the manpower and craftsmen to start construction, and the construction speed would be very fast. A palace? What is a palace? A new type of house. The craftsman who had just answered the question asked, puzzled. Then he first looked at the blueprint Han Feng had given him. It was not a design for a single building, but a floor plan for a huge complex of buildings. The floor plan only showed square boxes, so naturally, the architectural style could not be seen. But from this floor plan, one could see the footprint of each building and the footprint of the entire complex. After looking at it, this craftsman named Moxian secretly gasped. Good heavens! Although he hadn't seen the specific shape of the buildings yet, just by looking at the footprint of each building and the footprint of the entire complex, he could feel its grand scale from this blueprint. A feeling of shock inexplicably appeared in his heart. This is a palace? The other 5 carpenters also gathered around, looking at the blueprint together, and couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Chief, what is this place? Is our Han tribe going to build such a huge complex of buildings? It doesn't look like any of our current commandery cities. There are houses, squares, and even an artificial lake to be dug. What is this place? Moxian was so shocked that he couldn't help but ask. A palace. Didn't I just say so? Han Feng paused, thinking about how to explain it to them. He pondered for a moment and said, This is the Imperial Palace, and it will be the home of the future generations of Han tribe chiefs. It is also the core building of the largest capital city of the Han tribe. This place will not only be for the successive chiefs of the Han tribe to live in, but it will also be the central hub of the entire tribe. For example, these 3 great halls arranged along the central axis on the map are actually places for officials and the chief to hold meetings together. You see, there is also an altar for worshipping heaven and earth here, and over here is the ancestral temple for worshipping ancestors. This is my family's private sports field, and these side halls on either side of the 3 main halls. This one is the Great Hall for holding state banquets, and this is the Grand Council, where the 3 departments and 6 ministries will be located in the future. The buildings in the back are all private courtyards for living, with some sleeping palaces, pavilions, long corridors, and landscape features. The scale of this building will be very large, so it will be very troublesome to build. Shouldn't you know the purpose of making ship models? A ship model can not only show the various details of the actual ship, but also find a suitable plan for the actual construction process. The reason I'm having you make a model of this building complex is actually for the same reason. Moxian and the others nodded after listening. They roughly understood. The chief was going to build a home for himself in the largest capital city of the Han tribe. This home would also have places for many officials to hold meetings and work, and even a place for holding large banquets. The chief's backyard not only had to be grand, but also beautiful, with various landscape features. Now, this building was too complex, so the chief wanted them to make a model to preview it, and at the same time, use this model as a physical reference for the actual construction process. It was that simple. But was it really that simple? No. Han Feng's palace was really big. He had absorbed the characteristic features of several famous ancient buildings he knew of, blended them together, and finally came up with this thing. The theme of the palace was based on the Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty, especially the 3 main halls of the palace complex arranged along the central axis. the Hanyuan Hall in the front court for holding grand court assemblies, the Qiongzhou Hall in the middle court for daily handling of government affairs and holding small court assemblies, and finally, the Zichen Hall in the back for handling special affairs and summoning individual officials. These three great halls were arranged in a line along the central axis. On both sides were tall gate towers and the pavilions connecting them. Further to the sides were the offices of the 3 departments and 6 ministries. These areas together formed the front court. For the rear court in the back, which was mainly for living, Han Feng drew more inspiration from the designs of the Daming Palace and the Old Summer Palace. The Daming Palace was magnificent, while the Old Summer Palace was more elegant and beautiful, especially the mix of Chinese and Western architectural styles in the Old Summer Palace, which had both the elegance of Suzhou-style gardens and the sculptural art of classical Greece. Han Feng liked this very much. Since it was the place he was going to live, he naturally wanted to design it according to his favorite style. In addition to these, there were also some essential functional places, such as the imperial kitchen, the Tay Pond, and even the barracks for the imperial guards who protected the palace, which also had to be within the palace. In addition, Han Feng also divided the entire palace complex into 4 parts. The central part was the front court and the rear court, which belonged to the emperor. Then there were the East Palace and the West Palace on the left and right sides. The East Palace was naturally the place where the crown prince lived, studied, and worked. The West Palace was Han Feng's own creation. He thought that after he retired early in the future, he couldn't just stay in the rear palace. How could he let his son and himself use the same rear palace? After he retired, he would move to the West Palace to live out his old age, so as not to occupy his child's rear palace and annoy him. To be honest, being an emperor was such a tiring job. Han Feng didn't want to work until he died. Weren't there many people who died of exhaustion from being an emperor? Han Feng's wish in this life was to establish the empire, sort out all the rules and regulations, and put the entire empire on the right track. By then, little Luo Cheng would be in his teens. At that time, he would let the crown prince supervise the country, let his son start handling government affairs, and then he would retreat to the second line, giving his son guidance from time to time. Then Han Feng himself would find a quiet place to write books, or he would climb the technology tree with the researchers of the Han tribe, striving to leave behind books of everything he knew for future generations before he died. It would not be in vain that God had specially arranged for him to travel to this world. After everyone had finished looking at the floor plan, Han Feng took out other detailed drawings of each building, including structural diagrams and pencil-drawn sketches of the final effect. Moxin and the others were even more shocked after seeing them. The grandeur of this building was completely beyond their imagination. In their minds, wasn't a home just for people to live in? Why did it need to be so big? Looking at the drawings Han Feng provided, just this section from the palace gate to the front of the Hanyuan Hall, the main hall of the front court, was already staggering. In front of the palace gate, there was an artificial river a li long, with 9 white marble bridges over it, known as the dismounting bridges. Officials coming to court had to dismount here and walk. In the section between the dismounting bridges and the Hanyuan Hall, on both the left and right sides, were gate towers over 10 meters high. On top of the gate towers were 2 huge pavilions. The 2 Han-style watchtowers and the Hanyuan Hall formed a 3-sided enclosure around a square that was a li long on each side. And the Hanyuan Hall in the front was actually built on a high platform 15 meters tall. Not to mention how the Hanyuan Hall itself was built. Just the 15-meter-high platform below it, to build it up from flat ground, would require an unknown amount of earthwork. The few of them looked at the other main halls and the side halls in the rear court. Most of the slightly larger ones had to be built on high platforms. Unless there was a small hill or mound on the spot, where would they get so much earth? If they had to dig it from a slightly further place, the transportation cost would be an astronomical figure. Even using 4-wheeled horse-drawn carriages to transport the earth, they wouldn't be able to build up these high platforms without hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of cartloads. Moxin was the first to think of this problem. He tentatively asked Han Feng, "Chief, all the main halls of this building complex are built on high platforms. If we want to raise the foundations so high, it will require a lot of earthwork, won't it? Are there any small mountains or hills in that area?" Han Feng had long had a countermeasure for this problem. He directly pointed to the rear court on the floor plan and said, "See the Tay Pond here? It's an artificial lake. Do you understand now?" "Oh, I see." Moxin and the others instantly understood. This was the same as their process of building a city. Building a city wall, whether with rammed earth or fired bricks, required a large amount of earthwork. What if there was no earthwork? Of course, they would dig it directly from the spot. Digging a moat, and then using the earth dug from the moat to build the wall. Wouldn't that provide the earthwork? The imperial palace was the same. The foundation of the palace was just a bit high and needed to be raised with earth. If there was no earth, they would just dig it from the artificial lake in the back. They would dig as much as they needed until the foundation was raised. Seeing that they understood, Han Feng added, "Actually, you don't need to worry about these foundation matters. I mainly want you to make the models of the buildings on top. Have you seen a sand table? The foundation can be simulated directly on the sand table at that time, and then the models you make can be placed on it. That way, there will be no problem. As for the buildings in the rear court, we'll see how the actual situation is. We'll dig the lake first, use the excavated earth to raise the foundation, build the front court part first, then build the rear court. Finally, if the artificial lake is dug too large, the position of these buildings in the rear court can be adjusted temporarily at that time. It's not necessary to build it exactly according to the drawings, but the front court definitely cannot be moved." "Yes, we understand." Moxian nodded again. If they were only making the models of the buildings on top, their workload would be much smaller. Have you all seen Dugong? It's the wooden support structure on the eaves of this government office hall. If you don't understand, you can find craftsmen who are skilled in this to help. The Dugong, pillars, and beams of the palace must be tall and large. The eaves must be flying eaves, curving high outwards, and bells must be hung below. In short, I want you to make everything that should be there according to the actual construction process, and then assemble this model. And it's best if these models can be opened, so that during the actual construction, you can find the corresponding parts for reference. You all work hard. When this palace is completed in the future, I will let you serve as officials in the Ministry of Works." Han Feng gave them a few more instructions, and finally tempted them with the promise of official positions. This was not Han Feng making empty promises. To be honest, if they really had the ability to build such a magnificent palace, just with this skill, it would be no problem for them to enter the Ministry of Works. "Thank you, Chief, for your trust in us. We will definitely not let you down." Moxian and the others quickly agreed. Although they didn't know what the Ministry of Works was, Han Feng had mentioned this term when he was introducing the purpose of the palace. The 3 departments and 6 ministries, which meant there were only 6 ministries in total, and these 6 ministries all worked in this imperial palace. Just based on this point, they would definitely be high-ranking officials. In addition, Han Feng had also said that if they were not familiar enough with architecture, they could find others to participate and help. Coupled with their own skills, there was no way they couldn't complete it. That is to say, if they did this job beautifully, their future official positions would be secure. After arranging for these craftsmen, Han Feng instructed Qiongzhou to find a place for them to work in this government office compound. They would come here every day to make the models. They could bring in their tools and materials, but they could not take Han Feng's drawings away. He had only drawn this one set of drawings and didn't even keep a draft. If it was lost, it would take a lot of time to draw another set. After arranging these matters, Han Feng set off and returned to his home in Hanyang Commandery, and then began to think about who to have supervise the construction of this imperial city. Deshu was the closest in Tuahai Commandery, but Deshu was not suitable. He was already the governor of Tuahai Commandery, and he also had to be responsible for transporting various supplies to Qiongzhou Island. After all, Tuahai Commandery was the frontline supply center for Qiongzhou Island. In addition, Deshu also had to maintain good relations with the Tang tribe across the river and help with the construction of the 8 commanderies of the Tang tribe. He was extremely busy. Although he only held the official position of a commandery governor, his actual power was much greater than that of Xue Qingyao, the inspector of Qiongzhou. In addition, he was also busy and had no time to spare for the matter of the imperial palace. The construction of the imperial palace was no small matter. It was best to find a dedicated person to manage it. Han Feng thought it over and over, thinking about the important personnel of the Han tribe, who had both the ability and the time, and also had a suitable status. After going through the important personnel of the Han tribe, Han Feng suddenly thought of the Yu brothers, and that commander of the Jinwu Guard, Yu Ji. Although the Jinwu Guard was an intelligence agency, on the surface, it was Han Feng's Imperial Guard. It should be very appropriate to have the Imperial Guard supervise the construction of the Imperial City, right? After all, after the Imperial City was completed in the future, it would also be these Imperial Guards who were responsible for guarding the Imperial City. They should be considered his own people. The more Han Feng thought about that young man, Yu Ji, the more suitable he seemed. As the commander of the Jinwu Guard, he was skilled at organizing large teams. Moreover, supervising the construction of the imperial city currently involved mainly site selection and material stockpiling. The materials certainly couldn't be gathered from one place. They would need to be transported from all over the Han tribe, and even from the 8 commanderies of the Tang tribe, because the Tang tribe was rich in white marble, which the Han tribe's current territory lacked. The construction of the imperial palace would definitely require a lot of this stone. To collect materials from all directions, Yu Ji, as the head of an intelligence agency, was already accustomed to highly decentralized work. So, upon careful comparison, Yu Ji was even more suitable than others. Furthermore, the most important point Han Feng considered was Yu Ji's current situation. After the Xian tribe was completely annihilated by the Han tribe, the Jinwu Guard had temporarily lost its primary target for surveillance. Apart from routine monitoring of their own people and a few forces on the steppes, the Jinwu Guard's reconnaissance was currently scaling back. Therefore, Yu Ji was not very busy at the moment. This made it seem perfectly logical for him, the commander of the Imperial Guard, to be in charge of supervising the construction of the Imperial City. Having made up his mind, Han Feng immediately issued a recall order for Yu Ji. Then, after a moment of thought, he also recalled Yu Fu, who was currently assisting to Shu in Tuahai Commandery. As for Yu Yi in the north, Han Feng also sent him a letter, inquiring about the development of the northern survivor camp, but did not recall him. After sending the letters to the 3, Han Feng stopped worrying about them. They would definitely return or reply upon receiving the letters. It would take at least a month and a half for Yu Fu and Yu Ji to return, so Han Feng set off again for Xingang Commandery. Xingang Commandery had many tasks at present. They needed to develop a lot of new equipment, and this year's key projects were the railway and the steam locomotive. These were all key projects related to the future development of the Han tribe, so he needed to check on them when he had time. Meanwhile, on Qiongzhou Island, after entering the first year of daiming, although it received special treatment and was not required to strictly implement the stockpiling national policy like other parts of the Han tribe, the reform of farming methods here was no less intense than the stockpiling tasks in other commanderies. Qiongzhou Island, Xinhua Commandery, Shanghe Village. It was still that large village of over 100 households. The agricultural technician sent by the commandery governor's office had been staying at Guan Tao's house for several days. His purpose this time was to fulfill the promise and wager that Tai Zhen had made. Tai Zhen had said that due to a shortage of agricultural technicians and the unavailability of seeds and supplies, the switch to rice cultivation for the entire Qiongzhou Island would be postponed by 1 quarter. The people would continue to plant one more season of corn. However, there was a difference in how the corn was planted. Tai Zhen had said that all those willing to accept the Han tribe's land distribution method would be taught to farm according to the Han tribe's methods. Then, at harvest time, a comparison would be made with those who were unwilling to accept the Han tribe's land distribution. If the land distributed by the Han tribe, combined with the Han tribe's planting methods, yielded more grain than theirs, then everyone would have to follow the Han tribe's land distribution law. Tai Zhen dared to say this for a reason. He was very clear about the Han tribe's method of planting corn and its yield per mu. So he had informed Xue Qingyao and had some farmers transferred from Tuahai Commandery to handle the first season of corn planting. Thus, this agricultural technician, named Jing Chun, came to Shanghe village. He was very clear about his duties. The commandery governor had said that they were here to teach these new members of the Han tribe how to farm. Jing Chun had originally immigrated from the 8 commanderies of Hanyang to Tuahai Commandery. His initial task in Tuahai Commandery was to teach the other 9 households in his shire how to farm, so he was very familiar with this matter. On his first day in Shanghe village, he told Guan Tao that they needed to dig a large pit on the leeward side of the village to centralize the collection of human and animal manure. Although Guan Tao didn't understand, he had already promised Tai Zhen to fully learn the new planting methods from the agricultural technician, so he had no choice but to lead the villagers to dig the manure pit. After the manure pit was dug, he then led Guan Tao's clansmen, whose land had been redistributed according to the Han tribe's system, to plow the fields. The draft oxen and plows used were all from the Han tribe. The 3-bladed curved shaft plow made by the Han tribe was extremely efficient at plowing. It turned the soil to a uniform depth, making the soil loose and aerated. This was something the local people's original man-powered plows could not compare to. This situation actually increased the local people's goodwill towards the Han tribe. After all, as long as they agreed to the Han tribe's distribution method, they could rent the government's draft oxen for a fee and use the Han tribe's most advanced plows. At first, the villagers who had not agreed to the redistribution of land watched them plowing happily while they had to pull ropes to turn the soil themselves. They felt very uncomfortable, not knowing whether to regret their decision or to curse Guantao and his group. But 3 days later, after the others had finished plowing their land, the same plows and draft oxen were actively lent to that group of people by the Han tribe. They were extremely surprised, not expecting the Han tribe people to be so generous. While teaching them how to use the curved shaft plow, Jing Chun said to the villagers who had not accepted the land reform, "Although you are unwilling to follow our new rules, we are all people of the Han tribe in the end. We are one family, and we shouldn't speak like strangers. We should still help where we can. I believe you just don't know the benefits of the new rules yet. When you see the yield of my crops, you will eventually come around." After saying this, Jing Chun ignored them and began to lead Guan Tao's clansmen with shovels and hoes, carrying bamboo baskets, to dig mud from the riverbank and the ditches in the fields. This behavior further puzzled Guan Tao and his group, and even made the other half of the village laugh at them. It was time to plant, but instead of planting, they were digging mud in the river. Weren't they fools? They were missing the farming season. Guan Tao looked at what Jing Chun was leading them to do and felt extremely embarrassed. If he messed around like this, it would be hard for him to explain to his clansmen who supported him. So Guan Tao asked bluntly, "Brother Jing, our fields were plowed very well. Why are we not sowing now, but digging mud here? If we delay the sowing time, I'm afraid the yield will suffer at harvest time." But Jing Chun had no intention of listening to Guan Tao's opinion. He said directly, "Brother Guan, I'm not messing with you. What we are doing now is serious business. Originally, according to the method taught by our chief, no matter what you plant, you have to apply fertilizer. And the best fertilizer is well-rotted human and animal manure. But you don't have the tradition of collecting manure and composting it. Since there's no manure available, we have to dig some pond mud from these ditches and river ponds. This pond mud is a bit difficult to dig, but it's definitely effective. Don't worry, as long as we apply this pond mud to the fields and then sow, even if we are 2 days late, the yield at harvest time will definitely be higher than theirs. I have no pressure at all in beating them." Jing Chun explained very sincerely. "Really? Just by spreading this rotten mud on the fields, the grain will grow more abundantly?" Guan Tao asked, half believing. "Don't worry, Brother Guan. I've been farming for so many years. How could I not know this? All right then. Everyone, listen to Brother Jing. If we're digging mud, we're digging mud." Guan Tao agreed helplessly, then began to cheer on his supportive clansmen. In fact, Guan Tao was under a lot of pressure right now. He understood that after the Han tribe took over Bamboo Island, they had no way to resist their rule. The best way to survive was to go along with the Han tribe. But in the face of land reform, which infringed upon the fundamental interests of the local villagers, his village's clan elder, the de facto village chief, had not protected the villagers but had instead sided with the Han tribe. If the Han tribe's method lost in this farming competition, Guan Tao's prestige in the village would plummet. Everyone would point their fingers at him and curse him. "Look, what now? I told you not to side with everyone, but to suck up to those outsiders from the Han tribe. In the end, not only did the Han tribe take away your land, but now, using their farming methods, you're getting even less than we used to." Tisk. If it really came to that, no one would acknowledge Guan Tao as a clan elder anymore. He would even be ostracized by his fellow villagers. So he was worried that the Han tribe's method would lose, which was why he kept asking Jing Chun about the reason for digging mud. In the same field, the villagers who had not had their land redistributed had already started sowing. They didn't just grab a handful and scatter it in the field. They also used the method of row planting, first digging a furrow in the field, then scattering the corn along the furrow, and finally treading the furrow flat with their feet to cover the seeds. As for Guan Tao's group, they were following Jing Chun to apply fertilizer to the fields. After applying the pond mud, they then used ropes to measure the row and plant spacing, and finally began to row plant. At this point, the contrast between the two sides was quite obvious. The villagers who farmed according to the old method had very large row and plant spacing in their fields, enough for people to walk freely through the cornfield. But on Guan Tao's side, according to the row and plant spacing given by Jing Chun, it was all dense planting. When the corn was fully grown, it would be difficult to even enter. At this time, The villagers who had not accepted the reform began to mock them again. This agricultural technician from the Han tribe must be a fool. Our land has been farmed for years, and the soil fertility is already weak. Yet he's planting so densely. I bet not a single ear of corn will grow. Does he really think that planting more in one piece of land will surpass our yield? Tisk, so this is all they've got. I'm recommending a new book by a friend. The author of Dungeon Player, Lon by Tian Kai, has a new book. I'm really not her disciple. Synopsis: the protagonist, Ishanjin, becomes the disciple of the number one fairy by Zairu. The author is a serious person and doesn't hit the brakes. There's a portal in the author's note below. Jing Chun paid no mind to the mockery from the villagers who hadn't accepted the reforms, but Guan Tao and his people were miserable. It felt as if they had truly made a mistake, because they had no confidence in the Han tribe's farming methods. Centuries of cultivation had left the land barren, and they knew that planting too densely would only result in a harvest of nothing. What's more, they had to use 2 or 3 times more seeds than the others, and those seeds were food. If they didn't grow, or if the harvest was poor, they would be in deep trouble. 3 days after Jing Chun and Guan Tao finished sowing, the unreformed villagers who had planted earlier saw their fields begin to sprout. Little green shoots poked through the earth, while Guan Tao's fields remained bare. The stark contrast, coupled with the villagers' taunts, became unbearable even for Guan Tao's supporters. They flocked to him, suggesting they dig up some of the seeds. Wasting seeds was better than a total crop failure. Guan Tao was caught in a dilemma. When you hear something enough times, you start to believe it has merit. He was now beginning to suspect that Jing Chun's insistence on planting so much in one mu of land was truly based on the simple idea that planting more would yield more, and thus win them the competition. But Jing Chun had been sent by the prefect of Tiezhen, and the orders were to follow his methods for everything. So, Guan Tao found it difficult to voice his concerns. That evening, he specially slaughtered a duck to treat Jing Chun. There was no wine, but neither of them were big drinkers. In fact, they had never even had wine, so they didn't miss it. At the dinner table, Jing Chun and Guan Tao's family gnawed on the duck. Guan Tao spoke, feigning nonchalance. "Brother Jing, you were sent by the Lord Prefect to teach us your skills. But this is a remote place with few people, and the villagers are ignorant. Some don't understand you, and there are often rumors in the village. Please don't take them to heart." Jing Chun was savoring a duck wing when he heard Guan Tao. He couldn't help but laugh. "Rumors? Brother Guan, are you talking about the one that says, plant more to grow more, and grow more to beat them?" Brother Jing, please don't lower yourself to their level." Guan Tao was a bit embarrassed by Jing Chun's response. He thought Jing Chun didn't know, but it turned out he was well aware of what the villagers were saying. Before Guan Tao could finish, Jing Chun waved his hand. "Brother Guan, don't worry, I won't hold it against them. Because they're not wrong. They're right. I do want to plant more so we can harvest more corn. Otherwise, how could we win when we have less land than they do? The Lord Prefect ordered me to win, no matter what." Guan Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, so this guy really thinks that way? The thought that they might truly end up with a failed harvest, just as the others mocked, sent a pang of pain through Guan Tao's heart. He tried to calm himself and explained to Jing Chun in a grave tone. "Brother Jing, you may have just arrived and don't understand the state of our fields. Our land is different from the Han tribes. We've been farming here for centuries, for generations. The soil has become more and more barren, and the grain yield has been decreasing year after year. If it weren't so difficult to move, we would have already relocated the entire village to clear new land elsewhere, just to let these fields lie fallow for a few years. You've had us plant so much. Even if we planted only 30% of the current amount, it might not grow well. With this much, we could genuinely end up with nothing. How about we go out tonight and secretly dig up some of the seeds? We'll plant a little less. As long as we grow it well, we'll still have a chance to surpass them." Guan Tao tried to persuade him. Jing Chun was speechless. He asked, bewildered, "Brother Guan, why do you see it the same way they do?" "Because the land is barren. We've never planted this densely before. It really might not grow. Losing is one thing, but I'm afraid the families who support me will go hungry." Guan Tao tried again. No, wait a minute, Brother Guan. I know your land is barren, but didn't I have you apply fertilizer?" Jing Chun, hearing his suggestion, was at a loss for words and quickly tried to stop him. Guan Tao was speechless again. That rotten mud? Was it really useful? "Brother Jing, I know the Lord Prefect gave you a task, but Guan Tao tried to persuade him once more, but was immediately cut off by Jing Chun. Brother Guan, I know what you want to say, but I'm not doing this just to win. This is how we've always planted our crops. Believe it or not, the seedlings will sprout in the next few days anyway. Why not wait a few more days and see? Besides, your worries are unnecessary. Didn't the Lord Prefect tell you before? Just plant as I say. If there are any real losses, the Lord Prefect won't stand by and do nothing. He definitely won't let you starve. With the Lord Prefect backing you up, what are you afraid of? Well, all right then. Guan Tao's attempt at persuasion failed. He figured this was the only way. At worst, he'd lose and no longer be a clan elder. If things got really bad, he could ask the Lord Prefect to help him move to another prefecture. Surely there would be a place for him somewhere. The next day, Guan Tao had to use Jing Chun's words to placate his supporters. They couldn't say much more, only that they would wait and see. If the crops didn't grow well, they would quickly dig up the seedlings and replant. The worst that could happen was a bit more work, the loss of some seeds, and a harvest half a month later than everyone else. They would just have to live with their heads down in the village. What else could they do? They were under the Han tribe's rule now. 3 days later, seedlings finally emerged in Guan Tao's fields. Everyone breathed a small sigh of relief. At least something was growing. Some of the older villagers noticed that these tiny corn seedlings seemed a bit stronger than what they usually planted, but since they had just sprouted, they couldn't be sure. Seeing the seedlings, Jing Chun went to the fields again, walking along the ridges to inspect each family's plot. He noted which households had a lower germination rate and had them transplant seedlings from denser areas to fill the gaps. With Guan Tao's endorsement, the villagers didn't dare defy the agricultural technicians sent by the prefect and did as they were told. After ensuring all the fields were fully planted, Jing Chun glanced at the other villagers' fields on his way back. Their corn seedlings had already grown a trumpet-shaped leaf. Years of farming experience told him that those seedlings were not growing well. They clearly looked malnourished. What was worse, the fields were full of weeds competing with the corn for nutrients, but the villagers paid them no mind, acting as if they didn't see them. He shook his head without a word and went back. As for Guan Tao's relatives, seeing that the other villagers' seedlings already had leaves while theirs had just broken ground, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. A few more days passed. When the corn in Guan Tao's fields grew its first leaf, the corn in the other fields had already grown too. That's when the other villagers made their next move. Instead of removing the weeds, they began to water the corn. Seeing this, Guan Tao's clansmen rushed to him, urging him to water their fields as well. Guan Tao couldn't make the decision himself and asked Jing Chun about it. Jing Chun's reply was, "No need. I saw the eastern sky was bright red this morning. It will definitely rain in the next 2 days. If not today, then tomorrow for sure." He spoke with absolute certainty, but Guan Tao and his people were skeptical. As it turned out, a light rain began to fall that evening. This ability to predict the weather just by looking at the sky made Jing Chun the talk of the village, and Guan Tao and his clansmen felt a sense of vindication. But before they could fully enjoy it, they were dumbfounded again. The spring rain was extremely light. The drops were small, barely a drizzle, and it lasted for an hour at most. What good was such a little rain? You'd get more moisture by licking the spit off the ground. The next day, the other villagers continued to water their fields, but Jing Chun still forbade Guan Tao's group from doing so. After a few days, the soil in the other villagers' fields was a deep, moist color, while the surface of Guan Tao's fields was dry and white. Forced by the pressure, Guan Tao went to Jing Chun again to ask about watering. But Jing Chun ignored the topic entirely. He simply said, "Brother Guan, have the villagers prepare their hoes. We'll go to the fields at sunrise tomorrow." "Are we going to water the fields?" "But we don't need hoes for that." Guan Tao asked, confused. "No, we're not watering. We're going to weed." Guan Tao was speechless again. Weeding? Why weed? They had never done that before. It was just farming. When did it get so complicated? Things had come to this point, and Guan Tao had no way out. Even some of his own clansmen were starting to speak ill of him behind his back. But what could he do? He had already offended the villagers, and even his own clan. Should he offend the Han tribe too? Then he would truly have no place to go. Helpless, Guan Tao had no choice but to inform his clansmen to prepare their hoes for the next day to go weeding with the Han tribe's agricultural technician. Early the next morning, a large group of people carrying hoes went to the fields to weed, immediately drawing ridicule from the other villagers. That official from the Han tribe must be a real fool. Look at their fields. They don't water when they should, and now they're so full they've got nothing better to do than weed. How tall can those weeds get? Can they grow taller than the corn? It's not a problem, so why bother weeding? Maybe he's never seen corn grow before. Doesn't know how tall it gets. Ha! A group of people burst into laughter, causing some of the young men on Guan Tao's side to clench their fists in anger. Dad, are we really going to keep fooling around with that guy from the Han tribe? Did you hear how they're laughing at us? I feel like a complete idiot right now. Guan Tao's nephew, hearing the other villagers' taunts, gritted his teeth and complained to his father in a low, angry voice. His father was Guan Tao's biological brother and naturally understood his elder brother's predicament. Besides, he himself had been farming for 20 years since he was a boy and could see a few things. He shot his son a glare, signaling him to lower his voice before admonishing him. Use your brain more, talk less, and watch with your eyes. Let them say what they want. Are their words going to make you lose a piece of flesh? Besides, haven't you noticed anything? Noticed what? His son asked, confused. I told you to use your brain and your eyes. The others say a few words, and you get all worked up. Look closely at the corn in the fields. What do you see? Guan Tao's brother lectured his son again. His son looked carefully, first at their own field, then at the others, but he couldn't see anything wrong. Dad, what did you see? They look exactly the same to me. Smack. His father slapped him on the back of the head and cursed in a low voice. The fact that they look the same is the problem. We planted 3 days later than them. They sprouted first, we sprouted later. When their corn had 2 leaves, ours only had 1. Now they have 3 leaves, but so do we. Haven't you noticed? I feel like our corn is growing a bit faster than theirs. The young man, rubbing the back of his head, had been feeling wronged, but after his father's reminder, he compared them again carefully. He found that it was just as his father said. Even though they had planted several days later, both sides' crops were now about the same height. It seemed theirs really was growing faster. That man from the Han tribe has some skill. Stop causing trouble. Let's just do as he says and see what happens. The young man's father instructed his son before shouldering his hoe and rejoining the group. He began to weed his family's field and even proactively invited Jing Chun to take a look and teach him weeding techniques, learning with great earnestness. Jing Chun was there to teach them, so he held nothing back, sharing his years of farming experience with them unreservedly. But as Guan Tao's brother was weeding, he looked at the cracked surface of the ground beneath his feet and couldn't help but ask Jing Chun again. Brother Jing, look, our fields are starting to crack. When are we going to water them? If we don't water them soon, won't they die of drought? I feel like the corn seedlings are already starting to wilt. Jing Chun also looked at the ground. He remained firm. We don't water now. A little drought is fine. As long as they don't die, we don't need to water them. It won't be too late to water them when the 4th leaf appears. Oh, all right then. I understand. Seeing Jing Chun's confident demeanor, Guan Tao's brother was increasingly convinced that he was a man of great skill. He said they weren't going to let the plants die of drought, just that there was a specific time for watering. They had to wait for the 4th leaf. Although he didn't know the reasoning, he silently committed it to memory. What if it was useful? Then he would have learned something new. After several days of weeding, the fields of Guan Tao's clan were immaculate, with nothing but corn and not a single weed in sight. 2 days after they finished weeding, their corn finally grew its 4th leaf. Seeing this, Jing Chun immediately had them start watering. However, he stipulated that watering could only be done in the early morning or evening, not at noon. Guan Tao and his people couldn't help but complain inwardly. The Han tribe had so many rules for farming, even down to the time of day for watering. But looking at the parched fields, they didn't argue. At least they were finally allowed to water. At this point, they would let Jing Chun say whatever he wanted, as long as they could water the fields. After this round of watering, the villagers who hadn't accepted the reforms could no longer laugh. Instead, it was Guan Tao's group who were all smiles every day. Because the corn they had planted, after drinking its fill this one time, began to grow explosively, as if it had been fed chemical fertilizer. It changed overnight. Every morning when they went to the fields, they could clearly see the corn had grown another section. Such a growth rate was something they had never dared to imagine before. Some had been growing corn for decades and had never seen anything like it. By the time the corn on Guan Tao's side had 7 leaves, the corn of the other villagers had just grown its 5th. Guan Tao's group had successfully surpassed them by a large margin. Not only was their corn growing faster, but it was also incredibly robust. The stalks were tall and straight, and the lush green leaves were a joyous sight. Although planted densely, there was no sign of malnutrition. Seeing this miraculous situation that defied their understanding, many people couldn't help but humbly ask Jing Chun to explain the secret behind it. Jing Chun didn't keep it to himself. He gathered everyone and gave them a lesson right there in the cornfield. You all said the land was barren and only knew to plant less and let it lie fallow to grow corn. You never thought about replenishing the soil's fertility. The pond mud I had you dig is the best fertilizer. Don't ask me why, I don't know either. These are all methods passed down by our chief. Next is weeding. I don't know if you've ever seen a bird feed its chicks. A small bird usually lays 2 or 3 eggs at a time, but its ability to hunt is limited, so it can only feed 1 or 2. The weakest one is thrown out of the nest and abandoned. Weeding is the same principle. You already know the land is barren and has little fertility, yet you let so many weeds compete with the corn for nutrients. How can the corn grow well? So, to make the corn grow well, we must get rid of the useless weeds. Kill every single one that sprouts. Don't let them compete for even a bit of nutrition. That's how the corn can grow strong. The third thing is watering. The period from when the corn sprouts until the 4th leaf appears is what we call the seedling stage. This is the main time for the corn to grow its root system. Don't be fooled by its slow growth above ground. Its roots below are growing very quickly. If you water frequently while the seedling is growing its roots, the surface soil will have a lot of moisture. Its roots can get their fill at the surface and won't grow downwards. But if you water less at this time, letting the soil get a bit drier, the seedling, in order to get enough water to survive, will desperately send its roots down to find moisture deep in the soil. This promotes root growth. Following this method, once it grows its 4th leaf and the seedling stage is over, the roots stop growing. That's when we start watering. Add to that our previous meticulous farming. We applied fertilizer, so the fields are no longer barren. We weeded, so nothing competes with the corn for nutrients. We watered less, so the root system is more developed and goes deeper, allowing it to absorb more nutrients. If our corn still didn't grow fast after all that, then all our previous hard work would have been for nothing. Haha, Brother Jing is amazing. Brother Jing really has skills. That's right, Brother Jing. You know so much. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You really kept us in the dark. Even if I had told you back then, would you have believed me without seeing today's corn? Jing Chun mercilessly exposed their thoughts. Ahem, we were ignorant before. Please don't mind it, Brother Jing. From now on, we'll listen to whatever you say, as long as you teach us how to farm. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here to teach you how to grow corn. But let's be clear, I'm going back after this season. I won't be staying long. But you don't need to worry. The chief has already found people more capable than me to come here. More people will come to teach you how to grow rice, wheat, vegetables, and how to weave. Someone will be here to teach you everything. Jing Chun held up his hand, signaling everyone to calm down and stop flattering him. He was here on orders and would certainly do what he was supposed to do, because it was his mission. Brother Jing, aren't you staying? If you stay, we'll definitely build you a better house. If you want a brick house like yours, we'll find a way to build one for you. Someone, hearing he was leaving, immediately tried to make him stay. Jing Chun's meticulous farming methods finally showed their worth. Despite the disadvantage of planting late, he had successfully surpassed the local traditional farming methods. All the previous doubts about him vanished, and his reputation in the area soared to its peak. Guan Tao and his clansmen all urged Jing Chun to stay for good, but his family was in Tuahai Prefecture, where life was good and he held a noble title. Why would he come here to start all over again? So, he had to politely decline. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but my family is in Tuahai Prefecture across the sea. I can't just leave them and come here alone. After this season's corn is harvested, I must go back. If it's convenient in the future, I'll come back to visit you. And if you ever go to Tuahai Prefecture, you can come see me. Jing Chun tactfully refused their offer. Guan Tao and the others didn't insist. They already knew what Jing Chun had said about the Han tribe planning to immigrate to Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. In fact, Tiezhen had sent someone to inform them that in 2 months, people would be moving here to live, mainly to teach them various Han tribe technologies. At first, Guan Tao and the others were a bit resistant to having these outsiders live with them, but now, seeing how much benefit just one Jing Chun had brought, they no longer dared to underestimate these immigrants. The immigrants handpicked by the Han tribe must all be highly skilled, right? With the corn planted by Jing Chun's group catching up and surpassing the traditionally farmed corn, the people of Guan Tao's clan were finally able to hold their heads high, releasing all the frustration they had bottled up over the past few days. Someone, perhaps intentionally showing off, spread Jing Chun's methods of weeding, letting the fields dry during the seedling stage, and applying fertilizer. The villagers who hadn't accepted the reforms, looking at their own weak corn, were keen to learn. After this harsh reality check, they were in no mood to mock anyone. The sensible thing to do now was to listen to the expert and salvage the situation. Although their corn would still yield a harvest if left as it was, who wouldn't want to harvest more grain? It was too late to apply fertilizer now. They had no one to guide them and didn't know how. The method of drying the fields to promote root development was only effective during the seedling stage, which had already passed. But they could weed. They knew how to do that. They just hadn't done it before. Who would have thought that those inconspicuous little weeds were the culprits behind the slow growth of the corn? A month later, the corn, having grown 13 leaves, stopped its tillering stage growth and no longer grew taller. The tasks Jing Chun led them in became fewer and fewer, as the later stages of corn cultivation required less management. All they needed to do was keep an eye on the moisture level of the fields and remember to water them in time. One day, a minor official on horseback suddenly arrived in Shangyi village, looking for Guan Tao. "Mr. Guan, it's been decided. The immigrants will be here in a month. Shanha village is a large village, so 10 households will be assigned here. The Lord Prefect has sent me to mark out a residential plot for them. Would you mind advising me?" "Of course, no problem. We warmly welcome the immigrants from the north. How large a plot does the official need?" "Just mark it out. There are many places in our village where the new folks can live. How about that empty plot behind my house? With a little tidying up and a few bamboo houses, it would be very nice." Guan Tao generously agreed at once. No. We will be building brick houses on flat ground, and they can't be too close to your bamboo houses." The minor official immediately rejected his suggestion upon hearing about building bamboo houses. Guan Tao was stunned. He didn't understand why the official would refuse him. Not building bamboo houses was one thing. Perhaps the Han people weren't used to them, but why did they have to be far away from them? Were they afraid they would bully the new immigrants? That might have been possible before, but after Jing Chun had demonstrated his skills, Guan Tao and the others had dismissed such thoughts. Would you rather ostracize them or learn various skills from them? Anyone who wasn't a fool would know how to choose. Seeing Guan Tao standing there in a daze, unable to figure it out, Jing Chun walked over from the side and patted his shoulder. "Brother Guan, don't overthink it. The higher-ups don't suspect you of anything." "Then why is this?" "We definitely won't ostracize the new folks," Guan Tao pressed, still confused. "Well," Jing Chun paused. Since they were familiar with each other, he decided to be blunt. "Brother Guan, I'm going to be honest, so please don't be offended." "Go on, say it," Guan Tao said with a frown, not knowing what Jing Chun meant. "Your bamboo houses? I don't know what tradition they come from, but they're drafty below and leaky above. Putting that aside, just the fact that you have to climb a ladder to go up and down is extremely inconvenient for children and the elderly. I'm young, so I can manage, but if an elderly person with mobility issues came here, they would struggle just to climb into your house. Furthermore, we have a lot of things in our homes. It's really inconvenient without a yard and rooms on flat ground. We also need to raise a lot of livestock, sheep, pigs, cats, dogs, and so on. They can't all be kept in a bamboo house, can they?" Jing Chun spoke eloquently, and Guan Tao immediately understood his meaning. The Han tribe people did indeed have more possessions, mainly because the Han tribe's productivity was strong, which meant they needed more tools. Large items like looms and millstones couldn't really be moved into a bamboo house, could they? Even if they couldn't be used. He could understand that. And it was true, as Jing Chun said, that their bamboo houses were inconvenient for going up and down, and not particularly friendly to the elderly and children. Why their ancestors built bamboo houses was a question lost to time. Perhaps it was to prevent wild animals from entering, or simply because bamboo was plentiful and building materials were readily available. Whatever the reason, it seemed that in the future, they would have to reform along with the Han tribe. Guan Tao could understand all of this. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why the official said the houses had to be far away from their bamboo houses. As if understanding Guan Tao's confusion, Jing Chun led him to the window of the bamboo house and pointed to the empty space outside. "Brother Guan, look. If a courtyard were built here, do you think the family living there would have any privacy? If a woman were washing in the courtyard, wouldn't everything be exposed for all to see?" "Oh, so that's the reason. TSK, look at me. I didn't even notice such a problem," Guan Tao said, a little embarrassed. Jing Chun grunted and rolled his eyes. You didn't think of it, but the Han people thought of it long ago. The two sides had different ways of thinking. When the Han people came here and saw the local bamboo houses, their first thought was about the inconvenience of living as neighbors under someone else's constant gaze. In Shanha village, Guantao, having learned the reason for building the new houses far away, smiled sheepishly and no longer dwelled on it. He then began to lead the minor official and Jingchun to select a building site for the new immigrants. The Han tribe didn't have many requirements for selecting a building site. First, it couldn't be too far from the village. Then, as long as it had good ventilation and drainage, was large enough, and had convenient access to water, it would be fine. As for farmland, the 10 new immigrant households would get their fields from the surplus land in the village. After a comprehensive land reform and redistribution, the village would certainly have a lot of extra land, which could be given to the new immigrants, saving them the trouble of clearing new land. The three of them walked around the village and finally chose a vacant plot to the north. The bamboo house at the very edge of this plot belonged to Guantao's nephew, and the surrounding area was mostly inhabited by Guantao's relatives, which would make it convenient to look after the new immigrants in the future. Furthermore, although this vacant plot was close to the bamboo houses, there was a bamboo grove about 30 meters wide in between. Building the houses on the other side of the grove would effectively protect their privacy. Even if the local people stood in their stilt houses, they wouldn't be able to see into the courtyards through the bamboo grove. And at a distance of 30 meters, they could still hear each other if they shouted, ensuring the immigrants wouldn't be isolated from the village. After selecting the site, they began to measure the land, cut down bamboo to drive stakes, and mark the positions, and agreed to have the building materials delivered the next day. The population distribution on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island was a major problem, vastly different from the Han tribe's traditional method of governance, and causing great inconvenience. For example, there were no brick kilns here on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, and it was wasteful to build one in every village. But the population was too scattered, living in individual villages. So, the bricks needed for the immigrants' houses in each village had to be transported from the prefecture city. Shanha village was no exception. The matter of immigration had been decided at the end of last year, and the houses should have been built long ago. But due to the lack of building materials, it had been delayed. Tyson had not been idle this past month. He had been vigorously developing infrastructure near the prefectural government office, brick kilns, inland river docks, granaries, government offices, and other essential facilities. He had also requested some soldiers from the local garrison to guard a group of prisoners of war who were working here. After a month, the bricks were finally fired, and they immediately began transporting them to the villages to build resettlement housing for the immigrants. Early the next morning, Jing Chun, Guantao, and many others were at the riverbank to welcome the fleet transporting building materials. Because the bricks were very heavy and difficult to transport by land, and Shanha village had convenient water transport, Tiezhen had simply sent a fleet of boats. This time, they were transporting not only building materials, but also various seeds to be distributed to the local people. Livestock hadn't been brought over yet, mainly for fear that the local people wouldn't know how to raise them. If the hard-to-come-by piglets died, the Han tribe would suffer a great loss. It was mid-morning when the fleet finally arrived at the bank of Shanha village. They were all small single-masted sailboats. These flat-bottomed boats could easily be pushed back into the water even if they ran aground, so they were extremely convenient in these small river channels. After the fleet had docked, Tiezhen was the first to jump off the boat. As soon as he was ashore, he saw Guantao leading the villagers to welcome him. Standing next to Guantao was Jing Chun, who had been transferred from Tuohe Prefecture. "Lord Prefect, why have you come in person?" Guantao was the first to greet him. "Haha, I was worried, so I came to see for myself. The cargo on these boats is not light, and I was afraid something might go wrong. Besides, I've brought you some good things," Tiezhen replied with a smile. "Oh, I wonder what the Lord Prefect has brought." Hearing there were good things, Guantao became even more enthusiastic. He went up and cupped his hands in a salute to Tiezhen, then walked alongside him. "Well, just some crop and vegetable seeds. The food here is really lacking. Besides corn, it's just beans. And for vegetables, it's either mushrooms or bamboo shoots. I've been eating here for over 3 years, and I'm still not used to it. I don't know how you've managed for so long." Tiezhen complained as he pointed to the sacks the boatmen were unloading. "These are good things specially allocated by the chief for the people of Qiongzhou Prefecture, so you can eat better in the future." He opened a sack and said, "These are alfalfa seeds. Alfalfa is a type of grass. People can't eat it, but it can be used to feed livestock. Rabbits, sheep, cattle, and horses all love to eat it. There's also half a sack of sesame seeds here. This is good stuff. Even in our northern prefectures, not many people grow sesame. This is a good thing we got from the Tang tribe last year, and it hasn't been widely cultivated yet. It's a grain for people to eat, with many ways to prepare it. When the immigrants arrive, they can teach you. And these are peanuts. Have a taste. This is also good stuff. Not only can you extract oil from them, but they are also delicious to eat as they are. Fried and sprinkled with salt, they make a great side dish or snack with wine. And this is cotton. Cotton is not for eating, but a material for weaving cloth. The cotton cloth woven from it is much finer and softer than linen, and its greater use is for filling quilts. Although it's not cold here in Qiongzhou Prefecture, it can still be quite chilly when it rains in winter. With these quilts, you'll be much more comfortable. They are much warmer than animal skins. These other grains are also good things. This whole boat is full of rice seeds. There's indica rice for steaming and glutinous rice for making zongzi. And this is improved wheat, millet, and yellow millet, all good things that can be used as staple foods. Oh, and this sweet sorghum is also excellent. This sorghum grows much like corn, but it doesn't produce ears. Instead, it grows red grains at the top. These grains are sorghum. Sorghum can be eaten or used to make wine. The stalks are also rich in sugar and can be eaten raw or used to make sugar. You know what sugar is, right? It's like honey, a very sweet thing. The rest are cabbage seeds, and this is Chinese cabbage, also from the Tang tribe. And our radishes and cucumbers. This is a red persimmon. These two can be used as vegetables or eaten raw as fruit, which has a unique flavor. And this is our specialty, chili peppers. This is a great accompaniment to rice. It's very humid here in Qiongzhou Prefecture, so the people can eat more of this in the future. The last two are lacquer grass and fluorescent willow. This fluorescent willow is a tree that can glow. It doesn't have much use, but if you plant it in front of or behind your house, it can provide light at night when it grows up. As for lacquer grass, it's used to paint things. See the colored parts on the boat? The color on them is from the lacquer produced by this lacquer grass. It's not of much use to you yourselves, but you can grow it and sell it for money. Our tribe buys raw lacquer. Listening to Tiezhen's introduction, Guan Tao and the other villagers grew more and more excited. These all sounded like good things. At the very least, they would have many more things to eat in the future. Not to mention the vegetables and fruits. There were several types of staple grains alone. Before this, the only grain the people of Qiongzhou Prefecture could eat was really just corn. If beans were counted as a staple, then you could barely add one more. What could the people of this era care about? Wasn't it just what they ate and what they wore every day? Thank you, Lord Prefect, and thank you to our chief. We have yet to meet the chief, but we have already received such grace from him, sending people to teach us how to farm and bringing so many new crop seeds. If there is a chance, I would really like to see the venerable chief's magnificent presence, Guan Tao said with some excitement. Him. Jing Chun, who had been following alongside, couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. He quickly coughed a couple of times to cover it up, then leaned in and whispered a reminder in Guan Tao's ear. Our Han tribe's chief is very young, probably only 16 or 17 now. He's not a venerable old man. Guan Tao, who am I? Where am I? What am I saying? Guan Tao's face turned beet red. He stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Tiezhen didn't mind. After all, the chief had never been here, so it was understandable that the local people didn't know. He patted Guan Tao's shoulder and said, "Brother Guan, don't be anxious. You will definitely have the chance to meet the chief in the future. Let's talk about building the houses first. The immigrants are on the boats now, but they will be here soon. Oh, right. Let's build the houses." Guan Tao took the opportunity to change the subject, then proactively patted his chest and took charge. "Don't worry, Lord Prefect. Our village warmly welcomes the folks from the north. We will definitely help with building the houses. I called everyone here today to help transport these things." "Good, then I'll have to trouble you all. But you won't be at a disadvantage. When these immigrants arrive, you'll see the benefits. This time, the chief has specially selected some capable people to come over. There's nothing you can't think of that they can't do. Farming, animal husbandry, weaving, cooking, reading, and writing. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can just ask them." Tiezhen had intended to have Guan Tao and the others help move things anyway. Seeing their enthusiastic reaction to the immigrants' arrival, he was slightly relieved. He took the opportunity to promote the immigrants' skills, hoping the local people would value and respect them more. He was overthinking it, though. In the month or so that Jing Chun had been here, he had already established a very good image for the Han tribe's immigrants. Personal image aside, his skills were real and had earned the respect of the local people. Lord Prefect, you don't need to worry. Just sending one brother Jing has already benefited us greatly. How could we not know the importance of the others? Don't worry, when the folks from the north arrive, I will definitely take good care of them. Hearing the lingering worry in Tiezhen's voice, Guantao immediately spoke on behalf of the entire village. I'm recommending a friend's new book, The Legend of Tsongli. Synopsis: The Kangli Ling clan's blood stains the heavens. This is the story of a legendary family's rise, which will be unstoppable. A Xiangxia family cultivation novel. If you like this genre, you can check it out. There's a portal in the author's note below. Guantao's words were a great comfort to Tiezhen. He had been worried about whether the immigrants would be ostracized by the locals. It seemed that in the face of practical benefits, they had chosen to comply. Who would argue with benefits? In fact, the families in Shangha village who had initially refused to accept the Han tribe's land reform were now beginning to regret it. Seeing others cultivating more grain on 60 or 70 mu of land than they did on their own 100 mu, and with such promising growth, who wouldn't be envious? They were even worried that the Han tribe wouldn't give them the various crop seeds Tiezhen had brought. But when Tiezhen announced that every family would get some, they were finally relieved. Although Tiezhen had made a bet with them on the corn yield, it was only to let the local people understand the benefits of the Han tribe's system, not to target them specifically. The Han tribe's initial goal was simply to get them to comply with the land reform system. Since the local people were now willing to accept the reform, there was no need to be confrontational with them anymore. After understanding the situation, Tiezhen immediately decided, Guantao, since your entire village is willing to accept the redistribution of land, I will have someone come tomorrow to register the land and houses for the remaining people. As for the grain seeds this time, let's wait until all the registration is complete before distributing them uniformly. All right, we have no problem with that. We'll leave it all to the Lord Prefect's decision. Guantao happily agreed. Shangha village had originally been a very harmonious and relatively closed-off village. The 100 or so families there were their own people. Now, because of the Han tribe, especially the bet proposed by Tiezhen, the village had vaguely split into two factions, with a hint of hostility between them. Now that the other side was finally willing to bow their heads and admit their mistake, it was a good thing. As a clan elder of the village, Guantao wasn't going to play any games of showing off or rubbing it in their faces. The proper thing to do now was to repair the relationships and rifts among the villagers. After all, they were neighbors who saw each other every day. Were they really going to become enemies? Tiezhen and the villagers agreed on the matter of remeasuring and registering the land. Then, accompanied by Guantao, he went to inspect the condition of the farmland. Learning that they were farming very well here under Jing Chun's guidance, he was relieved. Everyone then began to unload the various building materials from the boats, first stacking them on the high ground by the river, preparing to slowly move them into the village. As for whether anyone would steal bricks, that was impossible. The entire living population of Qiongzhou Prefecture Island was now under the rule of the Han tribe. Apart from the villages, there was no one wandering around outside. So if someone did steal, it could only be someone from the village. But what would they do with stolen bricks? Did they really think no one would see? The next day, with the redistribution of the village's fields completed, Shangha village returned to a state of harmony. Jing Chun began to specifically teach the remaining villagers the techniques of planting corn, while Tiezhen sent over a construction foreman, carpenters, and others to start building the houses. Guantao led the villagers to voluntarily help transport the building materials, learning a thing or two about the Han tribe's construction techniques in the process. Some of the more skillful families in the village were even cutting down bamboo and weaving household items to give to the new immigrants. There were quite a few construction projects this time. First were the resettlement houses for the immigrants in every village on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. Then, each village was to have a mill built for grinding wheat and corn, as well as a tofu workshop and an oil press, also for the village's use. Qiongzhou Prefecture Island had no large settlements. The population was very dispersed. To meet their daily needs, this was the only way. Compared to the situation in the Han tribe, the economic system in a place like Qiongzhou Prefecture was a true small-scale agricultural economy. There was basically no need for commercial trade between villages, as they could all produce what they needed themselves, at most exchanging some items among the families within a village. Finally, there was a school for each village. It didn't need to be large, 2 or 3 big rooms would suffice. A courtyard would be enough to meet their needs. Anyway, the students were all children from the village. There would be at most 200 school-aged children, who could be divided into 2 or 3 classes. They didn't need dormitories or a cafeteria. It was only a short walk home after school. As time went on, the entire Qiongzhou Prefecture Island entered a period of rapid construction. The prisoners captured in the previous battle with the Ecchi tribe were currently assigned to various prefectures to work on construction projects. But this was not their final destination, as even larger engineering projects awaited them. Yahello Prefecture, at the northwestern tip of Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, was where one end of the submerged bridge connecting to the mainland was located. The current prefect of Yahello Prefecture was Elder Zhu Ping. Because he was just a figurehead, Shui Qingyao did not put him in charge of the political affairs of Yahello Prefecture. After all, he didn't understand the Han tribe system, so how could he manage a prefecture? Tiezhen and Niu Wei were different. Although Tiezhen was a golden elder of the Ecchi tribe, he was originally from the Han tribe and was familiar with its affairs. Although Niu Wei was a merchant elder of the Ecchi tribe, he had been an envoy to the Han tribe, studied in Hanyang Prefecture, and later, during the Han-Ecchi War, was taken by Han Feng to serve as a county magistrate of the Han tribe in Riyang Prefecture's Xuefu County. This guy was very familiar with the Han tribe's political administration, so making him a prefect was naturally not a problem. As for Zhu Ping, he didn't understand the Han tribe's political affairs, but he understood how to build houses. This was why Han Feng had made him the nominal prefect of Yahello Prefecture. He didn't need to manage the political affairs of Yahello Prefecture, but there was a construction project here that needed him. The cross-sea bridge of Yahello Prefecture. At this time, Shui Qingyao, after sorting out the political affairs of Qiongzhou Prefecture and handing them over to the prefects of the various prefectures below, and arranging for the 8 departments of the inspector's office to provide guidance and supervision, had gone to Yahello Prefecture himself. On this day, he and Zhu Ping were on a boat, studying the construction plan for the cross-sea bridge. This project was initially proposed by Xiaoye to fool the Ecchi tribe, and the Ecchi tribe had indeed bought into it, but they were too weak and never actually started. Now, this task had been left to the Han tribe, and the Han tribe naturally had to build it. They had to open up the connection between Qiongzhou Prefecture Island and the mainland. Shui Qingyao stood by the side of the boat, holding a letter from Han Feng. The chief said that this bridge cannot be built as a sea-blocking dam. That is to say, we must build the bridge, but not according to the previous plan of simply filling this area with stones and earth to crudely raise it above the sea surface. Why? Wasn't this the method proposed by the Han envoy before? Isn't this the simplest method? Zhu Ping asked, puzzled. He had been the one most concerned about this cross-sea bridge project. The chief said that this would destroy the ecology and affect the communication of organisms on both sides of the strait. There must have been fish that often passed through here before. If we just block it up, who knows what will happen in the future? Also, if we directly adopt the method of reclaiming land to build a dam and bridge, will it affect the tides here? If this sea-blocking dam is built, will it affect the land on both sides of the strait? What if, when the tide rises, the seawater can't get out and directly floods Qiongzhou Prefecture Island? Shui Qingyao showed the letter from Han Feng to Zhu Ping. Then how should we build it? Are we going to use boats to build a pontoon bridge? Zhu Ping had never really thought about this problem before. He had only considered the technical aspects of building the bridge, but never the ecological impact. But Han Feng was different. He had transmigrated from a modern civilized society, and his perspective and knowledge were much higher than the people here. In modern infrastructure projects, geological and environmental considerations are paramount. For example, to protect the grassland ecology of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and the wild Tibetan antelopes and yaks living there, the country spent a lot of extra money on environmental protection when building the Qinghai Tibet Railway. Some sections of the railway could have been laid directly on the ground, which would have saved a lot of cost. But to facilitate the migration of Tibetan antelopes and yaks, the country deliberately spent money to build more elevated bridges, allowing the trains to pass over them and the antelopes and yaks to migrate leisurely underneath, thus avoiding affecting their lives. The Han tribe's cross-sea bridge was the same. It could not affect the fish schools in the strait, nor could it cut off the seawater and affect the tides, thus avoiding unforeseen consequences. So Han Feng had specially written this letter of opinion to Shui Qingyao regarding the construction of the cross-sea bridge connecting Qiongzhou Prefecture Island to the grasslands. This document first raised considerations regarding ecological protection and the geographical and hydrological environment. Finally, it was decided to change the original plan of a sea-blocking dam to a continuous arch bridge, and the quality standards of the cross-sea bridge were specially raised. The original plan was for people and horse-drawn carriages to pass, but now the goal was to allow heavy-duty trains to pass, so the construction standards were naturally different. It also mentioned the future political relationship and development direction between Qiong Prefecture Island and the entire Han tribe. The most important part was that Han Feng planned to build a railway from east to west across the entire Qiong Prefecture Island, then connect to the grasslands via the cross-sea bridge at the western end of the island, and then return east from the grasslands along the coastal area south of Honghu Lake, finally connecting to the future capital city, integrating this cross-sea railway into the entire Han tribe's transportation network. With the existence of this cross-sea bridge and railway, no matter how the political situation of Qiong Prefecture Island changed in the future, it would be impossible for it to break away from the control of the mainland. Han Feng would never let the place he had worked so hard to conquer split off again. Even if the Han Empire fell in the future and the dynasty changed, Qiong Prefecture Island would absolutely not be able to become independent. Of course, this was just a figure of speech. With the current level of technological civilization of the Han tribe, there was basically no external danger. Unless there was an internal split, this would absolutely not happen. The chief said that we should first erect bridge piers like tall buildings, then build arches on top of the piers, then add smaller arches on top of the arches, and finally lay the bridge deck. Xue Qingyao pulled out a structural sketch from the document and introduced it to Zhu Ping. Zhu Ping glanced at the sketch, then at the design specifications next to it, and asked in astonishment, This is too difficult, isn't it? Yes, it was very difficult. If they were just building a continuous arch bridge, it wouldn't be that hard. It was just a matter of connecting a series of Zhaozhou bridges. The technical difficulty wasn't great. As long as they were willing to spend the money, it could definitely be built. But this bridge was different. Han Feng had clearly stated that at low tide, the current three-masted sailing ships must be able to pass under the bridge normally. What did that mean? The mast height of a typical sailing ship is roughly the same as its length. The Han tribe's three-masted sailing ship was 40 meters long, with a height of about 10 meters above the waterline, plus a mast nearly 40 meters high. For such a ship to pass under the bridge normally, the arch of the bridge would need to be at least 50 meters above the sea surface to provide enough clearance. If that was the case, no wonder Han Feng said they should first erect bridge piers as tall as buildings. They would be 50 to 60 meters high, add the underwater portion, and a single pier would have to be 70 meters tall. What was that if not a tall building? Zhu Ping's eyebrows furrowed together. He wouldn't refute the opinions and standards proposed by Han Feng. He was purely a technical person. His thought process was only concerned with the question of, can this actually be done? Zhu Ping immediately began to ponder the entire project and the technical specifications proposed by Han Feng. After a moment's thought, he said, The chief mentioned passage for three-masted sailing ships at low tide. This is extremely difficult, but we might have a way to lower this standard. How can we lower it? No matter how you lower it, the chief requires that three-masted sailing ships must be able to pass under the bridge. You can't just have them cut down their masts, can you? Are they supposed to row across and then put the masts back up? Xue Qingyao also raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Ping. No. Inspector General, you've misunderstood. Why would we cut down the masts? In my opinion, what we should remove is this submerged bridge. Inspector General, please look. If we can break off a few sections of the submerged bridge under the sea, lowering their underwater height and leaving enough space, wouldn't that allow the ships to pass? Then our bridge piers could be built a little shorter. This would reduce both the construction difficulty and the cost by a large margin, while still meeting the chief's requirements. Zhu Ping quickly explained. Before joining the army, Xue Qingyao had also been in construction, so he understood what Zhu Ping was saying as soon as he heard it. He immediately had a flash of insight. Oh, you mean, instead of increasing the height of the bridge piers, we lower the height of the bridge's foundation, effectively lowering the lowest tide level that the chief proposed, thereby meeting the requirement for ship passage? That's a good method. It can indeed reduce the technical difficulty and construction costs. As for the underwater reefs that need to be removed, we can just blast them away. We'll create several deep water gaps in the entire submerged bridge for ships to pass through. And our bridge piers can still be built on top as planned. This way, counting from the lowest water level, We would only need to build piers of about 30 meters on the submerged bridge to meet the requirements. Exactly, that's what I mean. I was thinking that for the Han tribe, excavating underwater channels shouldn't be too difficult, right? Zhu Ping nodded eagerly in agreement. There will still be difficulties, of course, but there will definitely be a way to complete it. The chief is the expert in this area. We can ask him about the specific construction methods later. Our job now is the preliminary geological survey, and then to design detailed engineering drawings. We can ask the chief about the final construction methods later. The first step is to measure the total length of the bridge. Then, based on the load requirements and the structure of the bridge, we calculate the span of each arch, and from that, the total number of piers needed. The second step is to actually measure the position of each pier, mark the construction location for each one, and then, while the submerged bridge is exposed, use waterproof sandbags to enclose the pier locations, drain the water inside, and prepare for the subsequent construction of the piers. After hearing Zhu Ping's idea, Qiongzhou strongly agreed and began to arrange the specific work steps, dividing the various stages of the project logically. He was indeed someone who had been a contractor in the Han tribe and had commanded thousands of laborers. Zhu Ping was even more interested in this project. He had dreamed of learning the Han tribe's advanced construction techniques. Now, having just joined the Han tribe, he was entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. Although the title of prefect was just a name, he was one of the real people in charge of building the bridge. Because in the entire Han tribe, there might be many construction engineers more skilled than Zhu Ping, but when it came to someone who was familiar with the local hydrological conditions and also understood construction, it had to be Zhu Ping. So, when will we build the piers, and what materials will we use to build them? Zhu Ping was full of interest. Hearing that Xue Qingyao had already casually laid out the phased plan for the project, he immediately asked about the details of the pier construction. I'm not sure about that either, but it probably won't be very fast. The chief mentioned in this document that he plans to use reinforced concrete to cast these piers. But the Han tribe doesn't have steel bars or concrete right now. I've never even heard of them. The chief said in here that the tribe is researching them, and it shouldn't take too long. But even at the fastest, I estimate it will take a year or a year and a half. With that time, we might as well have people start filling sandbags, mark the pier locations, and enclose them, and then figure out how to blast open a few channels. By the time we've done all that, the chief's side should be about ready, Qiongzhou said. Well, it seems that's the only way. I just didn't expect the chief to create new building materials and methods for this bridge. It seems the chief places great importance on this bridge. This is the first time I've heard of this rain and crete stuff. Zhu Ping also commented on the side. Yes, Han Feng was indeed researching these things now. Before he had the steam engine, it was really difficult to make them. But now with the steam engine, the small train, and the steel rolling mill, he finally had the confidence to waste steel on infrastructure. There was also the development of cement. In fact, the Han tribe had long had the ability to fire cement, but Han Feng had never wasted manpower on it because the efficiency of that primitive firing technology was too low and the cost was too high, making it unsuitable for infrastructure. But with the newly developed rock crushers and grinders, which could easily grind iron, ore, and gypsum into powder, the efficiency could naturally be applied to large-scale infrastructure projects. In Xinjiang Prefecture's industrial county, newly built factories were arranged in an orderly fashion. Adjacent to the steel mill was the new rolling mill. The massive rolling mill workshop was several hundred meters long, like an extended shed. The vast space seemed extremely empty at the moment. The workshop, which should have been filled with machinery, currently had only 2 meager production lines in operation. This was the only place in the Han tribe capable of rolling steel rails. In the newly renovated steel mill, next to the several earthen blast furnaces, the heat recovery chambers and manual bellows, originally arranged in a star pattern, had now all been replaced by steam-powered steel fans. Giant fan blades, driven by steam engines, spun at speeds indistinguishable to the naked eye, continuously blowing preheated hot air into the blast furnaces. The switch from manual to steam-powered blowing equipment alone saved dozens of workers' positions and allowed the blast furnaces to unleash even greater production capacity. However, these workers would not be laid off. The Han tribe was currently experiencing a severe population shortage and was not yet extravagant enough to casually discard skilled workers. These workers, laid off from the blast furnace bellows positions, would all be sent to the rolling mill's workshop to receive new skills training and continue to live as workers. Inside the steel mill, The earthen blast furnaces, modified with steam engines, were producing molten iron one furnace after another. This molten iron was poured into heat-resistant crucibles with steel shells and then sent to the nearby open hearth furnace for a new baptism. The scorching molten iron was transferred to the open hearth furnace. A hollow steel pipe slowly descended from above until it was inserted deep into the molten iron. The next moment, the blower started, and the top-blown open hearth steelmaking furnace blew a large amount of oxygen-rich air into the molten iron. The oxygen reacted with the carbon in the pig iron, forming carbon dioxide, which was then discharged from the surface of the molten iron as bubbles, reducing the carbon content of the pig iron to the level required for steel, completing a magnificent transformation. Throughout the entire process, no additional fuel or energy was supplied. The oxidation reaction of the molten iron alone released a large amount of heat, maintaining its temperature in a red-hot liquid state. Not far away, in the safety room of a high tower, the open hearth furnace commander was wearing large sunglasses, observing the entire process of the molten iron turning into molten steel. When he judged by experience that the steel was basically up to standard, he would ring a bell hanging at the top of the safety room and wave the corresponding colored flag to stop the blower. Next, the molten steel would be poured back into the transfer ladle. After the furnace front workers used iron ladles to scoop out the floating impurities and slag, it would be transported to a nearby sand pit and docked at the casting position. The large sand mold at the casting position was already prepared. The molten steel was lifted by iron chains and gradually poured into the mold, finally being cast into large rectangular steel ingots, each weighing around 3,500 g. These nearly 2-ton steel ingots, not yet fully cooled and still in a red-hot state, were dug out of the molds by workers with steel chisels and hammers. They were then lifted by iron chains, and their surfaces were cleaned of sand and impurities with iron brushes before being transported to the rolling mill workshop. A different kind of tempering awaited these steel ingots. The workers transported these ingots, which had cooled to a dark red, to a heating furnace to be reheated to an orange-red color, and then lifted them out and sent them to the rolling mill. 2 cast steel wheels, each weighing several tons, driven by an iron bull-type steam engine, instantly squeezed and deformed the steel ingot. The originally square ingot was gradually stretched, thinned, and squeezed into an I-beam load-bearing structure, like kneading dough. Finally, after several passes of rolling, this 3,500 gene square steel ingot was squeezed into a 100-meter-long narrow-gauge steel rail, like making hand-pulled noodles. Finally, after being measured with calipers and weighed, it was confirmed to meet the design standard of 35 gene per meter. Then, a worker would hammer a qualified steel stamp onto the side of the rail, and it could be sent out to be used for laying railways. In the open space at the far end of the rolling mill, countless steel rails were now piled up, at least several thousand of them. At 10 rails per kilometer, divided by 2, these rails were enough to lay more than 200 kilometers of narrow-gauge mining railway. However, production was still ongoing, with no intention of stopping. Narrow-gauge railways were actually more useful than heavy-duty railways in many ways. Heavy-duty railways were expensive to build, had long construction periods, and large transport capacities, suitable for super projects like the nation's main arteries. But for short-distance, complex terrain transport, narrow-gauge railways were more convenient. The biggest advantage of this thing was that it didn't require much of a foundation. As long as the road surface was simply leveled and rolled a few times with a stone roller, it could be laid directly. It was the kind of thing where the railway could be heading west in the morning, and by the afternoon, it could be dismantled and laid to the north. This was its special value. Flexible installation, mobile according to different needs at any time. A railway that could be moved at will. Can you believe it? Chief, how many more of these narrow-gauge rails do we need to produce? Our warehouses are still under construction. Just the temporary storage in the workshop alone adds up to tens of thousands of tons of rails. We're running out of space. Dolly followed Han Feng on a tour of the improved steel mill and the new rolling mill. Seeing the rails being produced one after another, Dolly, feeling the pressure of inventory, immediately reminded Han Feng. Let's produce 10,000 for now. 100 meters long each. 10,000 is only 1,000 kilometers. Divide that by 2, and it's only enough to lay 500 kilometers of railway. We can't have too many narrow-gauge rails. Your iron mine here, the copper mine at Babao Mountain, the copper mine on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, the coal mine in Dongxing Prefecture, and the iron and stone mines of the Tang tribe all need these narrow-gauge railways for transport. Even the construction of the future capital city will require this type of railway to transport earth and building materials. We've only just begun. Don't stop the production of narrow-gauge rails. After completing the target of 10,000, stop one production line and keep one running long-term. Then start producing rebar. How is the rebar rolling mill coming along? Han Feng first arranged the future production plan for the rails, then asked about the development progress of the rebar rolling equipment. Rebar, or steel reinforcement bars, might not seem very important, but modern nations are supported by these steel skeletons. Not to mention buildings. Just think about how much rebar is used per kilometer of heavy-duty railway or highway. A few years ago, the cost of building 1 kilometer of highway in the Flower Country exceeded 100 million. Does anyone know how much rebar was used in 1 kilometer of highway? Of course, the Han tribe didn't need paved roads like highways right now. The Han tribe's existing land transport was still mainly horse-drawn carriages, and horse hooves were most comfortable on dirt roads. If you made a horse run on an asphalt road, you'd probably ruin it in a few days. The Han tribe was starting to manufacture rebar now entirely for the construction of bridges and heavy-duty railways, with the most urgent being the construction of that cross-sea bridge. Chief, the rebar rolling mill is progressing rather slowly. I've looked at it, and from a technical standpoint, I feel it's not as difficult as the rail rolling mill. But it has too many models, whereas the rail only needs one specification. Also, I think our Power Research Institute needs to expand. The number of tasks you've assigned them now makes even me feel sorry for them. Dolly, taking advantage of his close relationship with Han Feng, couldn't help but complain. Yes, rebar was indeed much simpler than rails, but Dolly had a point. No matter how difficult the rail was, it was only one model. But rebar had 10 models, from the smallest 6 mm diameter to the largest 50 mm diameter. Each model required a different set of rollers, which indirectly increased the difficulty and workload. And the Institute had more equipment to develop than just that. Besides the rolling mills for narrow-gauge rails, heavy-duty rails, and rebar, there was also other supporting equipment, such as a large spring coiling machine. This was used to produce the springs for train bogies. Each carriage needed 2 bogies, one at each end. Each bogie needed 4 wheels and 8 large shock-absorbing springs. These were all essential components. There was also the rock crusher. The Han tribe didn't have this before, nor did they need it. Even when they needed crushed stone, they would at most collect some pebbles from the riverbank. But now it was different. Building railways required ballast, those crushed stone blocks on the tracks. Making concrete also required a large amount of stone. Just building that cross-sea bridge would consume an unknown amount of stone, so the rock crusher was also very important. In addition, Han Feng was also developing industrial production equipment for cement. The production process of cement was not difficult to describe. You just needed to crush limestone into powder, mix it with clay and iron powder, and calcine it. After burning, it was ground back into a fine powder, and then mixed with gypsum powder in a certain proportion to become cement. Calcination was not a problem for the current Han tribe, as they had accumulated a lot of experience in coking and steelmaking. The most troublesome thing now was how to grind various minerals into fine powder. This production process also required first crushing the minerals into small pieces, then putting them into a pulverizer to be ground, and finally undergoing a fine grinding process. After 3 treatments, the ore could be turned into the shape the Han tribe needed. So these pulverizers and fine grinders also became research projects for the Institute. In addition, the train had to be manufactured simultaneously, along with the development of other new equipment. Even though Han Feng had supplemented the Power Research Institute with a batch of interns last year, the Institute's personnel still felt a bit stretched. All the researchers were working around the clock with no time to rest. Even the interns who came last year had gone to the production lines to train workers. Dolly's complaint was actually reasonable. The number of R&D projects Han Feng had thrown at the Institute was indeed too many. After all, building an industrial system, even a rudimentary one, was no small task. It was just a Power Research Institute, yet Han Feng was using it like a second ministry of machine building. The pressure on these researchers was a bit much, but once this industrial path began, there was no turning back. Moreover, Han Feng's own life did not allow for the slightest slack. Although he was only 18 by traditional counting, who could guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly die, especially with the poor medical conditions of this era? So Han Feng had always been treating one day as two. wishing he could leave more behind for this world while he was in his prime, full of energy. I know their tasks are heavy, but what can be done? We've already come this far. We can't just give up halfway. And it's not me forcing them. Go ask those researchers if they are willing to stop themselves. It's not like I'm making them do it. Han Feng couldn't help but retort. Dolly nodded helplessly in agreement. It was true. Han Feng wasn't oppressing those researchers. They were all working overtime voluntarily. Dolly couldn't stop them even if he tried. Now that the rolling mill was out and rails were being produced rapidly, the train model experiments were complete, and the rail train was under construction. Soon, they could lay the tracks and get their train running. You want them to stop now? Do you think the researchers themselves would agree? Right now, all those researchers were in a state of euphoria, as if they had an endless supply of energy. They didn't know what fatigue was, only thinking about getting their train running on the rails as soon as possible. Of course, noble titles and rewards were part of the reason, but it was more about a belief in their hearts, a pride in being pioneers. If they accomplished this, how would future generations tell their stories? This was definitely a golden opportunity to be immortalized in history, gaining fame, status, and wealth. Who would refuse such a good thing? Han Feng paused and continued. As the prefect of this Xinjiang prefecture, you're not asked to manage farming or animal husbandry. You're only responsible for coordinating and managing the miners, the steel mill, and the production planning and workers of these newly built factories. Can't you think of ways to add some benefits for them? For example, for certain types of work, how many green beans and how much white sugar to distribute each quarter? Summer is coming soon, and the steel mill is so hot. How can we ensure the workers' health and work enthusiasm? When you have the ability, arrange more benefits for them. I think that blower is pretty good. In the future, it should not only be used to blow air for the blast furnaces, but also to install exhaust fans in the workshops for ventilation and cooling. Oh, and before summer, build a dormitory for the workers to take noon naps. Fans must be installed. You can use the stored ice as you see fit. Let them drink as much heat-relieving mung bean soup as they want. As the prefect, you are the chief steward of Xinjiang Prefecture. You must take good care of these workers. See these tens of thousands of tons of steel? This is the foundation of our Han tribe, and these workers are our treasures. You must take good care of them. Do you have anything to add to what I just said? If you need to build houses, need grain and sugar, just submit a report, and I'll approve it. Dolly nodded helplessly again, accepting the task. But he still said, but even if we arrange benefits for them, they are still tired. I think it would be better to give them more manpower. Adding manpower is possible. How about I transfer some people from the Comprehensive Research Institute? Their mechanics group is also very capable. Although the two have gone down completely different paths, letting them work together for a while might allow them to learn something from each other. It can be considered an academic exchange. Also, some people from the chemistry group can be transferred over. The cement formula still requires a lot of chemical experiments and analysis. If that's not enough, I'll go back and select some more people from the schools in various places. Although they can't take on major roles, they can still help with odd jobs. Han Feng thought for a moment before making a decision. That's great. We're really short of people here right now. I think the people from the Comprehensive Research Institute should be good. The platform scale and mechanical clock they came up with during the new year were quite impressive. They look very capable. Dolly said happily upon hearing that Han Feng was going to transfer the mechanics group from the First Institute. It was indeed as Han Feng said. Although the mechanics group of the First Institute and the Power Research Institute both studied mechanics, they had actually gone down completely different paths. One was involved in the manufacturing of precision instruments, while the other was involved in large-scale power production equipment. The First Institute was working towards things like camera shutters and pocket watches, while the research projects at the Second Institute involved parts that weighed several tons each. This was the difference between the two now. It wasn't about which was stronger or weaker. For the Han tribe, both were equally important. Now, bringing the two groups together to work might spark something, allowing them to learn from each other's experiences and then create something else good. Han Feng was very much looking forward to this. The 8 prefectures of Hanyang were like a huge machine, turning in an orderly manner. On the other side, the 1,000 immigrant households who had sailed south at the beginning of the year had finally arrived at the port of Tohai Prefecture. They were now only one stop away from the destination for the rest of their lives. Once they crossed the strait, these people could immediately settle down. 10 large sailing ships docked at the port of Tuahai Prefecture, attracting the attention of the people on both banks. Although the Han tribe often had ships traveling between the north and south, a large fleet of 10 three-masted sailing ships like this was a rare sight. These immigrants needed to rest here for a while before setting off again from Tuai Prefecture to Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, along with other supplies that needed to be replenished. After all, there wasn't even a place to bathe on the ship. After a month and a half, a person would start to smell. Before reaching their destination, it was definitely necessary to take a bath, change clothes, and freshen up. Deshu had been contacted by the fleet a few days earlier and had already made preparations to receive the thousands of immigrants. In addition, many sets of photographic equipment and photographers had come along with the ship, responsible for making ID cards here, as well as training operators, and so on. A similar set of equipment and personnel was also prepared for Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. When the immigrants arrived there, the local people would also have to accept the same ID card system. All right, everyone on deck. We're almost at our destination. Everyone bring your change of clothes. We'll go ashore to rest for a few days. We'll take a bath, wash our clothes, and have a few good meals. After we've rested, we'll cross the sea. Hearing the captain's announcement, the immigrants on the ship quickly grabbed their personal luggage and went on deck. The scenery immediately changed. Unlike the green mountains and clear waters of the 8 prefectures of Hanyang, the coastal city of Tuai Prefecture was a scene of blue sea and sky. Standing on the deck, they could smell the salty sea breeze, a scent they had never smelled before. The immigrants disembarked in a line, looking around at this coastal city that also belonged to the Han tribe. The salty sea breeze blew across the rice paddies on the shore, creating waves of green. Minor officials from Tuahai Prefecture were there to receive and guide them. Due to the large number of people, there were no horse-drawn carriages prepared. They simply led the immigrants on foot towards the city. They had been cooped up in the ship's cabins for a month and a half, so a walk was a refreshing experience for both body and mind. Tuahai Prefecture had prepared all its inns and schools for their temporary accommodation. They even gave the students a few days off for this purpose. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have had enough space to house the nearly 4,000 immigrants. Before long, the massive group of immigrants arrived at their temporary lodgings. They went to the inns in batches to bathe. The schools had also prepared a large number of washing utensils for the immigrants to wash their own clothes. The school square was temporarily turned into a clothes-drying area, with thousands of garments hanging out to dry, a spectacular sight when viewed from the school building. Soon after, the immigrant banquet organized by Deshu was ready. The school desks were pushed together to form long dining tables, with benches on either side. It was simple but substantial. Basins of food were placed directly on the tables, making the immigrants' mouths water. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten good food before. After all, they had celebrated the new year at home before coming. But during the month and a half on the ship, due to limited fuel and the inconvenience of cooking, the daily meals had been extremely simple. Now, faced with such a sumptuous feast, they couldn't help but want to eat more. While the school was hosting the immigrants, Deshu was also in contact with Shui Qingyao on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, asking about the specific arrangements for the immigrants, how his side should cooperate, and about various livestock and supplies. In fact, the Han tribe had started transferring livestock here before the new year, but they had been kept in Tuahai Prefecture. Deshu was also under a lot of pressure. He hoped to get these things to Qiongzhou Prefecture Island as soon as possible to get them off his mind, since they weren't for his prefecture in the end anyway. Upon learning that the immigrants had arrived in Tuohei Prefecture, Shui Qingyao quickly inquired about the preparation progress of the various prefectures under his jurisdiction. Were the basic resettlement houses ready? Which places were prepared to receive the immigrants? He wasn't just asking about the resettlement houses built for the immigrants, but also about the attitude of the local people towards the Han tribe. Were they like Shangha village, eagerly awaiting the immigrants' arrival, or were other villages more resistant to the Han tribe's immigrants? Speaking of which, in terms of the local people's sentiment, Tiezhen had undoubtedly done the best job. He had lived on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island for several years and was very familiar with the local situation. His long-term undercover work had made him very good at reading people's minds, so he was quite at ease as a prefect. Other places were not so smooth. In the areas where the garrison commanders were temporarily acting as prefects, their methods of governance were a bit cruder. They just did whatever their superiors told them to do, but their control over people's hearts was certainly not as delicate as Tiezhen's. Fortunately, the basic resettlement work was proceeding well in all areas. The best performance was in Tizen's Xinhua Prefecture. Although it had the largest population and the most land on the entire Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, it was also the best managed. The situation in Chaoyang Prefecture was also good. Chaoyang Prefecture only had one large local tribe, a fishing tribe, which was now the Yu clan. The Yu clan had had a good relationship with the envoy mission led by Shuya from early on, and later surrendered to the Han tribe ahead of time. So, there was basically no need to worry about the immigration issue there. They had long been part of the Han tribe. Yashan Prefecture naturally didn't need much discussion. It was originally the base of the envoy mission and the area where the mission had the deepest roots. The local attitude towards the Han tribe was relatively friendly. In addition, it was now the location of the inspector's office, under the direct supervision of Xue Qingyao, so the current situation was also good. The most troublesome was Jiahai Prefecture. Although Zhu Ping was the prefect there, he was only a figurehead. In addition, it was originally the old lair of the Xian tribe, and Commander Xian's influence here was extremely deep. Even now, the administration of Jiahai Prefecture was still under the high-pressure control of the military. However, immigration was not a problem. The people here were in a state of fear of the Han tribe and did not dare to refute any decisions made by the local government. They did whatever they were told to do. But to make them completely identify with the Han tribe would require time and a more gentle way of governing to heal the trauma the Han tribe had brought them. The Han tribe had gone on a killing spree here, which had indeed intimidated the local people, but it seemed they had overdone it, leading to the current situation. Xue Qingyao was even thinking about whether, after the situation in Xinhua Prefecture stabilized, he should suggest to the chief next year to see if Tiezhen could be transferred to Jiahai Prefecture for 2 years. His governing skills and his understanding of the local situation were something even Xue Qingyao himself couldn't compare to. Although he was the inspector of Qiongzhou Prefecture, when it came to local governance, he had great admiration for Tiezhen. Perhaps it was a gift. Due to the limited transportation capacity of Tuahai Prefecture and the different preparations in various places, Xue Qingyao finally decided to transfer 600 households first. He would place this group in Chaoyang, Yashan, and Xinhua prefectures. After the situation in Jiahai Prefecture stabilized a bit more, he would send the rest of the people over. Guanhai Prefecture had a small population and was half mountainous. Xianfeng Prefecture was mainly for salt production. Jiahai Prefecture was for mining and metallurgy. Anyway, the arable land there was not much, so a little delay wouldn't matter. Another reason was that Xue Qingyao wanted to wait for the 4 prefects sent by Han Feng to arrive and take over the governing work from the garrison commanders. Then he would properly sort things out. It would be best to organize them to go to Xinhua Prefecture to learn from Tiezhen before they took office. After receiving Xue Qingyao's reply, Deshu also began to prepare. He had someone bring the immigrants' files to select those with suitable skills as the first batch to land on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. The initial group would mainly consist of immigrants skilled in agriculture and animal husbandry. It was now mid-February of the first year of the Daming era. After they rested here for 3 days, took a week-long boat trip to Qiongzhou Prefecture, and finally arrived at their new homes, it would be the end of February by the time they were fully settled. This was the perfect time to have the immigrants lead the local villagers in transforming the paddy fields. Then, after the corn was harvested in March, they could immediately switch to planting rice. In the schools of Tuahai Prefecture, the first group of people selected for the immigration list had also received their notice. They were both excited and nervous. They were afraid of the harsh conditions of the local area. After all, it was immigration. If the conditions were good, why would they need to immigrate? On the other hand, they were also looking forward to and dreaming of their future lives. The tribe had given them so many subsidies and benefits to get them to immigrate. They believed that as long as they managed well, their future days would certainly not be bad. 3 days later, the first batch of immigrants was ready. They had only rested briefly in Tuahai Prefecture without much of a stay before being arranged to board ships for Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. Although only 600 households were heading to Qiongzhou Prefecture Island this time, the fleet was even larger than when they had arrived. In addition to the immigrants, a large number of livestock would be traveling with them, which would then be distributed to the local people. 6 3-masted sailing ships and more than 10 2-masted ones formed a massive fleet heading for Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. At the mouth of the Luyang River, some immigrants stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless sea ahead, their hearts filled with awe. A sailor on board, with nothing to do, introduced them. The salty sea breeze you smelled in Tuahai Prefecture blows from here. See the blue water under the ship? Hey, this water is different from the Liang River. The water here is salty. Don't be fooled by how much there is, you can't drink it. So, We on the ship can only drink the water we brought with us. Huh? Salty? Really? Then how big is this sea? If it's all salty, how much salt must be in it? A young boy among the immigrants named Rinzwa asked in surprise. You don't understand, do you? The salt in here wasn't put in. It's been here since the beginning. The chief said the salt in the sea is a natural product of the earth. This is a boundless treasure mine. You can make a lot of money just by refining salt from seawater. By the way, when you were in Hanyang Prefecture, you all ate the rock salt from there, right? It'll be different from now on. Here in Tuahai Prefecture, and across the way in the Tang tribe, and where we're going, Qiong Prefecture Island, they all eat sea salt. Xianfeng Prefecture on Qiong Prefecture Island is a salt-producing area, specializing in sun-dried sea salt. The sailor boasted of his knowledge, while also giving the immigrants a little information about the area. Then is that Qiong Prefecture Island we're going to big? Is there drinking water there? The boy named Rinzwa continued to ask. Of course it's big. There are 6 prefectures there. And of course there's drinking water. There's a big river on Qiong Prefecture Island called the Qingshui River. Boats travel on it too. Well, that's good then. As long as there's drinking water and land to farm, we can live anywhere. It's all our Han tribe's territory anyway, the boy said without a worry. You're quite open-minded, kid. But you immigrants are not doing badly either. You get a second-class noble rank as soon as you arrive, and so many rewards from the chief. Just that photograph must be worth a lot of money, right? I'm quite envious of you. We who sail all year round haven't had a chance to get a picture taken yet. When I go home on leave, I'll definitely take my wife and kids on this ship for a few photos. That's the one good thing about being a sailor. You don't have to pay to get on the ship, and you get a salary. The sailor was quite talkative, chatting incessantly with the immigrants on the ship. As he said, being a sailor was indeed good. The salary and benefits were high, and they often got to eat delicious seafood. These were all perks of the job. But being a sailor also had its downsides. They couldn't go home more than a few times a year, and it was very lonely. If they were transporting people, they could chat with the passengers. If they were transporting goods, it was just the same old sailors every day. After a while, they ran out of things to say. That's why this guy was talking the immigrants' ears off. After a while, seeming to have spotted a school of fish, a 2-masted ship in the fleet lowered a trawl net from its stern, then unfurled its sails to full and sped forward, quickly overtaking the entire fleet. The trawl net behind the ship grew tighter and tighter. Rinzwa curiously ran to the side of the ship and watched for a while, then asked the sailor, "What are they doing? Why did they suddenly speed up? Are they not traveling with us anymore?" "No, they're fishing. See the rope hanging off the back of the ship? There's a net under that rope, with ceramic weights to sink it into the water and catch the fish below. Just you wait. You're in for a treat this meal. You'll get to eat your fill of meat at noon." The sailor was right. The 2-mast ship was indeed fishing, and they had a good haul from that one cast. The mouth of the Luyang River was a major fishing ground. The rushing river brought a large amount of plankton and organic matter to this area of the sea, attracting countless marine creatures. The variety of fish here was abundant, and their meat was delicious, but they had hardly been fished before. The schools of fish in the sea were extremely dense. A single cast of the net could bring in a valuable catch. However, the Han tribe's fishing industry was not very developed at the moment. It was still in its infancy. In addition, seafood was difficult to transport, so it could only be sold in small quantities in coastal areas, generating little economic value. At lunchtime, the immigrants truly enjoyed the feeling of eating their fill of meat. All kinds of delicious sea fish, lobsters, sea crabs, and even squid and sea turtles. Whether simply steamed or stewed with a little salt, the natural flavor of the seafood was brought out. No special seasonings or cooking methods were needed. Even just grilling them over a charcoal fire was enough to make people praise them. The boy named Renzwa ate his fill. Though not large, he single-handedly ate a whole grilled fish and 3 large lobsters, rubbing his full belly and burping. He finally sighed. "This sea is really great. I used to catch shrimp in the irrigation ditches in the fields. The big green shrimp in the ditches would only grow to be the size of a finger even in autumn. I never thought the shrimp in the sea could grow as big as a cat, with 2 big claws. They look so majestic, wearing armor, and the meat is so delicious. You'll have plenty of chances to eat them in the future. If you're assigned to Chaoyang Prefecture, the people there have fishermen who specialize in fishing. They're not good at farming, and their lives are not very prosperous. They can only rely on eating this seafood to get by every day, but they can definitely eat their fill," the sailor said, complaining as he introduced the local situation. They're really ungrateful. With such delicious fat fish and big shrimp every day, what do they need rice for? The boy named Rinzwa couldn't help but complain. But 3 days after his complaint, he decided to take back his words. You don't want rice when you eat seafood every day? Only someone who has never eaten seafood would say that. Anyway, after eating seafood for 3 days, Rinzwa was exceptionally nostalgic for the taste of rice and steamed buns. After a week's voyage, the fleet finally reached its destination, the port at the mouth of the Qiongzhou River in Yashan Prefecture, Qiong Prefecture Island. The immigrants would disembark here and be regrouped. This time, the grouping would directly divide them into their respective prefectures and villages, organized according to the decimal system, and they would take single-masted small boats to their final destinations. The inspector's office was responsible for the temporary reception of the immigrants. There were no spacious schools for them to live in here, only temporarily erected tents. This alone showed the backwardness of the place, as it had only just been taken over by the Han tribe. The prefects of Yashan, Chaoyang, and Xinhua prefectures all sent minor officials to pick up their people. Each person was responsible for the immigrant affairs of one village. Before officially arriving at the village, these officials in charge of leading the people also had to inform them of the local situation to facilitate their future production and life. After all the immigrants had disembarked, the officials from each prefecture also found the few households they were responsible for and began to explain the situation to them. Isu Shan from Danshan County, Hanyang Prefecture. In this tent, a minor official in black official robes came to the entrance of one of the tents, holding a list and asking, Here, I am Hushan. A middle-aged man in his 20s in the tent quickly replied, I am the official from Xinhua Prefecture in charge of leading you to the immigration point. You can call me by my name, Tian Xiao. Now I will read out the heads of the other households. Whoever is called, please answer. You will be assigned together. The minor official named Tian Xiao nodded and then said to the others in the tent, Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Hushan, Yuanhua, Lu Jianan, Wenshou, Xieli, Rinzong. Tian Xiao read from a list in his hand, calling out names. The heads of households who were called also quickly answered. In addition to this tent, there were a few other families in the 2 surrounding tents who were also found by Hushan and the others. After these 10 households were gathered, Tian Xiao, who was in charge of their settlement, spoke again. I am the official from Xinhua Prefecture in charge of your settlement work. My name is Tian Xiao. I am temporarily in charge of you 10 households. In the future, you 10 households will be assigned to one village, which happens to make up a unit of 10 households. You can get to know each other now. You will be neighbors for the rest of your lives, so get along well. Although you all come from various prefectures and counties of the 8 prefectures of Hanyang, once we are here, we are all fellow countrymen, right? In the future, if the local people can't help you with something, you will have to rely on each other. This neighborly relationship really needs to be well established. You've been on the boat for several days. Rest here for a while, chat, and get to know each other. I'm going to arrange for your meals now. During the meal, I will tell you about the situation of the village you are going to and the tasks the tribe has given you. Don't be nervous. Actually, you are quite lucky. The village you are going to is a large village with over 100 households and more than 1,000 people. The people in that village have a good attitude towards our Han tribe and are looking forward to your arrival from afar. Your houses have already been built. They are all new brick houses, built according to the specifications of a second-class noble rank. You can move in directly when you get there. The tribe will arrange for anything you lack. The local people put in a lot of effort when building these houses for you, so you must thank them later. But you don't need to deliberately curry favor with them. Just interact with them normally. I often go to that village, and they are quite easy to get along with. I'll tell you more specific things during the meal. All right, you can rest for now. I'm going to arrange for your meals. Tian Xiao called the roll for the 10 households, gave a few more instructions, and then left. All that remained were the 10 families, about 30 people in total, gathered there, staring at each other. From now on, for the rest of their lives, they would be neighbors in the same shur. Hushan, whose name had been called earlier, was the first to step forward. He cupped his hands to the crowd and introduced himself. I am Hushan. I have a wife and a son. I don't have any great skills, just a knack for farming. I'll be relying on all you neighbors for your care in the future. My name is Lu Jianan, from Weishan Prefecture. I have a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter. I know a bit of carpentry. If any of you need anything in the future, just come find me. Another man immediately followed, introducing his family. Greetings, uncles and elders. My name is Yuanhua. I'm 15 this year. This is my wife, Qingxia. We just got married. It's just the two of us. We're here to teach. A young man in a sky blue robe also stepped forward, holding his new wife's hand, and introduced himself. It's good that you can teach. Being able to read and write means you can enter the government office and become an official in the future. You're more capable than us. Another household head in his 20s or 30s stepped forward. He first offered a word of praise before introducing himself. My name is Wenshou. A wife, a son, and a daughter. I can press oil, grind flour, and harvest lacquer. My wife can reel silk and weave brocade, and she's also proficient with ordinary cotton and linen. If you need anything, just ask. Rinzong. A wife and 2 sons. These are my sons, Rinzwa and Rinyu. I am a blacksmith. My wife was a herder's daughter, skilled in raising livestock and riding horses. If you need anything in the future, my family will certainly not shirk our duty. Hearing this man's introduction, everyone couldn't help but look at him. This Rinzong was indeed different. He was sturdily built, with powerful arms and sharp eyes. He even had a seemingly fine sword hanging at his waist. Combined with his identity as a blacksmith, the sword was likely forged by himself. But such a person should have been doing well in the 8 prefectures of Hanyang. Why would he immigrate here? Something was not right. Of course it wasn't right, because this Rinzong was a member of the Jinwu Guard. He had been specially assigned here, partly to monitor the situation of the people on Qiong Prefecture Island, and partly to monitor the governing methods of the local officials. If the prefects here deceived their superiors and exploited the local people, Hanfeng would not be left in the dark. Another point was that Rinzong's identity as a Jinwu guard was unknown even to his family. His wife and children only knew that Rinzong had decided to immigrate, but they didn't know the reason. However, as the head of the family, he didn't explain much. I am Cieli, a wife and a son. My family is not good at anything but eating. According to our chief, we are here to promote good food. Oh, right, my family also knows how to grind tofu and make soy milk. Please take care of our business in the future. A slightly chubby middle-aged man also stood up and said, grinding tofu is good. I love to eat it. My favorite is sweet tofu pudding. Another man in his 20s came out and said, seeing everyone looking at him, he then introduced himself. My name is Sherbo, a wife and 2 sons. I used to be a cart driver in Sitong County. I know a little bit of everything, but I'm not an expert in anything. Hee. I wonder if there are any carts for me to drive here. I'll be relying on all you neighbors for your care from now on. This man named Sherbo spoke in a cheerful and carefree manner, not at all like someone in his 20s or 30s, but more like a young boy. Dan Peng from Fuma Pass. Just married, just the 2 of us. My father was a potter, and I learned a bit from him. I'll have the opportunity to fire some pots and jars for everyone in the future. A rather honest-looking young man also introduced himself. Ao Chi. Just 1 child. I am a leather worker. I can tan hides and make shoes. My wife is a tailor and can make clothes. If you need anything, just let me know. The last middle-aged man also stood up and cupped his hands to everyone. Everyone returned the courtesy. Now they understood the strength of their small group. There was someone for everything. A carpenter, a blacksmith, a potter, a cook, a tailor, a teacher. Even the least skilled knew how to farm, raise livestock, or drive a cart. There was even someone who could press oil and grind flour. If nothing else, just with these few families, life in the future should be very good, right? There were 10 households in total. The largest family had 4 members, the smallest had 2. In total, there were 34 people, averaging more than 3 per family. It seemed that having only 1 child was a minority. The people chatted, telling each other about their origins. Some even took out photo albums to show their other relatives or their family's past glories. Their relationship quickly grew closer. After everyone was familiar with each other, they began to discuss their views on Qiong Prefecture Island and how they should live in the future. If they encountered bullying or exclusion from the locals, they must stick together. After a short while, Tian Xiao, who was in charge of their settlement, also returned. He had gone to get food for everyone and had also checked the various livestock and supplies to be transported to Shangha village with the inspector's office. He then returned with a list. With him were 2 people in charge of delivering the food. One carried a bucket of porridge and flatbreads, the other carried vegetables and meat. The meat here was still mainly sea fish. Seeing Tian Xiao and the food deliverers return, Rinzong's 2 children, Rinzwa and Rinyu, immediately got up and spread a straw mat on the ground. They then helped the two food deliverers unload the food and had their father distribute it to everyone. No one complained. This meal was top-notch even in the 8 prefectures of Hanyang. It was just that the dining environment was a bit simple. Everyone sat on the ground in a circle, with Tian Xiao at the head, ready to listen to his introduction of the local situation. I've just registered you all. I've also requested the livestock to be distributed to your village. The rewards promised by the chief have now all been fulfilled for you. In terms of livestock, each family gets 1 donkey, 2 piglets, 2 sheep, 1 cage of rabbits, 5 pairs of chickens and ducks each, and 1 pair of cats and dogs each. The settling-in fee of 100 yuan per family should have already been given to you, right? In addition, each family also gets a flying shuttle loom and a foot-powered spinning wheel. Now, let me ask you, do you want to take the items on this list, or do you want to make some exchanges? For example, if any of you don't want a donkey and feel you won't use it, I can exchange the donkey for pigs for you. If you don't want pigs, I can exchange them for sheep. While we're still here, it's easy to arrange. Once we get on the boat tomorrow, you won't be able to exchange them even if you want to. Think about it quickly. In any case, you won't be at a disadvantage. Even if you are, I'll compensate you with money. Hearing the question raised by Tian Xiao, everyone began to consider and discuss. They already knew each other's skills. Some families really didn't need so many livestock and simply didn't have the time to raise them. So, being able to make an exchange now would certainly be more convenient in the future. Being able to exchange some of the livestock was indeed very necessary. Take the young couple, Yuan Hua, for example. Both of them were here to teach. In addition, they would definitely be having children soon, and they also had to farm. If they were given so many livestock, they wouldn't have time to feed them. After all, just taking care of these creatures required energy every day. The couple discussed for a moment and finally proposed to take only the chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, 1 cage of rabbits, and 6 sheep. They didn't want the donkey or the pigs at all. They planned to exchange those things for money to use for raising their children in the future. Chickens and ducks didn't need much care. They could be raised free range in the yard. Feeding them was also convenient. Just grain or rice bran would do. The key was that chickens and ducks not only provided meat, but also eggs, which were very nutritious and a must-have. Cats and dogs could be used to guard the house. Just throwing them some leftovers would be enough. They didn't need special care. Rabbits reproduced quickly and could provide not only fur, but also meat. Just scattering some alfalfa was enough for them to eat, and they could serve as a major source of meat in the future. As for why the young couple wanted 6 sheep, Yuan Hua's answer was that he was worried his wife might not have enough milk after giving birth, and they could use the sheep's milk to supplement. This was also in preparation for raising their child. The young couple had thought things through carefully, and Tian Xiao expressed his understanding, then took out a small notebook and wrote it down. The other families, hearing their thoughts, also made their own decisions. The Xieli family, who was mainly responsible for promoting culinary arts, didn't refuse anything. After all, you needed ingredients to have culinary skills. The blacksmith Rinzong's family didn't want the donkey or the pigs. They wanted to exchange these things for a horse, even a foal would do, and they were willing to add their own money. The other families also expressed their opinions. Some didn't want a donkey. They didn't go out much anyway. As for plowing or pulling a cart, it was more cost-effective to rent from the government. This was how they had lived in the 8 prefectures of Hanyang. The majority didn't want a donkey. Some chose to exchange the donkey's quota for 2 large fat pigs, which was much more cost-effective than small piglets. A large sow would have at least 1 litter a year, with at least 7 or 8 piglets per litter, and sometimes as many as 12 or 13. In just 1 or 2 years, they could be raised into large pigs. Wasn't this better than having a donkey or 2 piglets? Others chose to exchange the donkey for a few more sheep. Sheep reproduced quickly. Under captive breeding, it was normal for them to give birth twice a year, with 2 or 3 lambs each time. The flock could expand rapidly. In addition, the economic value of sheep was also high. The meat could be eaten, the milk could be used to feed children or made into cheese. The wool could be made into writing brushes or woven into cloth, and the skin could be made into a padded jacket or tanned and used as leather. Basically, every part of it was a treasure. As for the small animals like cats, dogs, rabbits, chickens, and ducks, none of the families refused them, because raising these things didn't require too much effort, and their economic value was not small. Among these people, the most peculiar were the young couple Danpeng. This descendant of the potter from Fuma Pass, the two of them wanted neither a donkey, nor pigs, nor sheep. Instead, they exchanged these things for 5 alpacas, 2 males and 3 females. They didn't refuse the other small animals. Everyone was puzzled, but Dan Peng answered with sound reasoning. Alpacas can also produce milk, which can be a supplement for feeding children in the future. Besides, you all have donkeys, pigs, and sheep in your families. These things will eventually have offspring. At that time, I can buy piglets and lambs from your families. In a few years, my family will also have everything. But none of you chose alpacas. If I don't choose them either, doesn't that mean we'll never see alpacas again? And alpacas can also bring rich returns. If used for grinding, alpacas are no worse than donkeys. In addition, they produce wool, and their meat is edible, with a higher price than sheep. Especially the cloth woven from alpaca fleece, which is priceless. By the way, Brother Tian, can our things be exchanged for alpacas? Yes, there are indeed alpacas here. Although not many, I don't think many people will want them. I can agree to your 5. Even if we don't have them now, I can apply for them for you, and they can be shipped over from Tuahai Prefecture later. These are not problems, Tian Xiao readily agreed. This is good too. Although each of our families doesn't have a full set of livestock, if we pool them together, we have everything. This way, in a few years at most, we can exchange among ourselves and eventually have a full set of these domestic animals. Hushan also nodded and calculated. That's right, this is also what I wanted to talk to you about. Tian Xiao noted down the number of livestock everyone wanted, then continued. This time, we have not only prepared livestock for you immigrants, but also for the local people here. However, the quantity is not very large, mostly small animals like chickens, ducks, and rabbits. There are also some piglets, but it's definitely not enough to give every family in the village too. The same goes for sheep. The number is also not large. So, after you move in, for the first few years, try to let these livestock reproduce and expand the population. Let's popularize them in the village first. I estimate that you definitely won't be able to eat much pork in the first few years. The piglets born will basically have to be sold to the local people, and the same goes for sheep. So, you need to plan for the first few years. Although you can't eat pork, you can still make money by selling them to the local people. Also, you should have heard something about the purpose of the tribe having you immigrate here, right? Tian Xiao first talked about the future promotion of livestock, then asked about the purpose of their immigration. Everyone nodded. They had been on the boat for over a month and had chatted with each other. They knew some things. The tribe had spent so much, giving them noble titles and things. Was it really just to have them move to a different place? Even a fool would know that there was no such good thing in the world. I saw it in the official gazette in our county town. Qiongzhou Prefecture Island was just conquered by the tribe last year, right? The people here have a different way of life from our Han tribe. They mainly grow corn and beans. They don't have other grains and don't know how to grow them. Livestock is also rare. So the tribe wants us to come and teach the local people these things. Yuan Hua nodded and stated the conclusion they had analyzed themselves. That's right. Rice has not yet been planted on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. Although we have already sent the rice seeds, there is no one here who knows how to grow rice. So after you go there, in the second quarter of this year, that is, after harvesting this crop of corn, you must immediately lead the local people to plant rice. The village you are going to is called Qiongzhou Village. It's located on a tributary of this Qingshui River. This Qiongzhou village has a population of over 1,000 people, with over 100 households. When you get there, you'd better discuss with the village chief there. Each of your families will be responsible for teaching more than 10 households how to grow our Han tribe's crops, and also teach them how to raise various livestock. The largest clan in this village is the Guan clan. Their clan and their relatives account for more than 40 households. The village chief is a man in his early 30s named Guan Tao. This person is relatively friendly to our Han tribe, and his family is the only one in the whole village who can speak Chinese. So after you arrive, you will mainly be dealing with him. If you have any conflicts with the villagers, you will also need to find him to mediate for you. Currently, besides you, there is also a person from Tuahai Prefecture on loan in Qiongzhou Village, named Jing Chun. He is mainly responsible for teaching the villagers how to grow corn in the first quarter. But after you go there, he should be going back. You will mainly be dealing with Guan Tao. But before Jing Chun leaves, you'd better have a chat with him. He has been living in Guan Tao's house in Qiongzhou Village for 2 months, and is more familiar with the actual situation in the village than I am. For example, which people in the village are easier to get along with? You can ask him about these things. Tian Xiao introduced the situation of Qiongzhou Village to everyone while eating. He scooped a bowl of porridge from the bucket, slurped it down, and said again. When your houses were being built, The prefecture provided the bricks and lime, and we sent some craftsmen. But the villagers put in a lot of effort to help. From this point of view, they are still very welcoming of you. Your housing has been arranged, and your fields have also been allocated. They are right next to the villagers' fields. But speaking of the fields, I need to remind you that the time for growing crops here is longer than in our Han tribe. Most of the fields have been cultivated for hundreds of years, so the fertility of the soil is definitely not as good as ours. When you teach the locals how to farm, you'd better use more fertilizer. The compost pit in Qiongzhou village has already been dug. After you go there, you should also make use of the local human and animal manure. If the villagers don't listen, you can find Guan Tao and have him step in. Also, the various crop seeds you need have already been transported to Qiongzhou village. When you arrive, they can be distributed according to the amount of farmland each family has. Vegetables and various grain seeds, as long as our Han tribe has them, have been issued. If you want anything else in the future, remember to have Guan Tao tell the prefecture, and we will find a way for you. In addition, there is a village-run school built in the village, with 3 large rooms, 2 side rooms, and a large courtyard. As for who will teach, you can decide among yourselves. The matter of running the school in the village is also up to you. After you arrive, first count how many school-age children need to go to school, then report the number to the prefecture, and we will distribute textbooks to you according to the number of people. There is also a windmill mill and an oil press in the village. You should have people who know how to do these things, right? But the mill and the oil press have not been built yet. When they are built, you will also be responsible for their allocation and management. This mill and oil press are public property, but they are given to your village for free use. You must be clear about this point. As for what price the villagers are willing to pay to have you be responsible for these facilities, that is for you and the villagers to discuss yourselves. But you cannot occupy them as private property. Even if one of you is responsible for the management and operation, you must also let the local people participate and teach them the operating methods to avoid creating a rift between the people of the two places. I hope you can all remember one thing. Although they have only recently submitted to the Han tribe, you are not allowed to look down on them or treat them as foreigners. These people are now also people of our Han tribe, and this prefecture is also a prefecture of our Han tribe. So I hope you can live in peace and teach the local people our Han tribe's various habits as soon as possible, so that the two places can achieve integration as soon as possible. Especially you. As Tian Xiao spoke, he pointed to Rinzong's 2 sons, Rinzhua and Rinyu. These 2 boys were currently 13 and 11, respectively, and would be of marriageable age in a few years. Tian Xiao pointed to the teenage children among the 10 immigrant households and said, "You will be adults in a few years at most, and you will have to separate from your families and establish your own households. It's impossible to go back to find a wife, so you must have a good relationship with the villagers. In the future, you will have to choose your wives from the village, understand, boys?" Tian Xiao teased them, and the group of young boys smiled shyly. "All right, that's all I have to say. Just remember the name Guan Tao. After all, no one else can speak Chinese. If you have any problems, just go to him to solve them. Everyone, stay in the tents here for one night today. We will set off by boat early tomorrow morning and can arrive at Qiongzhou village on the same day. I will stay with you in the village for a few days until you are completely settled before I leave. I will introduce you to each other then, so you can rest assured. Brother Tian, I have another question. When we moved here, we all brought a few carbide lamps. I was just wondering if there is any carbide for sale here? Also, are carbide lamps sold here? If we are to open a school, I think we can't be short of lamps, right?" Seeing that Tian Xiao had finished his instructions, Lu Jianan among the immigrants suddenly raised a question. This was indeed a problem. The people from the 8 prefectures of Hanyang were used to a bright life. If they moved to a new home and it was dark every day, it would be too uncomfortable. For now, there really isn't any. But I've noted it down and will report it to the higher-ups. If there is any stored carbide in Tuahai Prefecture, then you should be able to buy it next month at the latest. If Tuahai Prefecture doesn't have any either, then we can only transfer it from our 8 prefectures of Hanyang. This will take at least 2 months, so you'd better make some preparations in advance. Tian Xiao spread his hands. The materials being transported to Qiong Prefecture Island now were all strategic materials, such as grain seeds, steel farm tools, or livestock, or immigrants. There wasn't enough transport capacity for these things, so how could they spare capacity to transport carbide and lamps? These things were not necessities. Qiong Prefecture Island had just been taken over by the Han tribe, and many things were still not adequately prepared. The local governments were currently prioritizing the transport of strategic materials. Other less urgent items would have to wait for now. For example, paper, carbide lamps, and cloth were not abundant at the moment. They mainly relied on the local people for their own production. Fortunately, during the period of Shiya's envoy mission, some basic textile industry had been established on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. Although the looms were not the best or most advanced, they could still be used to weave cloth, just not as well as in the Han tribe's territory. After Lu Jianan finished asking, Rinzong also asked, "Brother Tian, are salt and iron sold here?" Of course they are. Salt and iron are both sold by the government. The nearby Xianfeng Prefecture is a salt-producing area, so there will be no shortage of salt. As for iron, for now, we mainly rely on transporting it from our side, so there won't be much. But for your daily use, you can still buy it from the prefecture, Tian Xiao immediately explained. The group then asked some other trivial questions about daily life, such as whether there was a place to buy wood, and if not, whether they could cut it down themselves, whether there were restrictions on felling trees, whether they could build their own kilns to fire pottery and porcelain, and whether they could make their own charcoal. After all, there was no coal for sale here for the time being. If Rinzong wanted to forge any ironware, he would have to make some charcoal himself. Tian Xiao addressed these questions collectively. Let me answer all your questions at once. As for felling trees, of course, it's no problem for you to cut firewood for daily use. That's at most just cutting some branches. If you want to cut whole logs, that's possible, but there are designated areas. You can't cut down trees in some forests without permission. I can't say for sure about the specific areas right now. I need to go back and ask the Lord Prefect, and then I'll get back to you. If you really need to make some wooden products, you can send someone to the prefecture to buy wood. After all, even if you cut it yourself, you have to air dry it for 2 or 3 years until the wood is completely dry before you can use it. But our prefecture has a dedicated wood processing factory with not only sawmills, but also drying rooms. You can buy dried and processed wood directly from there. For example, if you want to make a table or a bed, you don't have to saw the boards yourself. You can buy pre-sawn boards directly. As for building kilns, small ceramic kilns are no problem. You can fire some ceramic ware for your own use, or sell it in the village, or even sell it outside. But private brick and tile kilns are absolutely not allowed in the village. Because brick kilns require a lot of clay, you can't just dig it up from the rice paddies. If you are found guilty of destroying farmland, you will be punished. Then there's the issue of making charcoal. We don't have coal for sale here at the moment. If you need to make charcoal for your own use, of course, it's no problem, as long as the wood used is felled in the designated areas. That will definitely be fine. Tian Xiao explained to them one by one. All right, then we have no other questions, the several household heads who had received their answers said, indicating they understood. This conversation about their future life and tasks was now officially over. After everyone had eaten, they rested early. That evening at the Yashan Prefecture dock, many small boats had already taken the soon-to-be settled immigrants to their respective settlement points. The dozens of people from Qiongzhou village, however, did not set off until after breakfast the next morning. A fleet of single-masted small boats set off for their destination, Qiongzhou village. The scenery along this journey was completely different from the month-and-a-half voyage they had taken before and the week-long sea voyage. The previous journey from Luoyang Prefecture to Tuahai Prefecture was mostly through uninhabited forests along the banks of the Great River. Later, seeing the sea, they were amazed by its vastness, but it was also bare and empty. Now they had finally arrived in an inhabited area. From the boat, they could already see large tracts of farmland on both banks of the river, and even some villages scattered among the fields. The signs of human activity and the atmosphere of daily life grew stronger and stronger. This was what it felt like to live a life. The group continued upriver. They had a simple meal of dry rations on the boat at noon and finally arrived next to Qiongzhou village in the mid-afternoon. Tian Xiao was the first to look for familiar faces and then saw Guan Tao and Jing Chun at the front of the crowd. The two were leading a group of villagers waiting there. He immediately jumped ashore to greet them. "Brother Guan, Brother Jing, sorry to have kept you two waiting. There were a lot of people and things to transport today, so we only just got here," Tian Xiao said as soon as he got ashore. Not at all, not at all. We knew you wouldn't get here from Yashan Prefecture until the afternoon, so we only came in the afternoon. Don't forget, our brother Jing also came from there. He knows how long it takes." Guan Tao greeted him warmly, his eyes still on the Han tribe immigrants from the north who were disembarking from the boats. "Brother Tian, how many people has our village been assigned?" Guan Tao asked curiously, seeing several boats disembarking passengers at the same time. A total of 10 households, more than 30 people. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, these people really know everything. In a moment, you can organize the villagers to help them move their things. We also have some livestock that will be distributed to everyone later. Have everyone come to collect them with their household registration and ID cards. Let's get these 10 households settled first. A little later, I'll explain the situation to you in detail. And you, Jing Chun, you have to be there too. Tian Xiao knew what Guantao meant. Shangha village had already seen the benefits from Jing Chun. The cornfields on the bank were proof. If nothing unexpected happened, this season's corn harvest would definitely be a bumper one. So they were very much looking forward to more immigrants, wanting to learn more skills from them. Jing Chun, on the other hand, pretended to complain lightheartedly. Oh, so you're not letting me go yet? I thought I could go back as soon as they arrived. It's been 2 months. I'm afraid even my own child won't recognize me as his father. Don't worry, 2 days at most. It's mainly for you to familiarize these 10 immigrant households with the situation in the village. Once they're settled, I'll send you home. And listen to what you just said, as if the government office hasn't given you any benefits. Tian Xiao mercilessly exposed Jing Chun's complaint. Hee, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, sir. Jing Chun was the first to admit his mistake. The three of them chatted as they walked to the shore where the immigrants had just gathered. Tian Xiao was the first to introduce them. This is the village head of Shangha village, Guantao. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask him to solve them. And this is our brother Jing Chun from Tuahai Prefecture, but he won't be staying long. He'll be going back in a couple of days. You have all come from afar, sparing no hardship. In the future, we will be fellow villagers of the same village. Rest assured, as long as I, Guantao, am alive, I will not let you be wronged. I hope that in the days to come, you great talents from the north can look after the people of our village. After hearing Tian Xiao's introduction, Guantao immediately expressed his welcome in Chinese and then solemnly bowed to the group. The immigrants quickly returned the courtesy, speaking words of greeting to get acquainted. Next was the time for settling the immigrants. Tian Xiao was in charge of directing the boatmen to unload the cargo, while Guantao and Jing Chun led the villagers to help carry things to the immigrants' homes. They carried the numerous pieces of luggage on their shoulders and in their hands to the immigrants' flat house area, then distributed them according to the different functions of each courtyard. For example, the 2 courtyards built next to the school were reserved for the young couple Yuanhua and the young couple Danpeng. These 2 households were mainly responsible for teaching, so being closer to the school would be more convenient. And the house with a small stone mill in the side room was prepared for the family that made tofu. Others were assigned based on proximity to the mill, with the carpenter getting one. Renzong's family was more formidable and was placed in a house closest to the local villagers. Renzong had a sword at his waist, was a blacksmith, had a fierce wife from a herder background, and 2 teenage sons. They looked like a family with explosive combat power. Placing them in this position to protect everyone was something Renzong himself had no objection to, and the others were also very happy. Everyone chose their houses according to convenience, which was really just about choosing a location that was convenient for their future life. There was really nothing else to choose, as they were all built to the same specifications. After moving all the things they had brought from the 8 prefectures of Hanyang into their houses, and also putting the livestock allocated to them into their respective pigsties and sheds, the matter of settling the immigrants was considered temporarily concluded. Of course, this was just a place to settle down for now. For example, their new houses still had a heated Kong bed built according to the customs of the Han tribe's northern regions, with a bamboo mat made for them by the local people laid on top. Other than that, there was basically no other furniture in the house. Things like tables and chairs would have to be made anew. However, there were windows and doors, and new window paper had been pasted on them. As for how to furnish the interior, that would depend on their own ideas. After these things were initially arranged, Hushan's family immediately found Guantao and Jing Chun and asked them where the alfalfa in the village was, and where there was green grass to temporarily feed the livestock. They also asked if they could buy some stalks and corn and beans from them to feed the pigs, sheep, and donkeys. Feeding people was easy, but so many livestock couldn't get sick from hunger. They were counting on them to produce offspring and be promoted in the village in the future. Guantao and Jing Chun immediately arranged for this and mobilized the villagers to help. In fact, they had already received notice that the immigrants would be arriving today, along with a large number of allocated livestock. So Jing-chun had already discussed this with Guan Tao and made preparations. After all, the local villagers were also going to be allocated livestock. If they didn't prepare fodder, were they just going to let the livestock starve when they arrived? The immigrants' livestock problem was solved, and the livestock for the other people in the village also began to be distributed. A large number of livestock were driven directly to the central threshing ground of the village, and then Tian Xiao and Guan Tao were responsible for the distribution to each family. Most of what was here were cages piled up like small mountains, with rabbits being the most numerous. Rabbits were relentless breeding machines. If not controlled and consumed, they could even become a plague if left to reproduce. So there were a great number of them. Even if each family was given a large pile, the Han tribe could still provide them. This time, apart from the pigs given to the immigrants, the pigs given to the villagers were only about 22-month-old piglets. These pigs were the black and white spotted pig breed introduced from the Lu tribe that year. They were a type of native pig with a high head and high rump, a sagging back, and a drooping belly. This type of pig had a relatively short face, not as long as the modern improved large white pig. In terms of size, docility, and meat yield, it was currently the most suitable domestic pig for promotion in the Han tribe. A few years ago, the Han tribe had not obtained many of these pigs from the Lu tribe, less than 1,000 in total. After they were raised in the Han tribe had been reluctant to eat them for several years, only focusing on expanding the population. A sow could produce at least 1 litter a year, with about 10 piglets per litter, so the number of pigs reproduced relatively quickly. However, the Han tribe was also expanding rapidly, so even though the Han tribe tried to promote them in various places, the per capita ownership of domestic pigs in the Han tribe was still pitifully low, not even 1/5 of a pig per person. Therefore, when promoting domestic pigs in Qiongzhou Prefecture this time, it was naturally impossible to take out many. Tian Xiao pointed to the 20 or so oinking piglets in front of him and said, "Brother Guan, this type of domestic animal is called a pig. It doesn't have any special use other than being raised for its meat. It's the main meat-producing livestock promoted by our Han tribe. However, the tribe's current stock of domestic pigs is also limited, so we can only give you this many for now. In a moment, you can ask the villagers who is willing to raise them and have them take one home. Let me be clear, this thing eats vine-like grass, as well as grain and vegetables. It's quite delicate. If you're not willing to invest in it, then don't raise it. You explain this to everyone, and after confirming the families who will adopt them, I will have someone from the immigrants come and teach you how to raise them. Also, I'll have to trouble you to be their translator. None of these 10 immigrant households can speak your local dialect. All right, no problem. It's just 20-odd pigs. That's easy to arrange. But I see that the number of these white rabbits is very large. Could it be that every household in the village has them? We actually have rabbits locally, but they are small gray rabbits. Hunters occasionally catch some, but I've never heard of anyone raising them, let alone seeing such large, pure white rabbits with red eyes." Guan Tao first agreed to the distribution of the piglets, then looked at the extremely large white rabbits in front of him and sighed with emotion. "That's right, every family has these snow rabbits. With these, you'll be able to have meat every day from now on," Tian Xiao said with a firm nod. The livestock in Shanghai village was quickly distributed, and the villagers were very happy. Of course, they also saw that the immigrant families had many more types of livestock they had never seen before, but since they didn't know how to raise them yet, they didn't think about getting them now. While the livestock was being distributed at the central threshing ground, many of the village children also gathered in groups at the doorways of the new immigrant homes, peeking in curiously. Although they had seen the adults building these courtyards over the past month, they still didn't know how people were supposed to live in them. For children who had only ever seen bamboo stilt houses since birth, these buildings situated on flat ground were completely incomprehensible. Another thing that piqued their curiosity were the many small animals the immigrant families had brought, such as the kittens and piglets, which they had never seen before. Come, little girl, come in. I'll get you some tasty treats to share." Seeing many children gathered at the door, looking around curiously, Lu Jianen's wife immediately found some red hard candies from a box. These were all bought in Hanyang Prefecture. There was definitely no sugar on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island now. If they hadn't brought some themselves, who knew when they would taste sweetness again? So, none of the immigrant families were short on reserves, especially since Han Feng had given each family 100 yuan as a settling-in allowance. The several children didn't understand the Han language, but seeing the woman's kind and gentle face, she didn't seem like a bad person, so they cautiously walked over. Lu's wife put a piece of red candy into the little girl's mouth. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up, as if it was the first time she had tasted such sweetness. She smiled happily and even mimicked the adults by giving Lu's wife a curtsy. Only then did she take the large handful of candies offered to her and go to share them with her friends at the door. The news that the new families from the north had sweet treats, even sweeter than honey, quickly spread throughout the village. After the little girl had shared the candies with her friends, she ran to the several flat-roofed houses in the middle of the village where weaving was done, found her mother, and then spat the candy from her mouth into her mother's. Her mother was weaving and was caught off guard by her daughter's sneak attack. Before she could react, she felt the sweet aroma in her mouth and her eyes lit up. She spat the candy out and looked at it in her palm. It was a round, translucent red hard block. She understood in her heart that this must be something only the newly arrived Han tribe people had. "Did someone give this to you?" the woman asked her daughter. The new people in the village gave it to me. They gave me a lot. We went to their doorway to look, and she gave us these good things." "Good girl, you eat it yourself. I just wanted to taste it," the woman said, handing the candy back to the girl. The little girl happily took the candy and ran off. On the other side of the village, the carpenter Lu Jianan, having heard from Tian Xiao that the village's windmill-powered mill was not yet finished, decided to go and see if there was anything he could help with. Also, building a large wooden machine like a windmill-powered mill would definitely require a lot of wood, so he wanted to ask the master craftsman building the mill about the local price of wood. It would be great if he could get some scraps from the mill. He could take them back and make some furniture. When Shou, the immigrant who knew how to grind flour and press oil, also said he wanted to go and have a look. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be in charge of one of the village's mill and oil press in the future. It was a good time to go and familiarize himself with the situation. The honest Hu Shan, after settling his family in, immediately took his son to the fields by the river. He wanted to first look at his own fields and those of his neighbors. This piece of land was currently unplanted, with only some wild grass growing on its own. In this era where agriculture was the foundation and food was paramount, letting farmland lie fallow was not a good thing. It was one thing before they arrived, but now they had to get the crops planted as soon as possible. Although the settling in allowance from the chief was enough for them to live for a year without producing anything, what about the days to come? They were counting on these fields to make a living, so they had to produce something. Hushan walked around the fields and found that it was indeed as Tian Xiao had said before. In terms of soil fertility, it certainly couldn't compare to the Han tribe's territory, but it wasn't so bad that nothing could be grown. Hadn't the local people been farming here for so many years? Transforming dry fields into paddy fields was a bit more troublesome and might take a few days, so he discussed with his son and decided to plant the auxiliary fields first. He had just learned from the people here that Shangha village currently had no vegetables, only corn and eggs and meat, as well as bamboo shoots. But the Han tribe people were generally not used to eating that, so it was better to get the vegetables planted as soon as possible. The blacksmith Rinzong and the potter Dan Peng, one big and one small, led their donkey and horse, carrying tools, and headed out of the village. Rinzong planned to first go to the nearby bamboo forest to cut some bamboo for building materials. He wanted to build a blacksmith shop in his courtyard to make small items like kitchen knives, scissors, awls, and thimbles. These were definitely things the villagers urgently needed. There were also various farm tools, such as sickles. They only grew corn and beans here, so he didn't know how the local people harvested them, or if they had sickles. But no matter what, when they switched to growing rice next season, they would definitely need sickles for harvesting. You couldn't just pull it up with your hands. Dan Peng led his donkey and accompanied Rinzong. His main purpose was to cut some firewood for burning, and also to search around the village for a suitable source of clay, a place that was not farmland, to collect some clay to fire ceramic vessels. They were all given courtyards allocated for at least a second-class noble rank, which were very large, so Dan Peng also wanted to build this ceramic kiln in his own home. It would be convenient for him to work in the future and would not affect the other people in the village. Xieli's family had just borrowed an ox cart from Tian Xiao and Guan Tao and moved the small stone mill they had brought from their old home from the boat on the shore to their new home. This stone mill was what they had spent money to have a stonemason make back then. It was later placed in their family's tofu workshop and had earned the Xieli family a lot of money. They didn't leave it behind when they immigrated this time. After asking if it was allowed, they brought this stone mill with them, and now it was finally settled in their new home. The couple and their child got busy, drawing water from the newly dug well to soak beans, preparing to start work tomorrow and get their tofu workshop back in business as soon as possible. The leather worker Aochi and his tailor wife, however, had now become the guests of honor of the local villagers. One made shoes and the other made clothes. They might not be good at other things, but they were the best dressed among the 10 new immigrant households. In addition, Shanghai village already had its own textile industry, so the village was not short of cloth, but they didn't know how to make clothes. Thus, after being introduced by Tian Xiao and Guan Tao, the two of them immediately became popular in the village. Aochi's wife had a talent for measuring and tailoring clothes. A pair of scissors flew up and down, instantly winning the favor of the young ladies and wives. Aochi himself also took out a pile of shoe patterns and sole templates carved from wooden boards and shared them with the villagers. If there was any old linen cloth, they could cut it according to the shoe pattern and sew it into the most commonly worn cloth shoes. The next morning, the immigrants of Shanghai village resumed their usual daily routine. As soon as the sun peaked over the horizon, men and women, adults and children, led their donkeys, carried their farm tools, and brought large bundles of thin bamboo poles to their fields to work. Guan Tao, Jing Chun, and Tian Xiao also led a large group of villagers to follow behind. They were all there to learn. Jing Chun, familiar with the local situation, led the villagers and the new immigrants to dig up mud from the river to use as fertilizer. Although a compost pit had been dug in the village, there wasn't enough manure yet, so they had to make do with pond mud for now. Some people followed Jing Chun to dig for fertilizer, while the rest used their own donkeys or rented oxen to plow their fields. The women, in the plowed fields, created furrows and ridges, and then, along these ridges, they used bamboo poles to build A-shaped frames. The villagers around Guan Tao chattered amongst themselves, not understanding what these new Han tribe people were doing. Weren't they supposed to be planting vegetables today? Why were they putting up frames in the vegetable patch? Was it to shade the vegetables? But the orientation of the frames didn't seem right for shading. Hearing their discussion, Guan Tao also looked at Jing Chun and asked, "Brother Jing, what are they doing? Why are they putting up these bamboo frames in the vegetable patch? And the bamboo used for these frames is not even as thick as a finger, and they're built so sparsely. What's the use of such frames?" "Oh, that. They're for planting long beans, cucumbers, loofahs, and cotton. The long beans are similar to your beans, but with this type of bean, you don't eat the beans when they're fully mature, but the unripe pods. We eat these pods as a vegetable, and we usually call them string beans. What you're seeing now are long beans. Long beans are different from soybeans. They grow on vines, like ropes, and will crawl outwards as they grow. The green leaves can cover the ground. If there are any trees or shrubs nearby, they will automatically climb up them. We put up these frames in the fields so that the bean vines will climb up them on their own. This way, they won't spread all over the ground, making watering, fertilizing, and harvesting very convenient. It also saves land area and makes the most of the land. Cucumbers and loofahs are also vegetables that grow on vines, so they need frames to be planted. But if you're not selling them, you don't need to plant too many. For loofahs, 2 or 3 plants per family will produce more than you can eat. They grow very fast in the summer. You can harvest a basket a day and still not be able to finish them all. Cucumbers are slightly different. Although they also produce a lot, it's okay to plant a little more. Even if you can't finish them, you can pickle them. Pickled cucumbers are incredibly crisp and can be stored for a long time. You can have them with breakfast, or if you eat too much meat during the New Year festival, you can use pickled cucumbers to cut the grease. And cotton is the same. Although cotton is used for weaving and cannot be eaten, it also grows on vines like long beans. When it grows up, it will produce many pods on the vines. The pods are green when they first grow, then gradually mature, harden, and turn yellow. When they are fully ripe, they will turn dark brown. When the noon sun shines on them, they will burst open on their own, splitting into 4 petals. The cotton fibers grow in its petals. After hearing Jing Chun's explanation, Guan Tao couldn't help but marvel. They had never seen such magical plants before. He wondered where the Han tribe got all these good things and how they thought of planting and using them. After understanding it himself, he began to relay the introduction to the surrounding villagers, and then started to learn the technique of tying the frames from the immigrants. The men over there had brought the mud as fertilizer, plowed the fields, and applied the base fertilizer. Then they began to plant beans, chili peppers, and peanuts. Among these 3 crops, beans didn't need to be mounded and could be planted densely in rows, which was also better for fertilizing the fields. For peanuts and chili peppers, it was better to make ridges if possible. The peanut pods grow underground and are afraid of waterlogging. If planted in furrows on ridges, the peanuts would be slightly higher than the ground surface, maintaining a suitable moisture level without being flooded. When watering, they could just pour water into the furrows. Chili peppers couldn't be planted too densely and were prone to root rot. It was best to first make furrows and ridges, and then sow them by whole planting to maintain a certain distance between the plants. The villagers eagerly learned the planting techniques until 7 or 8 in the morning, when the sun had fully risen. The women who had finished making breakfast then came to the fields with bamboo baskets to bring food to their men. The women from the other families indeed only carried a basket, but Xia Li's wife carried 2 wooden buckets on a shoulder pole, filled with freshly cooked soy milk and incredibly smooth tofu pudding. Their child followed behind, carrying a basket filled with side dishes and condiments. The Han tribe immigrants, because they had to work in the fields today, naturally couldn't make do with just porridge. Steamed buns and flatbreads were a must. Some families had even made zongzi for breakfast. Basically, no one had steamed rice. Seeing his wife coming with the shoulder pole, Xia Li hurried over to meet her. After taking the pole, he placed it on the dirt path next to the fields and then called out to Guan Tao and the others. Come, Brother Guan, Brother Tian, Brother Jing, come and try the soy milk and tofu pudding my family made. This is the most common good stuff over where we're from. Every household eats this. Hearing Xia Li's invitation, Guan Tao was naturally very happy. Tian Xiao and Jing Chun were not polite either. Their mouths had been watering since they saw the 2 buckets. Oh, I'm starving for this. I've been here for 2 months, and I've been craving tofu pudding for a long time. I couldn't even get it here. If it weren't for you guys, I probably would have had to wait another half a month to smell this soy milk. Jing Chun ran over and started to serve himself a bowl. Hee, you've only been here for 2 months. I came here with the Lord Prefect a long time ago. I haven't tasted this for several years. I've almost forgotten what tofu tastes like. Today, we'll also get to enjoy a bowl of tofu from you. Tian Xiao also hummed. Guan Tao's interest was also piqued. It seemed that the Han tribe people were very fond of this food. He wondered what it was. Jing Chun had already found a stack of white porcelain bowls from the basket and took an iron ladle to start serving. He was serving white tofu, which was half a bowl of soy milk and half a bowl of tofu pudding, a common way of eating it in the Han tribe. Besides this way of eating, there was also tofu pudding with brown sugar or a savory broth poured over it, with a little chili oil, eaten with a sesame seed pancake. That was absolutely a delicacy. The so-called dispute between the savory party and the sweet party was a choice only made by naive children. Wouldn't an adult want both? Savory tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding each had their own way of being eaten. Anyway, Han Feng liked both very much. But today, Xia Li's family had only brought tofu pudding and soy milk. Because sugar was too expensive and not sold here, even if they were willing to give it to everyone, they couldn't buy more after it was gone. As for the savory broth, they didn't even have vegetables yet, so how could they make a savory broth? They were lucky to have a mouthful of pickled cucumber. Let me see what this is that you all like so much. Guan Tao followed behind the 2. Xia Li had already served him a bowl of white tofu. Come, Brother Guan. Have a taste of our specialty from back home. If you like it, my family will make it every day and make more of it. If the villagers want to eat it, they can come to my house to buy it. My family ran a tofu workshop back in the north, Xia Li quickly urged. All right, I'll have a taste. Guan Tao took a curious sip, savoring the taste in his mouth. At the same time, he had a sudden realization. So this guy was making this to first test their taste, and then sell it in the village. He frowned and savored it for a while before saying, "This seems to have a soybean flavor and a light fragrance. The taste is not bad, but it's not filling, and it fills you up. After drinking a bowl of this, I can't drink any more porridge." Xia Li was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. He thought to himself that it seemed the tofu pudding and soy milk would not be selling for a while. The staple food here on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island was corn, and they didn't have stone mills, so their daily way of eating was corn porridge in the morning, a bit like the northeastern specialty of coarse corn porridge. For lunch and dinner, they usually ate whole boiled corn on the cob as a staple food. They didn't have dry food, and things like soy milk and tofu pudding were at most a beverage, or could be equated with thin porridge. When the Han tribe drank soy milk and tofu pudding, they always had other dry food as a staple. In contrast, the people of Qiongzhou village had brought corn porridge from home. You want them to drink corn porridge and soy milk at the same time? Isn't that ridiculous? Who eats like that? To get the local people to accept this food, they would at least have to wait until the village's mill was built, grind the villagers' corn into cornmeal, and then teach them how to make corn pancakes. First, they had to turn the corn into dry food, and then they could sell the soy milk and tofu pudding. Having made up his mind, Cieli then explained, Brother Guan is right. This is made from soybeans. Soybeans are a good thing. You can grind them into soy milk, make tofu, sprout them, and also make them into dried tofu and tofu skin. There are too many ways to eat them. I'll slowly make them for you in the future. Made from beans. Beans can be made into this? Guan Tao asked in surprise. He looked at the milky white liquid and the solidified tofu pudding in the two water buckets, and couldn't connect these things with soybeans at all. That's right, it's made from soybeans. If Brother Guan is interested, you can come and watch next time my family makes it. Brother Guan, look, there's still so much here. Quickly call the villagers to come and have a taste, Cieli said again. All right. But that would be a great expense for your family. So much of this must require a lot of beans, right? But to be honest, if you want to sell this in our village, I'm afraid no one will buy it. And we don't have much money. Even if we wanted to buy it, we can't. Guan Tao directly explained the local situation to Cieli. That's no problem. As long as everyone likes it, there will definitely be a way to buy it. Actually, where we're from, tofu workshops never take money either. People exchange soybeans for tofu. We take some of the beans to continue making tofu and store the rest, then sell it to the oil press or the grain station for money. Cieli also explained his business methods to Guan Tao. All right then, I'll have everyone come and have a taste first. Guan Tao nodded. They could accept this method of bartering. And they also grew soybeans locally. It was true that they didn't have much money, but if he wanted to collect soybeans, they had plenty. Guan Tao drank the white tofu in his bowl while calling the villagers over to try something new. But everyone was not very interested in this milk-like thing. Almost no one wanted the soy milk, but some were willing to try the tofu pudding. Cieli's family didn't have that many bowls, so they just served it directly into the local villagers' porridge bowls. This way of eating coarse corn porridge with tofu pudding was quite novel, but it was obviously impossible to get them to buy it now. However, the several immigrant families all expressed their support. Soy products were the most commonly eaten food in the Han tribe, especially the home-style dish of tofu and cabbage. The tofu was cut into thick squares, then pan-fried on both sides with soybean oil until golden brown, and then stir-fried with cabbage. The taste was super fragrant. There was also the dish of 3 fried tofu, which was a stir-fry of tofu skin, fried tofu, and soybean sprouts, 3 derivatives of soybeans. It was also a popular home-style dish among the people of the Han tribe. Although the villagers were not very interested in tofu pudding and soy milk, Cieli still wanted to make more tofu at noon and prepare it in various ways to teach everyone to try. This was not only for his own family's business, but also a task given to them as immigrants by the chief. Wasn't he here to spread the Han tribe's way of eating? The first appearance of tofu pudding was a direct failure due to the local unique eating habits. But the most inconspicuous pickled radishes and crisp pickled cucumbers in the immigrant family's baskets were exceptionally popular. Again, due to the local food culture, this kind of pickled vegetable paired with coarse corn porridge was indeed exceptionally palatable. It was just a pity that the immigrants didn't bring much pickled vegetables. They had already eaten a lot on the ship during their migration here. They didn't know if the remaining few jars of pickled vegetables would be enough to last until the new vegetables were harvested. Although the villagers liked it very much, because there was too little and they were not yet familiar with each other, they were too embarrassed to eat much. However, the several immigrant families in Qiongzhou village all told the villagers that if they liked it, they could teach the villagers how to make pickled vegetables when their own vegetables and melons were ready. For this reason, everyone's enthusiasm for learning to grow vegetables was even higher. They all wanted to learn the method of pickling vegetables from the Han tribe people after their own vegetables were mature. There will be another chapter before midnight. Although it's 3 chapters, it's still 10,000 words. The next 2 chapters are 4,000 words each. Also, please give me a reward, big shots pi_pi. While the people of Qiongzhou village were learning to grow vegetables from the immigrants, a few hundred kilometers away at the submerged bridge in Jiahai Prefecture, an unprecedented construction project in this world was underway. Tens of thousands of people were gathered on the coast at the northern end of the submerged bridge. Countless simple rammed earth houses formed a continuous stretch, no smaller in scale than a county town of the Han tribe. On the sea, countless sailing ships formed a line, obscuring the entire strait between the mainland and the opposite Qiong Prefecture island. On the mainland side, The coastal mountain was already bare. All the trees had been cut down, turned into building materials for the houses and the temporary dock on the coast. With a deafening roar, several thousand jin of black powder blasted the mountain, sending earth and stones flying and raising a cloud of smoke that blotted out the sun. When the smoke cleared, several thousand prisoners of war, holding shovels and pickaxes, were herded up the mountain by soldiers like quails. They filled sacks with sand, stone, and earth, then pushed them down the mountain in small carts, one by one, finally transporting them to the dock to be loaded onto ships. Although they were numerous, although they held pickaxes that could easily shatter iron armor, although they held shovels sharp enough to easily cut off a head, not a single prisoner of war dared to resist. Are you kidding? Anyone who had witnessed the Han tribe's magic of splitting mountains and cracking rocks would not have the heart to resist. Didn't you see that the huge boulder on the mountain, as big as a house, had been blasted into pieces? Resist? With your head? Several thousand prisoners of war, like ants moving house, packed the mountain rock and earth, loosened by the gunpowder, into sacks, and then transported them to the ships docked at the pier. These sailing ships then carried countless sandbags to the top of the submerged bridge. The other several thousand slaves were either unloading sandbags from the ships or soaking in the seawater, stacking the sandbags. They were preparing to use these countless sandbags to construct a gravity dam to block the sea. This was something they would never have dared to imagine before. Blasting open the mountain on the shore, packing it into bags to fill the sea. Isn't this moving mountains and filling the sea? Is this something a human can do? But these Han tribe people who had captured them were just that crazy. However, to call it a sea-blocking dam was not quite accurate. In reality, it was more like a series of wells inserted into the sea surface. The engineering command camp on the shore was almost as large as a Han tribe county government office. After all, it had to manage tens of thousands of people, so the necessary management structure could not be lacking. Elder Zhu Ping looked at the huge sand table in front of him, his heart surging with excitement. Although he had the nominal title of prefect of Jiahai Prefecture, the Han tribe had not let him govern personally. Instead, they had put him in charge of this cross-sea bridge project. But it was only after he understood the requirements and ideas of the Han tribe's chief, and after the Han tribe's construction experts had made a practical model, that he realized how heaven-defying and grand the project he was participating in was. This engineering command center had gathered a large number of experts in the field of construction. In the end, everyone discussed the chief's requirements and design specifications, and then combined them with the local actual situation to come up with a plan, which was sent to Han Feng by Eagle and received project approval. In this project, Zhu Ping still had no administrative management authority, nor was he responsible for the design of the main body of the bridge. He was mainly responsible for providing local hydrological and geographical information. After all, he was born on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island and had studied architecture, so he could provide a lot of help for the bridge construction project. But even so, Zhu Ping was still very satisfied. He felt that being able to personally participate in this project, as long as he could see the day the bridge was completed, he would be willing to die on the spot. The initial stage of the cross-sea bridge project was to collect local hydrological information, determine the high and low tide levels, as well as the length and width of the bridge and the geological conditions of the submerged bridge. Xue Qingyao specially hired 100 young and strong men from the Yu clan of Chaoyang Prefecture at a high price, using their advantage of being good at diving to go deep into the sea to investigate the situation. Combined with the information provided by Zhu Ping, they finally determined the construction environment of the bridge. From the grassland mainland side, across the submerged bridge to Bamboo Island, the underwater length was more than 23 kilometers. If the bridge connection parts on both banks were included, a total bridge length of 25 kilometers was needed. Such a long bridge, and a dual-use road and railway bridge at that, was absolutely unprecedented in this world. The structure of the cross-sea bridge was a continuous, elevated arch bridge. According to the opinion given by Han Feng, it was to be built according to the structure of the Qiongzhou Bridge. This was a structure that was relatively reasonable, sturdy, and durable given the current technological and material levels of the Han tribe. The submerged bridge hidden under the sea surface was mainly composed of reef rock, with the top layer covered by limestone formed by coral and shells. But that was not important. The Han tribe was using the rock layer below. The single-arch Qiongzhou Bridge, with no piers in the middle, had a main span of more than 37 meters, but that was not enough. And the cross-sea bridge the Han tribe wanted to build was more than 20 kilometers long, so one arch was definitely not enough. So Han Feng's idea was a continuous arch bridge. The specific construction method was to first anchor the positions of the bridge piers on the reef of the submerged bridge with a span of 50 meters. That is to say, a bridge pier would be set up every 50 meters. First, a gravity dam would be constructed around the piers with sandbags to block the seawater outside the sand walls, thus forming a water-free construction space. Then, vertical holes would be drilled on the reef. Since there was no steam drilling equipment for the time being, they could only use explosives and manual excavation. First, holes would be drilled manually, then filled with explosives and blasted, until a vertical shaft was created on the reef of the submerged bridge. Then, pre-made reinforced concrete pipes made on the shore would be inserted into it, and finally, concrete would be poured into the pipes. This was equivalent to driving a giant reinforced concrete nail into the reef, making the bridge and the underwater reef one body. For nails like this, each riveting point would have a group of 2, which was the width of the bridge. The same anchoring points, one group every 50 meters, would require a total of 460. And this was only counting the underwater route. If the piers on the shore were included, the entire bridge would need nearly 500 such reinforced concrete piers, each dozens of meters high. Then, a large Qiongzhou bridge would be built on top of every 2 groups of piers. This was equivalent to connecting 500 Qiongzhou bridges to form a single bridge. In the middle of the entire bridge, there were 6 super-long arch bridges with a span of 100 meters, mainly for the passage of ships under the bridge. The reefs between these groups of piers would be blasted away in the future to allow 3-masted sailing ships to pass at low tide, thus achieving the goal of lowering the overall height of the bridge. In terms of the current project progress, the Han tribe had completed the preliminary geological survey and the design plan for the bridge body. The entire bridge required nearly 1,000 reinforced concrete piers, each dozens of meters high. The main bridge was 23 kilometers long, equivalent to the length of more than 20 Wuhan Yangtze River bridges, and 35 meters wide, with a total of 6 lanes in both directions. In the middle of the bridge were 2 wide-gauge heavy-duty railway tracks with a gauge of 1.8 meters. The 2 railway tracks could ensure simultaneous travel in opposite directions, so as not to affect the traffic efficiency on the bridge. The design speed was 60 kilometers per hour. On both sides of the railway tracks were 5-meter-wide 2-way lanes, totaling 4 lanes, mainly for horse-drawn carriages. That is to say, this dual-use road and railway bridge was not designed like the Wuhan Yangtze River Bridge with the railway below and the road above. Instead, all the road surfaces were on the same level, with trains running in the middle and horse-drawn carriages on both sides. This design was also the limit of what the Han tribe could achieve at present. In fact, for such a super-long span bridge, according to modern bridge technology, most would adopt a cable-stayed bridge solution. But the Han tribe could not produce qualified alloy steel wires at present, nor did they have the construction capacity to lift hundreds or thousands of tons of steel cables and bridge decks. As for using iron chains to pull a suspension bridge for heavy-duty trains to pass, they might as well wash up and go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. The cross-sea bridge was still in its preliminary stages. Prisoners of war were piling sandbags one by one onto the reef, enclosing the areas where the bridge piers were to be drilled and installed. This formed rectangular basins in the sea, separating the construction sites from the seawater. The piled sandbags were a full 5 meters higher than the highest tide level, so even when the spring tide arrived in the middle of the month, these artificial basins would not be flooded. Normally, this step should have been carried out at the turn of each month, when the sea receded and the submerged bridge was exposed. However, the surface of the submerged bridge was uneven, making it difficult for even pack animals to traverse, let alone pull carts. Besides, even if 4-wheeled carriages could run on the surface of the submerged bridge, their carrying capacity couldn't compare to that of ships. Moreover, the submerged bridge was only exposed for less than 2 days and nights each month, which was not enough time for them to work. So, it was better to transport the sandbags by boat. They started from the north shore of the cross-sea bridge. In just over 10 days, they had already built nearly 20 basins. The dam construction was proceeding in an orderly manner. They were just waiting for Han Feng to deliver the steel bars and cement, and then they could immediately start pouring the bridge piers. At the same time, in Yashan Prefecture on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, another project was under construction, the Shuguang Dawn Lighthouse, which the Han tribe had planned to build here from the beginning. It was a lighthouse located in the reef area at the northeast corner of Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, standing on a large reef. This was the necessary route from the mouth of the Luyang River in Tuahai Prefecture to the mouth of the Qingshui River on Qiongzhou Prefecture Island, a vital shipping lane for the Han tribe. In addition, this northeast corner was indeed full of reefs. If an unfamiliar ship that was not very familiar with the nearby waters sailed in, it would be very easy to hit a reef and sink. Furthermore, the Han tribe was going to expand its marine fishing industry here, and it would certainly become routine for fishermen to go out at night. Therefore, it was very necessary to build a lighthouse here. However, unlike the Cross-Sea Bridge project, the Shuguang Lighthouse was at most a small building, so the construction team was not large, only a few dozen people, and they were not slaves. The bricks and stones for the Shuguang Lighthouse had been prepared since last year, before Bamboo Island was conquered. The envoy mission led by Shuya had directly quarried mountain stones in Yashan Prefecture and carved them into stone bricks, which were more than enough to build the lighthouse. They probably wouldn't even use them all. After this small construction team of a few dozen people finished building the Shuguang Lighthouse, they would go to the port in Tohai Prefecture to build another lighthouse, the Yaoguang Dubhe Lighthouse, temporarily lighting up the two seaports of the Han tribe to provide guidance and direction for passing ships. In early March of the first year of the Daming era, construction was underway throughout the Han tribe's territories. The Cross-Sea Bridge, lighthouses, strategic grain reserves in various places. The common people were working hard at farming. It was a scene of prosperity. On the 5th of March, Han Feng was still in the Research Institute in Xingang Prefecture, guiding them in cement solidification experiments, when a personal guard came to report that Yu Ji had returned. He had already reached Dongxing Prefecture and would arrive at the dock in Luyang Prefecture in another day. The personal guard had come specifically to ask Han Feng where he would grant him an audience. Han Feng thought for a moment. He had specifically summoned Yu Ji back to be in charge of the construction of the capital city's imperial palace. So, it was better to arrange the meeting in Luyang Prefecture. Coincidentally, the palace model he had ordered was also in Luyang Prefecture. It would be a good time to introduce him to the relevant matters. So Han Feng said to the personal guard beside him, "You go and send a message first. Tell Yu Ji to wait in Luyang Prefecture. Then arrange my itinerary. We will also set off for Luyang Prefecture today. We'll go directly through Sitong County. It's faster." "Yes," the personal guard acknowledged and went out to prepare. Han Feng then gave more instructions to the people in the Research Institute. The composition of this cement is not fixed. You need to experiment with several more formulas, especially the ratio of calcined clinker to gypsum. For the clinker, you need to consider the changes in properties brought about by adding iron powder and clay. Will adding more iron powder and clay increase the hardness, compressive strength, and impact resistance of the concrete? Also, the ratio of clinker to gypsum. Gypsum mainly serves to speed up solidification in cement. How much gypsum should be added to make fast-drying cement? You need to experiment with all of these. Then there's the concrete ratio. Mix it according to a ratio of 4 parts crushed stone, 2 parts coarse sand, and 1 part cement. Then build a wooden formwork and pour the concrete into it. Test the drying speed, compressive strength, impact resistance, etc. of each cubic meter of concrete. You can take your time testing these. I'm not in a hurry for you to finish quickly, but the quality must be guaranteed. I don't want the projects we worked so hard to build to collapse in an instant. You don't want to see the train you built plunge into the sea because of a bridge quality problem, do you? All right, I have other things to attend to. You all work hard. After giving the researchers some key points on cement research and development, Han Feng set off for Luyang Prefecture with his personal guards. Since he wasn't in a great hurry, Han Feng stayed one night in Sitong County and took the opportunity to inspect the various construction projects there. The scale of this county town was still limited. Because the town was on a hillside and had little arable land, its agricultural development was not very good. Han Feng took all this in, thinking that if the Hanyang 8 Prefecture area were to continue to expand in the future, development would still have to be concentrated in the 3 prefectures of Luyang, Nanzhong, and Ruyang. These places had abundant fresh water and large plains, making them very suitable for growing grain. As long as there was grain, there was survival. For this era, that was enough. The next morning, Han Feng and his personal guards continued their journey to Luyang Prefecture, finally arriving at the government office in Luyang Prefecture before noon. Yu Ji had not yet arrived. According to the message he had sent back yesterday, the earliest Yu could arrive in Luoyang Prefecture was before dinner that day. And like him, Yu Fu, who had also received Han Feng's summons, would be more than 10 days later. Yu had been active in the 3 prefectures of Honghu, while Yu Fu had been in Tohai Prefecture, which was even farther from Luoyang Prefecture than Yu. Fortunately, Han Feng didn't urgently need these two to help right now, so he wasn't in a hurry. Han Feng first went to see the several craftsmen who were making the palace model in the government office of Luoyang Prefecture, checking their progress. Then he had someone prepare a sumptuous dinner, planning to eat with Yu and these craftsmen after he returned. It would also be a good opportunity to introduce them to each other. After all, when Yu went to supervise the construction of the imperial city, he would definitely need to take these craftsmen with him. He waited until about 4 in the afternoon, when the sailboat carrying Yu finally arrived at the dock in Luoyang Prefecture. The personal guard Han Feng had arranged to welcome him at the dock immediately brought the young man before Han Feng. In the main hall of the rear courtyard of the Luoyang Prefecture government office, Yu, who had been south for nearly 2 years, had finally returned. Upon seeing Han Feng, he immediately bowed respectfully, his heart filled with joy. Previously, on the grasslands, he had been credited for his assistance in the military expedition to Bamboo Island by providing a great deal of intelligence. Han Feng had already recorded a merit for him, and his noble rank had been raised accordingly. Now that Bamboo Island had been taken by the Han tribe, his Jinwu guard had basically no major tasks to perform and was not as tense as before. So, being summoned back by Han Feng this time must mean there was a new mission for him. With these thoughts, Yu had already arrived in front of Han Feng. Your subject, Jinwu Guard Commander Yu, pays his respects to the chief. It's good that you're back. Come, have a seat. It's been a long time. Sit down and chat with me first. Han Feng remained seated, making a gesture with his hand to indicate for him to sit to the side. Thank you, Chief. Yu once again cupped his hands respectfully and then sat down in a chair to Han Feng's right. After Han Feng's personal guard brought tea for both of them, Han Feng took a sip before speaking. Your work concerning Bamboo Island and the grasslands was well done. You saved our tribe from many unnecessary losses. This is worthy of praise. Han Feng began with praise, then continued. Now that Bamboo Island is entirely under our Han tribe's control, the Xian tribe has been annihilated. Mao Dun is dead from an arrow wound, and his tribe has either surrendered or perished. The Jinwu Guard temporarily has no major targets. So, do you have any other thoughts? Yu thought to himself, so it's true. Now that the Jinwu Guard's role had diminished, the chief must be thinking of finding other work for him. But he certainly couldn't say this himself. What would that make him? Actively asking the chief for an official position? When the chief gives you an official position, it's your honor. But if the chief hasn't given one, and you actively ask for it, you usually don't end up well. Take Yunji of Riyang Prefecture, for example. He asked the chief for a prefect position, and look how he's doing now. As far as Yu knew, Yunji was not doing well at all. So when Han Feng asked him for his thoughts, he didn't mention changing his position. Instead, he talked about his own work. Yu said, Chief, I believe that although we now control the southwestern part of the Honghu grasslands and the entire Bamboo Island, we cannot let down our guard against the grassland nomadic tribes. Mao Dun and his forces are gone, but we cannot guarantee that another Mao Dun will not appear. The grassland tribes are skilled in archery and horsemanship, and they have many horses. Although they are usually very scattered and not conspicuous, when they gather together, their power is still not to be underestimated. Just like Mao Duan's case early last year, who would have thought he could gather tens of thousands of cavalry? Oh, have you discovered something new? Han Feng asked curiously. Could it be that with Mao Duan's demise, a new power had emerged on the grasslands to cause trouble? But that shouldn't be the case. Half of the lush grasslands near Honghu Lake were now under the control of the Han tribe. The submerged bridge from the grasslands to Bamboo Island had been temporarily cut off by the Han tribe due to the Cross-Sea Bridge project. Besides, the other side of the submerged bridge, Bamboo Island, had now become Qiongzhou Prefecture Island. So a problem had arisen for the time being. The entire grassland now had only one source for selling daily necessities to the nomads, the Han tribe, especially things like white salt and metal utensils. Besides the Han tribe, there was no other power that could sell these to them. If the grassland tribes were still unwilling to submit under these circumstances, the Han tribe wouldn't even need to send troops. A simple material sanction, cutting off their supply of white salt and metal, would be enough to make them suffer. Another problem was that the grassland tribes used to mostly use bamboo arrows sold by the Ecchi tribe. Now that the Ecchi tribe was gone, and the Han tribe did not sell this kind of weapon material, it would be difficult for them to use cheap arrows in the future. They would have to find their own materials to make them, which alone would greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of the nomads. So under such circumstances, Han Feng was very skeptical. Who would dare to cause trouble right under the Han tribe's nose? Weren't they afraid of the Han tribe's sanctions? Hearing Han Feng's question, Yuji immediately explained. Chief, since Mao Duan's defeat and death, the biggest powers on the grasslands now are our Han tribe and the Surita tribe, with whom we have had contact before. This Surita fellow is not honest. He's been using the fact that our Han tribe invited them to participate in the counterattack when Mao Dun attacked to boast all over the grasslands about his close, brotherly relationship with us, even fighting alongside us. He uses this to threaten some small tribes to submit to him. From the beginning of last year until now, his tribe has expanded to a strength no less than Mao Duan's last year. If he wanted to, he could probably gather about 40,000 cavalry. And there's another important matter. He has purchased a lot of ironware from our Han tribe, but not by himself. He has the small tribes that have submitted to him buy it under their own names. Then this fellow learned our Han tribe's cavalry tactics and is now making his own stirrups and high-bridge saddles, completely imitating our tribe's horse gear. And within his forces, the prevalence of this horse gear is very high, at least 10,000 sets. Even the small tribes under him that can't afford iron stirrups have learned to use ropes, wood, and vines to make soft stirrups. Although this person is still very respectful to our tribe for the time being, he already has the ability to threaten our 3 prefectures of Honghu. We cannot be complacent. Yuji first reported the intelligence he had gathered during this period, and then solemnly reminded Han Feng. Han Feng did not speak, his face showing neither joy nor sorrow, just a calm nod. He had actually anticipated this. Just as Yuji had said, Mao Dun was dead now, but it was not guaranteed that there wouldn't be other Maeduns on the grasslands. As long as the Han tribe had interests on the grasslands, as long as the Han tribe was involved in the grasslands, such things were inevitable. The two completely different lifestyles of farming and nomadic pastoralism would eventually lead to irreconcilable conflicts. Han Feng had thought about this problem more than once, and had also recalled the history of his previous life. Why did the northern nomadic peoples repeatedly invade the agricultural peoples of the Central Plains? This problem, without exaggeration, had continued from the Western Zhou dynasty to the last feudal dynasty. What was the reason for the conflict between the two sides? He had thought about it countless times, trying to find a once-and-for-all solution, but still hadn't found one, because it was a fundamental problem of lifestyle. Their nomadic lifestyle meant they had no ability to resist disasters. So even a heavy snow in winter that buried the grass and deprived the livestock of food would cause their livestock to die in large numbers. Or if the snow was even heavier, it could directly crush their tents and freeze all their livestock to death. This was not impossible. Agricultural peoples farmed and ate grain. They could store the grain they couldn't finish and take it out to get through difficult years. But nomadic peoples couldn't. They couldn't store food. Only living livestock could provide them with a continuous supply of dairy products. Some might say that the Han tribe could store grain, so the nomads could also store more livestock. But that was not the case. Grain didn't consume anything. At most it took up space and required a granary. But livestock were alive. The more livestock you had, the more feed you needed. But the area of the pasture was limited. A piece of pasture was just enough for those livestock to eat. You couldn't just raise 2 more if you wanted to. The extra ones would have nothing to eat and would eventually starve to death. Even in the year 2020, if there was a snow disaster on the northern grasslands, the government would have to immediately send aid, find ways to send feed to the herders, and have slaughterhouses in various places take in more cattle and sheep to relieve the pressure of wintering for the herders' livestock. So in the end, if the Han tribe wanted to control the entire grassland, they had to be prepared to feed all the nomads. When they were fine, it was okay. But once a problem arose, the Han tribe would have to provide timely assistance just like the modern government. As long as the nomads didn't starve, they wouldn't risk their lives to rob. In the end, it was a matter of survival. As long as they could continue to live, they would certainly not become enemies. Of course, this was not the best method. The best method was to continuously absorb nomadic tribes, just like they had incorporated Mao Duan's tribe this time, and continue to absorb them into the Han tribe, then gradually assimilate them into agricultural peoples, changing their lifestyle. But even so, there would definitely always be people on the grasslands. But as long as the number of nomadic tribes on the grasslands was controlled within a certain number, the remaining people would have enough pasture and enough livestock, and generally no major conflicts would break out. To be able to maintain this state would already be very good. And besides that, not only did they have to control the number of nomads on the grasslands and provide timely support when they encountered difficulties, but they also had to support a few obedient nomadic forces, let them join the Han tribe, become the Han tribe's nomadic people, and manage the entire grassland on behalf of the Han tribe. In a word, the Han tribe had to have the grasslands, because they could produce a large amount of livestock. This point alone meant they couldn't lose it. By buying livestock from the nomadic tribes, they could make their lives a little better. As long as there was no survival crisis, they would not cause trouble for the Han tribe. This situation only needed to be maintained for about 100 years. After 100 years, the Han tribe would probably even have machine guns, which were a great weapon that could make the nomadic people sing and dance. At that time, even if an irreconcilable conflict arose, the Han tribe would have nothing to worry about. So Han Feng was not worried at all. He said to Yu Ji, "Suritu indeed needs to be watched, but we don't need to be too nervous. Next year, we can even invite him to our tribe for a visit, let him open his eyes, and see if there's a possibility of directly subduing him. If he is willing to submit to the Han tribe, then it's okay to let him grow stronger. Our Han tribe can give him an official title and let him manage a piece of the grassland on our behalf. But these are not major problems. What I want to tell you is that while the Jinwu Guard's intelligence gathering work is not very busy, I plan to arrange another matter for you to do. You will still be the commander of the Jinwu Guard. But do you know what the Jinwu Guard's public function is, besides secretly gathering intelligence? Publicly? That was of course Han Feng's personal guard. Why was the chief asking this? Was he going to transfer him back to be a guard? Could it be true? Yu Ji suddenly thought uncertainly. Seeing Yu Ji's nervous expression, Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and patted Yu Ji's shoulder, saying, "What are you thinking? I have no intention of transferring you to my side to stand guard every day." Yu Ji quickly stood up as well and followed beside Han Feng, saying, "Protecting the chief's safety and the safety of our Han tribe is the duty of the Jinwu Guard. Even if the chief really wanted to transfer me back to stand guard, I would be willing." "Oh, you're really willing to come back and stand guard? Then I might just transfer you back." Han Feng continued to tease Yu Ji. Yu Ji's face immediately turned into a bitter melon. He thought to himself, why isn't the chief following the script? Shouldn't I modestly refuse a few times, and then when the chief insists, I reluctantly accept? I was just expressing my loyalty. I didn't really want to come back and stand guard. Seeing him standing there with a troubled expression, Han Feng finally said, "All right, I'm not really going to make you come back and stand guard. The tribe still has many things to do. It just so happens that the Jinwu Guard isn't too busy right now, so I want you to supervise a project, which is the future capital of our Han tribe. An imperial palace will be built there, which will be my new home. At that time, the security of the imperial palace will be handed over to the Jinwu Guard. After all, on the surface, the Jinwu Guard is my personal guard. In the future, the Jinwu Guard's camp will definitely be built in the imperial palace. So this is not just building a new home for me, but also building barracks for you Jinwu Guards. You have to be diligent when you supervise the work." Han Feng led Yu Ji towards a side room in the rear courtyard of the government office as he spoke. "Building an imperial palace? Is the chief's new home called an imperial palace?" Yu Ji asked curiously. Yu Ji had thought of countless possibilities for what task Han Feng would assign him this time, but sending him to a construction site to supervise was something he had absolutely not expected. Besides, it was just building a new home for the chief. How big could a home be? Even if it was 10 times larger than the one Han Feng currently lived in, it wouldn't be a major project for the Han tribe, right? Did such a construction site really need him, the commander of the Jinwu Guard, to supervise? Or was there something special about this project that only their Jinwu Guard could do? Yu Ji couldn't figure it out, so he could only follow Han Feng slowly towards the side room. Since Han Feng was having him do this supervision, he would definitely explain the specific situation to him, right? "Yes, my new home is called the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is my home, but it's not just my home. The largest administrative body of our Han tribe will also be built together with the Imperial Palace. Can you understand what I'm saying? This administrative body, after it is established in the future, will directly control the operation of various affairs of the entire Han tribe. Even high-ranking local officials like prefects and inspectors will have to follow the arrangements issued by the central government. Come in and have a look. The model of the Imperial Palace is in this room. As Han Feng explained, he led Yu Ji into the side room. The side room of the government office was not small. In the middle of the main hall was a huge sand table. Surrounding it was a simulation of the plain between the west of Tuahai Prefecture and the Honghu grasslands. On the plain, next to the river, there was a simulated capital city. This was the Imperial Palace. When Yu Ji saw the models, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because of the contrast with the city walls, city gates, and dismounting bridges, he could clearly see the actual scale of the buildings within the Imperial City. He imagined himself standing under the city gate, then looking up at the Hanyuan Hall in front of him. Only then did he understand why the chief had him supervise the construction of this project called a home. This is really a home. This is a bit too big, isn't it? In terms of scale, just one imperial city was several times larger than all the existing cities of the Han tribe. And this was just the chief's home. Outside the chief's home was the real capital city. How big would that capital city be? It could probably easily accommodate the entire current population of the Han tribe. Greetings, chief. Just as Yu Ji was staring at the model in a daze, the several craftsmen in the side room also quickly put down their work and stood up to salute Han Feng. Han Feng casually waved his hand and said, "You continue with your work. I'm just showing someone the sand table." "Yes." Mo Xian and the others replied, and then continued with their work. Their original team of 6 carpenters had now expanded to 13 people. They had somehow found a painter, 2 carpenters specializing in architecture, 2 stonemasons, and 2 bricklayers to form this new team. The carpenters were responsible for the main theme of the architecture. The painter and stonemasons were responsible for the carved beams and painted rafters, as well as various artistic sculptures, to create the aesthetic beauty of the buildings. The bricklayers also carved the appearance of floor tiles out of wood. That's right, in this imperial palace, even the floor tiles paving the squares were not flat. They were to be carved with patterns. Of course, this kind of brick was generally used in a certain courtyard within the palace, or on the road outside a certain great hall. It was impossible to use such bricks everywhere. However, the cost of such bricks was not much more expensive than ordinary bricks. The main materials and firing process were basically the same. It was just a matter of first carving a batch of molds with pre-made patterns. After greeting the craftsman, Han Feng continued to introduce to Yu Ji. This is the model of the capital city. The capital city is divided into 3 areas according to their different functions. The top part here is the Imperial City, which can also be called the Imperial Palace. In front of the Imperial Palace is the government office area, where various departments will have their offices. The area further out is called the Outer City, which is where the common people will live. What I'm having you be in charge of now is mainly the construction of the Imperial City and the government administrative area, with the Imperial City being the most important. The part of the model you see that has been completed is basically still the things of the front court. The Imperial Palace can also be divided into 4 main parts according to its functions. One part is the place for discussing major tribal affairs with the officials, also called the front court. Behind the front court is the rear court for living, but this model is not yet complete, so you can't see much of the rear court. Then there are the East Palace and the West Palace on the left and right sides. One is for the children to live in, and the other is for the elderly to enjoy their later years. And your Jinwu Guard Station is in this courtyard behind the West Palace, which is also part of the Imperial City. Han Feng pointed to the Imperial Palace model on the sand table and introduced it to Yu Ji. In terms of the layout of the capital city, because Han Feng planned to build an industrialized city in the future, he had no intention of building city walls for the outer city. Because for an industrialized city, if there was no train station and train in the city, what kind of industrialization would that be? City walls would block the enemy, but they would also block the process of industrialization. That's why Han Feng only built city walls for the Imperial City and the government administrative area, but not for the outer city. This layout was a bit like a modern capital city. The Forbidden City of the previous dynasty had city walls, but the outer areas where the common people lived did not. You couldn't just build a few gates for trains to pass through, right? But if you really did that, what was the point of building the city walls? The chief's home is really big. But if you remove the great halls of the front court used for discussing matters, the living area of the rear court is not so exaggerated. This project is really too big. A capital city like this would probably take more than 10 years, a generation's time, to be completely built, right? Yuji couldn't help but exclaim. The entire capital city certainly can't be built all at once, but the imperial city is not that complicated. The task I'm assigning you this time is mainly to supervise the construction of the imperial city. It is estimated that collecting the materials may take 1 or 2 years, and the construction will also take 2 or 3 years. But I hope that within 5 years, this imperial palace must be completed. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing Yuji complain that the capital city was too big, Hanfeng immediately explained. To be fair, the capital city was a bit big, but it wasn't just his place. Besides, it was still early to build the capital city. Even if it were really built now, probably not many people would live there. Crowdfunding, still 500 short, big shots. Hearing Hanfeng's words, Yuji nodded. If he was only responsible for the construction of the imperial palace, it indeed wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the time Hanfeng had given was extremely generous. He had allocated 2 years just for preparing the materials and 3 years for construction, with the entire palace expected to be completed in 5 years. This was a very generous time frame. Chief, what is the current situation of the Imperial Palace site? What should I pay attention to when I go there? Yuji asked again. First, you should scale back the personnel of the Jinwu Guard whose tasks have been completed. Select a portion of them to operate openly. You don't need too many, about 1,000 should be enough. Then I will allocate 3,000 slaves to you. You will take them to the construction site of the Imperial Palace. The specific location has already been chosen. It was scouted by people sent by Deshu, the prefect of Tuahai Prefecture. However, it's just a general area. After you and your men arrive, first find the craftsmen to measure the land and confirm the construction site according to the specifications of the drawings. Then, lead the slaves to work on the foundation first. Building the foundation requires digging an artificial lake and excavating earth to create a raised platform for the palace. This work will take a considerable amount of time. You can lead them to do this first when you get there. Then, have the craftsmen calculate the required building materials. For example, where to cut the wood for the palace and how to transport it. Also, bricks and tiles, which will require building a kiln to fire. In addition, the stone materials needed for various railings, steps, walls, and stone carvings. The stone from Panshur Prefecture of the Tang tribe is good, bluestone, granite, and white marble. You need to discuss the required quantities of these things with Deshu, and then have Deshu negotiate with the Tang tribe to have their people quarry them. Also, the paint, ironware, and glass needed for later decoration. You can have the craftsmen calculate the quantities, and then the tribe will allocate them. In general, you should first arrange the foundation construction. After it stabilizes, you can then arrange for people to collect various materials. When the materials are almost collected, the construction in other parts of our tribe should be almost completed. Then I will transfer more craftsmen to you to officially start the construction process. This should be easy for you, right? After all, you are the Jinwu Guard. You should have an advantage over other departments in small matters like contacting various places for building materials. Hanfeng explained the several stages of building the Imperial Palace to Yuji. Yuji nodded again. If that was the case, it would be much simpler. He was also very confident about contacting various places for building materials. Rest assured, Chief. I have memorized these steps, and collecting building materials is not a problem. In addition, regarding craftsmen, we have actually trained many ourselves. We have many craftsmen within our Jinwu Guard. Yuji first expressed that he had no problem, then reminded Hanfeng. Yes, I remember now. You were also in charge of that matter at the time. Hanfeng nodded, indicating that he remembered this matter, and then he said again, in that case, it's even easier. If the manpower within the Jinwu Guard is sufficient, then you can arrange it yourself. You can start working on things like stone carving, carpentry, and building kilns to fire bricks in advance. The Jinwu Guard indeed had many craftsmen, or it could be said that everyone had a skill. After all, when the Jinwu Guard was first established, its first mission was to infiltrate Niu Wei's envoy mission, return with them to Bamboo Island, and then continue to lie in wait on Bamboo Island. What kind of people were more easily absorbed by them? Hanfeng had decided at the time to use craftsmen to attract them. The Han tribe's various production technologies were very advanced and were urgently needed by various tribal forces. At that time, Hanfeng had gathered some craftsmen and deliberately arranged for them to work with Niu Wei's people. They were naturally valued by them, and they were allowed to poach these people themselves. Later, when the Jinwu Guard was handed over to Yuji, he was responsible for infiltrating and scouting the grassland area. He also learned from Hanfeng's successful experience and sent some technically skilled personnel to mix into Maoduan's tribe. Technically skilled people were welcome everywhere. Even if they knew this person was from the Han tribe, they still wanted them very much. Using such people as intelligence personnel, infiltrating the enemy camp was not a difficult problem at all. Later, in order to expand the scale of the Jinwu Guard and maintain its mystery, Han Feng did not adopt the same recruitment system as other guard posts. Instead, he opened Yangji Yuan, or orphanages, in various places in the name of the tribe. As the Han tribe continued to expand and more tribes joined, the problem of orphans became more and more obvious. The people of the Han tribe were generally quite well off, with more than enough food to eat, so there were naturally no cases of abandoned infants. But these orphans were all produced before they joined the Han tribe. Perhaps it was because their mothers were too young, or perhaps their fathers died accidentally while hunting. In short, there were many such people. If they were already adults, it was fine. As long as they were over 14, they could be allowed to marry a woman, establish their own household, and the tribe would allocate them land. With proper farming, they could support a family. As for the younger orphans, they naturally needed public welfare organizations like the Yangji Yuan to raise them. The Yangji Yuan run by the Jinwu Guard not only raised these orphans, but also taught them to read, write, farm, and raise livestock, ensuring that every orphan could support themselves after becoming an adult. For those who were particularly clever and eager to learn, they would also be taught various production techniques and then incorporated into the Jinwu Guard system, trained as spies from a young age. Infiltrating various forces under the guise of a craftsman was a very effective method of infiltration, so Yuji also paid special attention to this aspect. Now, after several years, the Jinwu Guard had a large number of craftsmen with various skills. If the organization had a mission, they could change their identity and immediately infiltrate the target's side. But now that there was no mission, they were just craftsmen. That's why Yuji said that their Jinwu Guard had many craftsmen. Now that there were no targets to focus on, these people couldn't be idle. Although they were still young, having them participate in the construction of the Imperial Palace was also a form of training. Rest assured, Chief, I will arrange these matters well and collect all kinds of materials as soon as possible, Yuji promised again. Good, I have confidence in you. Come on, you must not have had anything good to eat after being on a boat for a month. I've had food and wine prepared for you. You and these dozen or so craftsmen have a good meal together and get to know each other. Don't underestimate these people. This huge sand table was made by them. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass, and every tree of the entire Imperial Palace is in their minds. When it comes to the construction of the project, you will definitely not be able to do without them. Han Feng invited Yu Ji and the dozen or so craftsmen who made the model to eat together. The group gladly accepted. It was a gift from the chief, which could not be refused, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the chief. Besides, they had just heard Han Feng's words and knew who the other party was. The person the chief had brought was the future supervisor and person in charge of the entire Imperial Palace project. And the craftsmen in the room were the main technical personnel. They couldn't do without each other, so it was natural to take this opportunity to get to know each other well. Han Feng led them to the dining hall and ate a few bites with them, mainly to introduce them to each other in detail and chat a bit about the project. Just then, a personal guard suddenly came in to report something, leaned in and whispered in Han Feng's ear, causing Han Feng to frown slightly. Chief, there's a problem with the rail experiment in Xing'an Prefecture. The crowdfunding is over, and the goal has been exceeded. I sincerely thank the big shot, Butang Bushi, for the 2 Alliance Lord rewards, who single-handedly met the crowdfunding amount. Also, the book's operations officer, Nanji Yuan, and the big shot Xian Kwai Lunan Run for the several helmsman rewards. Thank you. And the dense list of rewards, all the big shots who support Old You. Thank you all. Noob Omega Gang, worshipping all my patrons.jpg. Still 10,000 words today, but it will be a bit later. Those who don't want to wait can read it tomorrow morning. I'll be staying up late to write.